Okay, welcome to Bad Creepypasta and jump on the bandwagon, apparently. We have one of those now.
Alright, we're reading a story that we can't even say who's requested it because it's been requested more times than a spider monkey in a jar of marmalade. Abandoned by Disney. Your favourite person in the world wrote this, Toby?
No.
Sloom Best.
Ah!
Slim Shady Best.
What a prick.
He wrote on his forum about us once. He was like,
yes!
He was like, oh, those guys, know that I hate you's a troll story, but they gloss over that fact because of more traffic, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm like,
sure.
yes, because you can read my mind.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we're doing this solely
for the millions of ad revenue dollars we're getting for this. Oh yeah.
This
is in a freeway
Look at the fucking penthouse we're sitting in
in
right
a freeway partnership. I have not seen a fucking penny in like all the years.
Leroy bandwagon. Well, let's go on with it. It's going to take us out.
Fucking abandoned by Disney. Right, screw it. Some of you may have heard that the Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one, then in quotations, live ghost town.
Okay.
Disney built the Treasure Island Resort in Baker's Bay in the Bahamas. It didn't start as a ghost town.
They just sent in the people to wipe out the native inhabitants.
Disney's cruise ships would actually stop at the resort and leave tourists there to relax in luxury. This is a fact! Look it up!
Look it up,
Bitch!
bitches.
Suddenly-
I did a Google search on this motherfucker.
Suddenly sounds like one of those like truthers, just like World Trade Center 7 fell down without a single plane hitting it. This is a fact. Look it up. Disney blew $30 million on the place. Oh god, fucking king of the ellipses already. ... Yes, $30 million.
I like the way I did it in numbers and then words,
Yeah,
just in case you couldn't read one or the other.
Took the words right on my anus.
Ninjaed.
Then they abandoned it.
Roll
Title
credits.
dropped.
Roll credits.
Wait, who would you say abandoned it?
Disney blamed the shallow waters. And then in parentheses, too shallow for their ships to safely operate. And there was even...
What, as opposed to like swimming pool?
There was even blame cast on the workers, saying that since they were from the Bahamas, they were too lazy to work a regular schedule. I forgot. Yeah, I was going to say, I forgot Disney was openly racist. Just
And they weren't white.
Just watching Song of the South.
Walt Disney eating Cuban children.
That's where the factual nature of their story ends, and presumably where yours ends as well. It wasn't because of the sand. It obviously wasn't because foreigners are lazy. Both are convenient excuses.
Both are true!
This wasn't a boating accident, alright?
Boating?
This wasn't no coral reef. This was a shark.
And it was called Snacker. Oh my god, get out of the water!
And it's like coffee and mint, and I'm like, no, it's a bear.
And a bird.
What are you talking about?
No. I sincerely doubt those reasons are legitimate. Why don't I buy the official story?
Because of Mowgli's Palace. Near the beachside city of Emerald Isle. So the Emerald City in North Carolina.
In the beach side of Emerald Hill Zone.
Disney began construction of Mowgli's Palace in the late 1990s. The concept was a jungle-themed resort with a large, you guessed it, palace! It was with the capitals.
I'm not sure.
In the centre of the whole thing. If you're unfamiliar with the character of Mowgli, then you might better remember the story, The Jungle Book. If you haven't seen it anywhere else, you should know it as the Disney cartoon from decades past. Mowgli is an abandoned child in the jungle, essentially raised by animals and simultaneously threatened, pursued by other animals. Mowgli's Palace was a controversial undertaking from the start. We're making fun of this. Is actually quite well written so far, isn't it? Disney brought up a ton of high-priced land for the project, and there was actually a scandal surrounding some of the purchases.
When isn't there?
The local government claimed eminent domain on people's homes, then turned around and sold the properties to Disney. At one point, a home that had just been constructed was immediately condemned with little to no explanation. The land grabbed by the government. Grabbed by the ghoulies.
Yeah.
James, put a fucking grabbed by the ghoulies, but it's grabbed by the government up on the screen right now. Like an Xbox game. Was supposedly for some fictional highway project, knowing full well what was going on. People started calling it Mickey Mouse Highway.
Wow. Creative.
Then there was the concept art.
Oh god, it was Yowie!
Not on your life.
A group of stuff...
Mowgli X.
Ex-Baloo.
No!
Takes the meaning of bear to a whole new level. Okay, a group of stuffed shirts from Disney Company actually held a city meeting. Stuffed shirts held a meeting, my goodness. They intended to sell everyone on how lucrative this project was going to be for everyone.
Everyone.
When they showed the concept art, this gigantic Indian palace, ... surrounded by jungle, ...
Why is he putting capitals?
staffed with men and women in loincloths and tribal gear, ... Well, suffice to say, everyone flipped their shit.
All the tables were flipped, all the chairs were flipped.
They were
I'm
crapping everywhere,
my
flipping
shit.
it.
God, loincloths. Who the fuck wears one of them apart from Tarzan?
Did they flip their shit, or did they flip the script? Flip mode. Flip mode is the greatest. We're talking about a large Indian palace, jungle and loincloths, not only in the centre of a relatively wealth area. I'll read that again. Not only in the centre of a relatively wealth area, but also a somewhat xenophobic area of the southern USA.
Xenomorphs.
It was
That's why. Xenomorphs.
questionable mix at that point in history. One member of the crowd tried to storm the stage, but he was quickly subdued by security after he managed to break one of the...
Was the security carrying guns in case they saw something that made people want to kill themselves?
Why would a guy storm the stage? Oh my god, this is an outrage. Oh, I'm going to storm the stage
Attractive
and
people with
totally
long
punch the
gloves.
guy in the face.
What year was this supposed to be made? The 50s?
Ridiculous. This didn't happen in Margate, did it? For God's sake.
Disney took that community and essentially broke it over its knee as well. The houses were razed, the land was cleared. Raised, perhaps I've misinterpreted, but generally when I see the word raised, I think burnt to the ground. Like the Disney Corporation sack a city.
Well,
The descendants of Genghis Khan, Disney.
well, Disney did, as you full well know, create a mouse that suicided people, and Hitler used that in the war. You see,
They're going to use it against it. But going back to your raise, I'm just going to picture Vikings, but instead of the horn helmets, they got
Me, I think the ears. Those Disneyland fucking hats. It's like savages, with, like ties and Disney hats.
So at some point, Disney they mixed up Mickey Mouse with Odin.
Just imagine going, I'm sorry, one of the CEOs of Disney is like, I'm sorry, sir, but the locals rejected the idea. They did what? I will make slaves of their children and rape their women. Put them to the sword.
It's like Disney executives doing a blood eagle on someone. Alright, look at blood eagle if you don't know what that is. They literally rub salt in the wound. They had dicks like that.
And there wasn't a damn thing anyone could do or say about it.
No, against the horde
I'm pretty sure they probably was
burning
something.
down those churches.
Local TV and newspapers were against the resort at the beginning, but some insane connections between Disney's media holdings and the local venues came into play, and their opinions turned on a dime.
What?
Because it's all part of a wider conspiracy, you see. Because Obama and John McCain are actually two parts of the same two-headed beast that sit on the throne of hell.
Whoa.
So anyway, Treasure Island, the Bahamas. Disney sunk those millions in and then split. The same thing happened with Mowgli's Palace. Construction was complete. Visitors actually stayed at the resort. The surrounding communities were flooded with traffic, and the usual annoyances associated with an influx of lost and irate tourists. Then it all just stopped. Disney shut it down and nobody knew what the hell to think. But they were pretty happy about it. Disney's loss was pretty hilarious and wonderful to a large group of folks who didn't want this in the first place. It just occurred to me, but this is paragraphed really weirdly. Like every couple of sentences is a complete paragraph in this story.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's not important. I just noticed. Hey, I'm clutching at straws here because honestly, the story's not that bad.
Not yet.
It's okay. I honestly didn't give the place another thought since hearing it closed over a decade ago. I live maybe 4 hours from Emerald Isle.
Emerald Hill Zone, get it right.
So really, I only heard the rumblings and didn't experience any of it firsthand. Then I read this article from someone who had explored the Treasure Island Resort and posted a whole blog about all the crazy shit he found there.
I know who it was. It was Tom. It was Tom.
It was Tome. Stuff just ... left behind. Things smashed, defaced, probably ruined by the disgruntled former employees who had lost their job. Hell, the locals from all round probably had a hand in wrecking the place. People there just felt as angry about the Treasure Island as folks here did about Mowgli's Palace. Plus, there were rumours that Disney had released their aquarium stock into the local waters when they closed... including sharks.
Oh god, it was the sharks all along!
Because, they couldn't find someone to buy a shark. Because, Disney just like pissing away money.
Yeah, because I can imagine there weren't any drug dealers around the area who wanted a fucking shark. I mean, for God's sake, if I was, I'm not. I would like a shark.
Toby, you're totally a drug dealer, and not only
a fucking
drug dealers.
baron, like.
Oh yeah, a baron for Crohn's disease tablets. Come around, man, if you want to cure Crohn's cured. Whatever words I was trying to say there.
I don't know what you tried saying. It was like you were a living creepypasta.
You
right
said
there.
like if I wanted a Crohn's liqueur.
Crohn's liqueur.
I definitely don't want to eat that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Toby makes them with his butt.
Neither do I. Who wouldn't want to take?
I was like, they let the. I mean, this is Disney for fuck's sake. I mean, they've raised a city to the ground and released sharks.
So is he?
I'm sorry. Is this when you type Disney? Did you mean to type umbrella?
Yeah. Who was running Disney at this point? Scaramanga.
Scorpio.
Who wouldn't want to take a few swings at some merchandise after that? And I don't know, begin a sustained police investigation.
You could destroy it, or you could steal it and sell it and make money.
Well, what I'm getting at is that this blog about Treasure Island got me thinking. Even though many years had passed since its closing, I figured it might be cool to do some urban exploration at Mowgli's palace.
Means looting.
Some urban scrumping.
Scrumping for cars.
Take some photos, write about my experience, and probably see if there was anything I could take home as a memento.
He was going to steal.
I'm not going to say I wasted no time in getting there, because honestly it took me another year after I first found out the Treasure Island article to get around to going up to Emerald Isle.
So.
Over the course of that year, I did a lot of research on the Palace Resort, ... or rather I tried to. Naturally, no official Disney site or resource made any mention of the place, because it's made up. That had been scrubbed clean.
Fucking scrubs.
Get wrecked, scrub.
No.
Even odder, however, was that nobody before myself had apparently thought to blog about the place, or even post a photo.
Aren't you special?
None of the local TV or newspaper sites had one word to say about the place. Though that was to be expected, since they all swung Disney's way. What was that, like a sexuality joke?
Yep.
They wouldn't
straight gay or Disney.
They wouldn't be out there lauding their embarrassment, you know. Recently, I learned that corporations can actually ask Google, for example, to remove links from search results. ... Basically for no good reason. Looking back, it's probably not that nobody spoke of the resort, but rather their words were made inaccessible.
Go on Google, mate.
This is actually set in the same continuity as 1984.
Also, Google's the only search engine.
Yeah.
Why don't we pretend, right, that we are the inventors of hentai and we want it all removed? All removed.
Yeah, let's just say, like, you know what? We're actually just say like we're from Nintendo and we want this image of Luigi who's pregnant with a fucking foxtail. Put it up on the screen. It exists.
No. That's horrible.
We want this removed from the internet at once. If I had to look at it, all you cunts of you fucking 15,000 arseholes have got to look at it as well.
Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! I want all of you to look at it!
Don't call our fans assholes.
The genuine disgust on your face.
It's not nice. We haven't got to that point. We're not fucking what's his name? Oh, the guy who can't
Alright,
play
gamer.
games.
Darkside Phil.
Yeah, we're not Darkside Phil. Oh my god, guys! Stop using ad blocker.
It's
Come
stealing.
on.
But please, guys, ad blocker is totally stealing. Please don't use it.
Yeah, unlike you.
Fucking do what you want, mate. Do what you want, because do what
It's
you
like
want.
fucking the little hand in the corner of my screen that says 24 next to it. And it's like, damn it, where's the carpet app that I can sweep that under?
So in the end, and I could barely find the place. So all I had to go on was as old as hell map I recently received in the mail back in the 90s. Right? It was a professional item sent out to the people who have recently been to Disney World. And I guess since I had been there in the late 80s, that was recent in quotation marks.
I didn't really intend to hang on to it. It just got shoved in with my books and comics from my childhood. I'd only remembered it months into my research. And even then, it took me another few weeks to locate the storage bin my parents had shoved it all into. But I did find it.
Of course it did.
Locals were no help, as most were transplants who had moved to the beach in recent years, ... or old residents who just sneered at me and made rude gestures the second I managed to say, where would I find Mowgli's ... The drive took me through an inordinately long corridor of overgrowth. Tropical plants that had run rampant and overpopulated the area, mixed with the native species of flora that actually belonged there and had tried to reclaim the land.
Is this one of them stories where if you take all the capital letters and you put them together, it makes something completely different? Like John Cena.
There's some real purple prose going on here, isn't there?
Yep.
We should actually grab all the capital at the end of the story. We should go all the capital letters, words, and see if it makes a sense.
That should be something. That should be something we make Toby do.
Yes. I was in awe when I reached the front gates of the resort. Tremendous monolithic wooden gates.
It's the monolith from 2001.
Who
I was
supports...
going to say it's the gates from Jurassic Park. They open up and then there's we genetically engineered the dinosaur.
You do realise
Might control other dinosaurs and turn invisible.
Get over it, Matt. The movie sucked. Okay, whose supports to either side look like they must have been cut from giant sequoias. Sorry, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong.
I think sequoias are like the right. Those super trees. I think that's the right way of saying it.
The gate itself, I'd actually never heard the word before.
Really?
The gate itself had been gouged in several places by woodpeckers and eaten away at the base by burrowing insects. Hanging, I think I said the image is quite nice. Hanging on the gate. Sorry, we're supposed to be making fun of this, aren't we? fucking marvelous purple prose here.
Talk about those faggoty doors. Ooh, let's spend 20 minutes on that.
Oh, the door was sexy. That's a joke we make sometimes. Hanging on the gate was a sheet of metal. Some random scrap with hand-painted letters scrawled in the back. Abandoned by Disney.
Now there's the title.
Title drop.
Clearly the handiwork. Is that how you spell handiwork?
Yeah.
It doesn't look right to me. Probably is right though. Of some past local or an employee who wanted to make some small protest.
Or Jeff the Killer.
It's always Jeff the Killer.
He'd stopped by with his best friend Slenderman to record it with his camera he'd stolen.
The gates were open enough to walk through, but not drive. So grabbing my digital camera and the map, whose flip side showed a layout of the resort, I set off on foot. The inner grounds of the palace were just as overgrown as the entryway. Palm trees stood unattended and ragged among piles of their own coconuts. Sounds a bit rude.
Sounds a bit dirty if you ask me.
Sounds a bit like bum, doesn't it? Banana plants similarly stood in their own stinking, bug-riddled refuse. There was the sort of
when they let it rot away for like 10 years
between order and chaos, as carefully planted rows of perennial flowers mixed with obnoxious tall weeds and stinking blackened mushrooms. All that remained of any outdoor structures were broken, rotting wood and various charred bits of unidentifiable material. What was most likely an information booth or an outdoor bar was now simply a pile of assorted debris, chopped up by past vandalism and ravaged by weather. Nothing funny to say here. The most interesting thing on the ground was a statue of Baloo, the friendly bear from the Jungle Book, which stood in a sort of courtyard in front of the main building. He was frozen in a jovial wave towards no one, staring into empty space with a silly toothy grin as bird shit covered whole swaths of his fur and vines ensnared his platform.
Did he have blood red eyes?
I love the way Slime Beast does this a lot in his stories. He'll use a lot of like sort of again like purple prose and like really nice imagery, and then just drop like vulgarity in there somewhere. Just like, you know,
the bird was shitting in Baloo's mouth. The smile on his face gave it as if he was approving. That dirty, dirty boy. Tailspin.
Yeah, I mean that was DuckTales. You just shouted Tailspin. Oh, that's Tailspin. I approached the main building, the palace, only to find the outside of the building covered in graffiti, where the original paint hadn't peeled and chipped away. The front doors weren't just open, they had been taken off their hinges and were stolen.
Who steals a door? Honestly.
Who doesn't steal a door?
Door fetishists steal doors.
Yes,
Toby,
course, you know.
we've been over this.
Which all started with the Loire bandwagon.
Yeah. Above the front doors, or the gaping maw where they had been, someone had once again painted, "Abandoned by Disney." I wish I could tell you about all the awesome stuff I saw inside the palace. Forgotten statues, abandoned cash registered, full-fledged secret society of homeless bums, ... But no. The inside of the building was so stark, so bare, that I actually think people had stolen the moulding off the walls. Anything that was too big to steal, counters, desks, giant fake trees, they were all resting amid this empty echo chamber that amplified my every step like a slow rat-a-tat of a machine gun. What a strange simile.
What strange words.
Also, if he's going to call something an echo chamber, really this belongs on Wattpad, where everyone's nice about everyone's shitty stories. I checked the floor plan and headed to all the locations that might seem in any way interesting.
Oh boy, TV land!
The kitchen was as you'd imagine, ... An industrial food prep area with all the appliances and space. No expenses spared.
And a black hole.
Also, Massive wooden gates, no expenses spared. This is Jurassic Park.
I was expecting like he can get trapped in the kitchen and get attacked by some raptors.
Go back and watch Jurassic Park and see how many times John Hammond says, we spared no expense. It's more times than what you think.
Every glass surface was broken, every door knocked off its hinges, every metal surface kicked and dented, till the entire place smelled like very old piss.
Except this one window.
The huge freezer, not even remotely cool now, had row upon row of empty shelf space. Hooks hung from the ceiling, probably for hanging cuts of meat, and as I stood inside for a moment, I noticed they were swinging. Each hook swung in a random direction, but the movements were so slow and small that it was almost impossible to see.
But me, with my mega eyes, caught it as soon as I walked in the room. Because I am the world's greatest detective. I am Batman.
I figured it had been caused by my footsteps, so I stopped one from swinging by clutching it in my fist, then carefully letting go. But within seconds it started swinging once more. The bathrooms were in much the same state as the rest of the place.
They were like the hooks of the toilets were swinging. They're swaying back and forth slightly. Goes, oh no wonder this place is shut down.
Just like the Treasure Island Resort, someone had methodically smashed each porcelain commode with coconuts and other implements. I don't think you could smash a toilet with a coconut.
Oh,
I think the coconut might lose that contest eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true though.
Especially if it's the guy's just using the one. Maybe it was actually a story of the guy, it's all been shut down, and one guy's like, one last coconut to hit the road. And he's like, alright, tries to crack it open on the... That's not working. Messes it. Oh shit, good thing's coming back. And then it's this whole hilarious story about this one guy trying to get this one coconut open.
He smashed all the windows, all the walls, all the sweat dripping off of his balls. And still he couldn't have cracked that coconut. One toilet? Oh, that's it, mate.
There was about a half inch of rancid, stinking, stagnant water on the floor, so I didn't stay there for very long. What's odd is that the toilets and the sinks, and in parentheses, and the bidets in the ladies' room, yes, I went there.
Pervert!
I love the way
fucking
he wrote, yes, I went there, and it kind of sounds like, not that like I went in the bathroom, but like, yeah, I went there.
Yeah, I went to the girls' toilet, and I dressed up like a lady. I tucked my dick back. Oh, look at me, I'm a lady. Yeah, I went there.
All dripped, leaked, or just ran freely. It seemed to me that they should have shut the water off long ago. There were plenty of rooms in the resort, but naturally I didn't have time to look through them all. The few I did peer into were similarly wrecked, and I didn't expect to find anything here. I thought there was actually a television or radio in one room, as I really think I heard a quiet conversation coming out. Though it was like a whisper.
Careless whisper.
Probably my own mind breathing, echoing in the silence, or just another case of the sound of flowing water playing tricks on my mind. This is what it sounded like. 1. I didn't believe it. 2.
Because that sounds...
Short,
like
unknown reply. 1. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. 2. Your father told you. 1. Unknown reply, or possibly just weeping. I know, that sounds ridiculous. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what I experienced. Why I thought there might have been something running in that room, or worse, some vagrants who would hold up in there and probably would have knifed me.
Why don't I investigate this abandoned place in the middle of nowhere? Oh wait, there might be some knifey homeless people about. Oh, good thing I, brought my very stabbable jacket with me.
At the front doors of the palace again, I figured I hadn't found anything of note and had wasted the trip up. As I looked out the door, I noticed something interesting in the courtyard that I had apparently missed. Something that would give me at least one thing to show for my trouble, even if it was just a photograph.
Look at this photograph!
Why wouldn't you be taking photographs all the time? Like, did you only buy a cheap disposable one?
There as a lifelike statue.
I pulled this out of a drawer. It's still got my last holiday photos on it. So I only got 3 shots. I really don't want to waste them.
And then you take the last shot, you bring one. Oh god, it takes.
Oh, I forgot to put the flash
a
on.
Lifelike statue of a python, maybe 80 feet long, coiled up and sunning itself on a pedestal right in the centre of the area. It was almost time for the sun to start setting, so the light fell on the object in the perfect way for a photograph. I approached the python and snapped a photo. Then I stood on my toes and snapped another. I moved closer again to get the detail of its face. Slowly, casually, the python lifted its head, looked directly into my eyes, turned and slithered off the pedestal, across the grass and into the trees.
What?
All 80 feet of it. It's a new paragraph, but they're talking about the same thing. All 80 feet of it. It had long disappeared into the woods before its tail even left the sunning spot. Disney had released all their exotic animals onto the grounds. Right there on my floor plan map was Reptile House.
Reptile House.
I should have known.
Robot House.
I'd read about the sharks at Treasure Isle. I should have known they'd done this. Excuse me, I should have known they'd done this. I was dumbfounded, just utterly stupefied. My mouth must have been hanging open from the longest time before I came back down to earth and snapped it shut. I blinked a few times and backed away from where the snake had been, back towards the palace. Even though it was totally gone, I still wasn't taking any chances and backed my way into the building. It took a few deep breaths and slaps to my own face to get myself right in the head again after that.
Surely though,
That's chicken
if
waffles.
this character, we're going to call him Slime Beast, went there, he would have known beforehand that this is a very real possibility that he could have encountered a snake. So why is he suddenly getting really irate over finding?
Yeah, I'll go back to my paragraph of the homeless people, the stabby homeless people. He thought he was going to run into.
Surely you're going to equip a knife or something.
Equip? He's not a fucking video game character.
This does kind of feel like a survival horror, doesn't it? Like you've arrived at the scene after something's happened.
It seems like it's one you might get on Steam these days. Like you just.
It's Outlast. That's what it is. You've only got a camera.
Like it's a first-person like spook 'em up or whatever they call them.
Spook 'em up. It's Slander the Arrival. Where are we?
Alright, I don't know, but I'm really worried that Slander Moon is going to show up now, Toby, because you said his name.
Camera.
No, I have to say it 2 more
He's going
times.
to show up and he's going to show up and do Riverdance. And his proxy, Michael Flatley. I looked for a place to sit down, as my legs were feeling a bit like jelly at this point. Of course, there was no place to sit down unless I wanted to recline into the broken glass and dead leaf carpet or haul myself up onto a desk of questionable reliability. I had seen some stairs near the palace's lobby and decided to go have a seat there until I felt better.
Wouldn't you be... Well, I've just seen a fuck-off big snake that I thought was a statue. Time to get the fuck out of here.
The staircase was far enough away from the front of the building to be relatively clean. Save for a startling accumulation of dust, I pulled a wedge of metal off the wall, once again painted with the "Abandoned by Disney" motto I'd become accustomed to. I placed the wedge on the stairs and sat on it to keep at least somewhat clean. The stairway led downward, below ground level. Using my camera flash as a sort of improvised flashlight, I could see that the staircase ended in a metal mesh door with a padlock.
You went to an abandoned building without a fucking flashlight. Jesus Christ.
I did, because I remember he's like, I came up with this idea, and then a year later I planned it all
You
out.
had a year of planning and you didn't bring a fucking flashlight. You're a moron.
He didn't bring a flashlight, anything to defend himself against, like, the, horde of homeless people.
And hit the clown.
Or he didn't even tell anyone where he was going.
Yeah, totally didn't.
A sign on the door, ... A real sign, ... read, "Mascots only! Thank you!"
Oh, it's about to turn into Five Nights at Freddy's.
This perked
It's getting a fucking book for some reason.
Really?
This
Yes.
perked up my... Isn't it getting a film as well?
Yes.
So sad. This perked up my spirits a little bit, for 2 reasons. 1, a mascots-only area would have definitely had some interesting stuff back in the day, ... 2, the padlock was still in place. Nobody had gone down there. Not the vandals, not the looters, nobody.
How do you know that someone hasn't already cracked open the lock, bashed their way in there, and then sort of like gone, oh, this is awesome, I'll keep it for myself, and then got another padlock and locked it up?
This is one place I could actually, quote,
so-
explore, and
Apart
perhaps
from the other
find something interesting to photograph or wantonly steal. I had come to the palace essentially agreeing with myself that it was okay to take anything I wanted because, hey, abandoned.
by Disney.
It didn't take much to bust a lock. Well, actually,
Or
that's
bust
wrong.
a move.
It didn't take much to bust the metal plate on the wall that the padlock was hooked to. Time and decay had done most of the work for me, and I was able to bend that metal plate enough to pull the screws out of the wall, something no one else had apparently thought of or hadn't been able to do at the time.
Because I was going to say, you're Clark Kent.
The mascots-only area was a startling
So startled.
and very welcome change from the rest of the building I'd seen. For one, every second or third fluorescent light overhead was illuminated, even though they flickered and faded randomly. There's still power
Yeah,
to
I was
the
going to say,
building.
no way would there still be power.
Also, nothing had been stolen or broken, even if age and exposure were definitely taking their toll. Mind you, the water's still running as well, isn't it? It's really weird. Tables had no pads and pens. There were clocks, ... even a punch-in clock on the wall, complete with a fold-out time cards. Chairs were scattered around, and there was even a small break room with an old static-filled television and long rotted-out food and drink on the counters. It's like one of those post-apocalyptic movies where everything is left in the state of evacuation.
Or Fallout?
Or the Mary Celeste. As I walked the maze-like sub-basement hallways of the mascots-only area, the sights just became more and more interesting. As I went further, desks and tables were knocked over, papers scattered and almost melded with the damp floor, and a large carpet of mould was slowly overtaking the real rotting crimson floor covering. Ew. Everything was just sort of, quote, squishy. Anything wood disintegrated into mush when I applied even the least amount of force, and clothing items hanging on hooks in one of the rooms simply fell to moist threads if I tried to unhook them.
What?
One thing that annoyed me was the light was becoming more sparse and unreliable as I went further into the dark.
You fucking
I'm
idiot.
so annoyed about this 10-year-old abandoned, place. The lights are getting. I'm giving this a bad review on Metacritic when I get back.
Metacritic? Fucking TripAdvisor, mate. Ridiculous. How can you get annoyed? I mean, you should be surprised the fact there is even fucking power still running.
Or
Jesus,
bring
where?
the torch next time.
Yeah.
He didn't bring anything apparently. He's
No.
got a camera,
You just thought one day,
which
I'll
he used
drive up
twice.
I went further into the dank, suffocating depths of that place.
there. Dank weed.
Eventually,
Yankee Kang.
I reached a black and yellow striped door with the words "Character Prep 1" stenciled
Beware
on
of
it.
bees.
The door wouldn't open at first. I figured this was probably where the costumes were kept, and I definitely wanted a photograph of that twisted, stinking mess. Try as I might, whatever angle or trick I tried, the door wouldn't budge.
What trick? Like, he pulls out a pack of cards, put it up the door, pick a card. Oh, he's not falling for it.
Is this your card? Holy shit!
That is, until I gave up and started to walk away. That was when there was a slight popping sound and the door creaked open slowly.
Seeing as I was a human being with common sense, I immediately ran the fuck away because a door that I couldn't get through suddenly opening means bad news. Possibly a hobo stabbing.
Inside, the room was completely dark, pitch black.
Good Vin Diesel movie, you should watch it.
I used the
Got
camera
it 'cause of
flash
Riddick.
to look for a light switch in the wall by the door, but there was nothing. As I made my search, I was jarred out of my senses of it. I was jarred out of my sense of
Hit by a jar.
excitement by a loud electrical buzz. Rows of lights overhead suddenly flashed to life, flickering and fading in and out like the rest I had passed. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, and it seemed like the light was going to keep getting brighter until all the bulbs exploded. ... But just when I thought it would reach that critical stage, the lights dimmed a bit and steadied. The room was exactly as I'd pictured it. Various Disney costumes hung on the walls, fully put together like strange cartoon cadavers hung from invisible nooses. There was an entire rack of loincloths and native clothes
I'm going to storm the
hangers
stage for
towards
this
the
one.
back. Loincloths, despicable. What I found odd, and what I wanted to photograph right away, was a Mickey Mouse costume at the centre of the room. Unlike the other costumes, it was lying on its back in the centre of the floor like a murder victim.
It seemed to have a Viking head, but with Mickey ears.
Also, the centre in the centre. The fur on the costume was rotten and shedding, creating bare patches. What was even odder, however, was the colouring of the costume. It was like a photo negative of the actual Mickey Mouse.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Black where he should be white and white where he should be black.
So spooky, you know.
It's African American.
Reverse Mickey, holy shit.
His normally red overalls were light blue.
He's Mario.
The sight was off-putting enough that I actually put off photographing the thing until last.
What? Why?
I took a picture of the costumes hanging from walls, upward angles, downward angles, side shots to show an entire row of frozen, putrid cartoon faces, some with plastic eyes missing. Then I decided to stage a shot, just one of the bedraggled characters' heads on the slick, grimy floor. I reached for the headpiece of Donald Duck and carefully removed it so the thing wouldn't fall apart in my hands. As I looked into the face of the wide-eyed, mouldering head, a loud clattering sound made me jump with affright.
I'd shit at myself.
I looked down at my feet, and there between my shoes was a human skull. It had fallen out of the mascot head and shattered into pieces at me feet.
I was Northern! All along he was Northern!
The mascot head and shattered into pieces at me feet. That's a matter.
Hey,
I can't believe he wrote me feet. Semicolon. Only the empty face and lower jaw remained, comma, staring up at me. I dropped to the duck head immediately, as you'd expect, and moved for the door. As I stood in the doorway, I looked back to the skull on the floor. I had to take a picture of it, you know?
Yeah.
I had to.
He's so frightened of it.
Hattie.
For any number of reasons that may seem silly, but only if you don't think it through. I don't think the story is calling for people to read it, to think it through. I'd need proof of what happened, especially if Disney was going to somehow make this go away. I had no doubt in my mind, right from the start, that even if this was just gross negligence, Disney was responsible for this. That's when Mickey, that photo negative opposite Mickey,
Nigger
in
mouse.
the middle of the floor, started to get up.
Oh, go away, really?
What? First sitting up, then climbing to its feet.
Then dancing.
The Mickey Mouse costume ... or whoever was inside of it stood there at the centre of the room, its fake face just staring directly at me as I mumbled no ... over and over ...
No.
When with shaking hands, a violent thrashing heart and legs that once again turned to jelly, I managed to lift the camera up and aim at the opposite creature, now quietly sizing me up. The digital camera screen displayed only dead pixels in the shape of the thing. It was a perfect silhouette of the Mickey costume as the camera moved in my unsteady hands. The dead pixels spread, marring the screen wherever Mickey's outline moved to. Then the camera died, went black and quiet, and ... broken. I raised my eyes once again to the Mickey Mouse costume.
Hey!
It said in a hushed,
Thanks, Toad.
perverted but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice.
Want to see my head come off? Ha ha!
It started to pull at its own head, working its clumsy glove-clad fingers around its neck with clawing, impatient movements, similar to a wounded man trying to pull himself free of a predator's jaws. ...
Predator.
As it worked its digits into its neck ... so much blood ... New paragraph. So much thick, chunky yellow blood ...
At least
So,
it's not red.
so Nega Mouse is filled with custard.
I turned away as I heard a sickening tearing of cloth and flesh ... Only cared about getting away. Above the doorway of this room, I saw the final message clawed into the metal with bone or fingernails ...
Abandoned by Space Dad.
I never got the picture out of my camera.
It says abandoned by God.
I never wrote
That's what I said.
the blog entry about it. After I ran from that place, fled for my sanity, if not for my very life, I knew why Disney didn't want anyone to know about this place. Really? Because I don't fucking understand what just happened.
I don't.
They didn't want anyone like me getting in. They didn't want anything like that getting out. That's the whole story. All right. Shall we read comments before we give our thoughts? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
also a somewhat xenophobic area of the southern USA. Brilliant. Your story was doing just fine. ... So that was that was your problem with Abandoned by Disney? Was the
xenophobic Americans stop the fucking presses?
Unholy Lord says, my absolute favourite. English, 10 out of 10.
Nice.
Bullshit.
Aside from the spelling mistakes and things we pointed out. There's
Creepiness!
There's some time I haven't read this, but I don't see any problems. Creepiness, 10 out of 10. So creepy.
Much creep.
Scariness.
Custard Mouse is terrifying.
Scariness, 10 out of 10. One of the only pastas that actually scare you.
Totally scared
Don't
me.
put you, alright? Don't speak for us. That scared you, as in me. Write me. Don't write that. Don't write you. The story itself is 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'll give it
Overall, 10 out of 10. This is the best pasta I have ever read. Go fuck yourself.
Epic Armies, simply, it's a one-word review. Whoa. And as well, so sort of emulating the author's style there. Spectacular, 9 out of 10. One of the creepiest and eeriest pastas of all time, 9 out of 10. One of my favourites. Generally, people really like it. What did we think of it?
Right up until Custard Nega Mouse turned up, I would say about 6, 7.
It takes so long to describe everything, which is fair enough, yeah, I get that. But all that build up for Neg Mouse? Really?
Yeah.
Come on! You could have had something better, like, I don't know.
I could have just left it up to the
Mecha Hitler.
Yeah, could have just left it up to the ambience instead of custard-filled Neg Mouse.
Yeah. What's weird as well is that once Custard Neg Mouse shows up, he just does a runner and that's the end of the story, and like we're still left clueless. So it's like that it doesn't know whether it wants to be all mysterious, but then it throws a monster in there, and then it still tries to be mysterious. I used this comparison once on a podcast I'm about to use, but I'll say it again because obviously more people watch this than watch the podcasts. I actually really liked it. I probably liked it more than you guys did, for the most part. I thought, though it had some problems like all creepypastas do. And I always say we're not grading on a curve, but if we were to compare this to other creepypastas, a lot of them are dead on arrival. This one absolutely wasn't. But what it reminded me of is, because it was atmospheric, but you know when you're...
It's not dead on arrival, it's got like crippling stab wounds.
Yeah, you know when you're a kid and you're in creative writing class and you're doing really well, you're just lost in your story and it's really good work and you're really there, and your teacher goes, all right, you know it's got to be a complete story that you have to hand in. And your teacher goes, all right, 10 minutes left, guys. And you go, shit, I'm nowhere near finishing my story. And you go, fucking Mickey Mouse was there, and he was inverted, and his head came off, and he was full of yellow blood. Yeah. And,
because I'm really looking forward to lunch.
yeah, because it's lunchtime after this period. That's what it felt like. It felt like he had a really good story, and he lost interest.
And Mickey Mouse returned to Valhalla, where he will slumber eternally.
Abandoned by Odin.
I mean, it was alright, wasn't it?
Basically, whenever I've got a...
I mean, we got some laughs out of it, but...
Also, I got like a knee-jerk reaction to any creepypasta that basically will bring in God at the last minute. Like, you know, it's like, oh, what this toy? It's like, I am God! Any of that shit.
Yeah. It's supposed to scare people. I think as well, it's I think maybe because we're English and therefore most people in England aren't religious.
Or not religious compared to Americans.
Yeah, so we're not... It doesn't really resonate with English people too much, that kind of thing. But a lot of these stories are written by Americans. I think Slime Beast is American.
When the idea that God might have abandoned you or be evil or something.
Yeah, like that's scary to a lot of people who are interested in religion. But I think English people in general...
You just get on with it.
Yeah,
fine, I can go my own tea time.
Yeah, we're not really interested in God because most people accept that.
We got over that already. We've already had the... we've built enough cathedrals and he's not, you know...
Yeah, I think most English people have accepted that he probably doesn't exist. So.
God's abandoned me. Thank God now I can start masturbating.
Okay, so Abandoned by Disney. Yeah, it was all right. Like we had a good laugh reading it, but honestly, it was okay. It was a shit ending and a couple of problems with it. But honestly, for this website, yeah, I can see why this hasn't been deleted.
Then Jacob, why is it on bad creepypasta? Is it just for the traffic?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Boom! Season 4, bitches!
Hello guys and welcome to another exciting instalment of Oh My God, Toby's dad's computer is shit. So shit in fact that we're reading this story on Internet Explorer, the only browser he has.
Oh.
This story was
It's not the worst of his crimes, but it's up there.
Fuck's sake.
Was requested by Jaeger Tiedemann. I think it's could be Tiedemann.
Tiedemann!
It's requested by Saul Spooderman, attorney at law. Okay. And it's called How I Met a Terrible Fate.
How I Met Your Mother, for some reason,
terrible fate.
In the future, his name is Bob Saget, or he's voiced by Bob Saget.
By Pat Sajak. He sent us other story, but it was deleted from the wiki, so I'm going to read this one instead. Some say the Nintendo 64 is one of the best systems ever made by Nintendo. I would agree with those people. That is, as long as they're not referring to a Nintendo 64 I stumbled across one day.
I don't know why they would.
They're probably not referring to a specific console, no.
Yeah. Do you remember that cursed one? That was great, wasn't it? Nintendo and their wizardry.
Yeah, I remember the Nintendo 64 Double D. That was great.
While on a vacation, I remember your mum's Double Ds, Toby. Those are fantastic. While on a vacation...
It's been a while since we've done one of those jokes. It's the first one on the show.
I was in a small township one day.
It was a town in a ship.
Yeah,
it went across the seas. It was very interesting.
This guy just lives in some shithole country like South Africa. Immediately, millions of South African subscribers.
I think you've got more things to worry about if you're living in South Africa.
I saw a green building called Antique Shop. Generic, right?
Yes! Why don't you do something about it, writer?
I noticed a GameCube and a copy of Ikaruga in the window. So I decided to visit the shop.
So I decided to buy.
When I get cartridge. So I decided to visit the shop. I asked the shopkeeper what video games he sold, and he claimed to sell Super NES and GameCube titles in the back. I don't own a Super NES, and literally no one calls it that. And looking through the first GameCube titles, all I saw was some sports titles and that Aquaman game everyone hates.
What?
I know the game it means, actually. It's awful. What's the GameCube doing with antiques, anyway? Seems disrespectful, ... Yeah, it's almost like it's old. I was about ready to give up.
Like, what's your definition of disrespectful? Mine's usually like someone like desecrating a grave, not, oh, we're selling this.
We do live in a day and age, though, where everyone's offended by everything.
And we don't care.
I mean, just look at Jacob getting that beer. For some
I'm
reason,
so offended that he's...
A feminist has just been triggered. Trigonometry.
Drinking beer and his wife beater.
I was about ready to give up on this store when I saw what looked like the box to a game console. I reached for it, and it was a Nintendo 64 box. Yet, something was different. Somebody had slapped a post-it note on the box that said, Terror!
That's fucking deterrent, isn't it?
It was put over the Tendo. And what's really amazing is that they've capitalised the T in Tendo, like that is in and of itself a noun. A proper noun, rather. so that the name was now Nintera 64.
Wow. I want an Nintera 64.
Toby, can we sue the writer of this story for giving us all several inoperable tumours? The box felt surprisingly light, almost as if the box was empty. I decided that I would buy the box.
Why? If it's got no fucking console in it. I decided to buy some air. I could have just gone down the road, buy some Lays or Walkers, whatever the fuck they're called in your country, and buy some air instead. No.
Wait. I'm utterly confused, right? I decided that I would buy the box so I could carry my Nintendo 64 in a box.
What?
Instead of a Barnes & Noble tote bag. So, like, this story's supposed to be about a Nintendo 64 he stumbled across, but he's already got one, and all he did was buy a scary box. Sorry, have I missed something?
You know what? We struck gold. That's what's happened. Keep reading.
Right. When I gave the box to the clerk, when I get cartridge, it is Pokemon Black. When I gave the box to the clerk, all he did was frown and say it was $2. Apparently the same person who thinks a GameCube is a thing of the past, like it is, also likes to charge for an empty box. That is, I thought it was empty.
Oh.
How would you not be able to tell?
When I brought it to the hotel room, I got my regular Nintendo 64 and opened the box. I was shocked to find an actual Nintendo 64 console controller cable setup and a copy of Mario 64 in the box.
Oh my god, hang on. What's this in the cartridge slot? Oh, it's $100. Hang on a sec. What's underneath the N64? A pack of Stella. Holy shit.
Like, so, does this, like...
If somebody charged me for Stella Artois, I'd send it back and ask for a refund.
So, I'm going on the theory that this person has no, nerves. So you can, it goes, oh, this box is empty because I can't feel the weight of something in it.
Why it felt so light carrying it home, I have no idea. I compared the two Nintendo 64s, both of which looked the same. Then I saw the box of the consoles where the Nintendo customer service number is. Well, I can't remember what the real number of the hotline is. I remember the Nintera 64's number was a different phone number.
Let me guess, does it have 666 in it?
I don't know, because fucking Internet Explorer, well done Toby's dad, has actually put the fucking the banner for the wiki halfway down the story and not at the top, so it actually covers what the number is.
Take a screenshot.
I'm afraid to press any keys on this piece of shit.
Hang on, look, let's copy and paste it. Just.
I decided to play the copy of SM64.
Isn't that a thing?
I'll look it up on my phone. I think it's safer. You keep them reading. I'll tell you the number later.
It came with the Fun Machine, which is in quotation marks for reasons unknown to me. I noticed there was a file in File A that showed 113 stars. I opened a new file in File B. Everything was how it should be until I decided to open the castle door. It was locked. I kept running towards the door, but nothing happened. After 2.5 minutes, it finally opened. Mate, do you know what the definition of insanity is?
Actually, it's something different from that, but go on.
The worst was yet to come.
The number was 100 116 fucking wiki 3527. Did that really need to?
Does it add up to 666 or some shit?
No, probably not. I'm pretty sure we don't even need that number.
I've even forgotten the number already.
It's Hotline Bling. That's what it is.
I call it Hotline Bling.
Where are we?
Toby, you know that you used to call me on my cell phone. The worst was yet to come.
It always is.
When I entered the building, the coins then... What's a coins then? Proofread turned into sticks of some sort. I decided to relive my childhood by going to the castle courtyard to look at the L is Real 2401 statue. There were boos already at the statue, which was odd as I didn't have a boo lead me to the courtyard, and I had zilch number of stars on me.
Your childhood sounded incredibly boring.
I decided to talk to the first toad in the castle, because toads are awesome.
Yeah, they got a whole fucking army.
And he only said this.
I gotta try and do the toad voice! Is that the toad voice?
It's annoying, so
That'll
yes.
do, yeah.
Oh no! That's the only thing I could do in Toad.
Mario!
And he only said this.
I saw Bowser, all skinny like in the distance. His eyes looked with another toad's eyes. And the beast opened his mouth. He ran over and crushed the doomed little fungus with his bare hands.
His massive bear cock.
You can't escape the grip now, Darb.
What the fuck is Darb?
Actually, you say that because the next sentence is Darb? Who's Darb? Either
Fucking
way,
hell.
I was
Oh,
figuring.
I thought you said dog. So like, yo, dog.
The old double G.
I was figuring out the game was hacked, but sadly, I was figuring out this game was hacked, but sadly I kept playing. What? How is that sad? I jumped through the Babom battlefield picture, selected the King Babom mission.
Smoke weed every day, day. So that's the music.
And didn't hear any Mario quote. The sky in the level was grey.
Yeah.
I was about to say spelt wrong, and then I remembered that Americans spell it differently. As if
You mean wrong?
Yeah. As if were about to rain.
Oh, okay, cool.
Do you mean as if it was about to rain?
Some troll past the wiki, keep reading.
The portals didn't work. The chain chomp had angry eyebrows.
Right.
Mr. Angry Eyes!
He just said, yeah, plastic shoes for eyes.
We need a picture of that right now. Angry chain jump, big old fuzzy eyebrows.
James, get on that shit. The rolling wrecking balls moved faster than before.
Wait, Pascal!
Nope, too fast.
What is going on in Internet
my
Explorer? Oh my god!
It's just cropping out the whole story.
It's like a fucking blue void.
Guys, we're trying to read the story, but
Hit
there's just
print screen.
there's
Hit
just
print-
fucking noise. Like, what is this?
I'm not pressing. I'm not. Where the
Don't hit
fuck-
print screen. It's over.
Someone turn the light on in this room.
Hang on, I will do. Hang on. Where the fuck is print screen?
Oh my god.
Everything
Over here.
No, it's numlock. Delete. Oh, that print screen. There we go.
Did you actually hit it? Or
I hit print screen. It could be print stick for all I fucking know. Hey, it's back.
Right, we need to. But print screen doesn't just make a picture like it does on Mac, does it?
Yeah,
You have to
I know.
actually fucking save it.
But I kept climbing the summit.
I kept climbing the summit. Upon reaching the top, dot,
Upon preaching at the top.
I found no boss.
He didn't climb to the mountaintop.
No, there wasn't any log cabin with Luigi's corpse in it. I
Oh,
wasn't
well.
fucking expecting there to be.
Oh.
When in Super Mario have you ever come across a log cabin with your brother's dead body inside? Or is this just one of those like meta moments where they're like, at no point did I call Nintendo only to have, somebody smack me in the mouth. There was absolutely nothing at the top but Mario. I guessed it was a hack or a glitch, so I wanted to leave the level. But when I paused, the only option was continue. So I continued to slightly fall off one of the ledges at the top. I continued to slightly fall... What? That's not what you were already doing. Oh my god. I continued to slightly fall off of the ledges at the top as to not fall off the mountain completely. But still take 1/4 damage. But there was no damage done. Toby, I really hope you enjoy reading the rest of this.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He's pieced out.
Oh,
He's
it's
flipped
the
the bed.
cliche.
He's flipped the rocking chair.
No, I've done nothing. I just wish to continue doing nothing at this point.
I finally decided to do the triple jump off the mountain, so I might jump to a death. A death.
Jump to a death.
Half the way down, tragedy struck. Literally. Lightning struck Mario,
Fuck off.
who splattered on the ground in an electrified red.
Is that a fancy new electric red?
It stayed focused on his remains for 1 minute. I turned off the console,
I counted.
fearing a screamer. In brackets. Hate those videos. So do I, mate. Hate the story as well. When I turned the console back on, I found that my save file now had 66 stars.
Dun dun dun.
What the heck?
I found I had 666 Pokemon.
I clicked it to find myself in the same normal setting as before, but the waterfall water flow was reversed. I entered the castle wanting to try my skills at flying because for some reason you want to play another game where lightning strikes and for some reason bullshit. I looked up to the picture of the cheerleader from... What? I looked up to the picture of the cheerleader from Resident Evil 2. What?
Excuse me?
So Toby just said some words, but they weren't connected.
Suddenly the music from Earthbound was playing and there was this Kefka.
Sorry, what?
I was
I
on
know
the.
the picture he's on about, but what? For fuck's sake, I never played the game. How do you know it's a picture from Resident Evil 2 then?
I played Resident Evil 2. I don't remember a fucking cheerleader picture.
You have to examine a fucking thing 49 times. I know that, yeah.
Wait, you just... This sounds very tenuous, like that guy trying to take a picture of between that lady's legs on Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, yeah.
I hope we don't and Mario split.
I never played that game, but I heard about this strange Easter egg before. Alright, well, at least you explained that. When I entered the flying stage, I entered with no flying cap on! All in caps. So, all I did upon the level was fall. I thought that's the end of that. But then I fell from the sky to the bottom of the level. Then I came from the sky and fell to the bottom, etc. So I was stuck. So I was stuck on this falling paradox for I think 1 minute and 53 seconds.
This has got to be a joke story.
Until the screen faded to black. The creepiest thing yet then popped up. The game over screen.
A skeleton.
From Super Mario Bros. How can this happen in this game? After 5 seconds of a black screen, my fear of screamers kicked in, and I turned the Nintendo 64 off. Oh, sorry, it's just funny.
Do you think it's like the story itself is trying to, deter us from reading more?
Probably. Somebody hacked into the cartridge to make something messed up. So I instead played my other Super Mario 64 cartridge, the non-hacked one I got for Christmas, and I didn't just buy recently.
I don't understand why he's doing. Like, I found a 64. I bought it in an antique shop, and I'm playing it, and retardation is happening.
When it opened, File D, a file that was left over by my previous cartridge owner, one that I never messed with, had now 113 stars instead of 103. My 2 top files were intact.
Did you get 13?
So lucky. Get it? Yeah, it's quite creepy. One with 33 stars and the other with 9 stars. I played File A, and the beginning cutscene popped up. It had no sound. Peach's eyes looked purplish, and the letter had only one word in it. No!
No!
Then I saw that stupid scene of Mario getting struck by lightning again. Oh, it's so stupid. So yeah, because so stupid that you were creeped out about it earlier. This time, I turned the system off before I reached the ground, and I ripped the cartridge out, and I decided then to then hook up my real Nintendo 64 to play my first non-hacked cartridge. Everything was just the way it should be on the Nintendo 64.
Everyone was just the way it should be.
Everyone was just the way it should be on the Nintendo 64.
That's why it was only friends.
Nothing was damaged. So why was it trolling me on the Nintendo 64?
I don't know, why are you trolling us with this story?
I even decided to play the hacked cartridge on the normal Nintendo 64 to find that the cartridge wasn't acting scary at all. When I opened it, there was still that file with 113 stars. But when I played File B, nothing abnormal happened. It was as if the cartridge was never hacked. Fuck's sake. I'm sorry, I'm not even kidding. I have to delete it afterwards. I'm fucking downloading Chrome.
We are literally downloading Chrome as we speak.
We're downloading it as well from Bing, Toby's dad's default search engine.
Fuck off.
Fucking shame.
Does he use this computer?
Yes.
The only way Internet Explorer could be worse is if it just fired bees out of the screen every time you loaded it up.
Irradiated bees.
Or the bees from the live stream you were telling me about.
I still want that pocket bees. I still want a pocket full of bees I can throw at my enemies. But I was thinking like you'd have to sedate the bees, so it kind of defeats the object of throwing them at people.
You just need to like win them over, marry their queen. Go, my loyal subjects! I'm the Bee King.
little stripy crown and stripy shirt.
This is what happens when you try and install Google Chrome halfway through a fucking story.
Well, to be fair, this might be taking a while, but it'll take a heck of a lot longer to just stick with fucking Internet Explorer.
Yes.
So,
yes.
I think we can agree on now, this story is crap and Jacob is now the Bee King.
Yes. That's what we've learned from this episode.
Do you remember?
I am king of bees.
Oh wow, look, it actually all appears at once. I was curious as to why games worked normal on a normal N64 and freaky on this supposed Nintendo 64. Luckily, I had brought my entire collection of Nintendo 64 games on vacation. When did you establish you were on vacation?
Sort of. He said it in his hotel, but like, I've gone on holiday.
All I had were 21 games. That's quite a lot for an N64, I think.
Yeah,
I forgot about that, yeah.
Also, not going over this. You've gone on holiday. What cunt brings an N64 with him on holiday?
I don't know. Cunts.
So I was prepared to be spooked 20 more times.
I thought that's actually what's in the story.
This has got to be a troll pasta because they've used the fucking word spooked in it, for God's sake.
I picked another N64 launch title, Pilot Wins 64, to play on the Nintendo 64. Everything was fine, but when I opened it, I now had one rank at plane flying. 1 rank at jetpack flying, and 3 ranks at hang gliding. I've never played Pilot Wings, that means nothing to me. That made no sense. I am terrible at playing this game and probably wouldn't get these ranks. Lark was now Nesta. What? Which makes sense. Which makes sense since he looks like the kid from Nintendo Power anyway. I'm just saying words.
I don't even know what this game is.
I had picked flying the plane, but when I started the mission, there were some big differences. Nesta had a beard now, and in brackets question mark, and the plane looked more like a Japanese bomber. Oh dear. Don't go down this route, please, for the fucking love of God. Oh man, this was horrifying. There was a big American flag on a ship. Oh God, no. No. Do not do this to me.
So please tell me you're not making this up.
Is this retaliation for when we read the story that had Hiroshima in it? They've stuck fucking Pearl Harbor in one.
Without me ever pressing the fire button, a missile was launched. I paused the game and quit because I didn't want to reenact World War II in a
World War II just started!
Oh my God! I didn't want to reenact World War II in a Pilot Wings game!
Just stop! Just stop it! Stop! No!
Oh my God, his story's fucking gold, I don't even care.
Like, this guy's missing out on a great thing. Go find Ben Affleck and murder him!
One thing that I will note is that I played it on this strange system twice. Once with a boy, once with a girl. The boy's plane had the word Candyman on it, while the girl's plane had the word Enderman on it. Fucking how many things can you reference in one
go? Had the word Slander Move.
And of course, the game played the way it should be on the Nintendo 64.
It sounds like you are literally making this up. If I could not in fact see the screen, I would think you were having me on. Like, and then the plane had Enderman on it, yes, and was made out of blocks and chocolate. And also shot out puppies.
The next game was Wave Race 64. You'll never believe it. But there was a
skeleton.
But there was a song looping throughout. Totanika's song, or whatever Totanika's song. Yeah, I've heard of it before. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to find that song in Rave Race 64, but on a continuous loop, it just gets creepy.
Does it?
Whenever I lost a race, I fell into the ocean and didn't come out. I played Mario Kart 64 where the hot air balloon in Luigi's Race Ray popped and exploded on the track, killing Mario, Peach and Donkey Kong.
It doesn't fucking say Donkey Kong.
I know, but still. I got hit by the Calamari Desert train and died. Then I played Blast Corps, and upon hitting the truck with nuclear explosives, I saw more than the buildings explode. I saw cutscenes of people bleeding, melting and exploding and so on. I'm glad you just put so on. And there was an apocalyptic death throughout. While there were strange long beings in the background. In Diddy Kong Racing, fucking how many games can they go through? There were people
fucking more games, isn't it?
In Diddy Kong Racing, there were people blowing up each other with rockets, and there was a rain of guts. In GoldenEye 007, I only found one file that was on mission 1.1 with 3 cheat codes cracked. I played a new file where 10 seconds into playing the whole area blew up. It just blew up. I think in the system hate rare games.
With 1080
snowboarding,
my character wiped out after jumping off the cliff.
Out.
You know what? I never could play 1080 snowboarding. I never could figure out the controls. With blood around his head. With F-Zero-X, the tracks were made to look scary. He does go a little detail. With hanging corpses of any racer who died during the race and floating dark figures all around.
You wouldn't be able to see it. You go at fucking 2,000 kilometres a second, you bastard.
I got scared
These
as
pinatas
well.
are very odd looking.
And my vehicle blew up twice because of fearing. I got scared as well, and my vehicle blew up twice because of fearing. Nope, that hasn't changed.
More than a fearing.
In Ocarina of Time, Link made a permanent face in the opening cutscene that looked like a war face, and then in parentheses, Kubrick fans should know this reference.
Do you understand this reference?
Just suicide straight away.
Yeah.
Suicide.
This guy's having you on.
Yeah, this is a joke. Navi wouldn't shut up and talked more than before and at a faster rate. It was as if it was trying...
So Link wouldn't stop rolling all over Hyrule.
As if it was trying to warn me about something. The weirdest thing was that Tingle showed up flying his balloon, somewhat frozen in midair.
No, Swimwhat
frozen in midair. And when I shot a rock at him, only blood came out. It reminded me of the monkeys from Halo 3.
How does that remind you of the monkey people from Halo 3?
But who is playing Halo 3? Is it Sasquatch?
It is Sasquatch.
But the worst
Oh, here we go.
was one of my favourite Nintendo 64 games, Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh, here we go. I've been playing this recently. Let's go.
In the opening, when Mumbo Jumbo comes out,
Icka-bockum.
Banjo gets irritated. The screen cuts to black. I then heard a somewhat deafening scream.
Somewhat deafening.
The most obvious guess is that Mumbo is killed by Banjo. Umanakas! We skipped the opening cutscene and got straight into the game. We? Are you playing this alone?
Wii Sports.
I paused to find that I had been given an unlimited number of lives.
Well, the maximum you can have is 9, so what did it say?
You'd think I'd be happy, but this unlimited number only means death.
What? What?
No more.
No more. The bear and the bird could die in one hit, which happened when I touched the termite in Grunty's castle. Oh, fuck off. You don't unlock... hang on. You have to go into Mumbo's Mountain before that termite comes out in the background. So what were you doing? You cunt. False! This is false!
Really? Because up to this point, I was on the fence over whether or not this really happened.
Yeah.
I thought it was a rock solid,
Solid 5 out of 7.
Right. Then, the termite ate Banjo and Kazooie. How? I watched stupefied at this image until the termite burped. The grunty laugh and iris were unnecessary. Right. Because I was alive and well at the front door of Grunty's castle. Mumbo Jumbo's mountain was unlike Mumbo's mountain, you fucking moron.
You're really upset.
Yeah, well, I've played this reason. I was like, when I got back for no reason, the level's classic music was replaced with the music of Bomb on Battlefield. Smoke weed every day. That's really kind. Full stop. Whenever I hurt an enemy, there was a little blood. Then came that dumb gorilla throwing that stupid fruit at you, oranges. He's a kind of enemy you want to see die in a swamp. That's a bit much. He's not that bad. When I finally defeated him with 113 eggs, what are you aiming at?
I wanted to take it out one turret at a time.
It's a stormtrooper playing Banjo-Kazooie.
He did die. ... by exploding in a blood of pool. Oh, sorry. By exploding into a pool of blood.
I like the first one better.
Yeah. It was terribly gruesome, so I paused the game, which MAE, the Super Mario 64 pausing noise, to look into a mirror. What? I had been playing this Nintendo 64 for 3 hours. My eyes showed that I was on the verge of becoming depressed. That's how depression works.
You can see it in their eyes.
After that incident, I couldn't play the system anymore. I tested my tested games on my real Nintendo 64. They were perfectly fine and were exactly how they were supposed to be. The only explanation that the Nintendo 64 I just brought was somehow hacked into making perfectly functioning games horrific and differently.
Because that's the thing that you could do with a Nintendo 64.
It's impossible. But you can only hack systems to make backgrounds on startup menus different. Not the way you play games. The Nintendo 64 doesn't even have a startup screen. I turned on the news while examining the strange number on the back.
Obama had just been assassinated.
1-100 116 53527. Why the different number? Then it hit me. 113 stars. 113 if said 103. 113 seconds of
I'm
falling.
going to stop you there because what about the 66 stars he had? Is that not going to come up?
1.1 with 3 cheat codes cracked. 113 eggs to be painted with gorilla blood. Somehow, the number 113 showed up in the games when playing on the Nintendo 64. Then I looked at the phone number 100 116 3527 113. It also reminded me that I also examined the 1 that almost always appears at the first number of the telephone number. Suddenly I remembered an Easter egg on every Pixar movie. A113. What?
This guy is taking that
This stood
piss.
for Caltech classroom where Tim Burton and John Lasseter attended classes. The first letter was A. Yes, I know.
The first letter of the alphabet is A.
Easter egg. Fucking. Sorry, hang on a sec. Is this just suddenly become the number 23?
This has become one of those like those truth videos that goes NASA actually SS33 Freemasons. Literally watched one of those the other day. It was the worst thing ever.
Probably because it was 7:15. and I was getting a little crazy from this stupid plastic console. I put my copy of GoldenEye 007 in the Nintendo 64. Why? I go to the first cheat code. I see and enter A113. Soon, all my files were the same, and Buzz Lightyear was there. But it didn't involve 113 at all. Each file was on mission 6.6 with 6 cheat codes cracked. I get it, 666. We all saw that coming.
He actually wrote, "We all saw that coming." Like, what a twat.
I played as A113 in Ocarina of Time. What?
I don't even know what's happening. You've been saying words and I've not been paying attention.
My character kept being referred to as Darb. I have a bad feeling about this.
Had a bad feeling about
this. I have a bad feeling about this.
You will have.
Then I went to Mido's house where the chest that
Is
should...
it Mido? I've been saying Mido since I was a kid. Is it Mido?
It might be Mido.
Leave it in the comments. How will we know?
Yeah, exactly. Where the chest that should have had a heart container was a bomb that exploded on impact. It burned like a bomb and exploded. A text box appeared. Take that!
It's no use.
What did Phoenix Wright hack the system? The creepiest thing was that the timer from Majour's mask was at the bottom of the screen. When I died from the bomb, the moon popped out of nowhere and crashed.
Damn.
At 7:54, I started to examine my experiences with the game on the new system. They were almost all connected in the same way. Candyman and Enderman? Somehow, I figured they could be translated into Can Die Man and End Her Man. Osama Bin Laden is an anagram of Lobbed a Man in Sea. That's basically what that was. Just fucking clutching at straws here, mate. Then I remembered Toad's description of Bowser.
We all know what happened to Bin Laden, don't we?
What?
An old lady punched him to death.
It sounded like what happens when you find an Enderman in Minecraft. Those dark figures in Blast Corps and F-Zero X were Endermen. What are you saying? Are you saying that Captain Falcon, the inventor of the Falcon Punch, is an Enderman?
I don't even know what an Enderman is. I thought that was just Slender Man with two letters missing.
No, Enderman is...
It's an enemy in...
Basically, they are Slender Man.
That's fucking stupid.
By this time, for no reason, I called the number. I knew no one would answer, but to my surprise, a familiar voice was heard. The clerk at the antique shop. I asked him if I could return my new system because it was acting strange. Then he told me this.
There was a system in there? That's too strange. It felt so light. I assumed it was an empty box. I wouldn't sell it if it didn't remind me of my son.
I asked him about his son. I'm surprised he answered.
Please don't tell me his name's Ben. Please don't tell me his name's Ben.
Oh my god, I've just got it.
His name was Brad.
What's that an anagram of?
Oh god. He was just in love with the Nintendo 64. Nintendo was one of his two favourite interests. The other was Creepypasta.
Die! Actually die.
But then he became ill around 2007.
It's Ben drowned.
And
it's fucking Ben drowned.
His
I told you not to
wish was to be buried with his N64.
So I slapped him and told him not to be so fucking
Was he also buried with Jeff the Killer and Slenderman?
But
no,
in
they
its
just turned up to his
original
funeral.
box, along with a controller and copy of that Mario game.
Oh my god.
I received that box on September the 30th, 2011. I remember the day because, in sheer coincidence, it's the day of the 15th anniversary of the Nintendo 64.
Why would he know that?
I was amused by the punk who wrote terror on it.
I was still in shock.
So none of that dialogue came from a person.
I was in shock. Could it be? No. No, it couldn't.
I still remember watching my boy write some notes and stuff them into the bottom of his N64 box.
I grabbed the box. I surveyed the bottom to find white pieces of paper, but I didn't want to be rude. So I asked him where I could find his grave.
Well, I don't want to tell you because you're weird and you might dig it up or vandalise it.
Well, person I've only just sold this N64 to, which is supposed to be a box, and I'm talking to them for the first time over the fucking phone.
Also, kind of like goes like, how much for this box? £2. It's a box.
Oh my god.
No, you just reminded me of the opening of Peeping Tom. It'll be £2.
Right, unfortunately,
Come on,
Jacob has finished his beer.
Right. I still remember what's...
No.
Well, our town has 2 cemeteries. Brad lives in Cemetery A.
It's called Cemetery A!
I also can't imagine somebody living in the cemetery if they're supposed to be dead. He was the 113th person to be buried
Oh, I
there.
get it. A113.
And the thing is, we don't know each other. I have no reason to believe you'd be interested in facts about his burial, but I'm going to tell you them anyway.
There was a silence for 30 seconds until I said I'd be there tomorrow. Fuck off! Are you weirdo?
For 30 seconds I've been on the phone going, hello? Are you still... I think the signal's gone.
I opened the paper to find these 3 notes. Get in or get out. Bit racist.
Oh my god, get in or get out.
Enderman and so long. The last note was written with the words, that was one word, going downwards. I put the 3rd note under the 2nd, and you can guess the new word was Slenderman. The darkest realization had yet hit me like a rock. Brad spelled backwards is Darb. Oh, you already knew that. The next day I drove to the antique shop to drop off the Nintendo 64. I could swear that I heard a sexy voice swearing at me, pardon. I packed up my belongings and left my homestead. On my way home I drove past Cemetery A, but I just kept on driving. I was planning on living. That's the whole story.
Right.
That
Oh
must be
my
a joke.
God.
That
This
must be a joke.
I fucking hope it is a joke, seriously.
Because even though it's in deletion log refugees and Pasta trying to be good when it sucks enough to be a troll, all that proves is that it was on the wiki once. That's all that proves.
It's so funny. Delusional retarded that it should be in an asylum is one of the categories it's in as well. This is literally retarded.
Shall we read some comments?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so the dude who licks mustard says, this is just the most brain tumour growing, cliched melodramatic shit I've ever read.
Yes.
That wasn't directly produced from the digestive system of JC the hyena or dubious dugong,
Oh man, I like this guy.
and then expelled from the anal tract of either user.
Oh, what a guy.
They misuse words that they don't know the meaning of, set up the most cliche and melodramatic scenes, and have the protagonist react like the sound of a pin dropping would make them flip their shit. Provided the deafening silence lasting more than a femtosecond already didn't make them slip their wrists off. The easily made GTA 5 joke, his name was Brad, he was buried in a grave labelled Michael Townley, is the
I
only
forgot about that.
redeeming factor in this collection of prose. This is a bad Nintendo X Minecraft crossover fanfiction that uses Slenderman for no good reason, puts blood everywhere, and shows how little of English the author grasps. 0 out of 10, nuke that bitch from orbit.
Boom. Fucking dude who licks mustard, subscribe. I'm sure you'll like us.
Right, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obviously a joke pasta, but I don't object to reading joke pastas on the show. We've done it before, what was that, the Wheel of Fortune one, and of course I Hate You as well. But the problem is this isn't funny enough, I think, is the issue. It's quite boring.
There's a bit in the middle where I was just like, oh my god, this is insane. And then it just goes fucking downhill. Oh, it's just the cheapest, shittest rip-off of Ben Drown you could ever possibly imagine.
Brad,
and
suffocated.
It just shows you how unimaginative the person who wrote this story is, considering how many games he had to sort of go into and get all these Easter eggs for to eventually prove his point. What was the whole point of that Resident Evil 2 thing? Why did he go into detail with that? Why did he do a lot of things? Why did he sit down and take the time to write this story? No one will ever know. That's it. That's all I got to say, because it's just
Yeah, it was rubbish.
boring.
It was
It
rubbish,
was
and like
rubbish
I say, I'm
just
quite...
throwing in references to stuff like, oh, and then Resident Evil cheerleader thing.
And then Rammer was there from the raid, and he shot like 200 guys because there were so many guys in that tower block. And then the raid 2 happened, and I'm not actually going to say that because that's a spoiler, but still, there you go.
The raid 2 happened and it wasn't as good.
Hey.
But look, I don't know if it's really worth going on and on about this, because I think it probably was written as a joke, and if it wasn't, then this person... Either way, this person doesn't seem to show a lot of talent, because it's not very funny and it's really badly written anyway, so I got nothing positive to say about it.
Nope. That's a big old
thumbs down from me, mate.
And thanks for Kaiser Chiefs for.
Now, can you stop squeaking that fucking chair?
Thanks to Jaeger Chiefs for the stuff, and
thank you, Jaeger Bomb.
Welcome back to Bad Creepypasta, where Matt's going to do the introduction.
Sup?
That's all. Today we're reading Jason the Toymaker, which was requested by
some person.
Colin Lewis. Oh, that was easy to pronounce for once, wasn't it? So there you go.
What a strange internet handle.
I don't have many memories left from my past. Do memories run out? The faces of my real parents were like faded masks in my mind.
Majora's masks.
I only had some remains of my childhood. Faceless names and total darkness.
Crawling in my skin.
Linkin Park.
At the age of 9, something had happened into my family.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. Was it a bus? Is that what hindered your family?
The trauma was so deep that it made me forget most of my life.
My shit would remain in my ass for all time.
I only had the shred of a memory related to my best friend. He was the only one I had in my whole life.
Okay.
We just
His
said
name
Hobo.
was Thomas.
God, this is such like weeaboo shit already, isn't it?
Right? Well, it's emo, it's not weeaboo yet. He hasn't got spiky hair and a massive sword and a bunch of belts.
It was an image stuck in my mind, going together with laughter in the background and the melody of a music box. Among the black holes of my amnesia...
No. Among the back holes of my amnesia.
Among the arseholes.
Excuse me, I'll try that again. Among the rectums of my amnesia, I caught a glimpse of his honey-coloured eyes amongst his dark mahogany hair. His hair was made of wood. I remember his friendly smile.
So like it's not like honey-coloured eyes and his mahogany hair. Like, so were you in love with him or something? So lovingly describing him.
I remembered his friendly smile, ... but nothing else, except the other shit I said. All the rest disappeared in the dark, so did he. The memories went back to the orphanage from where I was born. Total superfluous use of the word from.
Wait, did he say his family was
No, I don't care. Some awesome parents, Madalena and Stephen, who gave me back to the orphanage. No, who gave me back the... gave me back the...
We're too good for you. Back to the orphanage.
The warm feeling of having a family adopted me, a feeling which I had forgotten. They raised me in their house until the age of 15.
Then they kicked me out.
He said, "You're old enough to get a job now, son." And he said, "I'm pretty sure I'm not."
He said, "My being fins shall I west you and upwards, good sir."
This is how Nelson Mandela ended up in jail.
The orphanage I was born, there was not many beans. We mostly had to eat mushy
peas.
peas.
Get your jokes about Nelson Mandela and his bean obsession.
I don't like mushy peas. I don't want to eat cotton chips for dinner every night.
Okay.
Why do you do such a good impression of Nelson fucking Mandela?
Well, have you ever seen Jacob and Nelson Mandela in the same room at the same time? They may in fact be the same person.
My amnesia led me to go on examinations and psychological checkups, which year after year was slowly starting to fail. It looked like I wouldn't be able to get my memory back. This fact left me distraught.
What? Do you even English?
He was a distortion in space-time.
No, he was a distort in space-time.
On one hand, I wanted to know what happened, but on the other, ... an odd feeling of anxiety suggested I not to wish for it.
He's wording this very, very strangely, isn't he?
Well, strangely, badly. Obviously, there were some unpleasant consequences to my trauma. It was just like some paranoia of being persecuted by something. Being triggered, if you will.
Yeah, you totally ninja'd me. I was going to start that.
Honestly, Jacob drinks a cup of tea, I'm triggered.
Maybe eat some Smarties, I'm triggered.
The specialist told my parents it must have been linked to a particular memory, which was continuously stimulated. Neither the cause nor what it was exactly was... Not what... Neither the cause nor what it was exactly was clear.
Wow.
But despite my efforts, I couldn't focus on it. I felt like I was being observed. What, by specialists, you mean? Not by people, but by the stuffed toys in my room. That's called being lonely. It was stupid, I know. At the beginning, they were simply toys.
I mean, like, seriously, what fucker has loads of stuffed toys in their room?
Yeah, true.
I can't imagine anyone having so many stuffed bears. I'm insulting Jacob. Jacob has a shitload of bears.
At the beginning, they were simply toys, but time and time again, their big round eyes seemed to stare at me. Since I was little, I thought the stuffed toys in my room were alive, and sometimes I tried to prove it. I wasn't a very smart child. I spied out of my room with the
Toy Story lied to me.
With the door left ajar. Then I turned back suddenly. Oh my god! I spied out of my room with the door left ajar. Then I turned back suddenly, and I never took my eyes off them. Not until I felt a bit of burning sensation from not blinking my eyes. Come on, man. Right. Let's try to fix that, shall we?
Shall we try and deconstruct English?
I spied out of my room with the door left ajar. Then I turned back suddenly, and I never took my eyes off them. Alright, there you go. Not until I felt sober. That memory was one of the few memories from my childhood that still made me smile. But things have changed. Time after time, the stuffed toys were the ones staring at me. It looked like they wanted to test me, and I couldn't bear it anymore.
Don't test me, bro!
Bear it!
Oh, you bastard!
Ninjaed.
Oh.
The thought stuck in my mind. At times it seemed to me that they moved, turning their little faces towards me. At other times they made noises in my room. This couldn't be true, obviously. It's almost like a child's overactive imagination.
God, fucking a child.
I mean, he couldn't bear the thought of that.
Shut up.
I'm going to be making so many bear
I swear to God.
I'm going to be like the guy at Persona 4.
You're making me grizzly with all these puns, alright?
Just think about the guy with his honey-coloured eyes earlier. It really is like a bear fixation, isn't there?
It's just Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
This is just Christopher Robin.
That's the fucking trauma. Is like when he was younger, he ate his friend's eyes because he thought it was a bear. Well, wait a minute. I'm a bear. Honey eyes. And that's the fucking trauma.
It's just like we need to talk about Kevin, but it's just we need to talk about Christopher Robin. James, put that on the screen. Matt, do you remember that time we made up an entire country full of bears who thought they were people?
Yeah.
Just hello, I am Lord Teddington of Honey Manor, heir to the salmon fortune.
Heir to the salmon fortune.
And as long as you don't point out the fact that they're a bear, you're fine.
Yeah, but they become very aggressive if you mention that they're
in fact a bear and not a person.
Well, Lord Teddington, as I sit here on this and feast upon this honey-glazed salmon dinner,
and stay the fuck away from your child.
Stay the fuck away from your child. As I eat my delicious pudding of toothpaste, I can't chase away the suspicion.
Oh, is it nearly hibernation time? Get your butt plugs ready. Because bears do make shit butt plugs.
I must.
That butt plugs made out of shit. Not that these butt plugs.
They're not very good.
I must have been dreaming when you had this conversation.
No, we didn't know you were.
Yeah, this was years ago. This was before we even. This was about 10 years ago.
This was us two and Nathan sitting in a pub during a 3-hour breaks between lessons. What if we had a village filled with bears who think we were people? You know, little top hats, waistcoats. Oh, there's Mrs. Rarrington in a nice frock.
No, there's an advert that is actually like that.
Oh, we should have copyrighted the idea.
This Creepypasta.
Sometimes
we're whipping through this shit, ain't we?
Sometimes I think about starting a line of spooky toys in dolls' houses and call it Transylvanian Families.
For fuck's sake!
Why did this thought persecute me? Why did I?
Wait, persecute?
You got it down, buddy.
No, it's just Tumblr persecution. I wouldn't worry about it. Why did I hate those stuffed toys?
Tumblr.
I look at my teddies, I'm triggered. I throw the blanket on my teddies, I'm triggered. In spite of everything, why didn't I get rid of them? I could have presented them to other children. I see other children, I'm triggered. Or thrown them in the rubbish. One day I tried. Really, I did.
But then I took one of them in my arms. A strong sense of anxiety and terror stopped me. I always ended up putting them back in their places. On the furniture, on my bed, on the walls.
On the windows.
On the dinosaur.
On the shelves. Then I had to take tranquilizers. Sorry? Sorry?
I had to take elephant tranquilizer.
Fucking what?
I'm pretty sure you don't mean tranquilizers. You may mean something else.
There was only one toy I took along with me during the night. Despite my age, I could not separate from him. I felt...
Age 22.
It was a giraffe.
I felt a familiar affection from him that started long before my amnesia, the doctor said.
Started long before my amnesia, I assume.
Yes. I found him in my wardrobe at the orphanage, and from there on out, we became inseparable.
By the way,
inseparable is one word, not two. It was a sweet bunny with ears as long as him. On one side it was red, and on the other side it was resided caramel colour. Sorry, let me try that again. On one side it was red, and on the other side it resided caramel colour. He wore a black waistcoat, 2 long sleeves that draped down to point to his feet, and dashed an elegant collar that adorned pointed tips at every edge of the fabric. His little left beaded eye was covered with a stylish frilly eye patch and centered dawn a black button. Fucking, how descriptive do you want to get of a fucking bunny?
Why does he keep saying dawned? Does he mean donned? Because
I don't know.
Is he just one of those people, his accent makes dawn and don sound the same, so he just spells them, he just guesses.
Just can't spell for shit.
It was funny, but it looked like the only stuffed toy that was harmless. Yeah, fucking
knives.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh looks like he's going to shank you any time now, doesn't he? He slept by my side ever since I was little, just like that night. After I sneak under the sheets, falling asleep almost instantly among the creaking old walls. I was standing still in the darkness, unable to move, and I couldn't understand how I ended up here. Surrounded only by the distilled silence.
Distilled?
Something slimy grabbed my wrist, and it held me so tightly that an instant pain shot right through me. A set of white nails slowly penetrated my flesh.
Sounds a bit rude.
That does a bit. I watched them cutting through my skin, making me
Sounds
bleed.
a bit like bum, doesn't it?
I screamed and cried, but a laugh bellowed out, covering my desperate pleas.
She belongs to me.
It's not the that's not Jason the Toymaker, but fuck it, that's the voice. A voice whispered to me. Within that dark abyss, 2 green sparkling eyes appeared before me. They were a few inches away from my face.
You're only a hindrance to me.
He laughed, amused by my pain.
Spandilla the Toymaker.
He laughed, amused by my pain, while he pierced needles under my nails and into my flesh. He ruined my body with rusty tools. ... On the contrary, he said he was going to fix me all up.
That's a horrendous sentence. Just, he ruined my body with rusty tools. ... On the contrary, he's... What?
I mean, I don't know. I noticed an open door, the only thing I could distinguish from the darkness. My eyes blurred by the pain. I saw a glimpse of people standing, still gazing down at me. What is going on? Sorry, what? Suddenly this is just fucking escalated. What is going on?
I don't know, and I'm not interested in finding out. Let's just continue.
The image of that door got closer. In order to show me their vacant expression, despite the grimaces plastered on their faces. I saw that they were not real people. They were dolls in some way. I felt a strong sense of nausea overcome me by just staring at them. There was something about them that made me weak to my stomach, maybe sick to their stomach, I don't know. Maybe it was their extraordinary macabre resemblance to real people.
She belongs to me.
Why is that so good?
Nelson Mandela.
Mandela!
Oh, it took me a very long time to learn how to do the impression.
With
That's
that,
what we spent college off doing.
A long walk to do the impression, 27 years.
with that, I woke up, my eyes wide open, and the beating of my heart was so loud that I could feel them pounding inside my throat. Then we've got 2.
It was the doctor.
Yeah. Who? Doctor Who. Oh, you fucking dickhead! Yeah.
It took you a second to figure that
out. I couldn't breathe, so I stood up, then sat back down. Because that's how you stop not breathing. Stand up, sit back down.
I didn't know you stopped breathing the moment you sat down. We're fucking danger.
We're taking the fucking highway to the danger zone the way we're going. I rubbed my eyes, then I realised that I was sweating. The bunny fell, landing upside down. I leaned down for him and put him back on the bed. My breathing returned to its normal breathing pace. But the image of those needles, dirty of blood, and those terrifying dolls remained embedded in my mind. I had never had such a nightmare like that before. The feelings were so terribly real. I still felt those claws making a hole in my flesh. Does sound a bit rude. but I was relieved that I woke up. The door squeaked. It was my mother coming in the room. As soon as she saw my exhausted face, her smile on her face faded away. Honey? It's the same woman! Every fucking time!
Oh, Toby, you're falling back an old one. You and your marvellous voice acting. You're so limiting yourself.
Honey, are you okay?
That's still another, like, you've only got 2 woman voices. Like, raspy and not raspy.
Honey, are you okay? What's that on your bitch?
That's just Pingu.
You mad? Bitch!
So can you just do it again?
Just do a lady voice. Or Macho Man Randy Savage. Either way's fine.
Honey, are you okay? Randy Savage. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. God. I only had a nightmare. No, everything is alright. No, I am free.
For fuck's sake.
It was a long walk to Reno.
Well, okay. Daisy came to visit you. I told her to wait for you in the living room. Oh, yeah.
With that, I got out of bed. I was dressed.
My mum offered me a Slim Jim.
I was dressed poorly, and I didn't want my best friend to see me that way. While my mother closed the door, I ran over to my wardrobe and took out an ordinary dress. In the space of a few minutes.
Hang on, are you a boy or a girl?
I thought this was from the perspective of Jason the Toymaker.
I don't know. We need Dr. Oak to.
Who are we?
I don't know. What? Yeah, who is?
What the fuck's going on?
Whose perspective is this story being told from then?
I don't. What? Fuck it, let's just go
Alright,
on.
no, because it's funny.
Okay, you know what?
It's funny
Fuck
to have a 5-year-old girl with Mendes' voice.
Whatever happens in the story, wherever we land, 30, 40, 50% of the characters are going to be voiced by Nelson Mandela.
It's gonna be great later when like a confrontation like, you thought you could get away with it? Yes, I did. Who's talking now? I don't know.
I don't know, I just wanted enough beans.
Literally, this is Nelson Mandela, the Toymaker.
Put that up on the screen. Oh, Nelson Mandela, the long walk to Toys R Us. Please, James, put that up on the screen. Put Nelson Mandela's long walk to freedom, but Photoshop it so it's Nelson Mandela long walk to Toys R Us.
It's funny because it's so fucking random.
Right, I can't carry on. You hold the microphone. Right. In the space of a few minutes, I came out of my room, neat and ready. In my haste, I was out of breath. Who the hell is going to be Daisy? Oh, wait, I wonder who it's going to be.
Finally!
Well, okay, that was unexpected. Exclaimed Daisy, smiling. I met Daisy in middle school. Wait, this isn't your best friend. The fuck is going on? Ever since...
Oh, what? This story's poorly written. Who knew?
Ever since then, we were inseparable. You can spell inseparable right there. But you can't spell it. Oh, hang on. Where's your bunny? Weren't you inseparable with that as well? Ugh. She was a kind, generous person. She was always welcome in our family. My parents appreciated her good manners. But what I loved about her especially was that she never asked me anything about my past. I was able to tell her about my amnesia in complete confidence.
I have amnesia. Okay, so I'm not going to ask you about your past because you don't have one.
Because it would be utterly fucking pointless. I don't think it's an issue of being nice. It's just she's well aware that is a fruitless exercise.
Like, hey Toby, do you remember what happened 34 years ago? Oh wait, you weren't born then. So I won't ask you any more questions about what happened 34 years ago.
Why didn't you look it up on Wikipedia? The day was nice and sunny, so we laid down in the garden, under an old... What the fuck is that? Tupelo tree? Fuck knows. We talked while sheltering from the sun, in the shade of the tree. I brought some coloured pencils and blank sheets of paper. We both started drawing. Daisy felt tired immediately. Just... Oh.
I really only came around here to sleep, so...
She started picking daisies and putting them in her blonde braid while she gossiped about Louisa, a girl who lived being the centre of people's attention. While my friend was talking, I listened to her and kept on drawing without taking my eyes off the sheet of paper.
Who's that to?
She asked me, suddenly noticing the drawing. It was as if I fell asleep that exact moment. I batted my eyelids in front of the sheet of paper and I felt rather confused about seeing a drawing repeated several times of the same character.
I don't know.
Nelson Mandela and a Shogun, who are both little girls.
I did not have the slightest idea of who he was. The clearest drawing showed a man wearing a black jacket and extravagant and an extravagant and voluminous. Is that the way you said it? Voluptuous? No, voluminous. Yeah. Fur on his shoulders. He had beautiful, happy smile and 2 yellow eyes that covered a bit by his fringe. You know, he sounds like he already sounds like Laughing Jack. He wore dark clothing in his hands.
Laughing Jack, what a piece of shit that was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Awful.
Don't forget to
I think anyone who thinks Laughing Jack's good is probably very wrong. And possibly a sex offender. I said possibly.
He was holding a little blue...
Well, the author certainly is. Right,
He was holding a little blue case resembling a music box. It's you, Nelson Mandela.
Maybe I saw him in an illustration.
Sorry, that was very Jeff the Killer.
Maybe I saw him in an illustration book. Okay, let's have an ice cream.
Do you remember that really shitty show, Anja Anaconda?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just imagining that sort of thing, but Nelson
off.
Mandela's head on the little girl.
You know, I fucking hate that show so much. You know what the fucking worst thing is? Every time you wanted to watch the fucking Digimon movie,
I know.
it was fucking 5 minutes of the fun. What the shit was that? Sorry. Said Daisy, changing the subject of our conversation, seemingly not...
Later that very same bee.
I had another nightmare. And this was worse than the previous one.
The previous one I had before. Yeah, if you just said the previous one, that's fine. I had is even superfluous, but worse than the previous nightmare I had before. Yes, I know what previous means.
The past one.
Previously on Sweet Corn.
Previously on the exciting adventures of Dr. Eggsmund.
Dr. Eggsmund finds out he has cancer. And has to have chemo.
Chemo Sabi.
But I don't understand, Dr. Mandela.
Beans aren't used in chemo.
And it's the backstory of Dr. Eggsmund's Supreme Bean Machine. Is that in fact Dr. Eggsmund was given strange baked bean themed chemo?
Yeah, Rave.
Baked bean themed chemo.
By Nelson Mandela.
And that is why he's bald.
The genesis of Dr. Eggsmund's Supreme Bean Machine.
Supreme Bean Machine.
Oh, Nelson Mandela does like baked beans, doesn't he? Right. I dreamt about that dark figure again who brutally tortured me and kept saying the same phrase all over again. She's mine. It's a different voice now, fuck it. I woke up at 2
What's
a.m.
that doing to you?
He's trying to eat my hand.
breathing rapidly. I curled up, feeling the wall behind my back. I put my hands over my face and I breathed in deeply.
It was a dream. Just a dream.
I whispered. But I woke up and I was still in prison. Then I
For fuck's sake!
Then I looked over at the bunny next to me, which was looking back at me with his black eye, and with an irritated glance I threw it on the floor. Threw it on the ground.
I was gonna say that.
Since the moment, I started sleeping with that thing. That's a whole sentence.
That's I was gonna say.
My dreams turned into meaningless nightmares. Aren't dreams generally meaningless? It's sort of random assortment and cataloguing of the day's events. It doesn't really mean anything. I turned around to rest my legs, and in that moment I touched something with my foot. I elevated my gaze and I noticed a doll sitting on my bed. At first I was frozen in place. All I could do was stare at her. I didn't understand how she appeared there. My mind started thinking back to my parents. I'm sorry.
My mind started thinking back to my parents, who giving me a present.
Great sentence.
Perhaps I didn't have a real thing for dolls, and to tell you the truth, her presence in my dreams bothered me.
Bargle.
It was a peculiar doll, made of wax with unusual characteristics. She had a headdress of flowers flowing through her hair, and only a few locks caressed her cheeks. She wore an embroidered white lace dress with a black ribbon tied to her waist. Her arms were unordinary long. Unordinary long, yeah.
Her arms were unordinary long. Wow.
She had long tapering fingers that they were not even normal.
Wait, let's try that again.
Fuck it. No, that is the sentence.
She had long tapering fingers that they were not even normal.
What caught the most of my attention was a rose put at the centre of her mouth as if it was supposed to silence her. I kneeled down and tried to get an even closer look at her. Then I heard something, a sort of subdued sound, like a wheeze. It was coming from the same doll. Screaming, I let her falling on the floor and stood up in horror. Fucking hell! Trembling violently, pushing myself back to the wall, screaming for my parents. Suddenly, everything turned surreal.
Now's the weird bit.
The wall next to the door enlarged. There was a bubble between the paint and the cement. Slowly, some of the cracks appeared as if they increased in number. The paint fell into pieces, landing on the floor as it revealed a blue door. I hadn't the slightest idea of what was happening.
Neither
do we, yeah. These things exist only in books or in our imagination. But in my astonishment, I felt something that was going to come out of that door.
Get on the floor and
something
else. We're not sure yet.
Yeah, I'm sure it relates to some sort of prehistoric creature, but I'm not sure.
Mastodon,
that's it. Everybody do the mastodon. That sounds good, actually. From the door...
Sounds a bit rude, actually.
Does a bit. From the door, I see the same black hands I witnessed on my nightmares. Aren't you happy about Daisy coming to visit you, are you?
Said Mandela to Mandela.
said the monster standing on the threshold of the door. I didn't like her either, you know. She screamed a lot. Daisy? What did she do? What did she... I
mean, folks around here think I'm crazy.
But my name is just Daisy. Oh, no, yeah, I forgot the fucking song. And in italics, Daisy, what she had to do with it. Right. Daisy, what had she to do with it? I looked around confused, looking for the presence of my friend that obviously was not there. At the end, my eyes watched over the doll. That blonde hair made of wax looked strangely familiar. I held my breath. A nightmare. It must have been another nightmare. I rushed over to the doll and turned her face in my trembling hands. I put my ear over her chest and heard another sound along with that horrible wheeze. The pounding of a heart. Hang on, I've got to try and do my best Mandela impression now. Daisy. That sounds shit, but there you go. I cried desperately. It had to be a nightmare. Something like this could not be happening. It fucking is because we're reading it. I realised my parents were in the next room. According to the sounds I heard, they must have heard me screaming. But the monster blocked the entrance. He pulled the door shut, blocking it in the same setting, deforming the wood. My parents started punching on the other side. How do they know?
Why not just banging? It's like, no, they're punching it like...
Because they're edgy.
Sure you can in the door.
Sure you can. And I didn't know what to do. It did not look like a dream. It was perfectly clear. It was more real than those nightmares of darkness and torture. My heart was beating so fast that I started to feel pain from it. I felt the sweat of my forehead and the doll trembling in my hands, which I couldn't keep still. The monster stood at the entrance, not moving from there. In the half-light, free confirmed, I could see his evil smirk as if he was waiting for my reaction. I unbuttoned Daisy's dress.
Sounds a bit rude.
It does a bit. Who looked imprisoned under the tons of wax, and I started to dig, trying to set her free. Hang on, is it a life-size doll or is it ones that you can hold in your hand? What is this?
Free, you tiny friend. Did I not mention my friend Daisy was 4 inches tall?
Go down a bit more. I dug. And I dug.
And dig.
And I dug. While her moans became more intense, ... until I felt something wet under my nails. Very rude. It looked like my hands covered with blood.
Less rude now.
Her skin must have been mixed with the wax, and the digging I did was not helping her at all. That thing that supposedly be Daisy was suffering. Her wheezes were blood-curdling. That her expression was still that of an impassive doll. I trembled with horror. I had to repress a retch, and suddenly I felt my arm being grabbed. My splendid Maggie, you ruined your doll!
It's getting all northern now. It's going to turn to Jeff.
Exclaimed the monster, his whitlish eyes sparkled with a pale green light. You even threw Mr. Bunny on the floor.
That's not his name. It's Lord Bunnington.
The third.
Bitch.
But I forgive you. You must return to the palace. You must return to the place where you belong. By my side. Who the hell are you?
That was supposed to be thingy, but that didn't work. I shook like mad, trying to set myself free while my parents were trying to break the door down. The expression of that creature was filled with astonishment. I am Jason the Toymaker. Roll credits.
Why is it you always go to your shitty Jurassic Park sounding?
What's wrong with Jurassic Park?
No, it's just you're shitty at doing it.
Oh.
Your faithful friend, the only one you could trust.
At hearing that name, something moved in my memories, like an electric shock run through my body. My father succeeded breaking down the door and turning on the light. When I finally saw him, his face primed a bomb that exploded. What? Cut the red wire! Cut the red wire!
Wait. So did his face turn into a bomb? Did he walk into one? What?
He burned like a bomb and exploded.
Ah.
No, that's what happened. Setting free my memories that were buried deep in the corners of my mind all those years. I remembered the day we met for the first time. The toys that seemed to bloom from his hands. I remember his friendly smile. That gradually turned into a sharp, sadistic smack. He expected me to give him more attention. Hello, Jacob.
Alright, remember when I didn't need a poo?
Basically, what's just happened is blah blah blah. Her
It
friend,
turns out
her friend,
Jason was Jason, and he stuffed her into
her friend, who's Daisy, is now being crazy and now is a doll.
We need to rescue her
from the castle because he's acting crazy, and also that Jason the Toymaker is the monster from her nightmares.
Okay, so basically, folks around might think that he's crazy, but he's got to torture Daisy.
Basically,
right?
Yeah. That's what basically happened.
He expected me to give him more attention because of his arrogance. He believed he deserved everything from me. When he grew tired of me, he then showed me what he really was. He revealed and he eliminated all the people that I surrounded myself with. He kidnapped my friends and turned them all into his toy dolls, and was bluntly stupid to always my friends for turning. Oh, sorry, no. And I was blatantly stupid to always admire them. Rushing home was useless because the blue door reappeared at the centre of my living room. He massacred my parents. Okay. He took his revenge by taking them away from me, and almost got me too. Got to me too. I managed.
Sounds like it got to you pretty successfully if he killed your fucking parents.
I managed escaping from his clutches, running as much as I could, running away from him. As far as I ran, the smell of blood and that of the decomposed flesh lingered in the air. Did you want to take over, Jacob?
It was you.
I was possessed by anger and I started hitting him.
You killed them. You.
I kept hitting him, but Jason was smiling, as if it was tickling him. He didn't have...
So, punch him square in the dick.
He didn't have any remorse for ruining my life.
Why would he?
Like, whoopsie. It was a mistake, me killing all your friends and family, following you here, killing your other friends.
Oh no, killing your parents. Shit, I thought that's how I've made friends. I'm so sorry.
Well, don't worry, Matt, because perhaps they'll let him write an article in the Huffington Post about how he's a killer, but not a monster. He was a possessive beast who concealed himself from my childish eyes behind an angel's face. He was able to give me everything and at the same time to terminate everything around me. He was fiendish.
Well, that's one word for him. I don't know. Murderer is another one.
Right, what voice were you doing for Jason? Jason the What voice are we doing for Jeff the Killer with toys?
I literally was doing Jeff the Killer voice.
Jeff the Top
Okay.
Hat. He's going to sound like...
Nelson Mandela.
I was going to say DMX.
It's just that if this is going to be a running character, if there are other stories about him, we need to know what the
Are we
voice
really
is.
going to, like... I don't really think he deserves a spot.
Okay.
Of course it was me, my splendid creature. Mr. Bunny even shouted to you.
He smiled with self-evident truth.
I made for you many toys, and I can't wait to introduce you, Miranda.
I'm not Miranda.
But you can call her Mandy, if you like.
Okay, so it's supposed to be introduce you to Miranda. Right. Suddenly something hit his head and it shattered into pieces. My father had a wooden club. He aimed a blow at the monster's head, but the one that broke was the wood. Jason's smile turned into an infuriated scowl and his grip increased on my wrist. He turned around when my father saw Jason's face. Saw Jason Statham.
Fucking Jason Statham.
I'm
gonna hook myself up to these fucking electric things and like go mental because I'm cramped.
Right,
That's the name of the fucking movie.
Go mental.
I'm fucking Jason Statham. I've got 24 hours to live all day of the week.
I saw Craig. Basically, the premise is this: Jason Statham is a right old geezer, and he's got
a fun up knee slapping time on the town.
He's got to hurry up, finish up the knees up before Hackney Market is destroyed.
Music by Chaz and Dave.
He opened his eyes wide, and my mother covered her mouth to conceal her screams. Wait, didn't he kill your parents?
These are other parents. These are backup parents.
Okay. My father didn't waste time trying again to set me free. The club, broken in half with that one blow to the Toymaker's face, allowed him to let go of me. Together with my parents, I ran out of the room. We quickly rushed to the entrance. My father opened the door, but instead of the garden path in front of us, there was Jason's workshop.
So he's Santa now.
Maggie, I give you one last chance,
Jason said calmly, walking down the stairs.
After which I'll dye the walls with the blood of all the people who surrounded you. You bastard.
To the kitchen, quick!
But who says that?
I don't know, so who cares?
Nelson Mandela's gonna say
There's another guy. He's like, Boppy the Unicorn, quickly to the kitchen! Woo!
Thanks, Mr. Poopy Butthole. You've always been there for me.
Sleepy Gary, quick!
We run over to the... You guys know me, reverse giraffe. We run over to the kitchen, hearing that monster's laugh following us.
Oh, you just imagine this is going on and they're just adding more people. Hammer Eye! Cyborg Amish!
Once we were in, we could see through all the windows of the Toymaker's little factory. Now I was desperately sure it wasn't a nightmare. The terror overwhelmed me, and Daisy's blood on my fingers were more real than anything else I have felt. Was more real. You're not northern. Daisy's blood on my fingers were more real than anything else I'd felt.
Why you haven't got the answer?
It was off-putting. Tell you that, I need a brew.
I'll tell you that.
I seen that Jason Statham in town. I turned around.
Where's Dad?
My mother grabbed a knife and got closer to me, holding me tightly in her arms.
Stephen!
With her trembling voice, she called him, but we sighed with relief when we saw him coming in the kitchen.
Bit rude.
Yeah, carry on, Toby. Sounds a bit like bum.
Hurry up before.
My mother's voice blocked, just like
Oh,
me.
no, sorry, it was mother. Hurry up before.
My mother's voice blocked, just like me. She stared at Dad's pale face. He walked slowly with a fixed look at the space and his eyes wide open. Suddenly he fell on the floor, and behind him appeared Jason's frozen smile. The Toymaker looked at me with crazed eyes.
Dad's battery decreased. It should be recharged.
Let's plug him in then. What's he take? Oh, double A. Alright, I'll stick him in as well.
Jason revealed a giant mechanical key and drove it into my father's back. Already stained with blood, he turned it with force and twisting. So what, was the key already stained with blood or your father's back?
Is it Kingdom
Who
Hearts?
cares? Twisting my father's backbone. At the second turn, I shouted, covering my ears to block out the sound of the breaking bones, but I couldn't help taking my eyes off my father's body, contorting itself like a snake.
Go away! Be gone! Leave my child alone!
My mother...
It's like, okay, and leave. Oh, just need to ask him to leave. We should have that before he horrifically murdered my husband.
My mother held me tight at her chest, and despite the terror and the tears, she said her face... Oh, excuse me, she shed. Her face resembled one of those lioness... Despite the terror and the tears she shed, her face resembled one of those lionesses shielding her cub.
That's...
Silence, woman. It's not you I want to talk to,
growled the furious Toymaker.
So he's sexist as well. That's
and
his
in
worst
the
crime.
end, he pointed his white claw at me.
Come with me, my sweet friend. We will have fun together. We will be back at laughing.
We'll be back at laughing.
Like we did then.
Maybe laughing's a place.
Be back at English.
Oh my god, a whole big section of Nelson Mandela!
No,
No, that's not Nelson Mandela.
you're just an insane psychopath. I don't know what kind of monster you are, but I really don't have it. But I really don't have idea how you could exist at this world.
Oh my god, the English!
But one thing is for sure. You must
Put things is for sure.
One thing is for sure. You must disappear forever from my life.
You don't belong in this world.
At the sound of my refusal, Jason's face clouded over and his eyes sparkled with fury.
How does one sparkle with fury?
He started to rave. Please. Please.
Jason was in here raving.
James, to contort himself and jerking his head as if he went on the blink because of me.
I don't understand,
He growled quietly. I don't understand, he screamed, grinding his teeth. His face became more terrifying.
I was the only one staying by your side when your parents preferred to work than stay with you. I was a loyal friend while the ones... I killed your father and shit, but I was a loyal friend while the
second
ones
father I murdered.
surrounding you only looked for you when they needed it.
He came closer.
I gave you all my attention, giving you loads of toys, and I never made you lack of nothing.
I'm done. Never made you lack of nothing. So a lack of something is an abundance, presumably. I never made you an abundance. I mean, just no, someone else. That's that.
Where are we? Go up a bit.
English.
Just fucking proofread your work.
I gave you all the attention, blah blah blah.
Oh right, yeah. No.
Aimed good.
Oh yeah. No, hang on. No.
Sorry.
I always aimed for your own good.
What the fuck is going on here? Jacob's just thrown his fucking hat off.
Yeah, he's
thrown his shitty
He's flipped the chair, tripped the table, thrown the hat,
No, he's just
jumped the shark.
And that's why I destroyed
Seduced the train.
everything. That's why I destroyed everything hurting you.
His screams were so loud that it resounded over the walls. While my body shook in balls, and while my body shook in horror at every word.
I got rid of all the people that's saddening you. Oh my god!
Saddening.
Sadness too, but saddening harder.
Because I wanted you to be happy by my side after I looked for you for so long. You even forgot me. I was a true friend, but you turned your back on me.
Suddenly his furious face
I
relaxed.
was a true friend when I invaded your nightmare and murdered your entire family.
Yep. But not his previous insane smile.
Do.
After doing everything for you, there isn't another explanation. There is really something wrong with you.
He instilled it on me with an accusationary look.
You were really a bad little girl, so I have to fix you up.
You gotta do the Nelson Mandela, you gotta say what?
What?
You heard me well, you ungrateful. I will fix you.
Sounds like Skeletor.
I will fix you up so good. And we gotta get that He-Man.
Yeah! Did we just do that all at the same time?
I believe we did.
Oh my god.
I will fix you up. You'll be so good.
He sniggered. You'll become a very beautiful toy doll. My mother, who was paralysed by Jason's tirade, suddenly awoke and pointed the knife out to him. If you even dare to graze Maggie, I swear I'll kill you. Jason looked over at my mother with a challenging gaze and slowly came closer, the knife trembling in my mother's hands, while the Toymaker gave an inexpressive guise. She couldn't stand the tension. She pushed me behind her and hurled herself on him. My mother stabbed him in the heart, and the monster opened its eyes wide. He made a contortion of pain, corrugating his dark eyebrows, and my mother smiled triumphant. Just kidding. In that moment, a smirk reappeared on Jason's face. He opened his arms with nonchalance without even taking out the knife from his chest. My mother was shocked and stood still for a few seconds, but she was possessed by exploration, whatever the fuck that word is, and started stabbing him several times, trying desperately to make him react somehow. The disgusting sound of flesh pierced by the knife could be heard clearly, while the shirt was ripping, but Jason kept his balance perfectly. That's enough now! We must get a He-Man!
Conga Castle Grayskull!
He commented, bored, and straight after he hit my mother on the face, making her fall violently to the floor. I'll be in trouble if you scratched it! It was already swollen. Sorry. I was quickly next to my mother, helping her get on her knees. The side of her face was already swollen. The fuck are you laughing at?
I was like, get on her knees and
What the fuck do you think I'm laughing at?
get on her knees and it was swollen. Sounds a bit rude, really.
Sounds a bit like bum.
Does a bit. My eyes leaped on the Toymaker. I was waiting for his immediate revenge, but I was petrified when I glimpsed what he was doing. He unbuttoned his shirt, and drove his nails into his chest, close enough to the injuries he got from the knife. He sank his claws into his flesh and he slowly started pulling on the opposite side. The wound appeared as a little rip in the centre, which enlarged as flesh shredded like paper. A thick black liquid dripped to the floor. It was not blood. Even if it was, it must have been something rotten. Something sparked in his exposed rib cage. It must have been a nice lampshade.
It was filled with oil.
Probably you forgot how much I care for my splendid music box, but luckily everything is alright.
This may be my one weakness, let me bring it up to you.
Yeah.
It's also flashing red.
He took his hands off exposed chest and covered the hole with his shirt, hiding the music box that started to play from the inside. He then came closer. I wanted to scream, I wanted to beg, but the horror I had witnessed left me completely paralysed to do anything, which I employed squeezing up with my mother. It only took a yank from the Toymaker to tear out one of my arms. He took her up without effort.
Wait. Tear her
out of my arms. Oh, sorry, tear her off the arm.
It sounds like
a bit different, yeah.
Like both ripped out my arm and hers.
He took her out without effort and pushed her back into his chest for preventing her to wiggle out of him. He clenched his arm around her neck while the other arm was blocked the hand that stabbed him.
Now I'll show you what happens to whom tries to hinder me. Mom.
He slowly bent her arm in the opposite direction. She cried from pain, trying to set herself free, but that monster was strong enough to bend her limb and make the bone come out. My mother sank her nails into his blackened flesh, which flaked apart from producing a nauseating smell. Could not set herself free since the grip was wrapped tightly. Oh, Jacob, we need you.
Alright, I'll come with you.
I shouted with all the voice I had in my body. Jason raised his stare and gave me a serious look. My mother was becoming paler due to the pain and blood loss. She needed my help and there was nothing I could do but handling myself to the Toymaker.
You can't take me with you, but leave my mother alone.
I said in my trembling voice.
After all, we are friends, right?
I tried to make a convincing smile despite I was trembling from head to toe and my eyes were filled with tears. Jason smirked. He was outright satisfied and pleased with his victory.
Excellent choice, Maggie.
Oh wait, she is Maggie fucking, I don't know. At that point,
I don't understand.
I don't know, I thought she was Majour. I don't fucking know.
I thought she was Margarine.
Yeah, at this
She was
point,
the type of Margarine.
at that point, his arms took back their usual colour. His lacerations cicatrized.
I'm not familiar with that word. I'm sure some smart.
CICA.
It's probably supposed to be a real word, but
It probably is a real word. There's probably some smart ass in the comments will tell us what it means.
In a few seconds,
How you pronounce it.
and he was back to his usual appearance. His face returned to its normal state, but I already knew what he concealed behind those amber-coloured eyes. Jesus Christ.
Cicatrized. There we go. I love
Cicatrized.
I've never heard that word before.
No. No, me neither.
Cicatrise. Cicatrise. Shut
You know
up!
what's really embarrassing is this story was Toby, can I have the mic?
Yeah.
Do you know what's really embarrassing is this story was probably written by someone who doesn't speak English as their first language. And
Why is that always your go-to and they're not stupid?
And yet they know the word cicatrise and we don't.
It seems Jason...
When have we ever needed to like go, oh, I cut myself the other day, but you know, it's a bit cicatrising.
It seemed Jason accepted my surrender, but before leaving my mother, he took out of his pocket a little red mouse. It was unmistakably a toy. One of those with a winding key. He grabbed my mum from her jaw and pushed it into her mouth. "What's wrong, Mum? Did the mouse take your tongue?" He laughed amused, pushed her away from himself. In the nick of time, I saw my mother's eyes, wide-eyed and frightened. A light, and then an explosion. He fell... Oh my god, it's nearly over, thank god. She fell on her knees. Her jaw, her nose, her eyes beat to a bloody pulp. She fell on the ground, the stain of blood enlarged from her body. Blood pieces of flesh spurted up to me, but I was paralysed in front of my mother's corpse. While Jason wouldn't stop laughing.
Why? Why did you do that?
The Toymaker's overwhelming shadow covered me and bent down to me. His face got closer, which was spoiled by a rift on his own flesh, warped by the club. "Because I am not your friend anymore, you little shit." Oh, he's getting itchy now. "I am your creator." He then grasped me by my arm and dragged me towards him. "Now, let me fix you up." Yeah, that's the whole story.
This is now I'm your creator. Like, someone's created and you didn't create them, but you can declare yourself that later.
I'd just like to say that "let me fix you up" is even less of like an intimidating catchphrase than "go to sleep" or any other shit.
Yeah, no, it's rubbish.
Or wibbly wobble wobble.
Comments.
I want a special thanks to...
Face.
What the fuck? A face?
It's how...
it's a GIF.
Yeah, it's how people
hang on, it's
DeviantArt.
a DeviantArt
Yeah.
fucking thing. For helping me in my correction.
Correct. They didn't fucking help you very much, did they?
I also want to thank you all who supported me and enjoyed the story. 214 comments was read by quite a few.
We did not enjoy this story.
My favourite creepypasta forever and ever. I love this story from all my heart. Geo Grey.
I listened to Mr. Creepypasta's narration of this and I saw the link in your DeviantArt in the description. This story is amazing. I love it.
If anyone ever wondered what Toby sounds like with a sly finger up his bum, now you know.
This is seriously an awesome story. It seems kind of like LJ, but with this own little twist. What the fuck is LJ?
Laughing Jack.
Oh, and it's so
Lars
extremely...
Jackson.
And it's so extremely awesome that the resemblance, silly, if that's not how you wanted the story to be. Personally, I thought it was pretty sad and overall plot because I just wanted a friend, but also dark. I love the dark and funny from the time to the end. Jason, all I want is a friend. Ending. Nope.
Well,
you don't get to be my friend. Sorry. I just had to say that. What the fuck are people on DeviantArt? Yeah. What are they?
Well, look, considering this creepy demon wolf, I got a picture of like anime cat girl. You're a pink like, oh, I feel sorry for me. You only wanted a friend. Well,
clearly that's something you can fucking sympathise with, isn't it? Whoa, this story is amazing.
Whoa!
Really good creepypasta, says Blue Moon 1987. No one born in 1987 is immature enough to like this story.
Okay, so now I love Jason. I want to know answers. What is Jason's sexuality?
No.
Oh, no.
Nope.
No.
No.
No. What is wrong with
Toby,
people?
I told you weren't allowed to tell people to kill themselves.
No, what is wrong with these people wanting to
I'm just
sexual...
fucking revoking that right now.
Why do people want to sexualize fucking murderers? Why do people want to do that? They don't say it for people... They don't say it for real life people like Fred Rest. What a sexy bastard! No!
Yes, they fucking do.
What?
There are people out there who marry murderers on death row, Toby.
Let's look at some of this.
Fan letters and stuff.
Let's look at.
Welcome back to Bad Creepypasta. I do not have an imaginary friend called Andrew. No matter what Jacob says, he is real.
He's the realest real boy I've ever met.
I mean, he's as real as Pinocchio.
Today on the show, we are reading Jeff the Killer 2015 edition.
It's like the dark and edgy version done by Christopher Nolan.
Only then will you have my permission to die, Jeff. Oh, this is going to go well. Author's note.
Author's note.
This is my version of Jeff the Killer remake.
So either this person can't speak English, or more likely this is a remake of a remake. So it's like The Thing 2011.
Ugh. Which was selected for a community challenge by votes to become the new Jeff the Killer story to be featured on this site. The pasta that came second in voting can be found here and was written by Sirius Nightshade, and the third was placed by blah blah blah. This is not the original story, but rather a retelling. Great.
Well, but judging by the fact it has 2015 in the title, yeah, I can guess that it's not the original story.
The day Jeffrey Woods...
Why is that his name? Why is that canon? It's a stupid name.
James Woods
and his family arrived at their new home. The sky was overcast and the weather was muggy. Fucking shanky bloke.
It annoys me as well because obviously I didn't know this was a thing because in my movie I decided to call Ben Mountains. And now I feel like I'm going to be accused of stealing the idea from here. Oh no, wait, I didn't because that's not a name.
The grey sky seemed to punctuate his mood.
like Jon Snow.
Exclamations.
The grey sky was made of semicolons. It's to be used for smart people and smart people only.
So wait, no, I think I've got it. Jeff is a bastard, and he lives in the woodlands. And he's going to fight...
In like Creepypasta world, is Woods just a surname for bastards?
It may be called Jeff the Killer OC, but it's going to be crossover with Game of Thrones, and he's going to have to sword fight Joffrey to become king.
Jeff was not thrilled to be here.
Someone play that!
James, put that on the screen right now.
Joffrey the Killer. Jacob had to put down his fruit fucking salad.
It's got that picture of him being smug on the throne. It's just got...
Jeff was not thrilled to be here.
Joffrey. His name's Joffrey now.
Their new home was beautiful though. A true example of his father's newfound success. But still...
His father, the richest man in Westeros.
His father, who he thought was Robert Baratheon, but was in fact his uncle, the Kingslayer.
It wasn't the home. It wasn't the home he'd known. A week after they settled in, Jeff and Liu, favourite character, woke up early. The sky was a crisp and gorgeous blue, Walkers. And although the Louisiana heat was playing its usual cruel tricks...
A King's Landing in Louisiana.
The brothers decided that...
At the jazz bar in Flea Bottom.
The brothers decided that a morning bike ride to explore the area would be just the right ticket to combat the slight pangs of homesickness that they've both been experiencing over the last week. I miss home, Liu blurted out as Jeff smearing salsa on the microwave the burrito that would serve his breakfast. What? Oh my god. Imagine Jeff the Killer fucking burrito with salsa. Oh.
Me too, Lou.
I can't do a Joffrey voice, I'm afraid, so I'll just do the standard Jeff.
Me too, Lou. But I guess this is home now. So we just sort of have to make the most of it.
My being for...
We have to live here since Thatcher closed the mines.
I know.
The mines in Casterly Rock.
Goes down the mines of Moria. It's expanding all the different things we're incorporating into the world.
But all of our friends and stuff are back in New Orleans here. Remember that building we'd always sneak up on top of and watch the city lights come on? I missed that. Leo responded, sounding down.
Yeah, and ZM Video.
What?
The owner knew us and would always let us rent R-rated movies without our parents. And he'd always have to hook us up with a free video game rental if we got a few movies. Yeah, I miss that too. But Lou, we have to.
Leo interrupted. I know! But we have to make the most of this, but still, this place seems so fake, and this accent is fake as well.
Renegade interrupt.
It's just starting to sound like Sonic now. It's like, this place, it just seems so fake.
And Mom and Dad still treat us like we aren't even here. Way past cool.
Yep, they do. I was sort of hoping the new house would improve their mood. But what can we do?
Leo had no answer. Jeff fingers his breakfast, the dick burrito, and the two boys left the house to mount their bikes and explore around a bit more.
Their bikes?
It's very funny.
They did some obscene things to their bikes before riding up.
As it turned out, the subdivision they moved into was rather close to a cluster of stores in a small shopping centre. Village Shopping Centre. Fucking, what a name. The name of a short row of businesses. Within these were a Pizza Hut, a Chinese restaurant, a tobacco store, a Sprint store, and what Jeff and Leah are most excited about, a video store. It's got Ben drowned.
We'll have to get our mom and dad to come down here and open an account so we can rent movies. Leo mentioned as Jeff flipped a box over to read the description of a horror movie.
Shit, you're right.
Jeff snapped, feeling a bit of frustration at this thought. He knew getting his parents to actually come down here and set up a membership would take forever, since their usual after work routine was to go off into separate rooms until they got hungry enough to come out and speak. Jeff glanced over at the girl working behind the counter.
Maybe I can go over there and sweet talk her into giving us accounts. The old Jeff charm.
Like fucking running, sticking pomade on before,
I've still got it.
You're right, Jeff. You look like... One look at you and she'll probably ban us. It's quite funny because, fish lips. Leo remarked as a smile broadened his face.
You doubt me, little man. I am the eater of worlds.
Oh my god, what is this?
This is real, 14-year-old dialogue.
Oh wow.
It gets worse.
Doubt you, the guy who kissed 2 girls and almost touched a boob. Never. Now go on, lay it all on the charm.
Edgy. Fucking edgy, mate, yeah.
Whatever. I totally could have banged that girl. But her parents came home and...
Last time you told me the story, you said her parents were out of town and her sister came home.
Jeff became flustered. While in the process of trying to make yet another comeback, the girl behind the register removed all doubt by speaking to the boys herself and asked,
Gemma?
Okay. Hey, aren't those your bikes?
The young woman asked, pointing towards the glass window. Jeff and Liu looked over it and saw 3 boys around, outside even, 2 of which were riding around in circles on the Woods Brothers bikes. Woods Brothers?
The Super Woody Brothers.
2 brothers. In a van.
Hold on, there's more. Slender Man is coming and he's also in the movie.
And he's bringing evil smiling darks.
They would spin them around and jump off, letting the bikes crash into the pavement, just to stand up and ride them again. The 2 boys riding the bikes were both slim in build, whilst heavier boys stood on the sidewalk drinking a Red Bull and watching.
I got Red Bull in my cup. I got Red Bull in my cup. Worst video on YouTube, link in the description.
Never heard of it. Jeff and his brother made their way towards the doors of the video store. When the fat kid saw them coming, Jeff couldn't hear what he said to the 2 friends, but he made some sort of gesture while shouting him. And the other 2 boys dumped the bikes where they lay and walked towards the sidewalk directly towards the 2 brothers.
Those your backs? Boy!
Boy! One of the boys asked as Jeff and Leo entered the summer heat.
It's you, Toby.
Yeah. Why are you riding them?
Jeff asked... Leo asked sharply.
Why have we decided that it's Liu now? Wasn't it just Lou before?
Leo!
We just saw... I was doing you for a second. We just saw them there, man. Relax. Figured someone just let them out for us.
Because that's the way it works, isn't it? The same boy responded as his 2 friends joined him on either side. Jeff, determined to make a good start here, tried to change the course of this confrontation.
Well, they're ours. We just moved here about a week ago and live on Fairmount Avenue, the most generic sounding American street name ever. A few blocks from here. We're just checking out the neighbourhood.
Can I just say, I know this is basically exactly the same story, but they're trying to make...
Except it's now the Lost Boys.
They're just trying to thicken it up with all this crap. It's just like, let's try and improve the story by adding all these street names and him eating some salsa burrito.
Street names like, yo, I'm Jeff Z.
I just looked ahead where it says "Now we know," and all I can think of is Mitchell and Wereblook. Just now we know.
I'm just waiting for Santa Carla and those damn vampires.
Jeff hoped that a civil tone could turn things around, but he could tell by the insolent look on the child's face that this was going to be a difficult gamble.
Good for you. You move somewhere.
The fat kid remarked.
Oh yeah, Troy, the first boy spoke. They moved into that piece of shit house with a gravel driveway. I was wondering who would move into that place.
Oh my god, who's Randy?
Randy Orton? Well, Randy, now we know.
The big kid, apparently named Troy, replied. Jeff still trying
to... boy is Randy, which is you, okay.
Jeff still trying to salvage the conversation, tried a peaceful banter one more time. With a bit of cheeky Nando's.
Ninja said that they get a cheeky Nando.
So they're not the Frog Brothers then, no?
No, that would be fun.
Yeah.
I'd be having fun if this was Lost Boys.
Okay, so you're Troy and you're Randy. Well, I'm Jeff, and this is me brother Lou. We just moved here from New Orleans. Excuse me while I play trumpet.
You ain't in New Orleans now.
Oh my God! New Orleans will save you now.
Where's your Messiah now? Yeah.
The third boy, who just now decided to speak, remarked, "Yeah, and who the fuck you said could call us by our names?"
His names aren't important.
Randy asked, that insolent, privileged smile never leaving his
Check
face.
your privilege, Randy.
Jeff smiled and responded to Randy,
Well, I guess I could have called you a fucking arsehole, but I figured I'd give you the benefit of the doubt.
"The dudes."
Really? You smile before saying that like, got you now? This is my incredibly witty retort. You utter tool out, Randy kicks the shit out of you.
In that
Poops in your butt.
In that
Just defecates right in your rectum. So when you're shitting out his feces, reading the newspaper, you'll be going, should have left well alone.
In that moment, a flare of rage, a streets of rage, replaced that smirk and had rested on Randy's face throughout his entire
It's a
exchange.
little Streets of Rage, and then Jeff uses special. Police car pulled up, fired themselves into the...
The two other boys, Troy and still unknown third member of his band,
That's his name.
Wild Stallions.
seemed to be momentarily struck silent. Perhaps they weren't used to being stood up to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm too busy eating fruit cocktail.
That's not the line. Surely that's not the line. That'd be weird, right?
No, it actually is.
Just what? It's like, oh no, it actually is, said Matt. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that language too adult for you?
This is, nothing in here is too adult for anyone.
Jeff asked.
And you, quiet boy, we know this isn't New Orleans.
Jeff stated to the Slim Kid that reminded him Slim Jim. Stated to the Slim Kid that reminded him of his geographical location.
Because if this was New Orleans, you three would already have gotten your asses kicked for touching someone else's shit.
Looked back and forth at his two friends. However, Randy, clearly the leader,
Okay, Jeff.
seemed to know what to say. Keith, you gonna let this little bitch talk to you like that?
Jeff knew this part, and while he wanted quite badly to sock Randy and his pals around, because it was the 30s, a real concern suddenly invaded his
You
mind.
need to get to that box social.
If he and Lou got into a fight on their first week in this new neighbourhood, their parents would freak. You could practically hear it now, and while things had been far from perfect in their home, even after the move, there was a peace that had fallen over the family, and Jeff, fighting his urges, decided to do his best to keep his willy in his pants. I guess to keep it. Jeff looked over the three, very well dressed, very privileged looking suburban kids before them, and dismissed them.
You guys are boring. Come on, Lou, let them continue their play dates without us.
Leo laughed, ho ho ho, and then followed behind his brother towards the bikes. However, Randy and his little gang would-be toughs would have none of that. None of that shit. However, Randy and his little gang of would-be toughs. Would-be toughs?
I guess toughs is a noun?
Would have none of that. They moved to block Jeff and his brother once again. Where you going, pussy? Oh wait, no, Randy asked, shoving Jeff. Jeff could tell that shove had no real conviction. Randy was trying to figure him out, seeing where his buttons were. Oh, he's got a fucking scan visor on.
Yeah, he's a
So it's
robot
like-
now. I am Jeff Tron.
No, he's looking for... This is a dystopian future where, like, shirt buttons are currency. So if you wanted to rent a videotape, you'd need 20 buttons.
So it's like a shittier version of Fallout.
A much, much shittier version of Fallout because it involves Jeff the Killer.
He'd push harder eventually, but Jeff swallowed... Sorry,
A big load.
but Jeff swallowed the slowly building anger with him once more.
Semen. He meant semen. It was a
does
joke.
sound
It was a
very
joke about
rude.
blowjobs.
He dropped trowel. And
Leo took a bit more exception to the shove.
We're going to your mom's house. Me and my brother saved up a couple of dollars from doing chores. We hear she doesn't charge much. Ha 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 ha.
Lou is the fucking soul of wit.
As the words left Leo's mouth, Randy appeared to only register a small portion of it.
It works on so many levels, doesn't it? We're going to your mum's house. We have to do chores to get money. Your mum charges us for sex because she's a prostitute, but she's a low rent prostitute. It's a great joke. 10 out of 10.
Randy...
Too much water. Sploosh.
Hang on a second, why is it saying this? Randy Hayden had grown up in Mandeville.
Wait.
How do they suddenly know?
Randy Hayden. Don't we know a Hayden?
James Hayden confirmed. James, put a picture of James Hayden on the screen.
His father was a partner at a local firm that made a lot of money. Something else that Jeff would soon come to learn. Well, apparently he's learning it now. Randy and his friends were still the same age as Jeff and growing up in very different circumstances. They were used to being listened to. They were used to being feared.
In fact, Randy, the target of the insult, just stood there. It was actually Troy, the fat kid, who stepped forward. Fists balled. No, fist balled, excuse me. It's like being blue balled. Fist balled, eyes squinted in anger.
Who's this talking to?
Troy shouted and took a wild
He's
swing
eating
at
something.
Lou.
He's eating a pie.
Lou, who was both in better shape and had sparred with Jeff a time or two during his time spent boxing,
Oh my god!
was
How
able
old did I-
to avoid the punch, but just barely. Had that been all, it may have once again ended there. Troy was clearly taken by surprise at Lou's speed, and actually didn't attempt another punch. However, these were bullies, kids that ran in a pack for a reason. The skinny one, Keith, stepped around and threw a punch that connected with the left side of Lou's face.
I can imagine some boxing commentators be like, fuck this shit, we're out.
Jeff had seen enough. He'd been shocked at how quickly this evolved into blows, even though he'd expected it from almost the start. When he'd first met Randy and his friends, he'd been curious. From there, he'd developed an annoyance with them, and slowly that annoyance had evolved into anger. However,
The three stages of
Hate led
Jeff
to the
Killer.
dark side and killing children.
Jeff the Killer is evolving. Jeff the Killer has turned into anger.
Hate. It starts to change the world.
However, upon seeing Lou punched, seeing the small trickle of blood from his brother's lower lip, upon seeing the smug look of satisfaction on Keith's face, that anger that Jeff had felt suddenly exploded into a rage that he'd never felt before in his life. This is identical to the original.
It's just no different.
It's just less him having a feeling in his trousers.
Yeah.
Jeff Woods did not hesitate. He stepped forward, his feet automatically falling into the correct stance that he'd learned from the boxing classes his father once enrolled him to, and delivered a powerful right hand to Keith's face.
Wait, they bothered putting a fucking excuse. They bothered putting a fucking excuse as well for like his apparent superhuman like punching skills.
He gave him a powerful right hand, so he just cupped his cheek. Didn't say like a fist. No, a powerful right hand. So he could have slapped him for you big brute.
It's like the red right hand. The skinny boy had no time to register shock or pain. The punch caught him by surprise, and his knees buckled. Keith went down to the ground in a heap of confusion and dawning fear. A heap of confusion.
Confusion and arousal.
Randy, the so-called leader
Wasn't
here.
Heap of Confusion like a Genesis album?
Yeah, yes. Randy, the so-called leader here, was almost too shocked to move. He'd had quite a lot of experience starting fights, but no real time logged in losing them. Like, he's logging all the fights he's ever been in, like Captain's log.
2 fight record.
He'd never felt control of a situation slip.
I'd watch the shit out of Randy's like vlog show on YouTube. Hi, it's Randy. Stole a kid's lunch money today.
My life is so hard. I just want a safe zone, you know.
But I made $5.
My mum bought me an Xbox and I threw it in the woods, not being a Sasquatch.
He was used to being in charge, so now, seeing one of his friends go down so quickly and easily, left him in a state of shock that he had no idea how to address. Troy, on the other hand, seemed to have a plan. Throw another punch.
Great plan. I don't know if that's a plan or a reaction. It's like Jacob had eaten a lot of food. He had a plan. Take a shit.
He stops, sits down, pulls out a little notes, blue, that little montage. Yeah, throw another punch.
He moved towards Jeff, deceptively faster than his weight would seem to allow, and threw 2 equally fast punches. Jeff, however, had no problem sidestepping both attempts.
So suddenly the fat guy becomes an expert boxer because he needs a challenge.
God.
Troy, seemingly lost for actions, actually dropped his arms as if to say, "Gee, what do I do now?"
If only he had another plan.
Gee.
More punches, of course.
It's like, hadn't you got something planned out a moment ago?
Jeff had the answer. He moved in, throwing 3 hooks to Troy's stomach.
Hooks. Fucking, what did this guy do? Sit down and just fucking watch Vladimir Klitschko go a fucking few rounds for. Jeff the Killer is Vladimir Klitschko. Illuminati phone.
The hefty kid's eyes went as wide as pie pans.
Get it? Because he's fat. Oh my god, it actually... Look at the next fucking statement.
A fitting analogy, Jeff thought.
Actually says that.
Oh my god.
A fitting analogy Jeff thought as well. So he thought it at the time. He smacked him and went, his eyes are as wide as pie pans. A fitting analogy.
Also, probably not
if you
true.
didn't think Jeff was a tool a moment ago.
Also, should the analogy be like, if it's not an analogy, it's actually happened, his eyes went the size of pie plants, should be, Jesus Christ, what did I do? I just exploded this guy's eyes.
He staggered back,
Which
clutching
probably
his
happens later.
throbbing stomach.
He realised he was hungry.
Throbbing around.
Jeff wasted no time and stepped in once more, fetching a sharp punch to the big kid's jaw, causing Troy to promptly fall on his ass. Jeff was
Please tell me
reminded.
there's not Shoryuken.
Jeff was reminded of King Hippo from the Punch-Out game he used to play. He couldn't help but smile.
King Hippo from the Punch-Out game he used to play. You mean Punch-Out?
Please tell me the sequel to this is going to be Jeff the Killer versus Mike Tyson.
Jeff confirmed for Smash.
Little Mac.
Jeff now turned his focus on Randy.
Randy?
Orton.
He advanced on the boy,
On
feeling
me.
something new forming inside of him.
It still sounds rude.
More than a
Sounds a bit
feeling.
like bum.
He still felt the anger, the rage actually, at the antics of these three assholes.
It sounds very rude.
They had the nerve to mess with their bikes, the nerve to insult the two kids they'd never met before, and of course the ultimate offence, touching his brother.
I think
In the naughty
Jeff might-
places.
Jeff might have some sort of complex.
They got nerve.
Like this, honestly, this feels like more of a... I don't know if anyone's ever seen like, what is it? Return of Freddy, or whatever it's called, the second Nightmare on Elm Street film.
Oh, I think I've seen that.
It's
what I
just
haven't
it's just a metaphor for latent
Lee, have we
homosexuality.
seen the second Nightmare on Elm Street?
I've seen all of them.
Oh. Yeah, it's basically that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is gayer than that, and that film was basically just to a lot of people, and I was one of those people who felt it when they watched it. That it just felt like a metaphor for repressed homosexuality. And this is the same. Like this is the same thing, and this is just about as good as Nightmare on Elm Street 2 as well. Mixed with his rage was also a sweet, enjoyable pleasure, as opposed to a pleasure you don't enjoy. Not only was he kicking their asses, but he was loving every second of it. It was as though the joy of showing them up was perfectly blending with the rage he felt towards them. Together, it formed into a sadistic, controlled sense of power. That was until Lou stepped in front of them.
Jeff, stop!
Jeff-chan!
That's enough, Leo!
Why, stop now, Lou. They're wanted this.
Jeff replied enough.
That sounds very dirty now.
Jeff replied.
They were asking for it. They were dressing all slutty like.
Jeff replied in a flat cap. Excuse me. Jeff replied in a flat voice that Lou had never heard come from his brother's mouth.
She's calling the cops, look!
Leo... oh, no.
Look, Aaron.
Leo shouted again. And this time, Jeff came back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Long enough to listen. He glanced over at the store clerk, Spaghetti. And saw...
these goddamn food stamps don't buy spaghetti.
Anyway, he saw her on the phone, talking frantically and pointing towards the parking lot. Suddenly, Jeff's strange sadistic haze collapsed. He regained his former self.
Fuck, let's go.
Fuck! He stated quickly, and here Liu mounted the bikes once more. Mounted the bikes and rode towards the parking lot exit. Who's Randy? Yeah, you better fucking run! Randy called behind them. Jeff and Liu paid no mind and pedalled away. A few blocks down the street, they dismounted their bikes and began walking together. At first, neither brother spoke. Then Liu broke the silence.
Jeff, thank you for standing up to me back there. Thank you.
Yeah, those guys were pieces of shite.
Pieces of hey.
They had it coming.
Jeff replied, looking down the street as they walked.
What? What happened? I've never seen you like that before.
Just defending myself, Lou. What was I supposed to do? Let them beat you up? Because you are me. That's how self-defense works.
I bet they go to our school. I bet we see them there. And I bet they won't forget this. This is just the beginning.
Who cares? We didn't ask to move here. We didn't ask for any of this. Mum and Dad... I'm sure the bullies will take that into account. Mum and Dad
I never asked for this.
just wanted a bigger house and a nicer neighbourhood. And we were along for the ride whether we liked it or not. Think I give a shit what these rich arsehole kids think of us?
Jeff stated and went back to looking at his feet.
Think we'll get in trouble?
Liu asked.
For what? Defending ourselves?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Do you think the cops will come and arrest us and put us in juvie without trial?
At gunpoint.
They did start it. Leo answered, then to the brothers. And to the brothers, the matters was closed.
In a van.
However,
On some bikes.
Things were far from over. What?
They found that the trouble they believed they'd escaped was in fact waiting for them at their front door. Jeff and Leo saw police cars well before they arrived at their driveway.
I've never got into a fist fight in like a shopping centre with some kids my own age, but is calling the cops really the first?
Well, that was a video store clerk, wasn't it? Apparently.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't call it. Like if I saw a bunch of teenagers having a fist fight, I'd probably get out and tell them to fuck off. You know what I mean? I don't think I'd call the police. But if it was like really bad, and like one of them was on the floor and like 3 guys were kicking the shit out of him or something, a bunch of kids bunching each other, I'd just be like, can you fuck off?
Like, I know from what the description, it tried to make it sound all epic vibe, but it sounded really like if someone pulled a knife or was, I don't know, doing an irreversible on someone, then that's when you call the cops.
A fucking fire extinguisher. Quickly to the rectum! 2 cop cars, both parked in front of their houses.
They needed 2!
Both of them felt their stomachs dropped, as they knew why the police were there.
But this is where the story takes a twist, because they're arresting their dad for embezzling. Has nothing to do with them.
2 brothers entered the living room to see their parents sitting on the couch, the 2 cops standing there, leaning on the wall, writing on their workbooks.
Wait, so there's 2 cops in there.
So,
and they each have 2. So
Sheila?
Okay. What did you 2 do?
Said their mother having an asthma attack.
Said their mother, Stevie, calling from her wheelchair.
So apparently the mum's name is Sheila. Sheila practically screeched at the 2 boys as they entered the house. Leo, younger and less centered than Jeff, began to fall on the defenses. Some kids tried to jump us down at the video store. They were messing with our bikes and then we went outside and they got in our faces. They come in your face.
All up in our grills. That's not the way we had it! Matt Dixon interjected, and his voice firm and ripe with anger and dissatisfaction.
No, Dad, that's what happened.
Jeff began to explain.
We were down at Friendly Video, looking around the store.
Not friendly to them.
When these 3 kids started riding around on our bikes, all we did was walk outside and the kids started talking trash to us, trying to provoke a fight. When we tried to leave, one of them punched Lou.
Finally, one of the cops spoke. His tag read Williamson. Fucking how police copy could you get? Boys, we have some serious complaints about the 2 of you. From what eyewitnesses at the shopping center said, you 2 started a confrontation with Randy and his friends. Jeff took notice of how familiar the cop's tone was when he said Randy's name. This was a small town after all, and there was a good chance this cop coached Randy in Little League. What? Or drank beers with his dad. Hell, it was even possible that his cop could be an uncle or to one of the bullies.
No, sir.
Jeff replied.
We didn't start it. They did. We just wanted our bikes. We just wanted to leave and they blocked us.
Williamson continued as though he heard nothing. Jeff said, several witnesses, including the video store clerk, said that you swung first. They say that the boys were riding your bikes, but let me ask you this. Did you chain your bikes to anything or just leave them outside the store? What's the matter? Leo demanded. Well, son, if you just left your bikes laying around the street, you can't say blame Randy and his friends for riding them now, can you?
What? Yes, you fucking can! Because they're clearly not his!
What kind of police officer would think like this? I know this is a bit of a false equivalence of going from petty child thing, of like someone nicking a bike, but then it'd be like if you went to a cop and went, "Oh my god, I've been mugged. All the nice things that I was carrying in on me have all been stolen. My phone, my wallet." Well, were you flaunting them? What do you mean? Were you on the phone at the time? Could they see you had a nice phone in your hand? You should have left it in your pocket. It's your own fault.
Someone broke into my house. Well, were you using the house at the time? No, I was out. Well, it's not their fault that they saw your nice stuff lying around.
Yeah, some lunatic tried to force himself on me. That is quite a short pair of shorts you're wearing, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is fucking ridiculous. What kind of logic is this?
You already have something in your anus at the time, so it was unoccupied. So anyone could have just slipped in there. It's your own fault.
You weren't plugged up properly before you went out.
You had a proper
What the fuck is wrong with this cop?
Poorly written.
I mean, this guy isn't a lot better than the one from the original story.
It'd be different if you had secured them somehow, but you just left them there. It's Jeff.
Mum, Dad, you're not buying into this crap, are you? You know me and Lou don't start fights. When have we ever? These three punks messed with us, and if you can't tell that these cops are taking their sides, you need to open your eyes.
Jeff knew he was skating on thin ice, but that rage, he demanded some sort of satisfaction.
Rage.
Jeffrey, do not speak about these officers in that tone of voice, and do not speak to us that way either. Now, it's pretty obvious that you two aren't happy here, but that you miss your old home, but starting fights in the street isn't going to change anything.
Jeff's mother snapped back.
Do you want to be you could be cop too.
I think it's the same cop, but that's fine.
Listen, boys, you're lucky. None of the parents want to press charges. This will be reported as a simple scuffle between teenagers, but be advised you're both on notice. This is a quiet town, not like New Orleans. We don't tolerate this sort of behaviour over here.
Fucking hate when people say that.
If you see Randy, Keith or Troy, I highly suggest you tell them you're sorry. We'll be keeping an eye on both of you, so don't let this happen again. You don't want to have an arrest record, do you?
It's called an arrest record, apparently. It might be called that in America, to be fair.
Well, it sounds really stupid, so very possibly.
Jeff felt his anger bubble over, and he could not hold his tongue.
Who is he to you, Officer Williamson? Is Randy your nephew? Is he your friend's son? Or maybe you go over there and screw his mum while you're on duty. Which one is it, officer?
I'm really rooting for this kid.
Yeah.
Duty.
Most skeletons my age, not very duty. Me, on the other hand, Toby, duty.
Very duty.
Duty indeed.
Most skeletons my age,
One spook.
calcium deficient.
You know.
These newts.
You know, most skeletons my age, one spook. Me, two spooky. Matt, it's you anyway.
That's it. Both of you, your rooms.
Ooh, Matt Woods apparently found that this wasn't a mute after all. What? Matt Dixon apparently found that he wasn't a mute after all.
Like, can you stop calling him Matt? Because I really don't want to associate I having a child like Jeff the Killer.
As he ordered his sons out of the room, Jeff and Liu walked upstairs. However, they refused to hang their heads in shame or feel any regret. Neither of their parents spoke to them for the rest of the day. Jeff and Liu stayed upstairs, venting their shared frustration to each other. They'd been screwed over. Even at their young ages, they knew that. They took some solace in the fact that they hadn't been arrested or cited, but still, they saw what was really going on here.
That cop, he was protecting Randy.
Jess whispered to his younger brother. Oh shit. His brother replied.
We have to watch ourselves. We have to take care of each other. You saw it down there. Even our parents didn't stand up for us.
Yeah, what the hell was up with that?
Liu asked.
Imagine their fucking image. That's what's up with it. All they care about is fitting in here. They want to make sure they blend in with the rest of the Stepford families.
What?
No more fighting. If we see Randy or his two fuckhead friends again, we just walk away, okay?
But Jeff, you can kick the shit out of them. Why would we walk away?
Liu asked.
Because I can't kick the shit out of cops, Lou.
Not yet.
I can't kick the shit out of Mum and Dad. And that's...
Not yet.
And that's what would get us. Fucking Randy and his pals are protected here. You and me, we're not. So if we see them, just avoid them. Okay, please?
Liu nodded.
I feel like a little bitch though. I owe Kevin for hitting me. I owe Keith for hitting me.
No, you don't. You just have to live with the embarrassment of getting punched by somebody named Keith. I paid him back for that, and paid his fat friend too. I hope they just leave us alone now, Jeff.
So this is really boring.
It is very boring. It's just like words. Lou said that he felt relieved about that, but Jeff had a sinking feeling that worse was yet to come. As we already said, it will get worse. Jeff was correct. As they next morning, when the two brothers came downstairs together to eat breakfast, their parents were already sitting in the dining room table, staring at the boys, approving of nothing they saw.
Sit down,
Matt asked flatly.
What's going on?
Liu asked.
Sit. ... down.
Matt stated again, anger dancing on the words. The boys complied without further question. Matt Woods began his diatribe.
Whatever that was yesterday, beating up some kids for touching your penises. Bikes. Mouthing off to the police. Disgracing both of me and your mother. That stops today.
We didn't beat anyone up for touching our bikes.
Jeff blarted.
Shut up, Jeff!
Shut up, Jeff! This is a one-way conversation, his father barked.
We didn't mention before, but Jeff's father was saying back to Staffy. Shut up, Jeff! This is a one-way conversation!
His father barked.
That kid, Randy Orton, his father, partner at my firm. Did you know that? Did you know, was it even thinking about that when you were assaulting him over godforsaken bikes?
You just didn't think, did you, Jeff?
Sheila added.
Specky cunt.
How could I have known that?
Matt Dixon continued to draw a penis in my sketchbook. I don't have a sketchbook, it's an iPad.
Well, I've spent the entire morning talking to his father on the phone. His dad is willing to let it all go, but shit, son. But shit, son. I've had to deal with that at work now. Do you have any idea how much damage this could have done to me, to our family?
Jeff felt that rage. Jeff felt that rage coming back and fought with all his mind to keep it stifled. Instead, he once more tried to appeal with the two adults' parental side.
Mum, look at Lou's face. They split his lip. Can't you see it's still swollen?
Leo turned his head to better showcase his injury.
My God, Jeff, so some kid played a little rough with your brother? Is that any reason to fight them? I wanted to make friends with some of the other families in this neighborhood, but thanks to you, I just don't know.
Worst parents ever.
No sooner could Jeff and his brother construct a proper defense. What is it, a fucking courtroom or something?
Objection!
Then their father began speaking again. Oh.
Why do I have to be the fucking dad? So, your mother and I have talked this through. Since you're the only a couple of weeks till summer vacation, we've decided that Lou should spend the rest of the season at Aunt Maris's place. Mars's. Aunt George. We've already spoken to her. She's willing to let him come over and stay there.
Both Jeff and Lou were floored by this decision. Both boys began to protest at the same time, but they saw the look on their parents' faces. The decision was made.
Why can't we both just go then?
Jeff asked, a last-ditch effort to get away from his parents.
Marcy doesn't want both of you there. She says you two are too rambunctious, and frankly, we agree.
Wink face.
Sheila answered. She didn't burst into tears at the end of this sentence. And so it was Lou was shuttled off to his aunt's place in Abita Springs, Louisiana. A place even smaller and duller than Mandeville. If one can believe that, Jeff watched his brother leave and then walked back to his bedroom.
I guess that's more believable though than him getting arrested.
Yeah, it's quite a lot more believable, isn't it? He felt that rage.
Congratulations, you aren't an awful, awful writer. You're just a bad one.
However, it began to feel almost pleasant to him. He couldn't explain it. He was furious at this turn of events. His parents had turned their backs on their own children. However, through it all, these new feelings he was experiencing weren't all terrible. The anger, for example, he could almost taste it. It felt like thick, sweet syrup stirring around in him. This is just a metaphor for homosexuality, isn't it? Yeah. Of course, he knew the extra ingredient.
Was love.
Of course, he knew the extra ingredient that would complete the flavour.
What?
That satisfying joy he'd felt when he had Randy and his friends on the ropes.
What?
I mean, we're not making this up, guys. It really is this perverse. The day prior. That mixed perfectly with the anger to create some intoxicating product that Jeff almost craved now.
Do you reckon this guy was starving at this point? He just thought, I have a bag of myself some fucking Slim Jim.
Yeah.
Hangry and horny. No, that's hungry and angry.
He fell asleep lying on his bed thinking about that syrup. That thick, viscous,
Salty.
So it says thick, viscous. That apparently viscous is a noun, not an adjective, according to this, because that thick viscous that seemed to work its way through into the very fabric of his soul. He wanted it, yet he knew that it was destructive.
It was destructive,
and that nothing good could come from sampling it again.
I am lost for words.
Toby's jaw was like wide then. It was hilarious.
You know, the first time you said it's actually an allegory for homosexuality, I thought you'd just be joking at a bit of a stretch. No, no, it's as gay as the X-Men.
I mean, X-Men was alright.
X-Men was all no. I'm saying
No, he doesn't mean gay as in like the way frat boys say it to mean bad. He means gay as in homosexual.
Yeah, like the whole point of the X-Men is they're like minorities.
Yeah, it's like they are, different to other people and they can't help it. Like, have you ever tried not being a mutant? That's actually a line from one of them. It's like a parent saying, have you ever tried not being gay? Several days passed, and tensions were high between Jeff and his parents. Tensions were high with this Herman Munster guy. Without Lou around, there was nothing for him to do except sit in his room and play video games.
Oh, that's a hard, I was going to say hard existence.
He's playing Minecraft with his friend Jesse Wolf.
He had to sit there and play Super Smash Brothers and Knuckles. He went outside but didn't venture far from home. He knew if Randy and his goons and Knuckles showed up again
and punchy Sonichu,
it would likely result in another fight. Do you guys want to do Sonichu in a bit? Fuck it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just go mental to Sonichu. For a few days that worked well, and Jeff believed he could get through this. However, his mother changed all of that on an early Saturday morning. Jeff was awoken suddenly by sharp sunlight striking his face. He heard his mother humming, something that she rarely did.
What?
Even in his half-sleeping state, he knew that humming was forced. She was doing it to wake him up, and figured the added sunlight would get things there even faster. When she noticed Jeff's eyes cracking open, she sauntered over to his bed and began speaking in a tone that simply oozed of false joviality.
At first, Jeff had refused. Could his mother be serious? Did she really expect him to go over and make friends with Randy? He was still in bed when his mother stopped her incessant humming long enough to tell him to get up and get dressed. Once he learned why, he told her no way in hell. However, his mother was a shrewd manipulator and she knew exactly what would get the job done.
Really? Because she seems like a fucking idiot to me.
She sounds like an overly sensitive, constantly crying, shrieking, shrew of a heartbeat idiot bitch.
And this is how you speak to your wife?
Get back in the kitchen or feel the back of my hand. What?
Yes, Matt Senpai. She promised Jeff that if he did this for her, went over and made it work with Randy, that Lou would come home the next day. She teabagged Jeff. she sandbagged Jeff right into the corner with that one.
You sandbag.
Also, make it work with Randy. What is he in a relationship with him? Gay jokes.
He'd no choice but to agree. A short time later...
Fucking Brokeback Louisiana.
A short time...
Brokeback Swamp.
Brokeback the Killer.
Brokeback Bayou.
Brokeback King's Landing.
Get it? Because of bum sex.
Jeff and his mother were pulling into Randy's driveway. Randy's mother answered the door.
Sounds a bit like bum, doesn't it?
Oh my god.
Randy's mother answered the door. Hello. You must be Jeff. She greeted. Jeff smiled wanly and confirmed that he was in fact who he was.
That was a necessary sentence.
How's it? Yeah, this is dog.
Hello, I'm Sheila Woods. Nice to finally meet you in person, Jeff's mother announced, barging past her son and extending a hand to Randy's mother. Sheila, so pleased to meet you. I'm Bridget Hayden.
Fuck me, that was so Scottish. I'm Bridget Hayden. Sorry.
Sorry to hear that our boys had been a little mishap the other day. You know how it is though with teenagers. Hormones going crazy and all.
It's like a robot Frankie Boyle. It's like hormones going crazy and all. Kerry Katona's vagina.
Randy never gets into fights, but he explained to me that Jeff and his brother are still new to the area and haven't quite learned how we do things in Mandeville yet. Isn't that right, Jeff?
How we do things in Mandeville? What?
Jeff couldn't resist a small jab.
Yeah, sorry about that, Miss Hayden. Me and Lou had no idea that it was okay for your son and his friends It was okay for your son and his friends and to mess with our bikes without asking, because proofreading is for batties from the south.
Bridget, he gets that mouth from his father. Never knows when to shut up. How about you and I go in and have some coffee?
What are you talking about?
How about you and I go in and have some coffee and you can tell me all that great gossip about Mandeville with how boys get to know each other the right way. Randy is in his room, Jeff, upstairs. Second door to your left. I'm sure you'll hear the sound of his video games or something, Bridget stated with very little humour in her voice.
Thank you, Mum.
Jeff answered and entered the house. Jeff knocked and heard Randy answer with,
Come in!
So, I guess you heard. Our parents want us to hang out, get to know each other.
Jeff stated with little conviction.
Yeah, that's right. My mom doesn't like the drama. Honestly, she worries too much. I mean, I'm cool if you're cool.
Jeff sat down on the floor next to Randy and struck up a conversation.
So turns out your dad is my dad's boss. He freaked out about the fight in the parking lot. He was actually worried he'd get fired or something.
My dad's like everyone's boss. I fucking hate it. I think half the kids in my school talk to me because their parents are somehow connected to my dad's firm.
Why'd you hate it?
Because it's
Jeff
fake.
act.
Because it's fake. The whole damn town is fake. You figure it as far as you go, but trust me, everyone who lives here is just trying to pretend that they're somewhere else. My parents make up all this shit, all the trophies and stuff, so I can brag, that's it.
Jeff smiled.
I know how you feel. My dad had me in a boxing class a year ago because some co-worker of his had a brother that worked at the place or something. As soon as that guy quit though, I was out of the gym the next week.
I wish it was that easy.
Randy responded.
I hate playing baseball, but my dad, I will surely have it out there again next summer, and the summer after. It's like, he knows I hate it, but wants to make sure I'm out there with a stupid company name on the back of my jersey. Sounds rude.
It's pretty... It must be difficult not knowing whether you're American or Irish.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Fucking Irish.
Randy, why did you and your friends fuck with our bikes t'other day?
I told you, this town is fake. Boring as shit. There's something to do here. We'll have to find something to do. I mean, there's only so many times you can go out and hang out at the video store. Why are the dirt paths in the woods? Sounds a bit rude. All the girls here are stuck up, so I just mainly get into boys, really. No, I didn't say that.
Sounds a bit...
All the stores close early. There's no mall and no movie theaters across town. We're just bored, man. So I'm sorry for that, I guess.
So he's the Slender Man. Randy's the Slender Man.
It's cool.
Jeff replied.
I guess I'm sorry for two.
Went too far, you mean?
Sorry, no. What do you mean I mean? No, I fucking read what's on the screen. I guess I'm sorry for two.
Oh, wow.
I'm eating for two now. He's preggers.
Preggers?
Things went too far.
You mean the fight?
Randy asked.
Spot, baby.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, actually. Oh, look, those guys, Keith and Troy. They just leech on me because of my dad. It's like I told you, I'm pretty sure their parents make me hang out with them.
The afternoon went on, and Jeff soon forgot that this was a mandatory arrangement. He actually started to find himself liking Randy. Sure, their first encounter was a little sketchy.
I really hope they have sex.
But he was coming around to the guy, finding that he wasn't so bad once his idiot friends were removed from the equation. About an hour later, things took a new turn. Ooh.
And stick on a atmosphere.
Jeff heard the twin pops of two car doors shutting in near unison, and then had heard the engine start up. He dropped the game controller and peered out of Randy's bedroom window just in time to see his mother and Randy's mother backing out of the driveway.
Our parents are leaving,
Jeff said.
About time. I figured that my mom would eventually talk to your mom and go into shopping or go get some coffee or something like that. Jeff heard Randy pause the game. Hey Jeff, come downstairs. I want to show you some really cool stuff.
I bet you do.
What stuff?
Have you ever heard of
weird
butt chugging?
It's like weird butt stuff. Now 30% weirder.
Randy invited and Jeff followed. Randy led Jeff out into the garage. It was hot in there with the main door shut.
Oh Jeff, it's so hot in here. Don't you agree? I better take my top.
Hot in here, so take off all your clothes.
The garage was well kept though, and Jeff observed stacks of magazines underneath a workbench, as well as tools and various other utilities items stacked about. Standing in a small closed garage with the late summer heat lingering about, Jeff began to feel uneasy, despite the fact that Randy and him seemed to bond over the last few hours playing Super Smash Bros. Fox only Final Destination, no items. 1v1 bitch. Sorry, I didn't like to say that. Jeff couldn't ignore the sense that things were somehow different now that the adults were gone.
What did you want to show me?
Jeff asked. Hold on, let me get it. I think it's a Guinness. Randy replied, moving the magazines out to reveal a small red box. Jeff watched as Randy removed the box and opened it. Check out my dad's flare gun, Randy announced, and waving the red tubular gun about.
That escalated quickly.
Whoa, be careful with that.
Jeff shouted, more out of shock than real concern. It's fine, dude. Don't be a pussy. Not even reloaded, Randy said. However, Jeff watched as he fished out one of the flares. I get it, because he's a fish later on. One of the flares out of the back compartment. Randy then continued to fiddle with the flare gun, popping it open, loading a flare. Now it's loaded, he announced. My dad showed me how to use this last year when we went out boating. Sometimes I take it back and shoot flares at the trees. But maybe this time I don't need a tree. What? The change in Randy's tone and demeanour was impossible to ignore.
Okay, well, cool gun. Let's get back in the house. It's hot out here. Plus, I'm getting hungry. What do you have to eat?
However, as Jeff turned to walk through the small door
northern the way you said it, even more like...
back into the house, his path was suddenly blocked by two familiar faces. I'm fucking turning northern now.
It's you, Matt.
It's you, Matt. It's the fat kid. Got to be eating a pie.
I will stab you in the eye with this pen. Where are you going, Jeff?
The fat kid, Troy, blurted out, as he and...
Where are you going, Jeff?
Matt, stop body shaming. Check your thin privilege immediately.
As he and Jeff...
As he said, well, scarfing down a pie.
As he and Keith
because he's fucking fat!
Forward into the garage.
Which is a bad thing! Shame!
You two assholes took long enough to get here. I had to babysit this faggot hoodie. Randy shouted, a wicked joy.
I like the way he said it like he wasn't specifically talking about Jeff. Not you emphasised faggot, not this. Like it wasn't. I had to babysit this faggot. Or I had to babysit this faggot. Or
sorry, Randy, but Stitch. But Keith had to move his promise. Keep doing this. Was it?
Quickly, Troy, eat some margarine.
Much better. Troy had to move from his yard before his parents would when they come out.
You know, he sounded at the beginning of that. He sounded like that fucking kid from Malcolm in the Middle. He's like, Troy said, a sheepish tone to his voice.
It's cool. We're here now.
Keith said.
What the fuck is going on?
Jeff staring at Randy. He noticed Randy still had the flare gun in his hands. I'll tell you what's going on, Jeff. You owe Keith and Troy an apology for what you did. You sucker punched them and then you ran away. You didn't even have enough the balls to fight them fair. So now, you're going to pay for them what you owe.
I'm not going to fight you, okay? I'm done with that shit.
Jeff replied as he glanced around the room for an exit. You're right about that. You're not going to fight. You're going to stand there and let my boys get their licks in.
What? You've always been a cunt.
You're going to stand there and let my boys get their licks in. I mean,
it's like, you know, you got
I can't actually.
It's like, it's on its way. It's shooting up the fucking scale of gay. I mean, it's approaching We're Still Standing Here music video, and if it goes past that, it'll be hitting Too Fast and Furious.
But we're like balls deep into He-Man kind of territory right now.
Then I get mine. And then what's done?
Then the large woman.
Then you get the fuck out of my house. I tell my mom they got sick and walked home after that. And if you see us again, you better walk the fucking other way. I didn't shut it fucking in there. You better walk the other way.
I'm not going to stand here and get hit by you or your friends. So just let me go home. How about that? I'll tell my mum we're cool and everybody wins, okay?
Randy then raised the flare gun towards Jeff. No! You stay, pussy. You stay there and take your licks.
So, licks wasn't a Freudian slip. He genuinely wants to use the word licks.
Right.
Jeff felt...
So, first thing I'll make them do, toss my salad.
That's why you call them a pussy.
And the reporter said, well, tossing your salad, what is that? Well, having your salad toast. Jeff felt that sensation once more. That sick, rich, dark matter that swirled about inside him. He could taste it now. It was heaven.
Oh my god.
We are not like... We keep
this,
I know,
please, guys, read the story along with us because we're not making this shit up. This is on the page.
We do interject like gay jokes, which is like really easy, low hanging.
It's like, yeah, absolutely.
But fucking this.
Yeah. And of course, in the middle of it all, Jeff himself. He felt that pleasure begin to mix with the rage, forming the perfect product. He tried to avoid sampling it.
What the fuck is
He
he
knew
talking about?
that only regrets could come from indulging in it. However, when it was placed so close, when the aroma and the promise of
The sweet musk.
and the promise of that sweet, savoury flavour was only inches away, Jeff found that he could no more. He could no more to stand against it than a ship in the ocean could stand against a typhoon. That entire paragraph, I added nothing. That's how it's written.
Oh my god.
That is word for word.
Right, we find this guy and we ask him, did he intend it to make it sound so gay?
Yeah, it does sound a bit gay, doesn't it?
A bit. It's super gay.
It's not necessarily a bad thing if you want to write.
Back down.
No, there's nothing wrong with making your story homoerotic if that's what you want to write. But how does that work in a creepypasta?
Jeff began to smile. Why are you smiling at me? You're queer off from me or something? Yes!
I mean, look who's talking.
Yes!
Like, Randy asked, a slight nervous tinge in his voice. It's like, I am. So,
You faggot Nash.
you're a faggot, Nash. Why, are you cruising for a piece of ass?
Well, maybe I'm offering. I just got them slapping their dicks together for this 20 minutes.
We're fucking sword fighting.
And the police chief's still in the room. The shades are open. All the people are watching.
The final sword fight of Highlander is disappointing.
There can be only one.
Train
All the Freddie Mercury songs.
derailed officially. Southeastern apologises for the delay. The train seemed to have derailed.
Am I smiling, Randy? I guess it's because I'm just having so much fun.
Playing
As he
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Dropping trowel.
Jeff announced, and suddenly lunged towards the unprepared kid holding the flare gun. Toby, do you want to take over for a bit?
Jeff struck Randy once in the nose. Randy's arms dropped.
He didn't say with his fist.
Yeah, he kept hold of the flare gun. Jeff, without even needing to look, realised that Troy and Keith had actually taken a step back, instead of advancing as they should have. Jeff delivered another strong blow to Randy's jaw, causing the boy to drop on the floor. My boy.
Yeah, again, has not said that it was his fist.
Yeah. Jeff now turns his attention to Troy and Keith. Troy McClaw. The two tough kids had yet to actually make as much as a move as in his direction. Troy actually backed up a step and stumbled over a stack of magazines that Randy had moved earlier. Jeff took this opportunity and stepped forward, once again introducing Troy's round belly to his fist. Troy tried to stay on his feet, but Jeff's punches combined with a stumble over the magazines caused Troy to fall back, landing hard and striking his head on a concrete slab. That was the garage floor. Keith was actually trying to back away, however Jeff, currently standing between him and the only exit of the garage since the carport door was closed. Jeff took 2 quick steps towards the skinny kid and felt the most intense joy at seeing Keith stagger backwards, knocking his back into the wall. It was a perfect blend of pleasure, control, and, just that had come together. Jeff felt as though he was floating above the world. He just took some heroin. Somewhere in his mind, he knew that it was all about hell to pay for this. But in that exact time, he couldn't care less. He didn't care about Liu. He didn't care about being arrested. He didn't care about his dad got fired. All he cared about in that fraction was time was hurting Keith. Great. Keith tried to make a run for it, hoping to squeeze through that small gap between Jeff and the door. However, Jeff clipped him hard and right hand to his face, causing Keith to stagger back. Jeff could see that his knees were buckling and took full advantage. He moved in, pinning Keith to the wall, edgy.
He's pinning him down.
Pinning him to the wall.
And began to deliver blow after blow to the skinny kid's stomach.
Prostate.
Keith's eyes became as large as saucers. What is he with this guy?
An appropriate analogy, Jeff thought.
Because he was buggering with a teacup.
Once satisfied, Jeff stepped back and watched in demonic glee as Keith slowly slid down the wall, gasping for air. Randy got back to his feet, but had no idea what to do.
RKO, you fucking idiot!
We're done now, Randy. We good? Or do you and your friends need more? Jeff mocked.
No more. We're cool.
How about you, assholes?
It was Randy's idea.
Keith said weakly. Stop drawing dicks!
It's only a couple of dicks.
Oh my god, he's drawn like 5 dicks!
4 actually. And then I draw a... That's not a dick, that's a space gun. God.
Just fucking read your line. Hang on, where is it? That one, yeah.
Yeah, man. As he reached into his pocket, pulling out a donut. We didn't even want to.
Troy agreed. The debate may have continued,
Oh,
but the sound of the returning car broke the tension. Oh shit, my mum's back! Randy shouted as his voice cracking in a humorous ray. It seemed that the previous tough guy all but shrunk back into a scared child.
So we'll just say that we were all hanging out.
Keith replied. No, the fucking flare gun. If she finds out I messed with it, I'm screwed.
So put it back,
Jeff suggested, in that sensation of rage was fading again, but it felt control returning. Yeah, grab the magazines, please, Randy begged. Jeff found that he rather liked that tone, that begging, whipped dog mentality.
50 Shades of Jeff the Killer.
Don't put that on the screen, please. Yes. Jeff was paying no attention to Randy. He was down on the floor, calmly gathering magazines. He didn't really care if Randy got in trouble or not. However, if his mother returned and found trouble, he feared that Lou may not be able to return home as promised. Everything else happened in a flash, both literally and figuratively.
What?
So there was like a flash of lightning, presumably, or something.
Yeah.
Or Flash, Saviour of the Universe came in.
Or, oh god, he's going to accidentally set off the flare gun and blow up Starbucks, isn't he?
Yeah. Randy.
If it was a bagel.
Randy, now in a panic over the trouble he'd been in. If he was caught playing with a flare gun, he'd begun to sweat. As his hands frantically clawed over the gun, his thumb pushed the hammer back unintentionally. No, he didn't. If you just put it back. You don't do that. He didn't even notice that the gun was cocked. He was turning it over in his hands, trying to quickly disarm it. Then he heard the sound of the keys in the front door. He nearly only had seconds to hide it. Everything happened in slow motion.
Where am I going to put this flare? Oh, Jeff, here, hold it.
Everything else happened in slow motion.
The gun...
literally and figuratively.
Slow motion flash.
The gun slipped from Randy's sweaty hand as he attempted to rotate it round once more. He saw it fall to the floor, seemingly float to the ground rather than fall. Jeff, busy stacking the magazines, had only enough time to register Randy's shocked gasp as he turned around to look in the boy's direction just in time to see the boy's red flare gun hit the floor. The gun discharged. Wink face. Launching a speeding fireball directly into directly into Jeff's face.
So this is why Jeff has a pale face, right?
I guess it's better than a thing of bleach. Jeff felt the hot flash of heat and pain tear across the left side of his face. After the initial registry of agony, there was no more thinking. Jeff began to scream, clutching at the left side of his face, rolling around on the floor.
Does this be the sound?
Got places to go, got to follow around. For a while, he forgot everything as he was plunged into that dark, rich syrup once more.
It's a weird metaphor.
The rage almost serving to dull the pain.
When he finally did come to a stable level of alertness, he realised he was in a hospital room. Half of his face was bandaged.
He's Two-Face now.
He knew that much. He wanted to open his eyes.
Well, it was done by Nolan, wasn't it?
He wanted to open his eyes and speak, because you have to do one to do the other. Let his family know he was awake, but the drug still had a firm hold. I remember saying something like, I feel a bit lightheaded, maybe you should drive. He was awake, but not quite yet functioning. He could hear several familiar voices, though.
Is he going to be okay, Doctor?
Oh, not another fucking
Jeff's
doctor.
Mother asked.
Right, so we're the only two.
It's the same doctor.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Your son will be fine. However, he will have a lengthy road to Toys R Us to recovery, and will need your support. The flare struck his face and caused third-degree burns on his left side.
How bad is the eye?
Jeff Father's asked.
Hard to say at this point. He'll need to see an optometrist for further review, but the damage appears quite severe.
And his face? What about his face?
Jeff's mother asked, sounding deeply concerned.
Well, we were able to clean and treat the injury in time, so we have no concern for infection or anything of that matter. We'll want him on antibiotics for a while, and
That'll help.
he'll have the wound cleaned and dressed on a regular basis. But all in all, your son got very lucky. The damage could have been more severe.
Doctor,
His mother began.
what if there's permanent damage? What do we do about that?
As I said, an optometrist will have to examine the eye.
Sheila Woods interrupted the doctor, sounding more agitated than before.
You're not listening. Not the eye, his face. What do we do to correct his face? Because that's all I care about is outside beauty,
I'm
and
a
I
terrible
don't.
person.
Yes.
She demanded.
Well, ma'am, we have treated his face. Like I said, there shouldn't be a risk of infection as long as you...
She cut him off again.
Not the infection, his appearance. What can we do about that? Because I'll only love him if he looks as good as, like, you know, like a proper boy, not half a boy.
Miss Woods, that's hardly a concern at this point, said Dr. Pyramids. Once he is healed and back on his feet... Woods is a stupid last name. You can possibly explore plastic surgery to repair some of the damage. But honestly, right now, we can't waste concern on how he looks. What is important is that your son is healthy. He can expect to be back home in a few days, maybe sooner.
Maybe not at all. Jeff's dad spoke again.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Woo. Is he fluent?
Up and away!
I must go. My planet needs me. Woo, woo, woo. Can we have some time alone, please? My wife and I need to speak.
Certainly.
The doctor replied.
Lou, why don't you go down to the hospital cafeteria and get yourself a snack?
Matt Dixon suggested.
I don't want to be related to either Jeff or Lou. That's not me.
But I want to be here in case Jeff wakes up.
Shut your whole mouth, Lou. Lou, they told us that Jeff is heavily medicated on mind drugs. They don't expect him to wake up anytime tonight. So just go, bitch. And if he does come round, we'll have you paged.
Paged? Who the what?
Well, they were at a video store earlier. I assume this is set in the 90s.
Even though it's...
But it's 2015 edition.
Yeah, mind you, did the game control, did they say what game console he was playing? Yeah, I assume it's supposed to be set in the 90s.
Matt replied.
Wait, were they running in the 90s?
Jeff had the door... Jeff had the door open and close as Lou exited. His parents both let out a long shaky sigh, but Jeff was starting to believe it was not a sigh of relief but one of stress.
We're going to have to homeschool him now, Matt. That's just what it's going to be. We're going to have to keep him home.
He heard his mother rant, her voice sounding frantic.
What? I mean, he probably won't be able to go back to start school right on time, but I doubt he'll miss the whole year.
His father responded, trying to maintain a calmer voice.
I'm not talking about that, Matt. I'm not worried about missing a week or two of school. I mean his face, Matt. You heard what the doctor said. His face is going to be disfigured.
Crying again. Fucking women. Sheila argued back.
We don't know the full extent of the damage.
Hang on a sec. Well,
He's always he can't control his own gravity. He's always falling. We don't know the full extent of the damage, Sheila. It could be minor. It could possibly heal. And you heard what the physician said. Surgery. All the way.
In time? What kind of time? His time is up. A year? 2 years? And what about in the meantime? The time! People are going to see him and they're going to talk. Is that what you want? He's going to be a pariah. Piranha. You think anyone...
He does look like a fish.
You think anyone is going to want to have him around their kids?
Jeff was hearing all of this, just letting it soak in, slowly. As his mind absorbed the words, he felt that rage return. Sick, rich, dark. That syrup of raw, juicy, primal emotion. He wanted to scream at his mother, to tell her to shut up. That he was the one lying there, his face burned, blind in one eye, all thanks to her forcing him to go over to Randy's house. He wanted to ask her why she left, why she went off to go shopping or have her nails done or whatever it was that she did. He wanted to know why she'd leave him alone with a kid who just days before tried to jump him and his brother. He wanted to know how she could care more about his appearance than the fact.
He wanted to know why men were starting to become more attractive.
More than the fact that he was
than
the fact that he was lying in the hospital. However, there was still so much more that he wanted to know as well. Why was hair growing where there'd been no hair before? He wanted to know how much more his mother hated him. How much more she saw him now as a, how did she put it, pariah. Piranha. He wanted to continue to swim in that thick pool of dark hatred that was starting to form from the rage and anger.
And the anger and rage and anger. And the anger and the rage.
That was a new one now. Before it was anger, then it was anger mixed with pleasure, but now it was anger mixed with hatred. And while he certainly longed to be free of it, while he most certainly preferred the false sense of love and concern he believed he'd heard from her before, he also wanted to test it out a bit more. He also began to wonder, how well would this new recipe blend with pleasure? How would it feel?
Will it blend?
Matt Woods began to speak again.
I just can't believe he shot himself in the face with a flare gun. I always thought Jeff was more responsible than that. So I really believe my son is retarded.
Don't even get me started on that.
And welcome to Jackass.
Don't even get me started on that, Sheila replied. I couldn't believe it when Randy and his friends explained to the medics and police how it all happened. Randy was just trying to show Jeff around his house and wanted to show off the collection of magazines his dad left in the garage. You know, boys, he was probably hoping that a couple of Playboys would be in there or something.
Not the magazines, though. He was just hoping a couple of Playboys would be in there.
Then he said Jeff found the box containing the flare gun and just wouldn't stop playing around with it. You should have heard those other boys, Matt. They told me that they practically begged Jeff to put it down before he got hurt, but he just had to show off. I just don't know where he went wrong, Matt. I thought us moving out here, but nice, quiet neighborhood would make everyone happy. Right. So, Jeff, though, he just wants to fight on everything. Because I'm going to cry again.
You're probably a horrible parent. I mean, like, I'd want to fight you. You're not even real and I want to fight you IRL.
Fight me, Roy Scott.
Like, you know, earlier you're like, oh, fuck Jeff. No, I can't feel that fight for everyone. Like, I don't care about Jeff, but his parents are cartoonishly stupid.
And while all that came together in Jeff's mind, he continued to swim in that black ichor of hatred and rage. The morphine drip added a nice touch of euphoria. Jeff could almost see himself plunging into the syrupy water. It's cum. It's semen. That's what we're getting at here, guys. That's the joke.
When Jeff was alive,
An emerging change.
You could eat 5 dozen
Each
cocks.
dip brought him so much twisted pleasure, and that was when he finally understood. He could sample that pleasure now, not because he was enjoying what was happening, but because he knew he could enjoy what was to come. Just as the doctor had predicted, Jeff was scheduled to go home a few days later. During his time at the hospital, he never asked to see his face. It wasn't until the last day that he finally asked for a mirror. The nurse had come in to change his bandages, as was the routine. She was a pleasant woman. She spoke to him, asked him how he was doing. He enjoyed her visits, so on the final day, when she arrived to clean and dress his face, he asked to see himself.
Are you sure, sweetheart? Wouldn't you like me to call your parents first?
She asked.
No, my parents are bloody horrible cunts. No, thank you, Jeff replied. I think I want to see it for myself first, without them standing over me.
I understand,
she replied honestly, without a hint of pretension. Once the bandages were off, she handed him a small hand mirror.
Would you like me to step out of the room?
Jeff ignored her and looked at himself. Taking stock of the damage, sure enough, his face was a mess. The entire left side, at least.
It's just Two-Face.
The flare struck him, travelling upwards, and burned a scar onto his left cheek that extended to his eye. At first glance, it almost looked like he was smiling on that side. Oh. The scar was still bright red, and burnt tissue spread out on either side. Once it arrived at his eye, the news did not get any better. His eye was white, just a lifeless bulb plugged into his face.
Bulbous!
He closed his right eye and found that he could see nothing out of his left eye at all. So yeah, we've got like a badass killer with no depth perception.
Why?
I'll stab you. I'll stab you there. No, there, not there.
Why is this going on?
That's why he's
I don't know. It's
the scar covering the left side of his forehead. The damage was less severe there, however. The hair on the left side of his head was burned off, leaving a few strands to stick up here and there.
Sorry, sweetie, but I have to put clean bandages on,
she told him. Jeff smiled. It's okay. There'll be plenty of time for me to admire myself later. There was no joy from his parents on the ride home, or upon arrival. They spoke very little, and there was a tension in the car that simply wouldn't fade out. As for Lou, he was thrilled that his brother was okay, but he didn't know what to say concerning the damage to his face. So after asking a few questions about the accident and the recovery, he fell silent as well. They walked into their home at dusk, and Lou asked about dinner. He suggested they let Jeff pick up a place to celebrate his return home.
Pick up a building. Also, Lou, read the fucking mood.
Also, like, this fucking crowbarred in line here.
Just go to sleep, both of you boys. Go to sleep.
Catchphrase!
Sheila remarked she and her husband both retreated to their bedrooms as well to argue or feel sorry for themselves, who knew.
Okay, so her and her husband don't sleep in the same bedroom.
So both retreated to their bedrooms. Yeah. They're married, but they don't sleep in the same bedroom. Well, whatever works for them. Jeff and Lou didn't speak much that night. That's probably why they're such terrible parents. They stayed together for the kids, even though they hate each other.
They hate the kids.
Yeah, well, they've grown to hate the kids because the mother just sees the career she could have had every time she looks at Jeff. Jeff spent most of the evening staring at himself in the mirror.
Down at the fishmongers.
He kept pulling back the bandages and looking at the scars. Lou wanted to see them too, but felt that it might be imprudent to ask.
I'm glad you're home, Jeff. I really missed you, and I'm glad you're okay.
Does this look fucking okay?
Lou said to Jeff as he stared at himself.
I'm not okay, Lou, and neither are you. None of us are, really. There's a sickness here. The only difference is now my sickness shows on the outside as well.
Get up, come on, get down with the sickness.
Jeff replied, his voice as flat as that on an answering machine.
What are you talking about?
Lou asked.
One day you'll see it too. Crawling in my skin. This is what happens, though. This is what happens when it all falls down, Jeff said. I wish I could quit you.
Still peeking through his bandages.
Jeff, I don't know what you're trying to say.
Lou responded. Jeff didn't reply, though. After several moments, Lou left him alone. Lou went down to his parents' bedroom and knocked on the door.
Okay, so now it's one bedroom. What is it?
The voice of his mother asked.
I think Jeff is acting weird. You may want to come and talk to him.
I should have just done it as a Severus Snape.
Go away, Lou. Leave your mother alone.
She's busy right now.
His father's...
I'm balls deep in her.
His father's voice answered.
We're trying to make a replacement for Jeff.
Being young, had no other ideas, so he returned to his own bedroom. He didn't know that those would be the last words he'd ever hear his parents speak to him.
Oh,
that
spoilers.
night, Sheila and Matt Woods awoke together, both being light sleepers. It took little to bring them out of slumber. Yes, I know what a light sleeper is. The sudden removal of their blanket as it was snatched from the bed did the trick just fine. They awoke to see a small light coming from the half bath that was situated in their master bedroom.
Half a bath.
The door was cracked only slightly and the light source was weak. They could make out a human shape standing over their bed, though.
What's going on?
Sheila grumbled.
What in the butt?
As their vision came into focus, they realised their son was standing before them. Matt reached over and flipped on the lamp next to their bed. Jeff was standing there, his bandages off, his disfigured face beaming down on them, with a long kitchen knife clutched in the right hand.
What are you doing, son?
Matt asked, his mind still trying to shake out the cobwebs of sleep.
He's got a knife!
Sheila screamed, grabbing at her husband's arm. Matt kept his composure, though.
Sheila, you crazy bitch! He's probably just high on those wacky painkillers. He's likely got up and got disorientated. Relax, for Christ's sake.
Jeff tilted his head to one side, still not speaking. He stared hard at his father, slowly bringing the knife up, ensuring that he saw it well.
Son, what are you doing?
Scaring you,
Jeff replied with no emotion in his voice.
Ooh. Matt, do something.
Okay, son. I realise you've been through a lot, but you need to go back to bed. Have a kip. It's going to call a doctor in the morning and...
Jeff moved quickly across to his father's side of the bed, his head moving about, alternating between a normal-looking young man and the deformed ghoul that had been lurking in the shadows.
Okay, son, you scared me. What is it you want? Calm your tits.
Matt asked, adjusting the middle of the bed to to put distance between himself and his son.
Good. Now I can start hurting you.
Jeff spoke again with no emotion. Who wants to take us home?
His father had time to utter a single syllable. Most likely to ask another question, to try and reason with his son. Jeff, however, gave him time to do no more than that. He lunged onto the bed, driving the knife into his father's stomach. Matt attempted to fend Jeff off, but the wound to his midsection rendered him into shock.
These wounds, they will not heal.
And his arms fell to the side. Jeff could hear his mother screaming, but paid no mind. He wanted to finish with his father first.
She didn't try to save him or anything.
No, yeah.
Well, we've already established that she's a useless bitch.
Yeah. Removing the knife, Jeff stabbed down into his stomach 3 more times quickly. His father gasped and coughed at blood. His body jerked and twitched each time the knife found its mark. After the 3rd time, Matt Woods lay still.
I don't mean to be gross, but I think it would probably take quite a lot more than that if he was just stabbed in the stomach.
Yeah. Sheila had backed up against the headboard of the bed. She wanted to climb down, make a run for she was climbed onto the headboard, make a run for it, but she balled herself up between the headboard and the end table. In her frantic state of horror and of terror and confusion, she couldn't figure out how to do something as simple as dismount a bed. Jeff, why are you doing this to us?
Why are you taking our Christmas tree?
She asked feebly.
Randy started it. You must have known that, but you ignored it. Lou had a busted lip. You must have seen that, but you ignored it. I was shot in the face with a flare gun, but you believed Randy. Why? So you could just fit in?
Jeff asked in a low, almost growling voice. No, baby. I believed you. It was your father's job, and we're new here, and oh God, Jeff, please, his mother begged.
Tell me about homeschool, Mum. Tell me about how you don't want to send me out in public because of my face. Tell me how none of the other kids will want to be my friend, and how none of their parents will want to be yours. Tell me about that, Mum. Tell me how nice it's going to be, you homeschooling me.
Jeff, please. I was just stressed. I was worried about you, that's all, please. I love you.
Mum, I think you should take your own advice, you know. When you told Lou when we go home tonight, he wanted to do something nice to welcome me home. Oh, God. And do you remember what you told us to do instead?
Jeff asked, as he now crawled over, cornering his mother on the bed. What did I say? She asked, the question coming out barely a whisper.
Go to Nando's! No.
So we had a nice family dinner at Nando's. It was very nice.
It was also slightly cheeky.
Go to sleep.
Got a kip, you bastard.
Jeff snarled and drove the knife into his mother's chest. He stabbed her over and over again, and as he did, he finally found that perfect recipe, that heavenly blend.
The Colonel's secret blend of herbs and spices was in his mother's small intestine the whole time.
That rage, hate, and pleasure all mixed into one perfect formula.
Right,
and
so
for a while, Jeff became lost in it all.
Formula for the Krabby Patty.
And the secret recipe is dill.
Jeff opened his brother's bedroom door, not surprised to find his brother asleep. He had dozed off with headphones in, so he slept through all the shouting. That was fine with Jeff. It was easier that Lou did not have to hear all of that. Jeff sat down on his brother's bed and nudged him slightly. It took a moment, but Lou finally opened his eyes and looked up. Jeff removed his earphones for him.
You're free now, Lou.
He spoke softly.
Toby.
Jeff, what are you talking about?
My fucking throat.
Lou mumbled, still half asleep.
You'll see in the morning. I just wanted to let you know I love you and change the canon of the story a lot. You've been my best friend. Remember that, okay?
Thanks. Love you too. Let me go back to sleep.
Lou replied, already dozing off again. Jeff smiled and stood up. As he left the room, he looked back at the sleeping brother one last time before he vanished into the night.
Finally, it's over!
Yeah, and they had to not kill him in this version because of Homicidal Lou. Oh, shall we read the fucking comments then, guys?
Okay.
Let's read about how great it is, right?
Okay.
Tazagirl says, first of all, you pulled off a miracle and made this story something readable. Yay. I mean, it's readable in the sense that it's in English. Right? Second,
You haven't written ancient Sumerian, so...
It works well in the tradition of crazy kids snapping out of nowhere. Reminds me of Tyler Hadley, only with better motivation. 8 out of 10.
Right, so you're wrong.
Mo Frey says, 6 out of 10. Loved the story, but Olda was intenancy.
Crawling in my skin, blah 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 blah.
Echo the Sandwing
Echo the dolphin.
says,
This is great. Much better than the original, though Jeff's turning insane part still confused me a bit. I love how you let Lou stay alive because he wasn't the only person Jeff truly cared about. It shows Jeff didn't turn completely insane. Even though it's a creepypasta, you managed to sneak some humor in there as well. Great job. I wasn't laughing. Where was the humor?
No, we were laughing, but at the wrong...
Let's throw away.
Yeah, you can throw it.
Another thing I don't get. However, why is Jeff would continue to kill people if this was his past? Does he want to make other people suffer the way he suffered? Originally,
They actually did explain it.
the original actually turned Jeff completely crazy, in quotation, although the fangirls refuse to acknowledge that. So Jeff believes that he's actually doing people a favour by making them beautiful. But IDK, I think they'll be left a mystery of the thing, I guess. But I'm in no place to rate something, but I give this a 9 out of 10.
I'm in no place to rate it, but I will. The remake I actually love. Good job, dude. Okay, so, I mean, that's enough of the comments, I think. Isn't it? Alright,
So what do we think?
I feel that I have just witnessed something that I've never witnessed before, and that's the inner workings of the homosexual mind.
It was pretty gay, wasn't it?
It was very gay.
She's allowed to say that because she's a woman and not a white man.
Yeah.
I wonder what the fuck the picture of the flag was for.
I need to check my privilege.
Alright, before we get... I mean, we're bound to get some morons come on and call us homophobic for all the gay jokes. We're not at all. They're just jokes, okay? But ignoring the possibly
subtext.
accidental, possibly intentional homoerotic subtext, because I don't think that particularly serves the story one way or the other. It doesn't take anything from it, really, but it doesn't add anything to it.
It's not really much of a take it, it's more of a giver.
Well,
Exactly.
it's
It's a
between the two
selfish
brothers.
lover.
It's like it's more incestuous as well. It's not even.
But I mean, I don't know. It just isn't very good. Is the problem? And the thing is, they've clearly tried to sort of reinvent Jeff the Killer, but they lack enough originality to completely change it. So they make Jeff the Killer look different,
So he's
but
just
essentially it is the same story. He gets his face badly burned and goes to hospital and all this, and then his parents freak out and he kills the parents in the bedroom. He has the same bullies with the same name. They're just the events that lead up to it are slightly different. They move to a new town. It is essentially the same thing. I didn't think it was very good at all. I'd say it was better than the other one we read, but I mean, still of quite poor quality.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. If you say, like, Jeff the Killer, the original, which is a piece of shit, is a 1, this would be, I don't know, 1.5, maybe 2 if I'm feeling very generous, which I'm not. It's still shit. I mean, it makes... it's not as ridiculous as the first one. It's like, oh, a thing of bleach fell on him, and now his face looks like a fish. Now it's just he's got a flare-shaped scar on his face, and he sees in one eye. I mean, but... That's like not really. I mean, Fish Face Boy wasn't scary in the first place, but I can only see in one eye, man.
Yeah, if anything, this is a less scary, at least visually, the image that they conjure up in your mind of what the reimagined Jeff looks like is probably less intimidating than the original.
It's like, I don't know. At least the other one is like it's ridiculous and bullshit, and he's magically got superpowers for no reason. But then again, he's got superpowers for no reason, so he can murder a bunch of people. In this one, it's like, oh, he's just a guy with a burnt face, man.
Pretty much. Just because I've got a burnt face doesn't mean I can't murder people. I didn't think it was very good.
Innocent people, I'll hurt their knees and murder them.
So this story, in a way, sort of
all about how
is sort of sensitized Jeff to sort of try and, I guess, make him more relatable and more human in a way.
More relate to the kids on the streets.
But
like Spider-Man.
It's like trying to reboot Slender Man in a way. It doesn't work for me. Like, imagine the same thing happened, but with Slender Moon, and it was just like, he used to be an original guy named
Derek Tool.
No, named Derek Woods, who lived in the woods. He loved the woods so much that one day his face fell off because of a bear attack.
Steve Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
Yeah, it's just the same thing over and over. No matter how many Jeff reboots, it always comes back to the same thing. Oh, I love my brother, even though I killed him in the first one, but I left him alive in the second one because he got a crowbar fucking story in there somehow, and I leave open shit. I wonder if they're going to reboot Homicidal Leo at some point.
I hope they somehow work in Jane the Killer into this one.
God, I can't wait for fucking Homicidal Leo 2016. Am I right, fellas?
2024.
And lady.
Hello and welcome to Harry Potter Seriously is not that good of a series. Honestly, it's really not. Read it again. Fucking Hobo Heart is
this
the
is
name
bad
of the
Creepypasta
story.
if you don't know.
It's been requested by Kittananity Gaming.
Hope you don't like Harry Potter.
Hope you're not part of the billions of imbeciles that love Harry Potter. Right. So let's do this Tinkerming.
He's not a fan.
Okay, so it opens with dialogue. I don't know who's speaking. Hey, Jason! What we got this time?
Jason!
Yeah, it's another one, the CSI officer said, shaking his head. Same MO. Chest crushed, ripped open, heart removed. Just no punctuation. Human heart from previous deceased, present at scene. So you know where the heart's come from immediately.
He's just swapping them round.
How many does this make, the detective asks. Are we counting the one at the lake? Jason inquired. No, not yet anyway, replied Detective McMahon.
McMuffin. His name is McMuffin.
I think that's supposed to be pronounced McMahon.
McMuffin.
5
then. But there's no way we can deny they are at least connected, Jason said to the detective, squinting his eyes. Yeah, I hear you. But there was no heart present.
Did we say what the name of the story's called?
Fucking Hobo Heart. It's his calling card, so there's no way he'd leave out that little detail. This guy's sick, it's his ritual. Oh God, the punctuation's so bad. They may be connected, but it may be a copycat. I'm not giving him the credit till I'm sure. The detective pulled out his lucky Zippo. Such edge. Pulled out his
is he in an old trench coat, fedora? It's black and white in the background.
I was going to say.
Is this like? Are we in Sin City?
Pulled out his lucky Zippo, rubbed it with his finger as he examined the Apple engraving on its surface. There's like no commas in this. I think this guy's comma key was broken. As he lit his cigarette, he noticed a pal ring around his left finger.
Wait, did you say his power ring? Is he a Green Lantern?
His left ring finger.
No, he's a Green Lantern now.
He took it off. Oh God.
Why would I ever take this off? I have superpowers now. The murderer is.
He took a deep breath, ran his fingers through his hair and exhaled.
So, so it looked like he was in a shampoo advert for a minute there.
Near the woods, on an old country road near the outskirts of a town, a car pulled to stop about 20 yards off the road. Yeah, there's no commas in the whole story. This is amazing. A young teenage couple seeking seclusion from prying eyes dimmed the lights on the car. Hey, at least turn on some music or something before you start grabbing around, the girl said to the teenage boy as he rolled his eyes and fumbled for the radio. Oh, come on, don't be a sad sport. Make it romantic, she laughed. Oh yeah, he said sarcastically. Real romantic, sneaking off with me while your boyfriend, my friend, sits at home loving you. We're not supposed to be out here anyway with the curfew and all. I thought this guy's like, I'm a scumbag and I'm going to now explain to you why I'm a scumbag, person who already knows why I'm a scumbag in the car.
Also, you got curfew? That's what I was going to say. Like you can drive and you still have a curfew?
It's the Purge. You're not allowed out. Fucking what a shit movie.
Toby, do you want to be the girl? Because I can't be.
Oh please, that girl died almost a month ago, and I didn't hear you complaining the last time before that.
Wait, she said as she unbuttoned her shirt. Come on, I
know that's always something that get me in the mood. Right. Hey, remember the person who died recently? I'm fucking got a stock right here.
Hang on, you know the person that died recently? Crash!
The car shook violently as something slammed down upon it. What the hell was that?
Macho Man Randy Savage!
The boy screamed as he frantically looked around.
Pull out again.
Excuse me to interrupt, but Matt, can you not sabotage the show, please? You just unplugged the fucking microphone.
I plan on having my own spin-off, and I want to ruin this show before.
Okay, yeah, Matt just unplugged the microphone. Let's try this again. All he could see was a single black feather floating in the air above the hood.
Edgy.
Then suddenly his window burst into shards as he felt two steely ice-cold hands reach through the window and grasp him, pulling him through the opening and then being tossed into a nearby tree. Nearby is 2 words here for some reason. His back smashed as he wrapped around it like a rag doll. He lay there motionless as he looked on in terror as a tall, lanky figure with white hair and crystal blue eyes that almost seemed to glow stared at him. Commas!
He finally found the button.
Where have you been for the rest of the story? He worn no shirt. His skin was a greyish black.
Oh.
I think I spoke too soon, didn't I? There. He had a skull on his face, the ribcage and bones to match.
He had a skeleton inside of him.
Shit, that's spooky.
They seemed to be painted on. He also had the bones on the outside of his hands and fingers.
What?
He wore
He's
jeans
skeleton wrong.
and an old pair of shoes.
Oh, I know who this is. It's Mr. Skeletor in his edgier days.
It reminds me of those like painted gangs in Batman and Robin that are like neon skeletons.
It's just like Skeletor in his edgy college days. I'll get you, He-Man.
He wore jeans and an old pair of shoes. The boy felt the most horrible sadness come over him. He lay there helpless as the figure changed his attention from him to the girl and moved towards the car.
Tommy! Tommy, help me!
His name is Tomy, like as in trust Tomy.
Wait, his name's...
Tomy, like the toys.
Yeah.
She screamed as the figure jumped onto the hood of the car. The figure smashed out the windshield, reaching
Wasn't
into
the windshield
car.
already smashed?
Yes, it was. Grabbing the girl and slowly dragging her out into the
Luckily, years of like replacing windshield.
She worked for Auto
Yeah, I was just about to say.
This is amazing, like backstory about how she like on her first day she wasn't very good, but through mentors and years of training, she like entered the glass changing championship. Now she's #1 in the world, but they couldn't fit that in because we have to deal with Mr. Skeletons.
What are you saying?
She didn't fight back. She lay still now.
She only knew how to change glasses. She didn't know how to throw a punch.
It crouched over her and looked at Tommy while lowering its head. The creature then whispered something in the girl's ear and kissed her on the forehead.
What?
The figure started pulling out something on his chest methodically. Tommy could hear disgusting sounds of blood dripping down and flesh rustling around as the creature seemed to be reaching inside his own chest. It then pulled out something from inside himself.
Let me just whip this out.
On the hood next to the girl. The figure then removed the girl's shirt.
No! Oh, wait. Oh, no.
Ouch.
No, Valerie! No!
Valerie Hudson.
Ninjas!
Tommy used the last of his strength to scream. The figure grinned as he slammed his fist onto her chest. He struck her repeatedly as bone crushed and popped with every strike. She violently shook and coughed up blood as he continued to hit her. Tommy lay motionless. All he could do was shed one tear. The tear rolled down his cheek. He went to the Tobey Maguire school of crying. A tear rolled down his cheek as he watched the monster begin to rip and tear into her flesh with his bare hands.
With his massive bear cock.
Finally, he reached his prize and pulled her still beating heart from inside her. He placed her heart inside the wound he had created in his own chest. Then he dug around inside the pocket and pulled something out and placed it in his mouth.
Why didn't he just, Carly Marr? He's watching Indiana Jones, surely.
The creature then began to pull the girl's hair from her head and lay the strands of her hair neatly in rows next to each other. Why not? He took the object from his mouth, which appeared to be some sort of a needle, and picked up a lock of hair and began to sew his wound shut.
Well, that's all right, I suppose.
Tommy lay silent in terror as he watched the grotesque task being executed with patience and precision. He noticed a small movement on the ground near the base of the car. He blinked his eyes to clear his vision and saw it was a small scruffy dog pouncing and wagging its tail. He blinked his eyes to clear his vision and saw it was a small scruffy dog pouncing and waging its tail. The figure stepped out of the car, knelt down and patted the dog on the head. It spun about and waged its tail.
Can't spell wag, can ya?
The figure turned his attention back to Tommy, then walked over and stooped down to his knees near Tommy's head. Tommy could see the horrific details of the thing's body. The black skin, skull and bones were a part of him, not like a tattoo or painted on, but as if it were actually his skin. What?
Was.
Also like...
Were?
Also like...
Would be?
The black skin looked like it was his skin.
Jesus
like,
Christ.
This is nonsense, you know what I mean? Tommy could see the crude stitches holding his wound together, made from Valerie's hair.
Valerie Hudson.
Tommy could see the crude stitches holding his wound together, made from Valerie's hair. The creature looked down at Tommy and tilted his head inquisitively as it reached out its hand and wiped away Tommy's tear. Tommy could feel nothing but a horrible, hopeless sadness as he stared into the thing's bright blue eyes.
Did he just have the Incredible Hulk music playing in the background?
The figure then softly placed his hands on either side of Tommy's face.
Give you up!
And then leaned in closer and spoke the words,
"Do you value your heart?" Crack.
Crack.
Oh, sorry, he just sounded like
Crack,
he just sounded like a fucking super mutant then. "I'll eat your heart when you're dead!"
And then it just says, "Hope you enjoys this creepypasta."
Wow. Wow.
More to come. Just stay tuned. No.
Thank you, Author XX, the Operator XX.
Did I enjoy this story? Can't say I did.
Okay, so Jessica C says, this is actually sadder than scarier. Poor kiddo. And XXVO author replies, yeah, it's a feel pasta. ... Some kind of sad face with a capital C.
What kind of feel? Like disgust, disappointment, boredom, wishing to do... Is wishing to do something else a feeling?
Okay, so this next story is My Name Is M.C.C.P. and
this one was suggested by Putin.
This was suggested by Frozen Spade Still Securi. I don't know what that means. Note, I did not create this pasta and I'm in no way taking credit for writing it. I'm just passing it on.
That's still a crime. You know, it might not be murder, but you're helping hide the murder weapon.
I did not create this pasta. I'm in no way taking credit for writing it. By taking credit, do you mean accepting blame? I am test subject MCCP. I used to be an ordinary teenage girl. Already I hate it. I started having weird dreams. They made me insane. So insane.
In the membrane.
That I killed someone.
Whoa! AG.
I have short brown hair with a purple streak.
Fucking hell.
Eat a dick, you fucking weirdo.
I have bright...
You fucking try-hard Tumblr living piece of shit. Fuck off and die, Twilight Sparkle. Drown in a sea of shit. You fucking failure.
Fuck me. Jesus.
Man, I think you've been holding that in a while, haven't you?
Possibly.
I have bright blue eyes and a sprinkle of freckles on my face. I'm kind of tall for my age. My hobbies include gaming, creating music, and of course as in vulgar, they've spelt it wrong, ... killing people, crawling in my skin!
And of course killing people, you know, just like, so, what are you doing tonight? Well, I don't know, I might chill around.
Down the pub, bit of murder.
Bit of murder. Yeah, that's basically
The scientists and doctors
fucking hell.
have tested me to find out what's wrong with me.
Tested me positive for edge.
Turns out I have dyslexia. But they didn't find anything. They inject...
The story's supposed to be about, it's really funny, I've been giving people cakes, but I've been spelling it really wrong. Wait, that's not... Give cakes. That says murder, you fucking twat. You're giving other dyslexics a bad name, you tard.
They injected me with a liquid that was supposed to kill me. But my body bonded with it. It turned me into ... a monster.
Right, okay, I'm willing to bring up like a periodic table or a chemical chart, see which one of those would increase your fucking strength. I did like, what should we like?
It's clearly potassium.
Whenever I kill someone, my eyes turn a blood red colour and I get stronger.
And you get the Sharingan, you fucking weeb.
And smarter.
What the fuck is this? They decided...
You get smarter. Alright, you better kill another fucking 500 people at least, you fucking imbecile. One day, I escaped to the test lab. Are you going to give some more details? How did you get out of this test lab? Well, it wasn't easy.
They left the door open. I just walked out when the alarm went off. Found myself in a Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh my god, this is such a weeb cancer.
It is just shit in it.
Once again, the other day, like we found a speedrun of Sonic.exe. This is a speedrun of fucking Clockwork.
I killed a lot of people to get out of that hellhole. The only thing of value to me was my chainsaw. It was black.
Wait, does that actually say that?
That's what it says. Read it for yourselves. The only thing of value to me was my chainsaw.
Oh.
It was black in colour, and it had a white panda sticker on one side. It had silver blades, and it would glow a pretty blue colour.
Why the fuck would it glow? Also, a chainsaw is actually a pretty shit weapon to kill people with, because it would get clogged up from all the dead person.
The police were after me. I ran and ran. They lost me in the woods, where I came across Lace Lenderman. I walked for a while. My blue Converse shoes were all muddy.
Oh my god!
Everything
you say to me!
Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it is like a fucking murderer. It's a fucking hipster murderer.
It's literally every little detail.
Does she have like horn-rimmed glasses and like a paperboy's cap like tilted on its side or something?
And fucking edgy goggles that she just wears on her head.
Those are binary goggles, Toby. She needs them to swim through the gender fluid. My black skirt and white panda hoodie were all bloody.
The standard like uniform, like we're supposed to get like the black and white striped prison uniform. Why have we got 400 Panzer onesies?
No, it's set some kind of dystopian future like RoboCop, where like corporations own all of medicine and medical research. So this particular research base is owned by Yo Sushi.
No, Jacob. Panda cheese.
Yeah, never say no to panda.
Just you know why. I fucking love them adverts.
James, can you put never say no to panda on the screen?
Panda. MichaelLeroi.
Oh god, no, it gets so much worse. I've just seen a head. Prepare your anuses, guys.
I've already prepared my panda. I never say no to panda.
Anal circumference check coming up.
Anal circumference check.
That's a bit like
ACC.
There's this is an aside off the tracks. There's a like tabletop game like Dungeons & Dragons called Fatal.
Right.
And it's basically, and if you're a sexual deviant and you want to play Dungeons & Dragons, Fatal's the game for you. There's a thing called an anal circumference check, and if you fail it, you die because your anus has been ripped. And the scale goes from, like, in reverse order, like 8-year-old man to baby. It's fucking horrifying.
Now, why would you play this game?
I didn't. I just read about it on 1D4chan.
Bullshit. He's got all of it. He's got the expansion packs.
I'm the author. I'm trying to drum up business.
It's got the expansion pack where you get a colonoscopy.
I think that would be in the game.
I need to clean up somewhere. Suddenly, I was tackled to the ground, and it's got like, the dialogue is formatted like this. The person's name is in parentheses.
Oh, am I playing? Oh, it's a woman, isn't it? Yeah. What the fuck?
A boy wearing a white hoodie and black jeans held a knife against my
throat.
Fuck
off!
I looked at his pale white face.
Oh my god!
Suck a dick!
He's fucking everywhere.
His eyes were black like they were burned.
Oh my!
I will
he had
take
a smile carved into his face.
Oh, it's him, isn't it?
I will kill you with my dick. I will jam it through your fucking skull.
Fuck. Can we just...
Jeff the Killer says, go to sleep!
I will hold you down and shit down your throat until you choke. Your lungs will be filled with my hate shit!
Why is he everywhere? He just can't go one story.
But all of a sudden we're in because it's turned into a screenplay, all of a sudden we're in the present tense, right? So, because now it says, I push him off me.
Now, why would I... What the fuck? Well, I push him off here. Now, why do I have to kill such a sweet little boy?
I know you could kill yourself instead. He stabs my leg.
With double B.
He stabs my leg. I don't feel it. I am a monster after all.
I am monster.
I must confess that I feel like a monster.
I push the chainsaw against his neck.
What? Where did you get the... Is it a proper two-handed chainsaw? Because they're fucking heavy, right?
But she's magic monster.
Right, hang on. So, the only chainsaw I can imagine that would be that light would be from Dead Fucking Rising, where the clown has two chainsaws. You can have two and you pick up one hand. Blah, 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 blah.
Toby, for the love of God, just read the line. There we go.
I'm not so innocent now.
Someone grabs me from behind. And now for some reason they're not in parentheses anymore. They're done with colons, so it's the name and then a colon. So they can't even format their own bullshit script, right? Slendy then says,
"Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck everything! Eat a dick! What shit is this? I will murder you!"
My God, Matt's
Who else is coming round?
Smile dog.
So then Slendy says, Jeff, are you okay?
Why is he talking? He doesn't say anything. He's got no mouth. I have no mouth and I must words. How was he wording, Jacob?
I have no mouth and I must rage. He
How
says,
was he wording?
I'm fine, Slendy.
What? Like they're party? This means that Jeff the Killer vs Slenderman is not canon.
I'm fine, Slendy. She caught me off guard. and who might you be?
And who might you be?
Oh my god, this is AIDS.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Oh, I can feel the tumours in my neck.
I don't think there's a disease that's been invented. We need some sort of fictional one that makes your fucking testicles explode.
Oh my fucking god.
This story is instant death disease. Fucking
Who's
hell.
at the door? That's right, it's sonic.exe.
So, you've got one line and then we're done.
I'm Mr. Creepypasta, and I was born a killer. Jeff the Killer.
AIDS! Suck a dick!
Full-blown AIDS.
Oh, suck the shit out of my ass.
Be sure that you see that this is not HIV.
But full-blown AIDS.
Okay, so the first comment is, where's the sequel? What kind of fucking masochist wants to read more of this?
Where's the sequel? In a place where... In hell, I don't fucking know.
Best
in the
comment
place
ever.
where dreams go to die.
Best comment ever. 360 at 420 with no scope.
69 out of 420 would read again. Right, I mean, that was horrendous. So guys, alright, first, before we get onto this, what did we think of Hobo Heart?
I can't remember it because I'm so blinded with fucking rage that my entire world is just condensed into hating this one thing.
I get it.
I can't remember how I got here, the name of my parents. I don't even know what I look like because the only thing there's no mirror. There's only a mirror in one mirror in the room I haven't taken a look at yet. But I don't know who I am. I just know I hate this with every fibre of my fucking being.
The only thing I remember from Hobo Heart is I can't help but think it would be better if they just stuck to a normal human serial killer instead of skeleton with heart in the middle, and which is obviously someone that he's killed before, whatever. But that other one, oh my god.
Yeah, Hobo Heart was really boring, and the it was just badly written. The sentences were all over the place, and it was just a boring piece of shit, and it wasn't really worth reading. This, on the other hand,
this is pure weeby OC self-insert fucking shit. Like, oh, look at my brilliant character. It looks like a fucking once came out of a rejected anime convention, and they're gonna get into a tussle with Slenderman and Jeff the Killer. I hope he becomes super famous. Fuck you.
Literally, maybe they could try and make it work. Obviously, get rid of them fucking characters for the start. That's what we need to do. But second of all, why is she getting injected with all this liquid, as you call it?
It's semen.
When you haven't even done anything wrong. The only thing that we can see is that you can't spell things properly. That is literally, oh, I went to the doctors and there was nothing wrong. They still injected me anyway. If it was me, I'd be like, hang on a second, there's nothing wrong with me. Why the fuck you injecting me? And then shit happens. You're in the lab in a fucking panda coat, you fucking weed.
Spend more time on describing your fucking OC with just like a panda with magic red eyes. Why are you here? Oh yeah, I'm just happened to be crazy. I had dreams. I went insane. I killed people. I have magic powers gotten from a
blue Converse.
semen injection straight into the heart. And now I'm in a gay freeway with Slender Moon and Jerk the Biller. We throw around cancer and AIDS.
Yeah.
Describe this is actually cancer and AIDS.
I feel like I've given out a I feel like I've given out a small loan of 1 million white blood cells.
Hang on. It's Craigs. Did we just say? Fucking Craig from Metro.
Fucking Craig Munn confirmed.
Not Craig Munn, I said Craig.
James, put Craig Munn on the screen.
No, don't put Craig Munn on the screen. Too late.
He's all up in the screen now. Alright, are we done?
Yeah, we're fucking done.
Right.
Gun clicking.
Hi, welcome back to Cadillac Ron's Spooky Midnight Mansion. Today's story is
The Reckoning.
Pokemon Dead channel, which was requested by, a shit ton of people. So, let's begin. I was introduced to the video game realm. It was an alternate dimension.
You have to fight every 10 years or else they take over.
A tad late than most other people. For most, if not all, of my early childhood, I was isolated from other kids, and I had next to no social interactions. My days were spent in a prison-like school, and my nights were rotted away with mind-numbing TV. Life was dull and boring. All I had were my stuffed animals and cheap plastic toys to talk to. That's when I got a GameCube. Suddenly you had someone to talk to your GameCube.
GameCube, you're my only friend.
And the GameCube's just like, great, I gotta go over here now.
I'll get the more interesting people.
It was the Christmas of 2003, I believe. I was overjoyed at having my own video game station.
Who calls it a station?
70-year-olds. So this was written by, it's like, my very own video game station. It came with the games Super Mario Sunshine, Pac-Man World 2 and Pokemon Channel. Each of those games still hold a special place in my heart today. As soon as the GameCube was set up and ready to go,
I'd just like to say I've never heard of Pokemon Channel.
I began playing it immediately.
The first game I played was Super Mario Sunshine. This game is what got me hooked onto the Mario series.
Super Mario 64.
After playing it for hours straight and finally finding a level I just couldn't get past, I turned to Pac-Man World 2. Amazingly enough, I got stuck on level 2, even though Pac-Man World 2 is mad fucking easy.
You bitch.
Infuriated that I couldn't find the way until you get to like the volcano. No, to the ice, sorry, just after the volcano, and then suddenly it smacks you in the face with a difficulty curve. Infuriated that I couldn't find the way out, even though the answer was literally right in front of my eyes, I quit and started playing my first ever Pokemon game, Pokemon Channel.
You mean Pokemon Red, Pokemon Blue? Really? Honestly, Pokemon Channel was your first Pokemon game?
To be fair, I've never played Pokemon. As soon as
you've missed so much. Your life is an empty void without the Pokemons.
Without my Chinese cartoons.
I thought you could say without your Chutley's disease.
They're the same thing. They go hand in hand.
To be fair, Toby, I did get Chutley disease and the Hoip while winning a bronze medal in wrestling.
Is your name Gaston?
Yes.
Yes.
You do eat a shitload of eggs, though.
I do. I actually do eat a lot of eggs, right?
In the dozens, one might say.
Yeah, 5 dozen eggs every morning.
That really can't be very actually good for your cholesterol. That's how the alternative ending of Beauty and the Beast. He doesn't pull down the gorge, he just kills over.
Just dies clutching his chest.
No one dies like Gaston. No one voids himself like Gaston. No one rigor mortis like Gaston.
Okay, are we done with the chronic stupidity?
Never!
As soon as I turned the game on, I knew this game was going to be different from the other two.
Mainly because it's a Pokemon game.
It didn't take long for me to fall in love with the game. When the time came for me to name my Pikachu, I unwittingly named him Brother, short for brother.
What?
That's not short for brother, it uses entirely different letters.
I was going to say, sorry, BRVR. Is there a V in brother? Sorry.
There isn't the way you say it, you common sack of shit.
Alright, bruv, what are you doing, mate? BRUV.
Alright, do you want to shut the window now? Just because
we've got the fucking mopeds out there. Them bloods mopeds.
Turn down the sound.
Got a bunch of 16-year-old cunts who've just got their moped licenses out there.
Jealous?
Just go, look at me while I smoke cigarettes and go around on my little Vespa while someone else fucks my girl. I know, because in secondary school I was on a moped and someone else was fucking my girl.
True story.
No, that was much more tragic than the truth. I was someone fucking the other person's girl. Right.
You were actually fucking his boyfriend.
Yeah, I was. Balls deep in him, mate. Just fucking... Imagine, right, if gay guys acted like straight guys. Like how, like, you just came in one day just like, you're right, mate, just like, oh man, I had a rough night last night. So did I, fucking your dad. Up high. Like, it's just like, what? It's like, yeah, you know, I was just, you know, I walked in the room and just started windmilling my mastodon dick, and your old man was like,
so you didn't get the action there, guys.
What makes it so different from the exact same thing happening and just saying your mum?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, but to be fair, straight guys, and don't pretend you fucking don't act like that about each other's mums. But I don't think gay guys hang out and like drink beer and just be like, man, me and your dad last night savagely. I was just reaming your old man right up the chuff. It's just like, it just never happened.
You took the
because you're a white male. I mean, statistically speaking, something like that probably has happened. It's just not commonly perceived to, and I have never actually thought about it until you brought it up in this conversation. I've never once thought like, oh man, hang out with my mates. Oi, I banged your dad last night. The fuck you did? You want to see the pictures? Because I'm not common scum like Toby.
He took the meat missile deep into Chuff Nebula.
Chuff Nebula! Losing the cog rocket.
Took a high pressure vein cane straight up the chimney.
Oh, Matt, you're mixing metaphors, and that's a no-no when you talk about reaming somebody's dirt.
Staying all in. I'm editing this. It's staying all in.
Speaking of staying all in, me and your old man.
Could not get it loose. Thought it was a bad sign, but he thought it was a bad sign. I thought it was an opportunity.
Oh my god.
He's dead now. He failed his anal circumference check.
At that sketch that I submitted to Saturday Night Live, this what if gay guys acted like straight guys was rejected for apparently being patently homophobic.
We've done 3 paragraphs.
Yeah, we've just
because the story is fucking boring, Toby.
I'm gonna be honest. I hope you don't send this off to James to edit.
Wait, why is he gay?
Possibly.
Short for brother. What compelled me to give him such a strange nickname? It didn't even sound like a shortened version of brother. I'll never know.
I'm glad you registered it.
But regardless, I still enjoyed playing. Thank you for this utterly useless information. There is no way for me to describe the love I felt towards this game. It was everything that I had ever dreamed of. In this game, I had a friend that I could play with. Go outside. It all took... He didn't mention at the beginning I was allergic to the sun.
I am also a vampire. That is the creepy bit.
It all took place in the Pokemon world, too, which I had already loved before I even got Pokemon Channel, even though it was my first Pokemon game. I could watch TV with my best friend, Brother, go fishing with him, play tic-tac-toe with him. It's called Noughts and Crosses, don't be a cunt.
Yeah.
Talk to the other Pokemon with him, grow a garden with him, build a snowman with him.
That sounds incredibly fucking tedious. This might be the worst game ever.
Explore ancient ruins with him. Play musicals with him. Wait, what? Play musicals with him.
I don't understand what they mean by
Explore
that.
sexuality with him.
I was literally about to make that
Sit
joke.
around campfires
Ninjas.
and tell stories with him. Make inappropriate sexual remarks about his father. Gaze at the stars with him. Oh my god, this is
Wait.
All the things I never got to experience in real life.
What?
I was able to in this virtual world with Brother, the best friend I never had.
Or any friends that you ever had.
Do you know what? Sometimes I read these gaming creepypastas and at the end they kill themselves and we go, where did that come from? It won't be a surprise if the protagonist takes his own life at the end of this story.
Like, I want to be with my best friend.
No. I want to be with the very best.
But like the sound of the lyrics is muffled by the gun in his mouth.
Or dick.
Just like your dad trying to talk to me was muffled by the sound of my cock. I was obviously overly addicted to the game, but I had nothing else to use up my time with. So instead, I spent it all on the game, oblivious to all the things happening in the real world. I preferred, like kids starving in Africa, I preferred to live my life in this Pokemon fantasy with my best friend Brother. Brother seemed like more than just a virtual animated 3D model forced to do his actions based on the programming of the game. He seemed real to me. If I was ever sad one day... I mean, this guy's just projecting though, isn't he?
Yep. Projectile vomiting.
If I was ever sad one day, he would appear to look and act depressed too. If I was ever angry, he would show and express my rage during that play of the game too. If I needed something to cheer me up, he would act silly and leap at me and do other idiotic things too. Later on, when I grew older and wiser, things got a little fruity. I just assumed that all of these strange events never really happened, and when I was younger, I had simply imagined it. But it was still fun to pretend he was real. As the years passed, I got more games. I had acquired a Game Boy, which along with it came more Pokemon games, great sentence, where I could have more than just a single Pikachu. My interests all floated to different series, like Mario and Sonic.
Had the Olympic Games.
I love the way it's like... It's sort of the post-GameCube era, and his interests are floating towards Sonic. He's a loner, never goes outside, hasn't got any real friends, and he likes Sonic. Clearly, he's Chris Chan. After playing Pokemon Channel so many times, doing the same thing over and over again,
I got bored.
It starts to get a bit boring. I started playing less and less, and other games more and more, but I still gave Pokemon Channel a play every now and then.
Because you're a sad little man.
Eventually, I switched schools and my whole life changed. I was moved from a private Christian school to a public
Christian
school.
Western Channel.
And my eyes were open to reality.
What does that mean?
Well, basically, they stopped teaching Noah's Ark in history class. Is what happened.
They did the field trip to see the actual genuine dinosaur saddle.
I started to learn new things about real life, which helped me enjoy it more. People
aren't real.
People weren't mean and cruel to me. They would say hi when I passed them in the halls.
With the balls.
I discovered I could do more than just play video games. I could
lies.
Video games all. I could draw. There were thousands of songs I could listen to, and my grades started dramatically rising.
Like, are you sure you went to school and it wasn't some sort of like camp or something like that? You weren't part of a fucking cult. Like, oh, I moved to schools because everyone else drank the fucking Kool-Aid and died.
But the best part of all was that I got a new friend. A real friend. One who was flesh and blood.
Mr. Poopy Buttons.
She was funny and helped me get used to the school and was someone who I could talk to besides my parents. We both had the same immature and mock everything.
What?
We both had the same immature and mock everything in every possible way
sorry.
kind of minds. That's a fucking horrible sentence.
Yeah.
I finally had a best friend. While I started to grow in both body and mind, Pokemon Channel was slowly forgotten. I moved on to greater and better games.
Like Phantasy Star Online and
greater
and The Witcher 3.
Greater and better in this context mean the same fucking thing. Almost all the things I could do in the game I was able to do in real life now.
Your voice going a bit, mate.
Brother was replaced by my real life best friend.
One of the two.
He and the game had become obsolete, forgotten on a dusty shelf in a dark corner of the room.
Where skeletons lived.
For the next couple of years, life was golden. Each day I would learn something new, and I had a ton of fun with my best friend. I made a few other friends too, but no one could top my best friend.
The toddler.
Every now and then, I'd get a new game, get some money, go do something with my best friend. Draw something, listen to music. I never wished for anything more. Good things never last.
They never last.
You know what doesn't last?
What?
Sex with your old man. Because the moment he sees my hot body that he wants so much, he just ejaculates immediately.
For fuck's sake! Like a fire hose. Would you like me to read, Jacob? Because you seem to be struggling with your voice.
Going on. I'm starting to sound like your dad when he's fucking choking on my dick.
Eventually, I had to move. I protested and I threw a fit, but to no avail.
A bitch fit.
Trying to stop the tears from falling down my face, I told my
Pulling in my skin. These wounds, they will not heal.
I told my best friend goodbye on my last day at school.
Did you say breast fit?
No, I said goodbye to my best friend on my last day at that school. Yeah. For the next few nights, I cried myself to sleep at my new house.
Like a bitch.
But eventually I stopped.
Wake me up! Wake me up inside!
Wake me up! Yeah, man!
So we're going for all the greatest emo hits. I mean, we've been hitting the low-hanging fruit recently, but let's go through the fucking album.
Cut my life into this is my last.
Oh my god. Was did anyone ever like Papa Roach? Like, have you ever heard fucking gayer music in your life? Literally, like, fucking Mika was flicking through the music channels once and heard Papa Roach and was like, tone it down, son, it's a bit faggy.
Did Papa Roach make any other songs other than...
Yeah, he did that one that was like, there's no money.
Oh, yeah.
I've never heard that one.
And it's like, fuck your money, I don't need that shit. I'm like, really? Can I have all the money you made off the Cut My Life Into Pieces song then? You fucking fat shit.
But eventually I stopped.
Or cutting your life into pieces.
Having one of my main reasons...
It was his last resort.
Wait.
Suffocation!
Wait.
No breathing!
No, you haven't even got to the emo yet. Having one of my main reasons to live in life ripped away, tore a hole spelt completely incorrectly in my heart that will never be completely healed.
Who's that Pokemon? It's Toby!
But the pain eventually became less and less. But it's just like...
I'm trying to think of...
How could this happen to me?
We need to make a checklist of emo songs from like the 90s and early 2000s.
I still had contact with my best friend though. We both had YouTube accounts, and MichaelLeroi would come over every now and again. And we would talk to each other about over the internet. We'd call each other too, have sleepovers, and sometimes see a movie together. But it hurt not to have her at school anymore. I made some new friends at my school, even more than at my old school. But none of them.
My old school.
I went to school. That's the reason why you can make it better, because it's going to skew.
But
You're not going to school, you're going to skew.
But
It's like a boat or something.
For fuck's sake, Matt, I swear to God, mate. But none of them were as funny.
Swear to me!
As my best friend. None of them could replace her. Just then I thought I could get used to this lifestyle. One of the most dreadful things happened. For her sake, I won't post what my friend did, but she did something horrible, and my mum refused to let me speak to her or see her ever again.
See, I'm being vague, so I don't need to be creative.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if it was creative, though, it'd be like, oh, she murdered someone. You know, it's like fucking.
It's like
ridiculous.
she murdered. Like, oh, look, she was behind 9/11. Surprise! She works for the CIA.
My heart was utterly smashed into 1,000 pieces.
Wait,
This is my last resort.
Is that the actual lines from the thing, or is that the lyrics from another emo song?
I felt like I had nothing to live for. My best and what felt like my only friend was now gone from me forever. Carry on! God, that's the worst. I sunk back into my old habits, playing video games and isolating myself from the rest of the world. I didn't like to go out anymore. I refused to leave my room except to go to school, eat, use the restroom, and visit my dad every other weekend.
Is it his dad every other weekend as well?
Yeah. So it had to be every other weekend, because the other weekends, me and Matt were around there just double teaming him.
Spit roasting his dad.
I mean, the only joke I was going to say was vigorously rimming him, but there you go.
Hey, son. I'm my friends with your old man. We go around his house and play Caesar all the fucking time.
That's an image for everyone at home. Me and Matt Dixon Eiffel Towering this guy's dad.
James, put it up on the screen.
Toby's laugh. It's like fucking Tuscan Raider.
Now that my
Obi-Wan Kenobi's gonna come over and scare him off.
Now that my best friend had been snatched away from me, and that I didn't do anything in real life anymore, I needed something to replace her. Searching through my ancient shelf of old games, I pulled out Pokemon Channel. I brushed the dust off the cover. Felt like it had been an eternity since I gazed upon the game. I inserted the game disc into the GameCube, grabbed my controller, and I waited to greet my old friend VR. A tear fell down my cheek as I turned the other cheek. As memories flooded back while I stared at the title screen.
A tear fell down my cheek. Christ.
After a moment of soaking in the old nostalgia...
it's sort of, it's understandable because clearly being a bitch is genetic, since we know about his dad being our bitch.
I selected continue. I eagerly selected yes, and when the information appeared of my currently saved game asking if it was correct, as the transition Pokeballs rolled across the screen, I couldn't wait anymore to see BRVR. When the transition was over, I appeared to be in my room. The normal cutscene where Pikachu is asleep on top of the shelf and wakes up didn't play, but this moment I'd almost been completely forgotten about that. The only thing on my mind was brother. As I searched around the room though, it wasn't anywhere in sight. DBD? The Delhi bird that delivers the goods when you buy from the shop and Squirtle channel was at the door.
I understand so little of what is happening.
I know.
These are just noises.
I smiled warmly at the sight. I remembered I brought something from the channel almost every day when I was younger, and I thought I must have brought something the last time I played and completely forgetting about it. Curious about what was in the delivery, I headed for the door. Was that supposed to be scary? A deep moaning stopped me before I could reach the door. I turned the screen and I saw Brother.
At that time he came around. A deep moaning.
Fuck's sake, man! Came around the wrong weekend.
Climbing out from under the bed. He looked beat up and depressed. I had never seen him climb from under the bed before, except for when he's searching for the Pokemon Mini at the beginning of the game. When he turned and saw me, a shocked expression came on my face, like it normally should. Hey brother, it's me!
Did he say a shocked expression came on my face?
When a shocked expression came over his face.
For fuck's sake.
They just write themselves, don't they? The filthy, filthy jokes.
Hey brother, it's me, I whispered, even though I knew he couldn't hear me. Instead of a joyous look and cheering, Pika Pika, he acquired an infuriating look on his face. I was a bit confused as to why he was angry, but before I could ponder on the subject, DBD, the Delibird called again from the door.
Toby, can you try to enunciate when you speak? Because I can't fucking understand a word you're saying.
The Delibird called again
that didn't help.
from the door. Shut up, you batty. Banishing the whole incident from my thoughts, I turned and opened the door. I was comforted when the Delibird handed over a box and Burver smiled, and I waved the Delibird flew off. A package arrived with merchandise from Shop and Squirtle. I quickly pressed A, and as that message appeared. Are you creeped out? Are you creeped? Are you spooked? Is anyone spooked? Is anyone still listening?
I'm creeped out at the sort of stupid meme that me and Matt have come up with for this episode. But no, I'm not creeped out by the story.
He's creeped out by the size of this direction.
Fuck's sake, Matt!
You're the one who started it.
Well, now it's got to go in my mouth, hasn't it? There's just no other way. And how can I tell jokes when I've got Matt Dixon schlong down my throat?
There's nothing gay about two guys having gay sex. It's only gay if their balls touch.
Look, it's not gay if it's a bro job, alright?
I've heard bro job before. It's not gay, it's just a bro job. Oh my god, that's my new favourite word. Bro job.
So it's never gay if you're in Japan.
I wondered what was inside. As Burver leaned inside the box and took out the items. You got a Pikachu TVZ. The Pikachu TVZ has been displayed. A menacing and quite gruesome looking Pikachu TV was set up as in the replacement of my old Voltorb TV. It looked like Pikachu head facing towards you with its jaws wide open. Inside its mouth was a TV screen, with its fangs hanging over the top and bottom. It looked like the skin was tearing and ripping apart at places. Like the TV screen was too large for its mouth.
The fuck? This wasn't everything just like a little bit kind of different before? Now it's like, oh, violence.
I was a bit shocked at how scary the TV looked. You got the red wallpaper, Z. The wallpaper has been displayed. I gasped when the wallpaper was put up. Wow, spook.
Just what? Wow, spook.
It was dark red like dried blood. Pikachus with sick twisted smiles were repeated all across it. They each were bright red like freshly drawn blood. I was beginning to worry. You got a Pikachu Toad Z. The doll has been displayed. I winced in fear when I saw the morbid Pikachu placed on top of one of the shelves. It had the same eerie grin as the Pikachus on the wallpaper, except with long fangs and skeleton on the front instead of Rayquaza. Its eyes were small, ruby, red, and dilated. The tip of its tail curved inwards like a hook, and had sharp-looking claws. Numerous dried streaks of blood were all along its body. You got the Pikachu Zoll Z. What? The doll has been displayed. You got the Pikachu Zoll Z. Yeah. It just said it 3 times. And no, that same thing is said 3 times, and it says the same sequence happened over and over until the room was filled with disturbing dolls. They replaced all of the other dolls.
I guess if I played Pokemon Channel or Pokemon at all, I might understand what was going on.
I don't know.
I've played like the original Pokemon, and I'm still confused as fuck.
Well, it's like if I started rambling on about Monster Hunter. I mean, did you know you have to sort of kill the Deviljho, like, and you chop off his tail, but then I think the best way to work it is you Dragon Infinity, but then
Toby, you're just mumbling gibberish.
What is this doing? Nothing different.
So all the girls.
Burver got up and looked around the room. He nodded in satisfaction. Yes. And walked towards the TV. I sat in my chair, stricken with fear. Even though it had been years since I played the game, I knew these items were never in it. Pika! A threatening, commanding call came from Pikachu. He was standing in front of the TV.
Like Pika, the most terrifying word in the English language.
In front of the TV, gave me a glare. I knew he wanted me to go over there. I walked to the TV screen, turned it on. It opened to the report channel like normal, but to my horror, the screen looked like it had blood dripping down it. I changed the channels and they were all looking that way. I quickly opened my diary, which in this game is the start menu. I clicked on the TV's tab. I chose the Voltorb TV, but as soon as I did, my diary closed without me pressing B. Spook.
What spook?
BRVR was staring at me with a threatening glare, and I shook his head disapprovingly. Burver turned back to the TV and changed it to the Fortune channel. This channel seemed normal, except the blood dripping down the screen. Choose your cookie. What's your choice cookie, Jacob?
I don't know, oat and raisin. I like those ones.
Mine is golden diamonds, so I don't eat it and I just sell it. Checkmate, motherfucker!
The words drifted by the bottom of
That's
the
a no,
TV
then.
screen. I chose the top one like I always do. The cookie floated down to Chansey's hands and cracked open. It's Jacob.
Do you really want to know your fortune? The words appeared on the screen. I froze with fear. Something about that fortune seemed eerie.
Really?
It appeared that the Chansey on the screen was laughing. Chansey doesn't sound very scary. What's the Chansey look like?
Right, Chansey, imagine...
Put it on the screen.
Right, yeah, Chansey, it looks like sort of like a pink egg.
Yeah, it's basically a pink egg and it holds an egg.
That's stupid. Brother changed the channel again. He changed it to the relaxation channel. Instead of the fluffy Mareep, what greeted me were the morbid Pikachus that looked just like the dolls jumping over the fence. I quickly pressed B and went back to the centre of the room. Normally, Brother would turn around and motion me to come back and watch it with him, but this time he didn't seem to care. I walked over to my old painting, a beautiful coloured Jirachi, surrounded by a cute Pikachu border hung against the wall. I sighed with relief. At least one thing was still normal. I took a few moments to stare at the old painting, mostly just because I didn't want to look at the gruesome wallpaper of the horrifying dolls.
Scary!
Brother is looking at the painting too. That was in speech marks. Chills went through my spine as that message appeared. It isn't scary, is it?
No, nothing is scary.
How close are we to the end?
Crawling in my skin.
Even though it was normal for your Pikachu to stare at your painting with you, I pressed B and sure enough, Brother was standing in front of the painting. It seemed like he had a sad expression, like he was remembering long lost memories.
You know, from the Pikachu body language.
I like there's just like remembering memories, like brilliant command of the English language. He turned to me, still with the same depressed expression. He looked like he was about to cry. I felt sorry for him and wished there was something I could do to cheer him up. Brother walked up to me and asked me a question, which is normal for your Pikachu to ask you a question every now and then. He asked me a question, which is normal for... Fuck's sake!
He's like Gordon Ramsay. It's fucking raw. Do it again, you cunt. No, he doesn't say that.
Donkey.
But what made my blood chill was when he asked, Brother wants to know if you still love him. He had an O yes and an X no option. Brother never asked that before. I immediately clicked O. He smiled and then bent over laughing.
Sorry.
Right, laughing save that.
Yeah.
He presented.
When he was done laughing, he looked back up at me with an evil smile. A message appeared on the top of the screen. Brother knows when you're lying. He turned back.
He knows when you're sleeping.
By this point, I didn't know what to do anymore. I knew for sure that all this wasn't supposed to be happening. I thought that maybe if I restarted my GameCube, everything would go back to normal. I got up and reached for the restart button, but when I pressed it, nothing happened. I pressed it a second time and still nothing.
Then why don't you just
leave the
turn
room.
it off? Take the power pack out. Like, actually use the power button. It's not that fucking hard. Take the disc out.
Turn off the TV. Leave the room.
I love the way you put discs in and eject the discs in GameCube. You click it, it comes out. It's well cool.
The game cannot be reset right now. The message appeared on the screen. My heart stopped beating for
because
a second.
Of ghosts.
And I promptly died.
Yeah, just my heart stopped beating.
It wasn't because I was scared, I think. It's because he was massively fat. Did I not mention he used to eat burgers all the time?
After dumbly staring at the screen for a solid minute, I sat back down and decided I would continue playing. Might as well see where this goes, I whispered to myself. I just looked around the room for a minute. Other than the wallpaper, dolls and TV, everything seemed to be the same. I tried to smile while looking at the old Pokemon mini and posters. I couldn't bring myself to... As in, I couldn't bring myself as well. The normally cute and cheerful music seemed to only make the room more dark and disturbing. It looked as if all the morbid dolls had their eyes focused on me, like they were about to reach out and grab me, then slowly tear apart and devour my flesh.
Bit extreme. Burver wants to go outside. The message appeared at the top of the screen. Before I could do anything, Burver went outside and the game forced me to follow him. My breath caught in my throat when I went outside.
There was no air.
So, can we get a cliche counter going?
Wait. Just as long as you don't say, I ran into the Slender Man and Jeff the Killer.
The sky was blood red.
Fail!
With even darker red clouds swirling around it. strewn all across the lawn were dead Pokemon corpses. I couldn't tell what many of them were.
I don't understand the expression dead corpse. Like, isn't dead implied in the word corpse?
Well, making sure that you don't mistake it for a zombie.
Most of their limbs were torn off, their faces shredded. Literally just went for a shredder.
Or it's the shredder.
Entrails.
They're all just like Ninja Turtles.
Just entrails everywhere. See that fucking Toy Story meme? Entrails everywhere. I felt sick. Like I
There
was
shouldn't be like cliches everywhere.
Yeah, like I was about to throw up. Bertha circled around them, turned to me, and gave me an evil grin. He walked up to me and asked a question. Bertha wants to know if you like what he's done to the place. I immediately click X. His sick grin deepened even more. He walked over to a skitty corpse and threw it at me. As the body parts broke off and flew everywhere as it bounced off the screen. After many agonising minutes of being forced to watch the Bertha toy with its dead body parts, he walked over to the garden. When we stepped into the garden, 2 plants were fully grown. Instead of fruits, they had grown Pikachu heads.
Terrifying.
So, basically, this is no different to Mario at this point.
No.
Basically, it's the same.
Bertha plucked one and started to slowly eat him.
Fresh off the stalk. Pikachu heads. Homegrown American.
My lunch started to rise from my throat, but I forced it back down.
Sounds a bit rude.
Sounds a bit dirty. Sounds a bit like bum.
I would say, sounds a bit like me fucking your old man.
It's been a while since we've done that. At least 20 minutes, yeah!
I tried to turn away from the gruesome sight, but something glued my eyes to the screen. After taking his time, Bertha walked over and ate another head. Once he was done, he cast me a wicked smile and leapt out of the garden and forced me to follow. Bertha was apparently done messing around. Since he went straight inside, I was hoping he was done and we would just stay inside. I now much preferred the morbid dolls over the body parts, but he wasn't done showing me the world he had created yet. As soon as
I can show you the world.
Pokemon corpses everywhere.
That would have been a really interesting twist on this movie.
Bertha went immediately back to the back door. Guess who was
You know, went to the back door.
Guess who was forced to follow yet again? Follow through? No.
Get it?
Yeah. When we went outside, there weren't any more corpses, much to my relief. But the sky was still an ominous blood red. When I tried to go back inside, he wouldn't let me. Bertha would just turn and give me a disapproving shake of the head. Didn't say the magic word. So I was forced to stand there. The Viridian Forest bus pulled over to Bertha and walked up to it without him even clicking it. The transition played normally where the bus riding over the map to the Viridian Forest.
Oh,
when we got there, the whole forest was on fire. God,
the forest is on fire.
It's just yawn fest, the fucking...
Yeah, thanks for requesting this, dude. This is fucking awesome.
Yeah. Dead Pokemon
There's
were
only
laying
so
everywhere.
many jokes about reaming your dad we can make.
Dead Pokemon were laying everywhere as the trees burned wildly, their bodies charred black by the flames. Bertha seemed unaffected by the blazing fire, 420 blaze. He skipped over the patch of mushrooms.
Smoke weed every day.
He skipped over the patch of mushrooms in prefer of dank kush. They looked like they were bleeding. Bertha ate one without asking for permission, and he gave a satisfying nod when he was done. Well, to be honest, mate, why
satisfying crunch.
Yeah. He ran over to the bell that starts the Pokemon concert. Instead of Bertha being surrounded by Clefairies, he was surrounded by those morbid Pikachus. Using the bells, they played the most haunting and blood-chilling tune that I had ever heard. It was Darude Dankstorm. I was awestruck. It sounded so beautiful, but so horrifying. Like Mac Dixon reaming your dad. It was high-pitched and made my ears ache, but it was like in a trance, and I couldn't think to turn the volume down. After what seemed like years, the play was finally over. I mean, just turn the fucking TV off, mate. Sure, you ain't gonna get
at some point, you're like, you know what? I'm gonna go for.
Just play Super Mario Sunshine.
I want to go get some Sunny D or something. I'm gonna go downstairs.
You know, with Sunny D, I think it's funny because it's like someone just went, right, we want you to make orange juice, yeah, but tastes nothing at all like orange juice. I think I can do this.
We want you to somehow create some sort of eldritch flavour that looks like it should be orange juice but isn't. Basically, we want you to get some sugar and some perfume, and then...
Did you ever, like, when you were a kid, were you ever stupid enough to try to drink squash without putting the water in? Because I was. Yeah. And that's what fucking Sunny D tastes like.
I didn't do that when I was a kid, but I nearly did that by accident one time. I poured some squash into a glass, and then went to go do something else, sat down, reached for it, and
that was pretty much what I did, yeah. And like, I was like, that's disgusting. And then years later, I tried Sunny D, and wouldn't you know, same thing.
Glancing around, Burver seemed satisfied with the burning forest and headed back towards the bus. Again, I was forced to stand outside my house while I awaited the next horrors Burver would inflict upon my eyes and my ass. I thought he would want to take the Mount Snowfall bus, but he had other ideas. Instead, he let that bus... No, since he led that bus... No, it is alright. But he had other ideas instead since he let that bus just pass on by. Instead, he decided to take the Cobalt bus next. You know, it would really help if any of us knew what the fuck they were talking about. Same simple transition, same horrifying scene. The beach was littered with pieces of corpses of Pokemon you would normally find roaming around there. The ocean looked like blood, and floating on it were more body parts from dead Pokemon. It then became apparent to me that Burver
Then it became really tedious.
It then became apparent to me that Burver didn't like other Pokemon.
No shit,
really?
Sherlock.
What the fuck gave that away?
Way to get to the bottom of this case, Robert Downey Jr.
After a while, when you're just saying the same shit again, alright, first time, yeah, I get why you're saying there's dead Pokemon everywhere. But after a while, it just gets overly saturated and it's just shit.
What do you think?
Like all effect.
The game glitched and a bunch of really horrible, unexpected accidents happened.
It just loses its effects. Like, oh, the sky's, the ocean's blood too, and everything's blood. It's great.
The sky was blood, and the ocean was blood, and the land was blood, and the blood was blood.
Then we played a game of tic-tac-toe. Instead of rocks, we used internal organs for the pieces. Burver beat me by a long shot, although that was because I couldn't think straight using entrails as game pieces while being surrounded by dead corpses.
That's an excuse I used to hear all the fucking time.
He laughed when he beat me. Like this was normal and supposed to be happening. Then, for a brief moment, a look of regret and sadness swept over his face. I felt a longing to reach out and comfort him, so I used a C-stick to pet him. But as soon as the cursor touched him, his normal infuriated and demented look came back. He ran off over to the fishing area with a little person called me unwillingly following behind him. God, is this fucking over yet? Burver stood on his rock and threw out his fishing line onto the blood ocean, waiting for a bite. I did nothing, for there was nothing I could do, but he turned and gave me a menacing glare like I was supposed to be helping him. That's when I remembered the bait. I clicked on the jar labelled bait, but instead of chocolate glazed donut, I got a rotting brain. Much like mine at the fucking minute reading this story. It was falling apart and covered in a greenish brown mould, yet it was still throbbing. It's quite rude.
Sounds a bit dirty.
I quickly tossed it into the ocean.
Sounds a bit like bum.
Shortly afterwards, Burver caught something in his line with a great yank. A creature came flying out of the ocean. I swear to God, this creature shall forever haunt my dreams. Prepare for spook.
Alright, okay, I'm ready to get spooked.
It looked like an oversized dark purple Magikarp. The least fucking terrifying thing I could ever think of in my entire life. But it was foaming at the mouth. While a green acidic blood poured out of his numerous gashes along his body, multiple organs clung to the many spikes sticking out of his body. Parts of his scales had been scraped away like exposing muscle underneath, but some parts of muscle had been what looked like it's been eaten, leaving bones sticking out. It flopped around and gasped for air while disturbing gurgling sounds emitted from its mouth.
I'm terrified, I don't know about you. Are we nearly done? How much left?
Not much, I hope. I screamed when I saw the vile creature. Burver turned to me as if he heard me and grinned. He slowly climbed down from a rock, taking as much time as possible to let a wretched creature suffer more. He then started to eat the Magikarp. Fucking hungry, isn't he? While it was still alive, I screamed again. Ah! Why am I screaming out of a video game? I screamed and got covered my mouth as my eyes were forced to watch the gruesome sight. Or you could just turn the TV off, turn the GameCube off, turn everything off, whatever.
Right, just so you know, Jacob has basically completely given up and he's just looking at Trump pictures on his phone.
He's looking at Trump. You're making it sound weird looking at Trump memes. You're making it sound like I'm just looking at selfies of Donald Trump.
Trump in his undies, whitey tighties.
I'd fucking love to. I'd love that.
Toby, just make Jacob start reading it again. His voice is better.
What? That's nice.
Hey guys, vote in the comments. Whose voice is better, mine or Toby's?
Well, clearly it's me.
You can't put Matt.
No,
that's a cheat. That's a cheat.
I said his voice is better, as in he's not sore anymore. I mean, it is true you have a better speaking voice.
Oh.
But not sore anymore from all the.
You just keep digging, Matt. You just keep fucking digging, mate.
I don't care. I'm going to dig down to China.
Yeah.
Once he was done with his meal, he turned back to me and made and smiled a happy, playful smile. I couldn't believe this monster was once my close virtual friend that I looked forward to seeing every day after school. Ooh, how fucking sad.
After that traumatizing event,
Oh, me,
Brother.
come on. If you're going to get traumatized by something happening on the screen in a fucking game which isn't even a horror game.
It might be running into Hitler's corpse, or vague one that looks like it.
triggered. After this traumatizing event, triggered, I had to block loads of people on Twitter. Brother cheerfully skipped along down the beach back to the bus stop singing Pikachu. I don't know if that's the tune. His merriment made the situation that much more horrifying. While waiting for the Mount Snowfall bus, Brother stood in the middle of the walkway staring at me, but the commas aren't there, so it's all over the place. His face was blank and showed no signs of emotion. Yes, thanks. I know what face was blank means.
No, it's blank like Slenderman.
You could delete so many of the sentences in this and make it much shorter because...
I mean, it would make it better.
It's just like, my job at the Department of Redundancy Department. Even though I knew he couldn't hear me, I whispered, well, why are you doing this? ... A tear started to fall down my face.
His tears don't fall! They shut the fuck up.
Brother made this world to please you. My blood turned to ice when that message appeared at the top of the screen.
Your blood turned to ice.
I died immediately. Mr. Freeze had broken my room.
This is actually where White
And he said
Walkers
to me,
come from.
What killed the dinosaurs?
A meteor strike!
Brother casted me another sick, wicked grin that stretched
Possibly
from
a sick skill.
cheek to cheek. More tears started to sneak their way down my face. The
mean
Mount
sneak?
Snowfall bus finally arrived.
Tears sneak increased to 32.
I don't know if I was happy at the sight or petrified at the thought of facing another gruesome scene. Same things as before. Innocent transitions, not so innocent sights. Frost-bitten carcasses lay strewn out
Also, even he's like same old, same old.
unpleasantly across the frozen land. Most half buried in snow. Surprisingly, there was no blood or entrails lying about. Oh, it's like become mundane now. There wasn't even any blood.
I mean, it's quite a pleasant surprise.
This area had a more sad atmosphere than morbid. Brother slowly walked over to where Calculon and Jigglypuff would normally sing.
You mean Trigglypuff?
But since they were dead, James put Trigglypuff on the screen. Since they were dead and buried under the snow, who knows where, he took their place on the stage. Brother sang the most beautiful sad song I had ever heard. What you say? His harmonious voice sounded like violins playing the most tear-jerking tune I have ever heard. He had a depressed and sorrowful yet focused expression while he sang the tune, which is just what the song sounded like. I couldn't control the tears that started flooding down my face while he sang. My poor emotional heart broke in two listening to this sorrow-drenched melody.
Do what you say.
After what seemed an eternity, Brother finally finished. He looked me dead straight in the eyes with the most sorrowful, depressed and utterly hopeless expression anyone had ever seen. God, this is boring! I longed so much to hold him in my arms and comfort him, but he quickly turned away.
Gay seal!
Really, why though? Because of facial expressions, ignoring the fact that he's killed basically all the Pokemon, all 700, all 720 no-scope, however the fuck how many there are now. I assume he's killed them all anyway, and you still want to give him a hug after basically killing all of these innocent things. Oh, it looks so sad.
Well, you see, he didn't know any of them personally, so it's okay. You can forgive murderers if they don't kill anyone you know.
Eat a dick. Not just all the dick, all the Pokemon dicks that he killed.
We stood in front of the ruins of truth. For many moments, Brother just stood dead still while staring at the ruins. Then he glanced at me, a deep, meaningful look in his eyes, and ran outside. It was jet black inside.
It was
like
pitch black, you might
supposed
say.
to be.
That's fighting Vin Diesel, the final boss.
He used a thunderbolt to light the electric flowers, which caused the entire ruins to light up. What are those electric flowers called? They zap buds. When
Why is
all
it
along the walls, ceiling and floors, many different words written in blood. Help me, why? I must die, kill me, it's so cold, I'm so lonely.
Trust in these nuts.
Come back, why can't I die?
Why is it with these always when it comes to fucking lost video game fucking things or whatever it is, trying to make it look edgy and stuff, they always go on and fucking on all into these detail about stuff you're supposed to know. It's like they assume you know. It's going to be so creepy as to someone who hasn't even played the fucking game. How am I supposed to know what the fucking Mountain of Truth, whatever the fuck it is, I've already forgotten looks like?
To be kind of fair, like they probably don't expect like you know, if you have no interest in Pokemon, then you're probably not going to read a Pokemon story. We're just the dumb arseholes who are reading it to make fun of it.
Shut up, Matt, and your logic.
Brother walked over to the other side of the ruins where the true or false tablet stood. I was forced to click on it. Brother was abandoned by his best friend years ago to be replaced by a new best friend and was left to rot alone in this virtual world. True or false? I finally understood what all this meant. The thing the audience figured out an hour ago. All those words
from the beginning,
written on the walls. They were from Brother. This was all my fault. I left him, my best friend, to die alone. No, he couldn't even die if he wanted to. He was forced to drag out his miserable
existence. He couldn't die alone. He couldn't die because he's not real.
Over the years, I didn't blame him for wanting revenge on me. I deserved this. It's just a game. I slapped myself across the face. What was I thinking?
Oh my god!
Brother
really?
and Pokemon Channel were just a game. I wasn't supposed to devote my life to them. They were only meant to be created to amuse and entertain the mind of a child. They weren't real. I took a minute to ponder over my last statement. They weren't real. I thought about all the things Brother had done to traumatize me and get revenge for abandoning him for so long. Hell, this was all just too real. I selected O for true because it was. I admitted to abandoning Brother and leaving him alone to rot. Instead of the tablet sinking back into the ground, it glowed green as if in approval with me. The screen slowly faded to black. Except for Brother. He stood in the centre of the screen with a tired, angry and yet sad expression. I didn't know what to think of him anymore. I hated him and wished I could really kill him. But I felt... moments ago I wanted to hold him in my arms. But I felt sorry and wanted with all my heart to help him and make things better. Brother feels the same way about you. Those messages didn't shock me anymore. If anything, I was expecting it. After a few long moments of just staring at each other, I finally decided to lose it. What are you going to do with me now?
Just lose it. Ah!
Brother wants you to suffer the same way he did. Suffer like G did? Fuck's sake.
Oh.
He casted me one last wicked grin, the wildest and most horrifying I had ever seen, and the screen cut to black.
Sorry, when it does all these grins, I can just
We're
imagine
so close
snow.
to the end.
Shut up, Toby. It's
Saying,
done.
all I can imagine with these grins is fucking Snow and Mount Silver grin.
Yeah.
You know that Rodin poke, yeah.
After a moment, the title screen appeared. The continue button was gone. I sighed in relief that this horrifying reunion was over. I got up and looked back at my desk. This is the ending. On it was Pikachu Doll Z.
That's an original ending.
It's the fucking ending from Sonic.exe.
Tails Doll as well.
If you're going to rip an ending off of something... Okay. Disclaimer. You are not allowed to repost this creepypasta anywhere.
Oh, I won't.
But you must credit me and link back to the original source here on DA. So, we can't repost it somewhere, but we've got to credit you when we don't repost it somewhere. All fan work, such as fan art and YouTube readings, are allowed, so long as you do not profit off of them. You're going to be upset when we fucking monetize this video, aren't you, you whinging cunt? You are not allowed to profit off of my creepypasta.
Says fucking who?
Yeah, says who. You may not sell adoptables or print fan arts featuring my characters and stories. Your characters and stories. What, Pikachu?
Yeah. Like how? Like the fucking cheek.
Actually, yeah. If you're gonna play it like that, mate, you're the
your original
copyright shit.
It's Pikachu, but he's frowning and a bit bloody. Original character.
Do not steal. Blonic the Hedgehog. If you profit from your YouTube videos, you are not allowed to make videos featuring my stories.
Okay.
Too fucking bad.
Alright, what are you going to do to stop us?
Yeah, what are you going to do, you ginormous pussy? Oh, you're like, can you believe this asshole? This copyright notice is worse than the fucking story. We've just done an hour of this, and now we're being told we're not allowed to make any money off it. Sod that for a game of toy soldiers. I want at least 50 bar for this.
Like all the time.
Creepypasta terms of service.
He's actually got his own fucking terms of service.
You know, all the times you get those authors note, like, oh no, like no mean criticism and stuff like that. This is worse. This is much worse.
Yeah, you can click a link that takes you to his terms of service. Let's read them out. Oh my god.
Hang on, it's all the way at the top.
Creepypasta terms of service. Creepypastas. Non-profit reposting and usage allowed. Credit and link to the source anywhere you repost my stories or artwork. You may repost it anywhere, except that time I said you're not allowed to repost it anywhere. But credit to the original sources on DA. Non-profit and personal usage examples that are okay. Reposting my creepypasta stories and crediting and sourcing me. Making fan art. Using Brother in a fanfiction. Using my Creepypasta fan art as blog icons background.
Okay, can we say, like, aren't you fucking big for your boots? Like, oh, my original character, Brother, is Pikachu with a shit name. Congratulations. You fell on the keyboard. Oh, that's good enough.
Non-profit YouTube readings of my stories, etc. are all fine. For profit use, never allowed. Do not use my Creepypasta stories or characters to make profit. You do not have permission to profit off of my characters and works in any way, shape or form. That's not your Pikachu. You didn't fucking invent Pikachu. Okay, let's read some comments because I want to vomit right now. And maybe reading the comments will be like 1,000. It'll be like a small loan of 1,000,000 epicax. Right. Oh, apparently, Starbite, the author, says, I was 13 when I wrote this, and I'm 19 now. Fun fact, sonic.exe came out a year after Dead Channel. That means Sonic.exe stole the cliches from my story.
Oh,
also good to know that you...
nice sexy women in your favourites, by the way. I'm a lesbian, and I actually get to see a sexy woman like that every day.
Triggered.
Did you know I met my wife through Dead Channel? She commented on it, started drawing fan art, and all the time became the best friend and fell in love. Amazing how this story got me pussy. Pat, I'll take $500 for shit that never happened.
Oh my god. Oh,
okay, so Ruku213 says, also you're 19 and you're married. Bullshit. Ruku213 says, this has to be the most terrifying thing I've read involving the Pokemon fandom. And then the copyright notice was the most frightening thing I've read involving the Pokemon fandom, because how fucking delusional can you get?
It's very true.
Brother could clearly hear that his best friend, the person narrating, so blah, blah, blah. I can't be bothered to read that.
Look.
Okay, Gemac says, well, I didn't need sleep anyways. Really? Because boredom helps me sleep. Brother versus Sonic.exe.
You know, like, I'm not really that deep.
I'm not sure they're people.
Yeah, I'm not really that deep into, like, the whole... You know, despite reading Creepypasta, I'm not really deep into the culture of it. But you know who I've heard of a bunch of times? Sonic.exe. You know who that I haven't fucking heard of?
Yeah, it's very true. It's the very first time I've heard of...
Okay, so basically...
Everyone's like, oh, I'm...
Everyone, like, a bunch of people know taste, because it's vegan art.
So somebody who has a gif of a flying unicorn as their avatar, and therefore their opinion isn't really valid, says, I cried. I have the weakest of hearts. Suffering won't do anything. You just have to forgive and forget.
What, you mean all the...
How could this happen to me? I've made my mistakes.
I was going to say, I've come too far to lose it all.
So,
in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Sorry, Matt, what were you saying?
Are we going to do...
Lace me up! I've been looking for you.
Is it my turn? I believe in a thing called love. Wait, that's not right. Just listen to the...
I can't be bothered to read more comments. This is AIDS.
Right, what we thought of it. Okay,
yeah, Matt.
It's dog shit and also incredibly lazy when, oh, I made my best friend and then something happened and then I had to go back to other ghost, Pokemon, AI, magic, zombie, doll, scary.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the story because I'm too amazed at what a butthurt little turd the author is. That's what I want to talk about. Like, I love how when we started this, we were like, we insult stories, not authors. And then we started coming across authors that were complete arseholes. And it's become increasingly difficult not to slag off the authors. And in this case, it is impossible. Oh, you can't use my character, brother.
We were... I wouldn't say we were fine. We were going to be like, you can't write for shit, and then left it at that. But that shit...
That is completely unacceptable.
The only way it could have been more insulting, like, or annoying to us, would have been like, you're not allowed to say anything bad about this ever. It is genius, and your opinions are wrong. Is the only way it would have been more frustrating for us.
If it said don't like, don't read, is the only way it could have been worse.
Just fuck off.
Well, then my review.
Go ahead.
Move in and move out, hands up and hands down, back up, tell me what you're gonna do now. Rolling.
Welcome back to Bad Creepypasta.
Alright, I want to before we get into anything, I want to start off by apologising for Yeah, well, I want to apologise for what I said in the Jeff Christmas special we did a while ago. I mean, because I know what I said was wrong, and it was a mistake on my part, and I don't want anyone to think less of me because of what I said. Babel. Not Babylon, Babel. It's still a really, really shit story. Eat the dick Tower of Babel.
Babel. I thought it was Babel.
No, it's Babel.
Oh,
It
it's
is
Babel.
It is Babel, because Babel would be like B.
Well, there's the you're babbling.
Yeah, which is B-A-B-B-L-E. But I know you're talking nonsense, babbling. It does make sense why you would get that from Tower.
Anyway, here's the thing that you actually tuned in for.
Fucking right. Okay, so we got a double Patreon double bill here.
Double penetrating Treon.
My man Raul, with no surname, suggested 2 stories.
Raul Julius.
We're gonna read Raul Caesar Romero.
Caesar Romero.
Wait, this is actually on fanfiction.net.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We're gonna read 2 of them. The Lost Digimon movie is the first one. I was on my way to work. I work at a local movie theatre. Not the greatest place in the world, but hey, free movies. Anyway, this is paragraphed really strangely. Anyway, I just parked my car and was walking to the theatre. Yet before I got there, ...
Yo, dude!
A voice called out. I turned around to see some guy holding a box in his hand.
Some Puerto Rican guy.
He looked like a pretty normal dude, yet he defiantly needed a good night's sleep. Big black bags sagged under his bloodshot eyes.
This is actually me. I always have fucking black eyes.
That's because I keep punching you in the face.
Your face is so very punchable.
Hey!
He said to me.
You like anime?
You like Japanimation?
Who the fuck just turns... I'm sorry, I've never had a conversation in the street. Does someone turn around to me and go, hey, you like anime? Unless I was wearing a Naruto headband.
We haven't seen...
I'm a massive weeb. I didn't just mention that.
We haven't seen what the character looks like yet. It's like, I had crazy hair that was all sticking up in all different
I
colours.
had a Naruto headband. I was wearing like a bleached shirt or something.
I had one of those Attack on Titan backpacks that kids are wearing.
My hair was red and
really
yellow.
creepy though. It's like just like someone on it. Hey, you like anime?
To be fair, it is a creepypasta. I'd arrived an hour early for work, so I could buy a quick meal before starting my shift. So it wasn't like I was in a rush or anything. Plus, I did enjoy anime a bit. Yeah, I said.
Yeah! That's the postman from fucking Majour's Mask. Yeah!
That's what it looks like now.
Yeah, I said. I dabble in it.
What?
You like Digimon?
It's like I dabble in the animes.
That's like that. I dabble in watching, I don't know, dramas.
The sleep-deprived man asked. Which season? I asked.
Tamers!
The guy said.
Does that mean something?
That's the 3rd season, for the record. Wow! I said. I love that season. It says that.
That. Did it actually say?
Yeah. I love that season. Gilmon eating everything. Kazu and Kenta being clowns. And Renamon. Oh man, did I enjoy Renamon. I dabble.
Yeah. Right, so...
He's incredibly descriptive.
Also, as someone who's actually seen that, furry. He's a fucking furry.
Okay.
Then you'll love this DVD.
You'll love King Dedede.
King Dedede.
King Dedede.
The guy said, showing me it. The title on the box said, Digimon the Movie, Renamon's Rage. Renamon's Rage? I said, confused. I thought the only movie she was in were Runaway Locomon and Battle of Adventures.
Yeah, you certainly dabble, that's what...
It's a special uncut movie.
The guy said.
That's why it was never aired. Except somehow I got a DVD of it every time I have this problem. How did you get a DVD of something that was never aired?
To internet.
I mean, how did
Because he was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios.
How did he... Right, okay.
Who made Digimon?
It says Digimon movie Renamon's Revenge, whatever the fuck it says, right? As
as
far
far
as I'm concerned, it could be The Revenant on DVD, right? But at the end, right? It's got to come.
Here's this movie, The Revenant, kid. It's really boring.
You didn't notice that all the characters were actually Digimon.
It's the thing, right? What's it going to come in like a CD-ROM case with crudely writing on there, and maybe a little Digimon?
It's going to come in like a bread box. Yeah. CD on it.
I mean, clearly it's going to be fake. You can see if it's fake from miles away.
I began to think this dude was working a scam, so I walked away.
Well, I mean, how would it be a scam? If he charged you money, then it might have been a scam. Only $1?
The guy said. I stopped and looked back.
Only $3.50?
$1? I asked.
Yes.
The guy said. I reached into my wallet and pulled out a George Washington.
Oh my god, who the hell calls it a George Washington?
Cunts, that's who.
That sounds a bit rude, doesn't it? I reached into my pants and pulled out my George Washington. That's like something you call your dick when you're talking to your doctor and you're a bit uptight. It's a problem with my George Washington. Well, it's alright, just pop your George Washington out and we'll have a look at it.
You see, it's very much like George Washington. It has wooden teeth and it endorses slavery.
Fucking hell.
Just one, George? You've already established just the one, I said.
Yes.
The guy said a bit annoyed.
Just that.
Open it, I said, convinced the guy was still trying to work a scam. He opened the bread bin. The DVD was indeed in there. It had a little picture of Renamon on it with a red background. Also, her eyes were blood red, unlike the normal black and blue.
Cliche.
Okay, I said, giving him the buck and taking the movie. Giving
him the good, long, hard George.
The buck. I just pictured just like gave him a deer. So what am I supposed to do with this?
Oh, yes!
The man said.
Yes! You're the man now, dog! Sorry.
And he shot away in his jetpack.
He proceeded to leave while happily dancing as well. I looked at the DVD confused, then at the man. I tried to find the logic in all this. Must not be that good, I said. I mean, it is Digimon, to be fair. I'd been sent home early from work. The theatre wasn't that busy tonight, so the mangers...
Wow.
I had been sent home early from work. The theatre wasn't that busy tonight, so the mangers decided to try and save some money by sending a few of us home.
I thought you said the Magners.
Sweet, I thought. I'll get to watch this movie tonight. Later that night, I popped into my...
What? I popped into my PS3.
Oh, we forgot. The hero of this story is actually Captain N. Later that night, I popped into my PS3 in my room. Everyone else was asleep at this time, even my dog.
That'd be a great story. It's like the main thing is like focused on this like cursed shitty DVD, but it's also I can travel into game worlds. It's very interesting. I'm not going to talk about that.
It's actually just a rebooted origin story for Freakazoid.
That just reminds me of the old. I think it was like a NES
He was
game.
sucked into the PS3.
Do you remember that old NES game? It was like a poltergeist game. You had to sort of try and get into things to scare people. I'm the only one who seems to remember
I didn't have a NES.
You just made it up.
I didn't make it up, honestly. Look it up.
Everyone else was asleep at this time, even my dog. Soon enough, the menu comes up. There we go. It wouldn't be a Creepypasta without one. It just shows a pic with Renamon with some digivices hanging around her neck like a necklace. She's holding Tamor in her hands.
Wow.
One says...
You actually say Tamor.
Tamor, yeah. It's also all in the present tense. One says play, the other just gives the language options. I found nothing odd about it, so I pressed play. Hey, we're back in the past tense again. I really wish I didn't. The scene opens up... Fuck's sake. To the city. It's like Squidward Suicide again. The scene opens up to the city where the Tamers live. It's night time.
Tamers?
I don't know. Tamers?
Yeah, it's supposed to be Tamers.
Okay, Tamers live. It's night time, yet it also looks like a storm is about to come. Every so often, a flash of lightning illuminates the dark buildings and roads. Sadly, every time they did, I was shown some creepy sight. The first scene it cuts to is a sign that covered in flesh and blood.
Fucking... What?
A bit dripping off. I paused it for a moment. The blood, it looked so ... real.
Not computer graphics, but truly real.
Really real.
Needless to say, I found this a bit extreme for a kids show.
Extreme!
But then again, this guy said it was an uncut version. I dismissed it and played on.
Are you getting the flashbacks to Soul Eater here?
Oh yeah! Oh god, yeah.
Is he going to think it's a porno version?
I'm getting flashbacks to Vietnam right now.
Charlie in the bushes.
The next scene is a motorcycle. Yet it had... Really?
What?
Right, next scene is, yet it had. For fuck's sake, man, it's not difficult. Some type of white pointy object embedded all over it. During the next flash, I get a close-up of it.
He was in his PS3,
Shall we just grab a few beers and drink every time they swap tenses? I now see it's Beelzemon's motorcycle.
It's Beelzebos.
And the things all over it are diamonds. Yet the worst part is that now I saw... I know it shouldn't because I should be used to it now, but the tense thing really does wind me up. Yet the worst part is that now, capital N as well, like it's the album. Now, 63, that's what I call shit. Now, I saw two small bodies near the vehicle. Ali and Mako, Impmon's tamers.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand
I used to watch the original series of Digimon. I'm lost.
They as well are covered all over in sharp diamonds, which are jammed into their
God,
skin.
maybe
So the
this
only
would be
reason
scary.
the only reason you read that is because you don't know how old those kids are supposed to be.
It's
They're like 8.
It's the wrong there as well. It's like THERE.
Oh.
This goes on a bit more, showing each of the tamers' parents and families dead in some way.
For fuck's sake.
Rick's mom and grandpa impaled to a wall with Sakuyamon's staff. Takato's mum and dad buried under the burring rubble.
It is actually burring rubble. Oh, for fuck's sake, Jacob.
The Bering
really?
Straits.
Of their home, the fire is blue. Edgy. Henry's dad, his neck ripped out as if a wild animal tore into it with his teeth. Jerry and her family. We just see a bloody puppet attached to a dismembered hand. Her parents are like Ali and Mako. I don't know how I sat through all of them. The others that followed were so gruesome and disturbing.
I'm sitting through this.
The others that followed were so gruesome and disturbing. I can't tell on this.
I ran out of ideas.
I can't tell on this.
Yeah.
Well, I can't tell a teacher.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a grass.
I'm telling on you. I'm getting you done.
After this, I saw Renemon's face appear on the screen. Her eyes were blood red like they were on the disc. Yawn. Then just stands there looking at me for about 15 seconds. Then laughs. No, I said. It didn't take too long. It didn't take long. Oh my god. No, I said. It didn't take long to put two, spelled correctly, and two, T-O, together.
It didn't take long to put two and t together. to make a tutu. Didn't take two and two together.
2 plus 2 equals 2.
Renamon had killed them all.
It's a fucking retard.
What's going on? I said. The camera moves back and we see Renamon is in that big room where that Hypnose organisation tracks Digimon. What? There's actual Hypnose? It's fucking Pokemon Go! Renamon sits upon the floating chair and keyboard those two ladies are usually at. Means nothing.
What? With those two ladies?
Then she jumps off it. As she lands, I came upon an unimaginable sight.
How's Kane sleep?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can imagine it. Takito, Rika, Henry, and the other tamers that weren't shown earlier were tied in separate chairs. I suppose it's meant to be implied that she deleted their Digimon earlier.
No.
Delete this. Yeah.
That was delicious.
Near the chairs were body parts of what I assume were Yamaki and his girls. A dismembered hand held lighter in it. To be honest, when they go on about dismembered this, that and the other, it just loses its effect after a while.
Yeah.
Maybe if it was like mundane and nothing really happened, and then it's just like, and then like you walk into a room and there's fucking stuff everywhere, it'd be like, oh, okay, fair enough, maybe this is going somewhere. But when it's just extreme violence, it's like the Saw movies. It gets a bit over-saturated.
Yeah. Well, that's why Ben Drown worked. Like, aside from the fact they actually had gameplay footage to show for themselves, they actually put the effort in to hack the, to sort of hack the ROM and everything. It was fairly mundane, wasn't it? It was just like little subtle things that were creepy and a bit off. Whereas even that goes like too weird at the end. But like, yeah, with these ones like Sonic.exe and Squidward Suicide, it's just like, and then blood. Blood.
It also doesn't
but
help
wait.
More blood.
It also doesn't help that you two have no idea what they're talking about.
You do, but you're staying sort of relatively quiet.
Because it's really dull.
Well, that's.
I'm like, oh no, not Henry!
Rika tries to muffle something at her partner. Renamon's response is tipping her chair over. Oh, it's Jacob.
That's my response to reading shit like this.
Who wants to do what is Renamon?
It's a giant, like, it's a fox, like, ninja thing.
So it's Naruto?
Yes.
Who wants to do Naruto's voice?
Humans.
Renamon said. I said the Renamon.
How pathetic you all are. I feel sick that I needed you once to make me stronger. Yet I have now pushed myself past your senseless card games and digested.
What? Right, I know you needed to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And eat digestive biscuits in order to get stronger in Digimon. I never knew that!
Your card games are digestives! What the fuck?
Right,
Blue Eyes White Digestive.
yeah. Blue Eyes chocolate covered biscuit. Right,
Card games and
so-
hobnobs.
I gotta get the money to get my Serenity's bourbon biscuits.
Right, I understand the card game bit, but I don't know what the fuck the digestives is supposed to be. I'm fucking clueless.
There is no way. There is no possible way they meant to type digestives. There simply isn't.
The
It
power
follows up
of
with
friendship and
hobnobs, though.
cookies.
It follows it up with hobnobs. They must. It's on purpose,
It actually
Jacob.
says hobnobs.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Digestives. Wow. Where are we?
I really hope that like the
I-
picture on the screen during this is a picture of Yugi. Instead of holding up a gun, he's got a biscuit.
Got a fucking chocolate digestive.
My tea tray has no.
Oh, it's quite.
My tea tray has no custard cream, Sniper. It does, however, contain the unstoppable Oreo cookie.
Oreo, the forbidden one.
Oreo digestives. No one's ever been able to stop.
It's like Jaffa cakes. No one's ever been able to decide whether they're biscuits.
Oh my god.
I am omnipotent.
So omnipotent you can't even write the correct word, and you end up writing digestives.
Right.
I want to see someone do a dramatic reading.
Oh, fucking Dr. Shame needs to do a video of this. She's like, digestives.
Renaman walks off screen. A few minutes later, she returns with a chainsaw. A
Okay.
blood-covered chainsaw. Oh, hell no! I said, trying to stop the movie, yet it
Does it
wouldn't
actually
stop.
say, oh hell no?
It does say, oh, hell no.
Will Smith confirmed.
Huh? I said, assuming
Then Will Smith punched her. Said, "Welcome to Earth."
Welcome to Earth.
Huh? I said, assuming my controller must have low battery life. I went for my remote and pressed power. Still no effect. I was getting terrified. Just then, I got up off my bed I was sitting on.
Sit down.
Sit down.
Don't forget the mics there, darling.
Oh, yeah.
Sit down.
Renaman said, looking at me. Also, when she said this, her voice changed. It sounded as if a devil was speaking through her now. She pointed the saw at the screen. Oh, chainsaw, right. It almost felt like I was seeing a 3D movie. Without the glasses, Nintendo 3DS. As the saw seemed to come out of the screen, roaring louder than before, I froze in fear. This cartoon fox was
I feel
talking ...
I feel like
to me.
I feel like I'm watching a 3D movie because I'm nauseous and I want this to stop.
Yeah.
Like, also, on a quick aside, like fucking, like a chainsaw is a pretty shit. Well, I mean, you can use it to kill someone, but I mean, it's gonna get clogged up.
Yeah.
And also, at this point, it's really like wouldn't it still support out a hacksaw? Wouldn't that be a bit more intimidating? Because it's gonna take fucking longer.
I sat back down, creeped out of my mind.
Good boy.
Good boy, Coupler. Renaman said as she went back to her work, she rammed the saw into the bottom of the chair, and well, oh my god. Okay. Right.
That fucking face.
Oh my god, right. Let's just...
Get
right.
your phone out, take a picture.
No, okay. No. Let's... I'm not sure how to react to this. I'm not sure this line's gonna make it into the... She rammed the saw into the bottom of the chair, and, well, Rika lost her virginity to a power tool.
Really? Someone sat down and wrote that.
Yeah, you can see why I was like...
Fucking roll over digestives. We've got a new best moment in the fucking story, haven't we?
But then here's the next bit. I nearly barked instead of barked.
Oh god! Woof! Woof! Grrr!
I mean,
Ruff!
I nearly threw myself to the ground, started wiggling my legs, and had a dream about chasing cats.
Imbecile!
Suez, Henry's sister, began bawling like the baby she was. This, right, and in brackets, this all happens in slow motion. Renaman ripped the saw out of Rika's body, blood and gore everywhere. Woo! Then slams the blade into her skull. Blood and brains flying over. Henry screams. Renaman simply decapitates him. Kazuo and Kenta wet their pants. Lovely. This is just getting like vulgar now. The piss touches Reneman's feet. She looks at them. For this part, I'll just say Kazuo and Kenta didn't die as men. Is that supposed to mean she ripped their dicks off?
With a chainsaw, the most, precise of all instruments.
Not all men have dicks, Toby. Check your privilege, you fucking shitlord.
Oh. Next, Ryo Reneman turns off the saw, then jams it into his gut like a sword. Ryo gags. I'm pretty sure chainsaws don't work like that, whatever. Reneman then turns the saw on and obliterates his insides.
Not really sad to see him go, he's a Mary Sue.
Now all that's left is Taketo. I keep pronouncing them wrong, but I don't care. Reneman smells something.
Or you're going to get called out on your not precisely speaking moon runes.
Right.
You need a change?
Change!
A chain?
Oh, I get it. A chain.
You look
chainsaw. She asks Taketo, who trembles as he nods. I was fine with the blood and gore, but the bit before was just a bit weird.
You not fond of the line she lost her virginity to her power till?
Jeez, Toby, don't be so sensitive. What are you, fucking gay?
That's a bad boy.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I
just
know.
wanted to stop now.
Reneman says in a sick pleasure away. She turns off the chainsaw and puts it down, then kicks Chakato's chair down. Reneman proceeds to go into a nearby wall, gets a fire extinguisher that's hanging on the top of it. Oh, please tell me he's going to go irreversible style. She turns it on and blasts Taketo with it. What? Why would that hurt?
It doesn't say what kind of fire extinguisher it is.
The boy screams.
The one that shoots the fire.
The boy screams.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
foam gets in his eyes.
Oh, it's a foam one. Okay.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be a fire extinguisher though.
Reneman,
It would be a fire creator.
Reneman then walks over to him,
Joke fire extinguisher.
ready to bash his brains in with the extinguisher itself. Yet before she does, she begins to scream. Who begins to scream? She? No! Silence! The demonic voice says, I control you.
What the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
I know, we're near the end. Reneman begins to Reneman begins to
Dance.
divide by zero. No, digivolve out of control. Changing it into each of her forms, even Securamon. Leave me alone, Reneman cries. Get out of my head. She turns into her champion form.
What?
Creepypasta. She continues to struggle with whatever evil presence has possessed her. Oh, what? Does it really say that?
It's like this just in.
All while, it looks like it's going to say fingering, but it says fingering blue fire from her tails. Obey me, the demon voice says again. Reneman changes back to her normal form, then grabbing the chainsaw, points it to herself, turns it on, rams it into her chest. In her own voice and a demonic voice, she cries out as he explodes into data. The blue flames from Elia are now full-blown fire. Taketo desperately tries to free himself. Yet the next thing we see is the building he's in explode. Everyone dies. The credits roll. I took out the DVD and put holy water onto it! What? Why does he have a vial of holy water standing by?
Toby, you don't have it in case of vampires kit on the wall.
Broke it and burnt it in the fireplace. Who the fuck makes this shit like this? I wondered. The next day I searched the web for this movie. After looking around a while, I came up with this message in a blog. There is another Digimon movie. It was never meant to exist, but somehow it did. I highly recommend not watching it. Yet if you do, I can't stress this enough. You must watch it from start to end. Don't get up and leave to do anything. The movie warns you not to, even not to. Still, if you do, ... you will die! I managed to survive this Digimon movie from hell. I kind of hope that it's reached someone else with this story before it's too late.
To survive this Digimon movie from hell.
See if there's any reviews.
Yeah, let's go. Let's have a look. Okay, guest says it seems surly, but not it was good.
What? What is that?
Okay, this guy mentions the spelling mistakes and then gives the shittest example. Disturbing and creepy. A few spelling mistakes here and there. Turns of the chainsaw should be turns off the chainsaw. And not one of the massive mistakes in there. No, just that one. But overall, it was a good read. Guest says, so fucking awesome. So the next story, requested by the same guy,
with hopefully a lot less Digimon,
is Majour, spelt wrong. I mean, we're in a place where the first word of the title is spelt incorrectly.
Yep.
Majour Complex Carnage Project, or M.C.C.P.
Wait.
Mr. Creepy. Creepy.
I'm looking at it from upside down.
Somebody said to me about this. They said that I haven't read it yet, but they're talking about the Majour thing, and they said maybe it's an American or trying to write like an English person, so they've put a U in a word.
Okay.
So basically a teaboo. Alright. Note: I did not create this pasta, and I am in no way taking credit for writing it. I am just passing it on.
Well, I'm kind of glad you didn't.
People always write that in the MCCP ones, don't they? Alright. There have recently been many strange reports on different murders and mysterious disappearances. The police had no idea what was going on, so they went to the guardian angels. And then in parentheses, creepypasta hunters.
What?
People who hunt stories on the internet.
Oh,
because a person is not a creepypasta, you fucking dimwit. If these kind of people who go like, my favourite pasta is Jeff, he is a great pasta. Those kind of people need to have their genitals removed, boiled in oil and stuck back on again.
Upside down.
Creepypasta hunters.
Guardian angels.
Tell me how your angels get down like that.
So, what do you picture them like? They've got this long trench coat on, bandit. Basically,
okay, you're basically describing a high school shooter.
Yeah.
I was thinking more of Charlie's Angels, and it's just like, good morning, Charlie. Okay, your mission today is to find Smile Dog.
Just like, good morning, creeps. Your mission today is to hunt down Candle Cove, the person. Idiots!
No, the thing is, those that would involve women who don't exist on the internet. So it's clearly a bunch of edgy edgelords who look like Blade, but being like white, like 5'4".
Today you must find the lady in the basement. I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work on many levels.
Where is she? Try the basement.
You must.
Just be careful.
We had sightings of Lost Bart, the lost episode. He's been walking around recently.
Do you get it? Do you get it yet? Creepypastas aren't people, they're stories. Do you get it yet, stupid cunt? Do you understand? You stupid fucking cunt!
Sports.exe. Right, okay. Let's work on Creepypasta Hunters quickly. Just replace it with FBI. Replace it with anything. Replace it with literally anything.
They could literally
Creepypasta Hunters sounds like the worst thing. You could not have named it anything worse, apart from maybe, I don't know, shit crap. I don't fucking know what I'm saying anymore.
Please don't associate this shit with the SCP.
No, I'm saying they could have just gone, so they went to the SCP.
Yeah. So they went to the Jeff division of the Creepypasta. Oh my fucking god, that probably happens, isn't it?
Or just
they went to the bad Creepypasta gang to solve this mystery.
They believed it was something.
They fucking Scooby-Doo. That's what the Creepypasta Hunters are. It's just, shit. That's what it is.
They believed it was something like the Slender Man. Something like Le Slender Man. But it behaved like a cold-blooded murderer. They called it the Majour Complex Carnage Project.
I mean, who the fuck would just come out of that?
Or MCCP
right,
for
okay,
short.
Hang on. I'm not done with the
Someone's being killed.
I'm not done with the Creepypasta Hunters. Maybe I think I know what they're trying to do here. They are trying to make something like SCP Foundation. That works, SCP, because it's actually done well. But fucking idiots.
To me, they're trying to do Supernatural, like the TV show.
Oh yeah.
What they want to do is they want to have the self-insert characters come in there and solve all the mysteries and fight for great justice.
Everyone was determined to find the MCCP, but the murders were so random and in different parts of the world. And that's the whole sentence. After a while, people started to give up until a young man came to them with information. A young man with a dashing fedora.
And a Bluetooth headset.
Who vaped, of course. He cycled in.
Can I just say...
On his hoverboard.
Can I just say about people who vape? Cunts. Also, just recently I saw my brother. He vapes.
This young man, in his 20s, on a skateboard. If you skateboard and you're over 15, kill yourself. I was sitting on my bed listening to music. My wife, I mean, that's a lie.
Yeah, that's a lie. Honestly.
Wait. Your waifu?
Yeah, it's
my
like,
hug pillow.
This is literally about you fucking ninjaed me. I was going to say, my body pillow was downstairs with my 2 boys who were
cushions.
Yeah.
It's like, alright, that reminds me, like, I've told Jacob before about this. There's a body pillow of this, like, half woman, half snake thing which you can wrap around yourself. I saw another one. It's a centaur body pillow.
What?
It's shaped like an L.
What?
Oh.
So you can sit on his back. So you can, like, spoon a centaur lady.
Because why not? Right? Who would want to?
I mean, I've lived in a farm. I've been to lots of farms, live in a farming community. I've seen the back of a horse a lot. I know I want to stick my dick in that. That's not fucking horrifying.
Oh my god.
I had the feeling I was being watched. So
By your hug pillow, it never sleeps.
So I
By
got
Horse Chan.
and went downstairs. I didn't feel safe in my room. When I got to the kitchen, where my wife was, I was shocked. My wife's head was cooking in the oven. It's Rita. Her head's been cut off. Her body was all bloody and cut off.
Jacob, this will explain everything.
I could find my boy. I could find my boys. I looked everywhere.
What?
I could find them.
You have children?
I could. I want to agree. These are just cushions.
But like, I could find my boys. I
My
looked
boy,
everywhere.
yeah.
And then I went outside. They were hanging by their necks.
What?
Their eyeballs had been cut out and placed in their mouths. I was horrified. Who would do something like this?
Yeah, because that's an initial reaction to seeing like everyone did.
I need to get down to
like this. Yes.
Why would anyone do this? Jeez, bloodstains.
Who in their right mind would frost a cake with their own butt?
Who wants to fight a bat?
Then I saw her, sitting on the branch my boys hung from.
My boy.
She had medium-long brown hair.
Why are you getting so descriptive over someone who just murdered your family? Sorry, hug
Yeah,
pillows.
he hasn't described his dead wife or his kids, but he's going to describe the murderer.
Yeah, I literally have no idea what his fucking wife looks like.
I was trying to describe her hair. It's like, it's not long, it's not short, but it's medium long brown hair.
Medium long as well. Who even says it's like medium rare? It's like
Medium rare.
Medium long brown hair
Medium rare Pokemon.
and bright blue eyes that slowly changed red in colour.
Slowly
She wore
shaved.
a black skirt with black leggings. She had a white hoodie and light purple Converse shoes. She looked sad, but when she looked at me, she smiled. 2 months later, I woke up in hospital.
What?
What?
I had awoken from a deadly sleep, but was alive, and had many strange cuts all over my arms and legs.
No, many strange cucks. Okay.
Steve shives his face all over their arms. I asked the nurse what had happened, but she didn't know. All I remembered was that girl. The man died 3 weeks later after telling us this information.
What?
The girl had felt a message.
Great.
Braille?
This is what she said.
I am the monster that you should fear.
Spook.
You can't see me. But
John
I'm
Cena.
always-
I was gonna say, my fucking ninja. I was gonna say, my time is now.
It's like, I am John Cena.
Just-
Like, you can't see me, but I'm always there. I'm a state of mind. I'm a shadow in your room. If you're not scared of me, prepare to meet your doom.
I am the sweet in your child's throat. I am Crisis, and I don't care.
I am the monster hiding under your bed. Teeth ground sharp.
She's
fucking red.
ninja again.
Let's see how scared you are when I'm at the edge of your bed. Oh no, too late. You're already dead.
Whoa, spook!
Sincerely yours, M.C.C.P.
Oh wait, it's the MC for something.
Sweet dreams.
Was she doing it?
Tonight.
Was she doing it in a rap? Is that why it's MC? I'm M.C.C.P. Yeah.
There was no trace of any DNA or fingerprints. The man had sweet dreams carved into his forehead, and,
What are they made of these?
and his eyes were closed to
Who am I
look
to
like
disagree?
he was sleeping. MCCP is a lot like Jeff the Killer and Slenderman combined.
Wow! They had to crowbar him in there because, oh wait, it was in the last one. Can we do a
Like,
Creepypasta without fucking Jeff the
It's
Killer,
not even
please?
that. It's the fact that goes, oh, they're totally awesome. They're just like Jeff the Killer. He's great, and Slim, and put them together. And she's super great.
She is a danger to anyone who sees her, and if she didn't kill you the first time, she will keep coming back until you're dead. Until you're dead, till my dead what? But also, it's like, even if she doesn't kill you, you will die in 3 days of natural causes. If you learn any further information on MCCP, contact the Guardian Angels or the police.
I mean, the
and
police
there's only one comment, and it's just ... Literally.
Can you write down just the word shite?
I don't have an account, but if I did...
Can I just...
Actually, no, I do have a Wikia account, but I'm not signed in.
Toby.
Can I just say, I still have a problem with this Creepypasta Anders. Okay, fine. The story was bad. All of it's bad. It's just bad. Bad writing. Bad. I mean, I'm not even into this MCCP, which is supposed to be omnipotent and just like, oh, I exist, I'm always there, I'm gonna kill everyone. No, you're just a fucking edgy teenager who escaped from a mental lab with a chainsaw and you think you're oh so great like fucking Limp Bizkit. Go kill yourself.
No, so you can turn it into Creepypasta Go, and then you can go around catching Creepypasta characters.
Oh my god.
So
No one make that. Nobody.
We will find you and we will kill you.
We'll shit in your rectum.
And then when you're shitting out Jacob's feces on the bathroom, you'll be like, should have left all alone, really.
Right, so
should have not made Creepypasta Go. Should have heeded his warning. All right. Sorry, Matt.
What I think basically it's just I don't know someone's like OC wish fulfillment. Like, oh yeah, I can totally make my the line is a lot like Jeff the Killer and Slender Man combined was really the fucking clincher.
That was bad, and you should feel bad.
And you should probably hope you get...
Right, okay, so both of these stories were bad. The first one was bad because it was just full of really unpleasant imagery and gore and sexual violence, all that kind of stuff. And there was no payoff. I didn't care about anything that happened. It was
You didn't even know what was going on.
Unbelievably dull. And completely inept. Full of spelling and grammar issues.
And digestives.
Yeah, absolutely hysterically bad in terms of...
7 out of 10 needs more biscuits.
Yeah, so incoherently written that nobody in this room could fucking follow what was going on. And the second story is... I don't know if it's as bad as My Name Is M.C.C.P, but it's probably not much better than it, to be honest. Like, just awful. I got nothing to say about the Majour complex, whatever the fuck. I don't...
Ghost in the Shell standalone complex.
Can we watch that instead?
Hello everyone, welcome back to today's Kids Won't Experience Early FMV cutscenes, and that deeply saddens me. Here we go!
Fucking localized Resident Evil on PS1, boy.
Yes!
Alright, okay, so today's story is Nina the Killer. Dennis, did you read this on your channel?
I did read it, but I gave up after 10 minutes because I couldn't.
Well, yeah, you quitters here.
Okay,
apart
so
from you. You sometimes quit.
And so do you.
I don't. I've stayed for all of them.
You fucking walked out of, I think Sonic.exe 2 and the Michael Myers one.
Where did I walk out of Michael Myers one?
Look, can we just fucking start this, please?
Yeah, this is all getting cut out.
Nina the Killer, taken from a local newspaper. Unexplained murders and strange traces of guilt. Good start. What is this? I don't know. It's yellow and delicious. Is it? No, it's guilt.
Trace amounts of guilt found at the crime scene
have increased after several months. The police thought that the murderess has been arrested in the course of time. Oh my god, this English. But a witness said the murderess was not one, but yes, two.
Le gasps!
What is it? We have to make it through 10 minutes. Right, Dennis? Okay.
Yeah.
It is not known whether they work together or separately, but fortunately, the witness found a guy that hospital. Fatigue recounted the incidents.
So, like, was the guy at the hospital? Was the guy the hospital?
They talked to the walls.
All I know is...
And then the windows.
And then the dinosaur, right.
It all happened one night. Coming home after work, I decided to go another way. For a change routine. Big mistake. Already halfway, I began to hear footsteps. quickly turned their eyes to see if he was a thief, seeing that no one was taken around as a figment of my imagination. I walked, the feeling of being watched waned, and the steps seemed closer and closer. Suddenly, in a moment, I saw a girl with hair blacks, but his face did not look human.
Well, you can't fault this thing having a transgendered character. Very progressive.
Yeah.
His skin was inhumanly white. His eyes staring at me with a thirst for blood were extremely open, and I saw a strange thing in her eyes. Her smile.
You're fucking
It keeps appearing
It's not transgender, man. It's gender fluid.
Don't you need to go to a doctor to get that patched up if you're gender fluid? I'm pretty sure it means if you're leaking.
Triggered.
It was
Such trigger. Much feminism.
It was so superhuman. Was big.
Aye.
I say, matron.
I stood there, motionless for a minute, feeling the adrenaline running through my body.
Fucking red. It's too red.
Is it a mushroom? She did not say any word, standing there, still. It seemed to be past a eternity when at one point, the girl, it's spelled with a capital The, so it's the girl, you all know the girl, uttered a sentence, and the boy turned his eyes to the sides for fear that someone is approaching from the sides. "Go to sleep, my prince," she said in a low voice.
That wasn't very low, was it?
It's just Jeff the Killer's catchphrase with 2 words added onto the end of it. It's so much wrong with this. It's incredible.
Does anyone actually know what the fuck that guy was recounting, or was he just too many fucking meds?
So what happened?
Too much Vicks Vape Rub in his eyes.
So what he did is he ran into a girl who also had an enormous penis. Then
It's like, no, he heard some footsteps that had eyes. Like the footsteps turned their eyes. Alright, fuck it. Reacting immediately, the boy began to run in the opposite direction to the girl, but was not fast enough to be felt as the steps of the girl who followed him.
What?
Feeling the weight of the girl on his shoulders, followed by a strong... So he's giving her a piggyback. How do
you can't get away from her?
She's
Upsies.
It's like trying to get away from... That's like trying to get away from a backpack that you're wearing.
That's like the fucking ending of Shutter. Spoilers!
What, he was a backpack all along?
No, not for fuck's sake.
It's one of those moments where the story is not entertaining, so we have to entertain ourselves.
All is just, it's just a backpack. So what do you think, detective?
Followed by a strange tingling in the
Followed
air.
by a strong tingling in the arm.
Oh, was it strong?
I fell to the ground with a cry of pain. The girl threw me down, letting out a hysterical laugh, pulled the knife from my shoulder and placed it on my shirt. Wow,
You got stabbed and you got a tingling.
You were put down by a girl. This is the most embarrassing day of my life. Staring at my bare abdomen, we hear the voice of a policeman.
Was it a screenplay?
Yes, was in possession of a gun. The girl sat up, but the police began to shoot anyway, and the girl...
That's a bit of an extreme situation, isn't it? Just like a girl sitting down, it's kind of black, you stand up, and then she starts shooting her.
Well, that's because she was kind of black. That's the reason.
Where the hell were we?
Girl set up, the police began to shoot.
Okay, but the police began to shoot anyway, and the girl began to escape by hiding behind the houses and disappeared. I will never forget that look. Imagine the laughter.
Oh yeah, I'm laughing my head off, man. I'm having a great time. After the interview, it's like, imagine the laughter. It's kind of like saying, imagine the horror, because I can't bother writing it. After the interview was done in the boy's house, with the lack of various bodies, it was found... Okay, let me try that again. After the interview was done in the boy's house, with a lack of various bodies, it was only found one. This place was full of blood everywhere. And the room where the body was found on the wall was found written with blood. She went to sleep without a prince. If you find the girl from the description or the murderess last time, please get in touch with the police.
First of all, link in description, as always. Wait, no, there isn't.
There isn't because it was deleted, and Matt, knowing that we were going to do this one, copied and pasted it all into Word. So, the next paragraph, the entire thing, origin of Nina the Killer.
Oh, so that was the prologue.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, we've got a shit ton more to get through. Nina Hopkins, 11.
What
is it with 11-year-olds? Because that pasta you did the other day, it had an 11-year-old. What the fuck's up with that?
11's a scary number.
Is 11 a suddenly really edgy age where you start becoming like, what did I do when I was 11? Oh yeah, they're cool because I was 11.
What did I do? Used to play GoldenEye and drink fucking Fanta.
No, it was
you still do that?
No, it was Sunny Delight.
Oh,
Sunny D.
Oh fuck no! Do you remember when you get the basketball from Sunny D? I fucking love that shit.
Yeah, I had that basketball.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone had the basketball.
Yeah, I had a little hoop in my garden. Good times, man. Nina Hopkins, 11, was transferred to a new school to be closer to home. One Sunday morning, a day before his first day at his new school...
What?
He woke up and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. The later returned to her bed.
Oh my fucking god! Why is it so hard? Just look up the difference between man and woman!
To be fair, I'm pretty sure this was written in another language and then poorly translated by Baby.
Yeah, but how can you poorly translate?
Well, with her mother's help.
This is definitely from like Google Translate though. There's no way a human translated this.
Hey, English teacher, are you allowed to change gender in the same paragraph?
No.
Only in Japan.
Only on Tumblr.
Hey, funny thing. Yesterday on Tumblr, someone called me a hypocrite because I said that I support people who are bullied on the internet, and I think bullying is fucking stupid. And someone actually told me that, you can't say that you hate bullying while at the same time admitting that you like watching Family Guy. I can't take you seriously now.
Wait, what?
Someone honestly told me that I can't stand up for people who are bullied because I watch Family Guy, which for some reason is like the worst thing on television.
That's like saying you can't stand for vampire rights while watching Buffy the fucking Vampire. In fact, Mona the fucking Vampire! Eat a dick!
Also, the fact that he's telling you can't.
Like people are going to get bored of going to see fucking dinosaurs!
Let's weaponize the raptors, of course!
Alright, okay. Went to her bed and took his laptop to surf the internet. Nina was not the kind of girl who came to...
Are you sure? Are you sure,
Are you sure you don't mean just not a girl?
Yeah.
Like maybe Nina should have a Vine. Just like, not a girl.
Nina's not the kind Nina's not the kind of girl to have a vagina.
Right.
Oh my god. Okay, surf the internet. Nina was not the kind of girl who came to power to open the window. What? She rose to power and let in the light to do something productive in the day. No, he just enjoyed watching Japanese cartoons. Massive weirdos. Yeah, I love the Chinese cartoons. Or listen to music like rock, J, or pop.
I'ma pop some caps up in this motherfucker.
Isn't pop like a redneck word for granddad?
Pop.
Playing video games and just play the guitar. It is well liked and well loved by his family and friends.
Johnny Guitar.
So also, he's a very talented musician at 11?
Shit, isn't it? Yeah, it is. But this time, he did not want to do any of the things you normally do. This time, he wanted to read for the 1000th time The Origin of Jeff the Killer.
Oh my god, how fucking edgy is this?
Who loved not the creepypasta, but it was still his favourite. He felt a strange attraction for him. Admiration more than anything else. Every time I read it was strange impulse to invade.
What?
Then she was Hitler. Watch out, Poland. He's coming right at you.
But because of this, had this strange impulse.
This is where I gave up, so you are officially before me. So, yay!
We just have to make it to the end of this paragraph.
Yes.
When suddenly the door read his eyes towards his brother Chris and his beautiful green eyes. Chris was the Prince of Nina.
What?
The Kingdom of Nina.
Let's say the rightful heir to the throne of Nina. Nina is not recognised by the UN though, so I don't...
Sounds a bit dirty.
Every night reading him fairy tales before going to sleep.
She liked these stories. Chris had black's hair, fair skin, and green eyes clear.
She has the black's hair.
Yeah. So that sounds a bit racist, like she had like nappy hair.
Yeah. It's got one of those flat tops.
Yeah. Oh, my brother had the devil's curly hair. Like his late father. Let's eat, the boy said with an innocent smile. You are my prince, said Nina, pinching the cheek of her little brother. Literally no sibling relationship.
No.
Lannisters intensify. He left the computer on its side and went to eat.
Who did? The man?
I don't know at this point. The next morning, Nina and Chris Pratt went to school.
He's riding a dinosaur.
The two went to school on foot because Nina did not like taking the bus. You know what, it would have been better if he rode a dinosaur and if instead of Chris Pratt he was Red Brown. Arriving at school, the two brothers were divided.
Two brothers.
I swear to God, Nina is a girl, right? Two brothers in a vat. Nina went to school and Chris went to the primary.
The primary what?
Yeah. Not long after, Nina left the class and went looking for his brother to go eat without.
That's a bit dirty.
Oh my God.
Looking for my brother to go and eat without. If you're going to eat without someone, why look for them? The essence of eating without someone means you don't have to fucking know where they are.
So I do that all the time. I come around to Jacob, I'm going to have lunch. You're not invited. See ya.
It's weird how many people do that to me. Having to deal with all the students playing around. So, he found a garden behind the school where there was almost no one. He sat down to eat, thinking that they had a nice breakfast, when suddenly they heard the footsteps of someone approaching.
What do you mean they?
Nina looked up and met a girl much older than her. Hair blacks.
Fuck's sake!
But a bit like that sounds like a German person, just hair blacks.
Nice to meet you, hair blacks.
Fine. What have we here? What have we here?
I say what I say.
I immediately regret giving you the laptop.
Students knew my name is Claudia. I control this school, and if I do not obey, you will pay. What? So if I don't obey my own rules, you're...
Yeah.
And then for some reason... Oh wait. Oh, that was... Right, okay. Said the girl. So Nina took out a knife from his jeans. What?
God's sake, Arthur, it's not difficult.
You're 11 years old. Suddenly 2 guys came out from behind a tree. Nina sat down quickly and stopped ahead of Chris to protect it.
True story, I got in trouble for having a craft knife in school when I was about 11 or 12 because I was part of a Warhammer club, and I had a craft knife for like getting the models out of the packaging.
Yeah, getting it.
And it was in my pencil case, and I got in loads of trouble for it.
That and you stabbed a guy.
Hey, we do not want any trouble. We just want to eat in peace, Nina said.
She pulled out a knife!
I understand, but you should not be here. This is our area. That's the least threatening thing ever.
You should not be here. This is our safe space.
This is stupid. You have no right to stop someone from staying here, he exclaimed. Chris putting himself in front of Nina and took a blow to the stomach by John. Who the fuck is John?
Sounds a bit rude.
Who the fuck is Phil? That's my response after watching the Avengers.
No. This is literally that fucking story where it's like about the Proto Men, and Emily is like, who the fuck is Emily? Chris fell into the arms of Nina after the coup. Chris! Nina exclaimed.
It's coup, you fucking imbecile.
Oh, sorry, I was coup. Chris! Nina exclaimed, holding him in her arms. Well, unless you want to end up worse, I suggest you get out of here, said Claudia, Nina stroking face with a knife.
So when is Claudia gonna start talking about birthing gods and starting new orders and whatever?
After that fucking next 5 seconds. The girl hit the face of Claudia, knocking her to the ground.
It's a Silent Hill prequel.
Chris quickly left Nina and launched on Claudia to take the knife.
So when is she gonna bleach her hair grey or whatever?
We could be playing Silent Hill right now, by the way, guys. Just like to remind you all that.
Nina held Malcolm's arms. Who the fuck is Malcolm?
Right, Malcolm Middle.
It's just Malcolm McDowell. This is canonical to the shitty Silent Hill movies.
The latter kicked Chris, knocking him to the ground.
Sweet chin music!
Nina began to pull several kicks to the boy's face, breaking his nose so. You're 11 years old. John, having seen what happened to his friend, ran, but Nina noticed him immediately, so she took the knife to Claudia and stabbed the stomach. Nina, enough! Chris said with surprise. Nina...
Right, I know we should have done this earlier, but that escalated quickly.
Yeah. Nina released her John, looking bloody hands, he began to feel a monster. 6 dots. But he had to admit that on the other hand, felt very good. Nina ran to her brother and took him by the arm and said, "Come on, we cannot stay here long."
So, you're basically like, hey, you're in a spot. No, we're not. Then a knife thing happened.
Yeah. Nina went to wash his hands.
So they live somewhere in, what was it, East London?
Took Chris and made him promise not to tell anyone. Chris, thinking it was just an impulse protective of her, promised not to say anything. I mean, you know, if a guy's telling you to move along, you know, what's the thing you could do? Nice, shank a motherfucker. Prison rules.
Prison rules.
Yeah. The day passed quickly when the brothers... Oh, for fuck's sake. The siblings...
2 brothers.
The siblings returned home, began to eat with his mother. Their mother, that should be. There you go.
Well, how was school?
School. His mother asked with a sweet smile. And apparently in quotation marks... ... So he said the words ...
What is he, squall?
Yeah, for Final Fantasy fucking 9. No, 8. That's 8, yeah. Chris shuddered, trying to answer this question.
Nina said with a smile on his face, psychopath. What? Nina went upstairs after eating and opened his closet to control his collection of Jeff the Killer. He had Jeff the Killer 1 and 2 and all the merchandise. The posters were divided.
It's all ogre now.
Some old notebooks and overlaid with some dolls and stuffed animals. Took one of the notebooks and went to bed. And I saw...
You mean the news book?
With its sinister smile, he was scared. Looked at him for a bit and then whispered. Jeff, I do this.
What the heck? What's gone on? I've been gone for like 2 seconds. Why is she talking to Jeff the Killer?
She's got like a little shrine in her cupboard or something like that.
Are you for real?
One day at school,
I am for realsies.
Nina opened her locker and found a note saying, "I know what you did, but do not worry. I will not tell anyone."
What?
So wait, no one knows that she's knifed someone.
No one knows she shanked the motherfucker.
Nina did not find any sign that would help them understand who the sender.
Return to sender.
I was going to do that as well.
Aha!
Ninja.
So we don't talk with a mouthful of burger.
Meanwhile, the sanity of Nina did not improve. One day, Chris was playing with his friends on the block. It was getting dark.
They're all raptors.
So Nina's mother, Monica, asked her to go and get it.
Monica Lewinsky.
Nina getting out. He saw the children playing in the distance and went towards them. He came from the children, asked them where was Chris, replied that he had gone with a girl. Nina, obviously worried, he went home to take the knife hidden in his room.
Natural reaction? Yes. Really? Just as soon as you get in a bit of trouble, better shank motherfucker, shank up.
Let's not inform an adult of the problems, let's knife it.
After a few minutes that Nina was looking for his brother, he heard a car coming, from which he emerged with Chris' clothes all ruined. The sister immediately shook the boy by the arm and led him behind him so that people in the car did not touch it anymore.
That's not a sentence.
Who is talking?
I don't know. I think Nina, maybe?
Oh, Chris. Holy God. What happened? We haven't got a voice for Nina.
Oh, Chris. Oh, holy God. What
oh, wait, I've got a voice. Like, can you do an impression of the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland?
No. Chris, holy God. What happened, brother?
He exclaimed, Nina holding the little body of his brother.
Them.
It's no good.
They're for me. Me. What?
Chris, holding on to his feet.
Which are still aching and sore to this day.
Holding on to his feet? What is he, a fucking bear cub?
Do not mention they're a family of bears.
Yeah, they live in the bear village.
They're gonna fuck you up now.
I tell you, don't mention it to him, will you?
Yeah, Chris holding onto his feet are resting on the chest of her sister and began to cry.
So I tried to pitch. So he's holding his feet and he's put him on.
So is this some sort of weird sex thing? It's like a foot job for your boobs. What am I missing here?
A footy titty massage.
Incestuous
Footity.
footy titty massage.
How about you just call it hotty totty and just be done with it?
Nina tried to control something that was screaming inside her. Over and over and over again felt anger. Yes, the baby had to be born through hatred. That's why they killed the brother. I don't know. Nina left and immediately took his brother to the hospital to be sure it was not something serious happened. Nina called her mother to inform her of the incident. His mother immediately rushed to hospital. The doctors informed that Chris has suffered various internal bleeding. Nina's mother began to cry. Chris was discharged the next day, but he needed to rest for another 3 weeks.
Wait, he's got serious internal injury. You can piss off now.
I keep telling you, they've got the same doctor, every fucking one of them.
Don't worry, the injuries on the inside of the body, that makes them heal faster.
Well, don't worry, it's protected by the skin. The injury is not going to escape.
While Nina went to school, in his locker, he found another note saying,
I'm so sorry about your brother. Brother, I hope he recovers. I do not think you're alone. I am here. I'll be your friend, but unfortunately, a distance.
This is making me want to wash my eyes with lye.
I swear to God, is this just going to turn out being, the distant person? It's Jerf the Killer.
It's Yif the Helen Keller.
It is Durf the Durka.
Muhammad Ali.
Nina felt a slight blush. Weeks passed and the two brothers
What was in that note that would make you, what?
I'm sorry about your brother insinuating that either A, he attacked her, or
he
B...
knew...
Sorry, I'm just assuming it's Jeff the Killer. But how would she know it's from JC the High... Sorry, Jeff the Killer. But you know...
Right. The two brothers were in school, this time by bus to prevent anyone from attacking Chris. They arrived at the school meeting with an unpleasant surprise. Claudia, Malcolm and John walked down the hall. Nina was aware of why their faces were looking for her and Chris. Nina hid for a time with Chris.
I've just realised how similar this is to Jeff the Killer.
Really?
Two people against
two brothers.
3 bullies in a school setting. It's the same fucking story.
No! Really, Toby, a creepypasta with the killer in the title is derivative?
Stop the fucking presses!
To be honest, mate,
Someone get Obama on the phone. He needs to say this to the fucking...
I don't know why I expect better, but come on, guys. I'm not fucking Gordon Ramsay. It's fucking Raw. It's been done before. I'm a poet and I fuck off.
The day passed so quickly, or so he thought Nina. Back...
Please tell me thought is also spelt wrong. As in, they've got into a fight.
The day passed quickly, or so he thought Nina.
Back classes, Nina felt that followed them. Nina, to avoid being hit and fell to the ground, trying to get up was hit by Malcolm in the stomach and fell to the ground watching Claudia.
I don't know whose voice this is, so I'm just going to do a silly voice. We finally managed to find you. Now you have to pay for what happened last time.
I assume that's Claudia.
Nina, she runs into a nearby house and locked himself in the bathroom, but Claudia took out a gun and started shooting.
Whoa!
Wait, once again,
how old are these people?
11. They're 11. Remember?
Even if these kids are slightly older than the 11-year-olds, if they're that upset with 11-year-olds, they're probably no older than 14. Well, fuck it. If they're in school, they're not going to be any older than 16 anyway. And they're running around chasing 11-year-olds with fucking guns. Why is this going on unchecked?
Also, what would happen, do you think, if an 11-year-old fired a gun? Probably break their fucking wrist and they don't know how to hold it properly.
I'm thinking as well, how did an 11-year-old get a gun into school? Presumably they have to steal it.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
They have to steal it from a parent. Right? I mean,
America.
Surely at the moment, someone at the house was like, my gun's been stolen.
Did they find it in a shopping cart? But they couldn't pick it up because it was too dark.
Like the dad.
Fucking Silent Hill 2, I swear to God.
Yeah, I actually watched you guys play it. You sucked at it.
Yeah.
Toby, you're bad at games in general.
Hey, I'm alright at The Division, which I barely play, but you know.
Congrats, you get a medal for participating.
I'm alright.
I took a gun and started shooting. Want to know what happened to your brother the night a few weeks ago?
Did you shank him and then shoot him by any chance? A double S.
Claudia said, chuckling. Nina felt a wave of hatred and anger, and yet the need to kill. Nina, for a weapon in the room where she had been hiding, found a rod of iron.
Like Nina for a weapon? Does that mean like Nina for a weapon as in someone you a love heart wrote? Nina for a weapon is like some weird shipping thing? Or somebody's gonna like fucking Randy Savage is gonna come running out swinging Nina by her ankles and beating the bullies with her.
That would be awesome.
Smash through the wall and just ooh! Step into a Slim Jim!
Right, you need that picture of like take a motherfucker and beat with a motherfucker.
Or literally she just turned into an AK.
Transform!
Just Megatron just turned into a gun for someone else to use.
It's Megatron the Killer. Megatron had amnesia and thought he was a schoolgirl.
Or she was a schoolgirl, we're not sure.
Since he's a robot, they don't really have genders, so it makes so much sense now. It's a crossover between Silent Hill and Transformers.
Alright, guys, calm down. Just breathe, and let's do this. Found a rod of iron and went out, dodging the bullets of the gun as if they were leaves.
Kiss my ass!
Is she in the fucking Matrix now?
So I was like, at least, I mean, it was ridiculous, but at least in Clockwork it was like they'd given her a bunch of weird stimulants and stuff. In this one, there is no reason given for an 11-year-old to be able to dodge bullets.
Like 11-year-old girl probably couldn't dodge a fucking rock. And we've been over the speeds before, rock.
And Matt should know.
I do like stoning little girls to death.
Oh,
it says so in the Bible. What? No. I was going for the Bible, but either way, same thing, different hats.
John struck in the head and blood was sprinkled on the face of Nina.
And a mixtape.
Sprinkled blood, put a mixtape in her pocket. The police turn up. Oh, it's a rap killing. Let's go home.
At that time, he broke something. Something in Nina's head broke the line that separates sanity from madness.
What?
That's how psychology works.
Malcolm McDowell and Claudia Wolf took a few steps back. Nina turned in their direction, showing a psychotic smile with a terrible warning. Forcing Chris to back away, and Claudia Malcolm... Is that a new character, Claudia Malcolm?
Yeah, where was Chris there? I thought he was in the fucking hospital. I don't fucking know.
He got discharged despite his massive internal injuries.
Don't worry, he just wrapped his heart in some bandages.
I've just realised
it's got plastered on his lungs.
It's like, I'm now picturing Chris as the guy with the red nose from Operation.
Don't worry, we'll just staple your kidneys back together.
I've just realised that woman's name is Claudia Wolf, isn't it, or something like that?
No, but
Jesse Wolf.
No, he just made that up.
Yeah. No, Claudia Wolf is the old person from Silent Hill 3. That's actually her name. Yes. So Malcolm McDowell and Claudia Wolf. That's the two characters we're dealing with here. Claudia Malcolm tried to escape. But they were
together. That's a third character we didn't know about.
No, they just fused together. Like, oh shit, they're coming. Like, better fuse together.
You fucking Dragon Ball Z stuff.
They just turned into like a huge mech. Claudia Malcolm's off.
Combined.
Yes, but they were joined.
Motherfucker.
They were joined in a few seconds by Nina. They were pushed to the ground, and Chris, fear, looked at her sister, who had a smile on his face. Psychopath. Nina struck repeatedly at Malcolm, opening a wound in the head, giving many blows to the head. Blood came crimson.
Blood came crimson. I think you need to see a doctor about that.
Claudia tried to take the gun, but Nina kicked her so as not to make him take... Claudia looked up, crossing the penetrating Nina.
Whoa! Okay.
Sounds a bit like bum, doesn't it, lads?
Last struck Claudia pole right to the heart.
Alright, I think...
and you're to blame.
I'll take over now if you like.
Pole to the heart! And you're to blame.
You're writing a bad name.
Nina the killer. The bad story.
Nina, ... you feel well, well?
What?
Chris said with horror. His brain was leaking out of his ears. Nina turned to him with their faces a bit more relaxed, but without erasing his smiles.
Feeling good. I feel very well. Now, my prince, let's go home. It's not a fucking robot.
This is a rat killing. Let's go home. The more the merrier.
Dr. Eggman's Mean Bean Machine.
By Dr. Eggman's Supreme Spook Machine on Sega Genesis.
Comes from the future.
Starring Joe Courtney. Nina and Chris returned home. Just arrived home. Nina ran to the bathroom to clean up the blood. Nina, with little awareness, took his computer and wrote a note. A note that maybe no one would ever read. I kind of hoped no one had ever read this, if I'm honest. Night fell.
Posted it to bad Creepypasta.
The mother and brother were fast asleep. Who requested this, by the way? We didn't even say it at the beginning.
Oh, I don't fucking know. People requested it.
We just had I had a copy of it. I wanted to get rid of it.
Human beings requested it. It was requested a while ago.
Okay, but Nina stood up, still without clothes, and looked in the mirror. He saw a common face. Then, without erasing his smile, psychopath, he went into the kitchen to drink a bottle of vodka.
Edgy.
This
does it actually say that?
Yeah, is 11. Put on the table a bottle of bleach. Finding nothing, he began to look for. Where are you, piece? Oh, do you want to do the voice?
Where are you, piece of bleach? What?
It's a solid
big old block of bleach.
It's not those toilet. There's like toilet blocks, you know.
Block of bleach, thing of bleach, bleachy bleach, Flavor Flav.
I mean, bleach is shit anyway.
Oh, you mean the anime? Oh,
yes.
Right, yeah. Bleach is a bit shit.
All right.
Nina stopped looking for him. Were you looking for this case?
Nina heard a voice behind her, turned around and found very refreshing to see a guy in the kitchen doorway holding a jar of liquor. The boy had very white skin. His hair was charred and black.
No.
A smile on his face, raw and horrible.
No.
Ah! It's the surprise guest appearance, everyone!
Applaud! That comforting smile! Jeff the fuck's like rising in the fucking story! And from a fucking out, what the? Why is he fucking everywhere? The killer must have Jeff in it! Just eat all of the fucking dicks in the world, you fucking what are you? What is this? Oh, I swear to God, I'm just gonna fucking... I'm going to suicide someone in a minute.
He's nettled. He's somewhat nettled.
Jeff the fucking killer. Go and fuck your own mother. Oh wait, no, you killed her, you edgy motherfucker. Just fuck off.
I don't
fuck this story instantly. How fucking crap does your story have to be that you go back to another pasta and you have to have another side character in an already established pasta just so you can fucking improve your story? You run out of ideas. Oh, let's bring in Jeff the Killer. It's gonna be such an amazing fucking story then, isn't it? No, it's not. Write your own fucking characters. Fuck me. It's not that hard. It really isn't. It's like, oh, the new Pac-Man game. It's got Space Invaders. Fantastic.
I might be going on a limb here, but I don't think Toby appreciates the surprise guest appearance. Just saying, maybe there's a possibility.
I'll be honest, not a fan.
Too much water, too much Jeff.
Too edgy for me, this story. A bunch of 11-year-olds fucking sitting in the kitchen drinking liqueur. How fucking cool are you kids?
Also, possibly because she said she was naked upstairs and she never said anything about putting clothes on. So she's a naked 11-year-old.
So, okay, so it seems, like you say, that Jeff the Killer, who is a teenager when he turns into Jeff the Killer, he may even be older at this point in the story, is drinking liquor in the kitchen with a naked 11-year-old. I need an adult.
And you wonder,
I am an adult.
You wonder why I hate this story. I was fine with the bullet dodging. I wasn't anyway. I was fine with everything else up to this point.
Fucking one.
Fucking what is this piece of abomination of shit?
So Toby, is that you saying you want to read the next bit?
Okay, let's read the next bit, shall we?
He's gonna throw that laptop across his fucking head.
It ain't my laptop.
Nina said, with a look a bit challenging.
I
can't believe this in another
have
story.
seen for a while, and I went down the drain. Ha ha ha!
Means nothing.
So he's a Ninja Turtle now. Jeff the Killer meets the Ninja Turtles.
I turned white because of mutagen.
Said Jeff.
It's just a bottle of ooze. It's nothing serious.
You know, like how Ninja Turtles are like, you know, like we get these two guys, and then we get DNA from a, you know, like we got a rhino and a boar. And we got a fish.
Like Bebop and Rocksteady and Jeff the Killer.
Bebop, Rocksteady, fail.
James, put that on the screen.
You're right. That's what I was looking for, said Nina.
Let me help you.
He exclaimed Jeff.
It's my massive bear cock.
Jeff, you're pushing me over the fucking lane!
You're a murderer, Nina! I'm a what?
No, I'm not.
Everyone should watch You're a Wizard, Harry. Just that's
Put a link in the description, fuck it.
Because it's much better than this fucking story.
Sorry, we don't have... we don't have a description.
No, we don't have a link for the story. There's a link to fucking You're a Wizard, Harry in the description. Just link to the original, it's just that.
She opened the jar and Nina added gasoline.
Got on the floor.
Added gasoline to what? After which
Where did you get the gasoline from? Was that in the kitchen?
It's just like we got some got some orange juice, some purple stuff, some gasoline. That's Sunny D, alright.
Jesus, make flaming moes.
Some fucking Eye of Newt, why the fuck not? After which Nina slumped to the ground. Nina
Toby, as a Wiccan, I find that triggering. Don't say I have Newt again.
Okay. Nina felt another liquid running through his head, looked up at Jeff and saw that he had something in his hand. Nina smiled and looked at him defiantly.
It's a dialogue.
What are you waiting? Do, said the girl. Jeff smiled and set fire to the liquid.
Go to sleep, you cunt!
Yay! He said it! He said it, whole credits!
We made it, everyone! He said the line! Jimmy's coming home from the war! Fucking bullshit. I've had enough of this. Yeah, I had enough of this 20 minutes ago.
Nina added slumped. Immediately, when the flames touched the skin of Nina, screamed. Felt surrounded hell. Looked around, looking for Jeff, but it had disappeared. Nina was
looking
right
for Jeff,
on
is
the
that the name of
floor
it?
and saw his mother and his brother Chris, who were trying to extinguish the fire. Was half conscious when he went out. Immediately an ambulance and several neighbours rushed from them because of the screams.
I just had a really pleasant thought. Like, when they said that trying to put out the fire on her face, I just imagined one of them picked up a fire extinguisher.
And just bashed in the face.
Basically, have you ever seen Irreversible?
No? Well, I wouldn't recommend
How is that a pleasant thought?
Seeing Nina the Killer get her face smashed in, it's made the stories over quicker.
Yeah.
There can't be any sequels, I guess.
See, when you said put the fire, try to extinguish the flames, I thought you said through the fire and the flames. We carry on! No.
Dragon Force. Hey, we were just passing through. Oh my god, this little girl's face is on fire.
just Dragon Force. Quick, we need some tasty riffs.
It's the only way to put it out.
Quick, play faster! That's why Dragon Force play all their songs so fast, because they try and put out fires of little girls.
Basically, Dragon Force spent so long learning to play the guitar, they didn't attend any science classes. So really scientifically illiterate. Just like, she's on fire, quickly, tasty licks!
So they solve all their problems. Oh no! This man is going to need a virtual bypass.
And because they didn't go to English class either, the song "Through the Fire and the Flames" is grammatically, it's supposed to say extinguishing fire and flames. It's supposed to be like a self-help thing.
Dragon Force Freedom's Vitamin.
Imagine that, like, you're talking about privatising the NHS, right? If they privatise the fire brigade, no, it's like, yeah, don't worry, just before we bill you, we're outsourcing this to Dragon Force. I think Dennis has just done a fucking runner at this point. It's like, what are these assholes talking about?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Just look up any Dragon Force song. They're all the same.
I just like listening to whatever the fuck you guys say next.
To be honest, I'm the same. My fucking Spotify playlist won't know what to think. Nina fainted when loaded on the stretcher and took her to the hospital. On the way to the Dragon Force. Among the neighbours, a boy with hair blacks, fair complexion and green eyes.
Stop saying hair blacks! It's really weird!
Why does everyone have hair blacks in this universe?
And also, even if like that was grammatically correct, what the fuck? Where do you live where everyone's got black hair? Does this take place in fucking Saudi Arabia?
And green eyes, slightly higher than Nina, looked at him with some concern. I tried to approach him.
My little 11-year-old girl was on fire. It was an honour killing. Just get out of her arranged marriage.
But I tried to approach him.
The Dragon Force kept saying Dragon Force got.
That's why Dragon Force are banned from playing in Saudi Arabia. Keep saving all these child brides.
I tried to approach him.
And they teamed up with 50 Cent on the down.
I'm letting
Get
them do
the
their own
crystal
thing.
skull back.
But her mother took her shoulder. Who's doing the mother?
Dennis.
Do not come near. It is not safe.
The boy watched as they put Nina in the ambulance. Nina woke up after losing consciousness in the ambulance, where he tried to move, but the bandages prevented him. Tried to get up, but then a nurse came to see her with her mother and brother.
It will be better if you stay still. Not able to move.
In Soviet Russia, country burns you.
She said her mother and her brother came and encouraging a little. Nina's
They both came
at
the voice because that was such an attractive voice.
It was. Nina's behaviour changed and saw his mother as someone else and his brother. ... He had to admit that was still only treasure. He's fucking plundering. Recovery phase of a month. Nina received little support from his mother and brother. Came the day when they removed the bandages. The mother and brother were eager to see his face. And Nina, fortunately, his face remained intact and not burned too.
Well, that's an anticlimax.
Yeah.
For his shit would remain in his ass for all time.
So it's saying is that she spent a month recovering from having her face burned, but then they took the bandage off and her face was not burnt.
By the way, this is the doctor now.
Well, Miss Nina, the burns were not serious. If the fire had lasted longer, would have lost part of his face, including the nose. But luckily, it was not so, and consequently did not suffer much damage.
I mean, she had gasoline poured on her.
Gasoline
and was
vodka
lit on fucking fire.
And she's been in recovery for a month. Like, were they just not bothering? We're like, let's see if we can get more not taxpayer, more money out of her mum or something like that.
Yeah, just like what? Like, in what world does somebody get set on fire, like their head as well, and they not suffer third-degree burns?
The world where Dragon Force prevents fires.
It's just Smokey the Bear. Only you can prevent forest fires. Just Herman Lee staring at the poster. James, put that on the screen. Just little child Herman Lee. Just only you can prevent fires.
He said while the doctor removed the last bandage, let's see the face of Nina. Nina's mother looked at him in horror, his brother who was hiding behind his mother. What happened? He exclaimed. Nina run to the bathroom to see themselves in the mirror. Her face, ... it was the opposite of first. His skin had turned completely white. Fuck.
Because that's how that works.
So the thing is, like, if you actually get set on fire, you're more like anyone who had. Again, no, James, just put it on the screen. Just put up a picture of
Two-Face.
No, I was gonna say, put up a picture of Dark Man from the cult. The cult '90s film. That's what you're probably gonna look like if you get someone tip gasoline on you and set you on fire.
I'll set your beard on fire. Her face, it was just the opposite of first. His skin turned completely white. His hair fell to his knees. blacks and burned.
Wait, so did it make her hair grow?
I don't know. He looked puzzled. Her new face. Chris started to say, "Who's Chris?" I fucking know.
I think I'm Chris, right?
Chris Brown.
Chris Brown. Sorry, that was.
Just punching her in the face. You can still be as beautiful as before, as he began to rub his feet on her boobs.
But the baby was lying. Wait, what? What the fuck?
Well, David mentioned that, like, when in primary, they actually just meant, like, kindergarten. Just, like, walking around in nappies.
But the baby was lying, not only because his body was burned and was pale, but from that penetrating and disturbing look with which she looked at his younger brother and squatting at his height.
Oh, Chris, you're always so thoughtful.
Because, you know, she's basically Jeff the Killer now. Asserts Nina, still looking that way, so disturbing.
But it is not so.
Hang on, she exclaimed the oath.
But it's not so. I see you more beautiful than ever.
I guess that's what it's saying. She exclaimed the young man. I literally have no idea. That could be anyone. That could be anyone.
The doctor walked in.
He opened his arms and without leaving, only his mother and brother are perplexed, but also doctors and nurses. Okay.
I don't know what just happened.
This face is perfect. Oh, my dear Jeff.
I'm fucking done. You can actually read the rest of that sentence. I can't fucking do it anymore.
He's done. He's breaking off the friendship.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
I fucking can't.
That you gave me this face. The girl continued screaming. Take us home, Dennis.
Me? Doctor, my daughter is well.
Yes!
The doctor agreed.
Your daughter is absolutely fine. No damage whatsoever. In fact, I'd say she looks even better now than when she initially came in the ambulance. Yes, of course. That's my medical profession.
Longer hair.
Where did I get my PhD for doctoring? In the cereal box. Go fuck yourself. Sorry, continue.
Cereal box, you got out of
He asked his mother, approaching you to the doctor.
My God, it usually happens after a lot of soothing, but if it does not improve, take it to make a mental examination.
Mental!
Said the doctor. Who is saying this?
I don't know. Already!
Replied with difficulty, approaching the mother is Nina.
Oh my fucking...
I think this is the mother.
Oh my fucking God.
Small, we have to go. Who the fuck is Small?
Of course.
Nina exclaimed as she looked at her ugly face in the mirror. Well, at least the story is self-aware. The nurse, her ugly fucking fish face. The nurse handed her clothes. Nina dressed, left the hospital on the way home, not knowing that Nina had become a monster who thought only of killing in cold blood.
She became a monster, but strangely delicious as she recovers in batter. She's a fucking cod. She's just cod. Serve over some fucking fat chips, you're done.
I'm sorry, Nina. You've become a fish.
Once in front of the house, Nina note that the window of the house of a boy with hair blacks and green eyes peered. The boy kept his mouth covered, looking disfigured face of Nina. She looked for a moment and saw Nina put your index finger in front of the mouth in the form of silence and entered the house. That evening, the mother of Nina awoke.
Mother of dragons.
The mother of Nina awoke feeling sobs in the hallway. Her mother got up, looked out the door and saw the light in the room of Nina, walk in silence, reached the door. When he looked in the room, he saw a party blood horrible held by the girl.
What? Can I just say quickly?
What the fuck does that mean?
Can I just say as well, why are they doing it so weirdly? I understand that the writer might not be English, and fair enough, but the mother of Nina, the room of Nina, Nina's mother, Nina's room, it's not fucking hard, you fucking piece of Jeff the Killer bullshit cunt, skinny hair
Nina's
wanker.
mother, the aquarium.
Continue.
Nina had a body with different enzymatic intestines out of bed. The body was...
Sorry. Where this is going.
Sorry. Nina had a body with different enzymatic intestines out of... I think one of you needs to call a hospital. Needs to call an ambulance. I think I'm having an aneurysm.
I don't know what's going.
I actually feel quite like flushed and unwell. Like
I don't know what's going on. What do you think they've done? What?
The body was of a girl with blonde hair and was very nice.
Very
it's
nice.
written by Borat.
Isn't that?
She was
My name is Jeff the Killer.
She was a girl with hair blacks and the anus of a 7-year-old.
Nice.
Number 1 prostitute in Kazakhstan.
Oh man.
Nina was over the body with a kitchen knife in his hand, with all his clothes stained with blood at the ceiling.
Okay.
He dared to torment me in school.
Nina said
This
as
is
she
a
held...
completely justified reaction.
Of course. Nina said as she held up at the ceiling.
Mum, I am more beautiful than ever. Meh.
Right, Skeletor, calm your tits.
Nina exclaimed, turning to his mother. Her face was worse, crooked, and his smile was cut up to her cheeks. Her eyes were burned to keep them open.
Completely fucking original concept there.
I get tired of farces. I'm tired of crying and suffering.
I am tired of the same old phases.
No,
I get knocked down, I get up again. Never gonna keep me down.
Ain't never gonna keep me down.
I drink a vodka drink. I drink a gasoline drink.
I drink a bleachy drink.
Strike a match.
I drink a finger bleach.
I fucking hate this story so much. I fucking hate it.
Where the fuck was I?
Now we'll always smile, and I always see my beautiful face.
Oh.
The face that Jeff has given me. I'm not beautiful, Mum? Question
Girl
mark.
asked. Nina's mother could not help but take a few steps back, shaking his head.
She thought to herself, how is my daughter, man-child, ever going to get a job interview now with a face like a fish?
No, Nina, you've become a monster.
You've become skeleton!
This was your obsession with this murderess.
Hang on, you already knew that she had an obsession with a murderer, and you didn't take her to see a psychiatrist. What sort of fucking mother are you?
So you got a legendary daughter, and she's apparently like, it's not bad enough. Like,
it's bad enough that you've like let your 11-year-old on the internet unsupervised, presumably, to find the Creepypasta wiki.
Also, apparently, like on the one hand, like. But at the beginning, it seemed like, because she was reading the story, it seemed like, oh, Jeff the Killer's fictional.
Yeah.
But he might, according to the story, he might actually be real. Like, would you like, so in about 10 years' time, if your daughter was looking at Wayne, was it Wayne Gacy?
Yeah,
was it
John? I don't know his name. Is it Wayne? The guy dressed like a clown and ate people. Put his name on the screen, James.
Something Gacy.
So, I want to say John Wayne Gacy, but I'm just now picturing a cowboy
clown.
That's so disturbing.
It is actually. I really like. That needs to be a fucking horror movie, like a low-budget horror movie about the clown cowboy in the Old West who would murder people.
You know, at this stage of the pasta, I'd fucking happily write that shit.
I want to see that now, like the frowny cowboy clown in the Old West. Like, he's just a clown. He's a killer. Cowboy the killer.
Killer clowns from outer space.
Killer clowns from the Wild West.
Yeah, that'll work. Krusty Krabs from the outer space.
I submitted, starting to run down the hall. Nina quickly followed her mother.
I kill for fun when they run. Oh.
Kill yourself. Actually, fucking just...
Stop it! Stop telling people to kill themselves.
I'm sorry, but...
You aren't sorry.
Sorry, it's just a jaunty run. Imagine Jacob doing flailing arms and saying, oh, kill for fun when they run. Literally, there is no other response I can offer you apart from kill yourself.
Maim yourself.
Maim yourself. Just
Yeah, there's a lot more you got with Toby. How about chop your own feet off?
just shit.
Eat your own head.
Shit.
Have you ever seen a man?
Eat your own fucking shit. You fucking stupid motherfucker.
You know,
that's the worst thing you could ever say if you're chasing someone down a hallway. It's pathetic. It really is. I'd turn around and be like, ha ha ha, you're a fucking moron.
Yeah, if an 11-year-old said, I kill for fun when they run, I'd go, oh yeah, you're 11, and fucking
spin kick the fucking 11-year-old. What's going to happen? They're going to overpower you with their mighty 11-year-old muscles.
Yeah, you have to kick them. Just stick your hand on the fucking forehead and hold them at arm's length like in the cartoons.
Yeah, but then you realise so she must have drunk so much fucking vodka, which instantly makes her fucking pee, because that's what alcohol does, didn't you know?
I'm surprised she didn't, like, the burning didn't kill her. I'm surprised drinking fucking vodka at 11 didn't kill her.
Right, well... Yeah.
The story ends with Nina's mum picking up a chair and just smashing over the back with it.
It just becomes WrestleMania.
Alright, anyway, Dennis, you're up, mate.
Yes, let's do this. He exclaimed as he followed his mother. This was the 4th consecutive time that Chris wakes. Nina, with the knife, went through the skull of his mother, killing her instantly.
Amazing.
The knife was made of diamond.
No, just the way it went through it as if she just walked through us.
In fact,
there's a tunnel.
That's a fan theory for you. So, the reason why she knew of Jeff the Killer was through Minecraft mods, and then she was Minecraft, and now she's killed her mother because Minecraft equals Illuminati.
But then, Toby, you read the story and became Minecraft and wrote this.
Fuck.
Skeleton Toby.
Fucking my hair is fucked.
It's a shame that no mum thinks I'm pretty sad, ...
Yes, you are pretty sad.
Said Nina, pulling the knife from the head of his mother. Chris in his room was in danger. Nina opened the door, revealing his shadow. Chris took off the covers to see her sister. Because of the light that he could not see his face. Chris was alarmed and snuggled into his pillow.
Chris!
I saw the face of the truth, Nina.
Nina's true form!
Behold my true form!
She's fucking Cell from Dragon Ball Z, even more perfect!
This isn't even my final form. No,
yeah!
Am I beautiful?
Like the sequel is going to turn out to be a JRPG. This isn't even my true form. Yeah, I've got 2 more forms.
Each one with a huge vaginal thing in my chest you can strike.
Each form more angelic and vaginal looking.
He asked the little brother, tilting her head back. Chris nodded in fear.
Oh, come on, Chris. Do not do anything.
What?
He's not doing anything.
What?
Nina said, holding one hand to his fingers crossed behind his back.
Right, I don't know who is saying this.
Oh, God.
I'm just going to make it...
is saying this?
I'm just going to make it Nina because it's fun to do the Jeff the Killer voice.
You know, I feel more than ever new, and I will start a new life.
What?
You want to come with me?
Hang on.
I can show you the world.
Was that a really fucked up version of Everlong? Hello, I've waited here for you ever. What the fuck was that? What did it say?
He asked Nina, approaching him. Chris nodded again.
Oh, good boy.
Sorry, what was that, Nelson Mandela?
Oh. Oh, good boy. Now, if you want to join me, just go to sleep, me prince.
Please tell me he's done. Is it done?
Nina, no, there's a little bit left. Nina kicked the front door off the house, carrying his brother on his back.
Cause fuck it, you know. Now just fuck it. Everything's been thrown out the fucking window. Now on another year girl can just punch the fucking wall off.
I've just pictured like the end of fucking One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. She's just chucked a sink through the fucking window.
I'm just imagining that she like kicks the door and it like shakes for a bit, and then she's like, "Oh shit, it's the wrong direction." So she just gently goes and opens the door and then gets out.
Or just keeps kicking the door.
Yeah.
And the house calls in there.
Right.
Can we please finish this story now?
We can see the finish line.
I'd say this is most stabbed. Sorry, carry on.
Chris was dead. Oh no!
Oh no!
No, not Chris. He was my favourite character.
He was my favourite. Shut the fuck up.
With a smile, clown creepy and eyes black. Eyelids...
No.
Eyelids were burned, was covered in blood, and in most stabbed.
Fucking hell.
Nina stepped back and stared at the boy, who saw some time ago, this time wearing a white shirt and jeans, looking at a book, but out of curiosity met the horrible scene of Nina.
Wow, Chris, seems that someone knows more than you need. Let's put it to sleep.
Nina said, going to the house across the street.
Was what we said, it will get worse.
Right, so I'm looking back on Jane the Killer with like fond misty eyes.
So yeah, God, I missed that piece of Nazi furry crap.
I
don't know if this is the best or worst episode ever.
I mean, on the one hand, it's a long, painful, very derivative version of Jeff the Killer, only that the main character keeps switching genders. On the other hand, we have Dragon Force the Father.
On the other hand, it's a really long derivative version of Jeff the Killer where the main character keeps switching genders.
I think one of you guys need to ring me a fucking ambulance because I just feel paralysed with shit!
Dragon Force, you're in the back!
My God, I swear to God, what goes through these fucking pasta writers' minds? I don't even fucking understand anymore. What is blue? This is how the story's made me.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
I've forgotten a lot of things in my life just to make room for this. Why?
So if you want to know what blue looks like, open the curtains, look out the window because it's a lovely day and we're doing this.
It's a beautiful day. I'd rather be listening to fucking you too.
Toby, don't say something you can't take back.
Hey, you kids should be outside playing in the sun instead of being inside and listening to this bullshit.
Yeah, I mean,
don't unsubscribe though.
I mean, yeah, great.
Please unsubscribe. Please do it. Unsubscribe. Fucking get this channel off the internet, please.
I'm starting to like realise why people white knight certain stories because those people are grading on a curve and they've read shit like this. It's just like no, honestly, guys, it's not that bad.
I mean, even if it was properly translated, it'd still be shit and boring.
Right, I would say subscribe, guys, for more quality content, but it's just content. Oh my
quality at this point. Subscribe Jesus. For more rage and Toby telling preteens to commit suicide.
I swear to fucking God.
I have to say, this might be worse than Silent Hill Homecoming.
Oh, I don't know. Silent Hill Homecoming was pretty bad, although I got all the achievements out of that game.
It's better written than Silent Hill Revelation because nobody says you're pretty fucked up, but I think you're goofy fun inside.
I suppose
someone said that.
I suppose Silent Hill Homecoming had a kind of good twist at the end.
What, where he was like, you haven't actually been in the army? Was that?
Yeah, no, you haven't actually been in the army. Oh, and lol, you killed your brother.
Yeah, no, you haven't been in the army, but you somehow got like.
There you go, guys. We just saved you 3 hours of like spook-free gaming.
The whole point of him being more combat oriented. Oh, because he spent time in the army, so he hasn't spent time in the army.
The combat in that game is dog shit, by the way. I don't get what
but it plays like someone who's been locked up in a cell for several years, doesn't it?
Yeah, but guys, don't you know the combat in Silent Hill was always shit. It wasn't done intentionally, of course.
I know, but Silent Hill Homecoming was done intentionally.
Yeah, it was really good, but everyone was like, oh, Silent Hill Homecoming, at least the combat is good. I'm like, what the fuck game were you playing?
Oh, but don't you know Pyramid Head is so cool in that game?
Oh my God, do you guys remember Silent Hill Revelation? Pyramid Head just, in his downtime, just operates a fucking merry-go-round.
Does he really?
Yes, because he's a good guy, don't you know? Pyramid Head's the good guy.
Silent Hill, we got Pyramid Head, who's a rapist, an embodiment of guilt and murder, Carnage.
He doesn't. The problem is with fucking Pyramid Head, he doesn't exist. He's a figment of James's imagination. That's the only reason why
most of Silent Hill 2, like you could argue, never really happens.
Like this should only be like it's supposed to be the manifestation of guilt from killing his wife, and then the second one shows up because he killed that other guy. There shouldn't be more of it. There's like. The whole point of the monsters are like tailored to each person.
At least Silent Hill Origins was alright. That's the last good one.
Is that the one where the
That's
guy
the one
with
where
truck?
It's set before Silent Hill.
I didn't completely hate Downpour.
Yeah, I hear Downpour.
I haven't actually played Downpour. I need to get it.
I got back when Love Film was a thing. I rented Downpour and it was alright. Yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
Name Is M.C.C.P.
What happened to your review of Didn't you have a review of Silent Hill on your thing ages ago?
I had a review of Resident Evil and they fucking took it down.
You should do a review. You should do a review of
And they did one of I did one of Steven Spielberg's War of the Worlds, and they took it down for copyright. And I wrote a massive angry letter and I put it back up. So complaining does work.
Does it really though? I mean, I've complained a lot about this story. It hasn't disappeared yet, has it?
What do you mean it hasn't disappeared? It's been fucking deleted from Wattpad. This didn't meet the standards of Wattpad.
And you know what? I'm fucking happy. I'm so pleased about that. You've restored my faith in... Wait, no, I'm not going to say that because I'm not a fucking moron.
I want to talk more about Silent Hill franchise. Like,
Dennis.
what's the point of hiring Sean Bean to do fuck all?
Because Sean Bean needs more work, don't you know?
That's the only time he didn't die.
Putting the second one and putting Sean Bean and Jon Snow in the movie and giving them no screen time together.
Was it Jon Snow for...
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, that's funny.
Alright, so...
Did he get stabbed in the back?
Dennis, tell us about what you thought about Needing the Killer, now that you've actually finished it.
I'm glad I didn't finish it, because I got to do it with you guys. That was fun. Lots of fun, lots of Silent Hill references, because Silent Hill is amazing. Anyways, I mean, what else is there to say? This is quite possibly the greatest piece of literature I've ever read in my entire life. I mean, this is up there with The Room. It's up there with fucking I don't know what that one old video game where you're a duck and the game doesn't work at all. It's up there with that game. It's up there, very much up there with Spyro the Dragon, Sydney 2000 on the PlayStation 1, Buzz Jr., RoboJam, Crash of the Titans.
Are you reading it off a list of all these games you got in your house or something?
Yeah, I'm just looking to the side to my shelf of games. I will say it is better than Minion fucking new Super Mario Brothers and Per Pals for the Nintendo Wii.
I will say, this is a really, really terrible story, obviously. It's one of the worst ones I've ever done on the show. On the plus side, it is better than Atlas Shrugged.
I can't actually speak.
Yeah, we're probably going to read everything off this.
We're going to say anything good about this pasta. There is fuck all right with it. I can't physically speak anymore about it without raging.
Oh, what's this? Toby doesn't like it. I never picked up on that in the hour and a half we've been reading this.
An hour and a half?
Total.
Are you for real? Are you Pharrell Williams?
Hour and a half, yeah.
I'm up all night to get the fuck out of this house.
That was some bullshit. I've always wanted to finish The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Why do they always start the same? I've always wanted... They fucking do it! You're a free man! But, you don't live in fucking North Korea!
Alright guys, I want to take bets. At what point in the game do you think he gets stuck at? Alec?
I don't know.
Just pick any part of the game, because I guarantee it's wrong.
First boss.
First boss. Okay, Matt.
Water Dungeon, even though I know it's wrong.
Say Water Temple would be the most obvious, because that's the most cliche. But I could never find the Kakiri sword. Do you even games?
Who wrote this, Darkside Phil? Oh, thanks, Nintendo!
Oh yeah, well, great way to make a game, you know. How am I supposed to know that the sword is in the treasure chest? Now we're going to live on the street.
And then you
start masturbating when playing on my dad's Wii. Because of this, I didn't play the game for about 2 years. When my 13th birthday finally came around...
Wait, so 11...
So yeah, at fucking 11 years old, the kid couldn't find the Kakiri sword. So that's sink in. Jesus Christ, what a retard. I asked my dad to get me the game for the 3DS. As soon as I discovered the Sheikah Stone and found the sword, I loved the game. You tard! I beat the game with 16 hearts, 3 bottles, and most of the gold sculptures. Oh, bullshit! Bull fucking shit!
Yeah, it's like, well, I couldn't work out what 2 + 2 was, but after I've cracked that, I became an astrophysicist! Fuck off!
I unlocked Master Quest and immediately started playing it. Did you have a hard time finding,
the exit?
Yeah.
You just kept rolling into a wall.
Fucking Master Quest, man. Immediately started playing it. I got to the point where Zelda and Impa are escaping on a horse and Zelda throws me the Ocarina of Time. I didn't notice it then, but Ganondorf didn't ride by on his horse. I walked over to the water, dove down to get the ocarina, and got on the drawbridge. That's when it happened. Ganondorf ran by on his horse, taking the Ocarina of Time and the 3 spiritual stones from me. He sent a bolt of energy at me, sending me flying backwards. It showed Link lying there, clothes torn and his mouth dripping blood. What?
Right, this is only tangentially related to this, but I want to talk about Long Ranch and Ganondorf and...
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just have that discussion now.
Right, so in Legend of Zelda, let's call them the 2 guys who run the Long Ranch.
2 brothers.
Two brothers. Who are like Mario and Luigi, basically.
Yeah.
What are they called? Like Domingo?
So there's like Talon and Ingo, I think, is his brother.
The hard-working Ingo. The first time you meet Talon is he's fallen asleep. Like his daughter is like, I'm worried about my dad. He went to go deliver milk. You know, that very time-sensitive thing at the castle and hasn't come back. And when you find him, he's a fucking asleep outside the castle, still haven't properly delivered the thing.
Yeah, and then like the best part though is like when you meet Ingo later on in the game, he's taken over the ranch. He's like, the great Ganondorf put me in charge. So you can see our potential.
Right, so Ganondorf, the king of evil,
who's just, by the way, staged a coup and tried to kill the entire royal family.
And he's devastated the capital, and the only things left in there are lifeless zombies that screech and try to eat your face. This guy, a powerful sorcerer who has basically conquered the world and is unstoppable, rode down on his mighty fucking stallion down to a milk farm.
His black steed with red burning eyes.
And said, "You! I like the cut of your jig and your hard-working attitude. You be in charge of this milk farm. Away!" And he flies off into the fucking air on his dark steed. Is this something he penned in between, like, I've conquered the capital. Next is that fucking farm. Is that what fucking happened? Ganondorf changed the management of a farm as his second great act of evil.
Good heavens, that peaked so much. I really hope that audio is usable because that was great. Fuck, I forgot where we were now. Okay. Oh yeah, this is gold, right? Alright, so his mouth dripping blood, right? I know Master Quest is a little different than regular Quest, but I knew the only blood ever shown is Ganondorf's. The next scene was Ganon, I'll just call him that from now on, blasting Zelda's horse, turning it into bones. Ganon grabbed Zelda, killed Impa, and brought Zelda back over to me. She was crying her eyes out. Ganon held her by the throat and said to both of us, "You will not thwart my plans again, children. I learn from my mistakes. The mirroring of this land has given me a second chance, and now I will destroy Hyrule, starting with that milk farm over there."
Will not destroy it, change its management. Far more evil for the king of evil.
He tied a rope around Zelda's neck and dragged her into Hyrule Town behind his horse, her screaming and leaving a trail of blood behind. I was finally able to control Link again, but it was stuck in first-person view and there was blood on the screen like in Call of Duty.
I was hoping to say blood on the sand, like 50 Cent.
I was able to walk slowly, so I tried to get away. But Navi just said, "Alec, can you come over and do your best Navi voice?"
"We need to save the princess from that horrible man. We can't just leave her."
I know by now I should have already taken the game out, melted it, and thrown the remains in a fire. Wait, how are you melting it if it's not already in a fire?
It's acid. I turned out I'm actually a xenomorph, just like acid blood on it.
But I went into Hyrule. So, I should have just taken the game out, melted it, thrown it in a fire. But I went to Hyrule Town. As soon as I entered the place with one guard, I looked over at where the guard should be. All that was left was a rotting corpse. I tried to go into the room, but text popped up saying, "There is the smell of death coming from this room. You probably shouldn't open it. Go in anyway?" It gave me the options yes and no. I stupidly said yes. That's actually what it says. I walked in the room, and there were rotting corpses of guards everywhere. I thought I could smell them, and then I realised something. I could smell them, ? What? I immediately left the room and headed into the marketplace. Everyone was dead. The mob of people, the old lady, the late guy, even that couple that really need to get a room. And then in parentheses, at least they can be together forever. Mwahaha.
actually say more ha ha.
No, of course it
I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
I ran to the Temple of Time. I went inside and I saw Zelda's body, decapitated and burnt to a crisp. How on earth would you know it was Zelda's body then? Link automatically ran over to her, tears streaming across his face.
Drops some milk in her. Like, that'll fix you up. Full health.
He looked up and the doors of time were open. He ran in and saw Ganon holding the Triforce. The whole thing. It should have been split up as soon as he touched it. Link ran up, but there was a force field around Ganon.
"Foolish boy," he said. "Now nothing can stop me."
Foolish samurai. And then he sent me to the future.
He grabbed the Master Sword, ripped it from the pedestal, which should have been impossible, and shattered it. He turned towards me and he pulled Navi to him. He held her and crushed her, blood and golden light spinning on the floor.
Yay!
I threw up! What a batty crease. He then pulled Link towards him and blasted his head off his body. The screen cut to saying, "Game over, Ganon destroyed Hyrule." It then showed the Kokiri Forest burning. Everybody was dead. I realised that
Everybody's dead, Dave.
3DS was heating up. It then occurred to me to turn it off. I took the game out, but when I looked at it, the cover was gone.
It was black instead of Rayquaza.
I just stared at it. When I put it back in, it said there was nothing in the slot. I immediately threw it away. A few days later, I went to play Majora's Mask on my Wii. That's what I do in this situation. Oh, crikey, that was scary. More Zelda. I loaded it up, but when I went to my file, an error popped up saying, "Due to Ganondorf destroying Hyrule and Link dying, the events of this game never happened. The game will be deleted from your system." I was brought back to the Wii menu. I went over to find Majora's Mask, but it was gone. I haven't played another Zelda game since. I tried to tell my friends about what happened, but they didn't believe me. I told my parents, but my dad said he never got me Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. What? I lay awake at night wondering what happened that day, why, and more importantly, how this happened. I don't think I'll ever know. That's just like a bunch of nonsense. Shall we read the comments?
Yep.
Alright, if it'll let them load. Dremora Gitarum says, "The author's terrible knowledge of the Triforce and Master Sword in this pasta really bothers me." Yeah,
that's the thing.
A fandom user just said, "That terrifies me because my cousin plays Legend of Zelda." And someone replied in capitals, "I play it. This is some of the most hilarious shit I've ever read in my life." And someone else just wrote, "Darude Sandstorm." Terrible comment section for a terrible story. Matt.
Yeah. Okay, so what I can remember most of it is us ranting about that fucking milk ranch.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's sort of like, you know, the beginning where, like, say if they actually did have, Master Quest actually did have an alternative mode where Ganon remembered the events.
Yeah.
That actually might be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
If, like, you know, Master Quest version is he remembers getting beaten and then things change drastically from there.
Because it is about time travel and stuff.
So,
I mean, that'd be sort of the Hideo Kojima version of Legend of
like, you
Zelda.
play it through, like, every single time, like, it changes because he remembers what happened last time and you have to get better. But, I mean, as a story itself, it's dog shit.
Yeah, awful.
And not even like a special kind of awful, just a boring kind of dog shit.
Yeah.
It's like, you've made shit grey, congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. Dull as dishwater. Special guest Alec, who's not really a special guest, you're just visiting May, so we're doing it with you here. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm surprised I gave him too much credit by saying he gets stuck on the first boss.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yes.
How did he even get on? How did he ever even unlock Master Quest, having not been able to find the fucking Kokiri sword?
When I first played Legend of Zelda, my dyslexia was so bad I basically couldn't read. I still managed it. Welcome to Back Creepypastas. Toby can be here today because Toby lost a bet and is now the gimp of a Japanese businessman.
I'm using
Deep Web. He's using Deep Web.
Yeah, I'm using
the
Tor.
Deep Web browser.
Yeah, I'm using Tor for this. Where's it gone?
Or Bing.
Bing! Alright, yeah, here's how you find the Deep Web, guys. You go on Bing and you type Deep Web. Alright, today's story is Sonic Faded Colors. I have always been meaning to get into the Sonic franchise, but I've never found a real good game.
Keep waiting.
Other than Sonic Generations. One day, I was asking my friends at school, again, if they had an extra copy. Oh, it's just again in parentheses and with an exclamation mark to really drive the point home. If they had an extra copy of Sonic Colors, or if I could borrow theirs for a while. I almost gave up until a strange boy came up to me. I knew this boy. I was in a few of his classes. Hello! He greeted me with an odd smile. Does somebody want to voice the main character?
No?
Well, hey, I replied, do you need something?
Oh, wait, Alex here too as well. It's like we haven't actually...
Oh no, he said. I just heard you were looking for Sonic colours. I have a copy I don't need. With that, I got really excited, but I wanted to be cautious.
Do you have the disc with you? I asked. Oh, just...
Yeah, I think I say I asked, alright? He pulled out a plastic baggie with the disc in all of its glory and size.
Just the way plastic baggie, he pulls out a plastic baggie, he thinks he's got some drugs. It's at the bottom of a bag of weed.
I grabbed it out of excitement and joy. Finally, I could play Sonic Colors. I asked him if he wanted any money for the game. I had $5 with me when I was talking to him. Oh, I don't need the money. Consider it a gift from a friend, he replied as he winked and smiled again and then disappeared in a puff of smoke.
Oh, I was going the other direction. I think he's like expecting something else later, like, your kids!
Consider it a gift and just like whips out his... Anyway,
I'll do you a favour, you do me a favour.
Honey, are you at school? Because I want to shoot kids inside you.
Never heard that one before.
After school, I went home, did my homework and chores, and worked on a project. My parents weren't home, so I decided to pop in the game and play.
Alright, so we know it's false. This is a lie, because he went home and did his chores and homework without being forced to.
A feeling of joy came over me as the beginning cutscene played and Reach for the Stars blasted out of my speakers. I'm picturing that. Was it S Club 7 that had that song, Reach for the Stars?
I tried to forget about S Club 7.
Something heart's desire. Yeah.
Also, like, it's a Sonic song, so therefore it is automatically shit. I haven't heard it, but I've heard Sonic Free Riders, so I'm just carrying that over.
But Matt, I'm falling free.
Free as the wind.
The first level was a pure joy rush. Learning all of the basics was a breeze, and high-speed Sonic action was all I desired.
I haven't heard people like...
How low are your expectations for life? Like, all I desire in life. What do you want, Timothy? Do you want riches, women? What? Power, influence? All I desire is high-speed Sonic action. That's the commercial right there. Hire me, Sega marketing department.
I don't think they could afford to hire you.
No, just give a bucket of spaghetti.
You're not Nicolas Cage.
But then I noticed something odd. There were no wisps to save. Okay, I don't know what that means, but also have you not, like... I thought you'd never played this game before.
Right, so I vaguely know, because I've never actually played Sonic Colors, but they're basically the new gimmick in the game. It's like... I think it's like a fairy. Basically, it's a lum.
Yeah, they have them in Sonic Lost World, I think. It's the same kind of thing. The containers were mostly missing, but the ones you had to break through were all empty.
They were filled with blood and skeletons.
I just thought it was a bug, so I completed the level and made it to the first boss area.
Like, so whenever you've, like, serious talk here, because very serious. Whenever you've played a game and you thought a bug's come up, have you ever been like, you know what, I don't want to play a buggy version. I'm going to turn it off and turn it on again and hope the bug's gone away. Because that's been my experience with bugs.
It depends on if the bug is funny or not. If it's an amusing one, I might break out my phone and film the screen for a little bit.
I'm just so like when you were a kid. Yeah. So like you were playing GoldenEye for the first time and then you couldn't get past because like all the enemies weren't there or something.
Yeah, just
when
turn
you turn
it
it
off
off,
and on it. Yeah.
blow all this.
Blow on the cartridge, all that good stuff. There was no boss to fight. Sonic looked around confused, then looked at the screen. For some reason his colour turned a little pale as he said, "Was I too slow?" Hearing the most famous Sonic taunt used against him was pretty shocking to say the least.
Wait, when are you trying to get into Sonic? Like...
Oh, weird chest pains.
Yeah, so if Jacob's been having weird heart palpitations, so if he dies, I don't know. Hooray! Maybe get more subscribers.
The game pretty much went on like that, completely enemy-less levels of Sonic getting paler at the end of each with those haunting words.
Once again, if you thought it was a bug, would you turn it off and on again because you're doing nothing then making Sonic run?
By the time I reached the stage with the final boss, Sonic was basically a grey pale hedgehog, not the blue blur he once was. Once again, no boss appeared, just an endless strip of platform. I tried to run, but Sonic would only walk. I found this very odd. Sonic not wanting to run? What is this craziness? It's actually what it says.
Maybe it's it turns out he's not actually playing Sonic Colors, he's playing Sonic Boom, but like on easy mode.
So I walked along the endless strip, but I noticed that Sonic was getting paler and he wouldn't collect the rangs.
You need to pay to get this colour back.
I thought about the phrase he said. Maybe I really was too slow. So I replayed the first level a few times over trying to beat my top score. Odd enough, okay, fine, the game would stick with the exact time I set for every level, no matter how many times I tried. I thought that the time meant something, so I put the numbers of the time into different letters, like you would see on a phone. It came out for every time, "You're too slow." Knowing that I could do anything else, I went back to the final stage. I begun walking, and Sonic started getting not only paler but slower. Near the end, he was on his hands and knees and just a pure white-grey blob. He looked at the screen with a very sad look, and he spoke very haunting words.
Quay.
For the sake of privacy, I'm going to use my cover name. Check out this guy's cover name.
Deep Bull 69.
Oh, Kale Kitty.
Wow, that's actually worse.
It wasn't me after all. It was you who was too slow. You didn't get here in time, and now the wisps are dead. All of them. Eggman has won, because you were too slow. He plopped onto the ground face first. As soon as he said it, I assumed he was dead. Eggman came out of nowhere right then and thanked me for being too slow for Sonic to handle. He also said that he was draining Sonic's emotions during all of this to the point of depression, but he called it fading his colours. I remember that colours has two meanings, red, orange, etc., and emotions. Sonic faded colours, ... The screen went dead for a while, then came back on the Wisp planet. A grey, slightly transparent Sonic was standing in front of the Mother Wisp place, whispering, "Kale Kitty, why were you so slow?" Every important place he went, he said that. The place was just lifeless, except for all the plants. After his dead tour, he walked into the screen and it went black. After a while, he appeared standing over a void. He had a greyish-blue colouring with a red tint. What he said next, I almost dare myself to repeat.
You almost dare yourself to repeat?
"This is your fault, Cali Kitty. You didn't get here in time. Now every wisp is dead. You were too slow, and you always will be. No matter how fast you run, you will never escape me. I will find you. I will kill you. Because, like I said, ... He got real close to the screen, and I could have sworn I saw sonic.exe for a split second. "You're too slow." The game shut off and resetted itself right after that. I immediately got a knock on my door, so I peered out a window to see what it was.
It was Sonic. He had a gun.
It was the boy that gave me the disc. I opened the door and looked at him with a shocked face. "Hey," he greeted. "I know some people in this neighbourhood. I thought I'd come over and see how you liked Sonic colours." I grabbed the disc, put it in the baggie, and shoved it into his hand, saying I never
want to see that disc again.
He did a really creepy smile and asked, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?"
Drowning shit.
Now I was really freaked out. I wasn't expecting a Ben drowned quote. Then he got real serious and said, "But in all honesty, you were too slow, weren't you?" He just left right after that. 3 days later he vanished and nobody even remembered him. It got me thinking, maybe he played the game and was running from the faded Sonic. I guess I'll never know, unless it really is going after him, but he's trying to pass off the blame ... So I warn you, if a new kid comes to your school and offers you a Sonic Colors game in a baggie, reject the offer no matter... You know what?
You're not in any danger for multiple reasons. I think there's there's gonna have to get through a lot of terrible things. Are gonna have to happen to Jacob to the point where he's gonna be accepting a baggie with Sonic Colors in it from a school kid. Some sort of
world-ending
cataclysm would have to happen. So he's safe. Alec, on the other hand, not so much. Maybe.
And even if he sticks it into your backpack, don't play the game no matter how bad you want to. Give it back to him. It may be gathering a list of people who played the game. It may be going after him ... and it may target whoever has the disc next. What? You're too slow. Credited to Kale Kitty Summoner.
Right, thoughts? Shall I go first?
Yeah, you go first, by all
means.
means.
So, basically, I was thinking to myself, wow, this is boring dog shit. For most of it, up until the end, where I was actually going to suggest maybe we should just stop and try and find something else, but the ending.
Yeah.
Also, say, once again, this is one of these things that if we were like slipped into a parallel world where Nelson Mandela had been dead for ages and there was a dash in Coca-Cola and this was actually fun, this is actually scary. If we could, like, Kel Kitty, why not just say Jack or John? It's a character. Like, you don't need to be a self-insert, you lazy fuck. You could have gone, my name was Jack. He called me Jack.
Okay, Chocolate Alec, what do you think?
It's just another Sonic.exe, isn't it?
Yeah.
With a Ben Drowned reference for no reason.
Yeah, I got nothing to add. Fuck it. Paper Mario Cursed Star. I have two ways of telling this story. The first is what really happened. The second is a lie of what happened, but it makes for a better story. Here is something to know about the person in this creepypasta. Name, Brody Smith, and then in parentheses, me. Age, 15. About them, loves creepypastas and ROM hacks and makes them.
Also, total edgelord.
Real story. Now, this is the kind of writing ability of a 15-year-old in today's world, okay? I have to take a big breath because there's no punctuation for a while. It being that time of year, I got Paper Mario Sticker Star for Christmas from the eShop. My dad put it on a SD card to give to me because you can't give data. That being said, I put it in my 3DS and played it. None-thing was wrong at first, but I got the hammer after saving most of the toads. I know that was not right, and after that all the toads were gone but one. Full stop.
The fuck?
No capital letter. That toad being the one where he tells you what number toads you saved him, but this time it said he died when I saved him. Now this made me happy, not because the toad died, I felt sorry for him, but I was happy because this is a hack and I love ROM hacks, and because this is a new game, I loved it even more. I loved the fact it was a darker Mario game, not too dark, and it made it fun. Up until it.
Right, so this guy apparently likes ROM hacks. Does it mean he apparently makes it? Because he can't write for shit, so I don't think he can hack.
I don't know anything about it because I forgot about it and I wanted to. All I know is it was bad, so I was going to record it, so I take out the SD card, not needing it anymore, and record. But non-thing odd happened. This made me mad and made me think I was going mad. But then I forgot I took the SD card out. Then I knew the SD is why it acted that way. I never put that SD back in and it worked fine. I sold the SD, hoping nobody find it. The person who paid for it on eBay was using it for a computer. And because I never found the hacked Paper Mario game on the SD card, I'm hoping a new owner never will too.
Right, so, like, this is, like, usually below our standards. And that's fucking saying that, like, the grammar is so bad, it's, like...
So it's broken up into segments, because now we've got fake story. And it's like, he's fucking copied and pasted the beginning. It being that time of year, I got a Paper Mario Sticker Star for Christmas
proud of it.
from the eShop. This time it said, alright, so number toad, you saved him, right? This is when it changes. He tells you what number toad you saved him, but this time it said he died and he had blood everywhere on him when I saved him. Now this made me scared. This made me scared. S star starless. But one boring F star cunt. But I had a need to play more, and I can't believe what I have seen. Toad with eyes cut out and enemies just giving up, only to be killed in a way so bad I stop even looking or trying to time it. It was bad.
Or describe it.
But it really got bad when it came. I forgot what it looks like and needed to know, and I wanted to record the hacked game. The SD card was still in there. And I record this game, but sadly when I go to it for the second time, it killed me before I even looked at it. In real life, my soul was put into a computer-like place. My soul is still there, and I'm typing this with my soul. I will never truly die, and I hope my story never will. Fur-bearing Brick's note. The author asked me why I added the bad tag to this. I replied that it has horrible spelling, capitalization issues, and bad grammar. He said he didn't see it. Sigh. Update. On February 1st, 2013, the author left this on the long-delayed articles talk page. Yeah, I get it. I suck. Keep in mind this was my first, and it was not made to be good. It was made to be a test. I did not care about the story, but there will be more. So why the fuck did you post it on the internet then?
You could write it and not put it anywhere. Like, this is what I'm not taking this seriously, and it's kind of crap. But I don't want people to tell me it's crap, so I'm going to post it online.
Well, the Creepypasta Wiki, I mean, while I don't particularly have a lot of respect for it, the Creepypasta Wiki is not your personal dumping ground. You can't just put your shit there and expect everyone to just fucking line up to suck you off. You can tell me I suck at, and I'm sure it was called Paper Mario Curse Star. I think the admin is being a jerk. He also left this on Fur-Bearing Bricks talk page. You, sir, are a jerk, and thank you for posting it on Trollpasta. At least I know how bad it is. And the admin hands are jerks that need to die in a hole. But anyway, I was blocked for a week and had no new paragraph way. As far as I know, I'm new here to contact you like it said I can. Furring Bear Brick responded thusly. Sorry, can't hear you over your ad hominem attacks. Blocked for a week, as per the rules. Next time, keep this rule in mind. There's a link to this rule. Alright, comment section. Honestly, I have no idea what I just read. Oh god, the author's there. This was my first, and it was made to suck, so I can try better. Believe it or not.
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all.
And then fucking Furring Bear Brick is here. This is like a drama, man. Furring Bear Brick is here in the comments.
Got beef, these two.
I see through your butt. It was intentionally sucky. Excuse like glass. If a pasta sucks, then it is removed. If it sucks especially bad or is unintentionally hilarious, then it may be added to Trollpasta Wiki as an example of how not to write a story. Learn from this experience and at least try to improve your writing skills. Creepypasta Wiki is for quality pastas. Well, theoretically, yes.
If they ever exist, it's like, uncertainty principle in this.
Fucking first pasta ass pads only, please. So, oh my good god, that was Paper Mario Cursed Star. Matt, do you have anything to say? I think that the comment section was more interesting than the story.
Right, so, as I've mentioned before, I am dyslexic. And in fact, I went to a school with other dyslexics. For my entire secondary school.
Yeah, you went to a Hmong school, didn't you?
Yeah, Hmong school. For dyslexics. And so, that was worse than anything that's ever been written in that school. Ever.
I think that's worse than anything that's ever been written in the world by anyone.
Like, so when man was first, painting on cave walls and eventually developing a language, they were still better than you.
There's like somebody in a lunatic asylum writing a note in his own feces right now that is more cohesive than what I just read. That was a fucking travesty. And the author seems like a right shit as well.
If, this is shit so I can do better. Well, first of all, get good, son.
Yeah, do better then.
Second of all, don't post shit on the... And then when people call you out for it being shit, don't get all butthurt over it.
Yeah, and
complain that Hillary lost.
You fucking beat me to it. Yes! Certainly don't start riots and set fire to things. I gotta say, they used to walk around with the signs during election season saying love trumps hate.
Yeah.
Gotta say, love trumping hate involves a lot more looting and arson than I expected.
I'd just like to state, I know this is getting political a bit, but I don't support Trump or Hillary. I just support people not throwing a fucking tantrum.
Okay, so that's one of the worst ones we've ever done. That was... Remember, it will get worse? Obviously, the obvious joke is it did, but that was a similar kind of thing to It Will Get Worse. Super Mario based as well, at least from what I can tell. Absolutely haram. That was so bad. Thanks very much for watching, guys. Hi folks, and welcome to Bored Crembly Blobs. Today we've got Creep's Work with us.
Hey buddy, I'm chewing on my nails right now.
That's a good sign.
I don't blame you, because I do the same, mate. It's a crippling habit, isn't it? Oh god, it's so bad.
I would have thought addiction to heroin's a crippling habit, but...
Today's story is We Are Twisted. Toby, do you know who requested this?
Drunk Orange! Yes! A name that I can pronounce!
Suggested by Drunk Orange. We Are Twisted. Okay.
It's a Terry's on April.
I'm a big fan of video games.
Much like everyone else.
New. Bad. Good, name it. And I love it. Then something happened that made me rethink things as they usually do.
Hang on. Bad. Good. Name it. Charlie's Angels.
Yeah, Charlie's Angels on PlayStation 2.
2:11:13, 2 a.m. I live in San Francisco, California.
Already the scariest part of the story.
I have a job working at home designing character designs.
Fuck's sake.
Who gave him that job description?
Good job he doesn't have a job proofreading.
For future games for a company named Sega. You know,
I like that Sega is now in a position where you can't just go for Sega and people go, oh, you have to go for there's this company named Sega.
Yeah.
It's like saying...
little mom and pop's business.
Guys, it's this super secret company. Nobody knows about it at all.
Small time, up and comers.
This next one is so stupid. I love Sega and their games, except for when they released really terrible stuff for the past 10 years. I'm a slightly bigger fan for Nintendo. I mean, Nintendo does release stuff, so it's... Okay, I tried to get a job at Nintendo, but I settled for Sega because, you know, my application got rejected about 20 times. But they denied me for lack of experience I didn't even read that far. I have graduated from college 2 years ago.
Yeah, I've got this impression now. You're like, Nintendo rejected me, but Sega took me on. It's like, you know, Sega is the Brown University to Nintendo's Harvard in this situation. It's like, we'll pass your application on to Brown.
What was that?
Sega was like the girl he didn't want to ask the prom, but had to you know, not look like an idiot. I was designing a new character for a new Sonic the Hedgehog game that Sega hasn't revealed to the public yet.
Liar.
Oh my god, it's the guy who made
absolute liar, mate!
It's the guy who made Colonel Chris.
I just got a new job, and the first thing I was assigned to creating another character in the Sonic the fucking Hedgehog universe. I'm sorry.
To be fair, Toby, how is that anywhere near the worst decision Sega have made regarding Sonic?
Well, that's very true, but still, I'm like, no, you're probably designing planes for Afterburner 3 or something. I don't fucking know.
Well, other than that, it's just designing programming the football kits for fucking football games or some shit.
You mean doing the scrub work?
Yeah.
Getting
he was probably he's probably the one who created Cold Steel. You know, nothing personnel, kid.
It's just like complete delusion. Just like, I was creating my own original character. It's a combination of Sonic and Pikachu.
Or we could look at it this way: Sega is so desperate for new characters, they just let the guy with only 2 years of college experience design a new character.
Also, wait. I don't think the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise is so desperate for new characters.
Yeah.
Because you can just type anything the Hedgehog into, like, Google.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
Seriously, look up Toby the Hedgehog. It's super fun.
Should we carry on with the story?
And was meant to be a surprise announcement 5 months from now. I was designing a new Dr. Eggman robot when I saw my laptop was running low on charge.
Dude, he's doing it on his laptop as well, like...
Not a computer workstation or anything.
It doesn't even say, like... Even if he's doing it at home, like, he doesn't say, like, MacBook or whatever. I'm just picturing, like, generic-ass laptop like I got here. Like...
it's like you say, it's this guy's delusion. He's just using, paint just to draw.
It's laptop brand laptop. I quickly got up to get my battery charger and came back to see I was too late. It went dead. Uh-oh. And I lost my design progress.
Oh, God.
Wait, so you don't actually say...
I love this. I punched my wall out of anger.
Alright, okay, no, I sort of understand, right, the anger.
This is exactly how I felt. So I punched a wall.
I know, it's just like, okay, I guess it's a high stressful job, especially if you're making, I don't know, Scrounder the fucking robot. Punching.
Is that a combination of Scratch and Grounder?
Yes. Where are you?
It's a chicken with like a drill nose and treads for feet.
But it's just... That's the sort of behaviour that would get you fired, especially if you just got hired.
Also, the fact that you didn't bother to save it and you're working on a laptop and it wasn't plugged into anything seems very unprofessional. No wonder Nintendo didn't want to take you.
Yeah, this doesn't... To be fair, we're really ragging on this author. I think this says more about Sega than it says about the author.
The hiring standards are way low.
So hang on. I'm confused. Is he supposed to be at Le Sega headquarters, or is he supposed to be at his house?
I think he's at home because Sega doesn't want him in the building.
Oh, okay. No, understandable.
So he can't afford the rent.
Basically, you know when Chris Chan messaged Nintendo with his game idea and they sent him like a stock letter saying like, Thanks for your idea. It was very creative, but we won't be pursuing it. But, feel free to contact us with other games. And he's like, Nintendo's got me on their books now,
He sends in an application to Sega, right? Well, they message him, they give him something back, and they go, hey, can you design us a new character? What he doesn't know is Sega is spelled with an E instead of an E, with a 3 instead of an E, so he's, he's working for a completely different company.
He's looking for Sathriga.
Sathriga.
Either that or, he doesn't work for them, he's just entering a competition. A competition for children. It's just this fucking grown man.
Well, it's just that Simpsons episode, basically.
It's like he's just like designed a background character of Sonic Boom, the cartoon.
Yeah, and he's just like, oh my god, I work for Sega.
I sat there for hours before I fell asleep. All my work gone. While I was asleep, I had nightmares of my favorite video game characters turning evil and being killed.
Well, if they were turning evil, perhaps them being killed isn't so bad.
This sentence doesn't make sense to me. Sweating and all the pillows on my couch on the floor.
Wait, did he just sort of sweat him off?
Oh wait, the cushions were on the couch and on the floor at the same time.
That's some quantum physics going on right here. Maybe he should, enter that into... He shouldn't even be working for Sega. He could just be like, hey, scientist guy, get over here. I had to get up and go back to the Sega headquarters in 20 minutes.
Oh god, you make it sound like such a drag working at a game company. Wow.
To be fair, Toby, I think I'd feel pretty bad if I had to turn up to the Sega headquarters and with nothing to show for myself as well. Like, hey, did you design a new Sonic character? We'll literally take everything. This guy's a crocodile with headphones, and just and then just being like, I've got nothing. You're fired.
It's like he turns up. He's like, so how's that character? Yeah, he's like Sonic, but he's black and shadowy and uses a gun. We love it.
To be fair, yeah, you could probably just grab a napkin, from a from a Costa on the way there, and just draw on it. Like, this is my character design. 10 out of 10, 100 out of 100. We'll put it in the game.
He shows up to Sega and he's like, hey guys, I'm sorry, but all my work got deleted. They're like, it's still better than 06. I was already dressed, but my hair was a mess because that matters. I fixed my hair up. Thank you for correcting that. Took my laptop and left my home.
2nd of November 2013, 6:02 a.m. A man quit today because he didn't get a promotion after he supposedly worked here for 4 years without a single one. Maybe he was just shit at his job.
Promotion?
He couldn't get a promotion! The memes never die on the MichaelLeroi channel. I recognised him from somewhere. Probably walked by him a couple times in my entire year of working.
Oh my god, it was Robotnik.
It was Shamig.
My boss came to me after that saying that the man threw a Wii at him. It's like that's like the ultimate insult to going to the fucking Sega office and going, Nintendo's still making consoles. Fuck you. I imagine actually didn't Sonic 06 comes out around at the same time as Super Mario Galaxy, right? I think Super Mario Galaxy comes out shortly afterwards. So this image of Miyamoto just bashing into Nintendo's offices, flipping everybody off with a stern expression on his face. Like Homer when he's sinking into the sinkhole.
He just hovers over people on the computer, and they're just sweating, trying to design a better character than Mario, and he's just like, no.
just no.
Just this idea of him just kicking him the door or through a wall like the Kool-Aid Man or something like that. It's just like,
Steph, that better be on the screen right now. Yeah, I just have there's this wonderful idea now of him looking over his shoulders like, it's garbage. Your life's work is garbage.
I would spend my entire life working on Sega Bass Fishing.
Just, how long it took me to create Mario? 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and it was fucking marvelous.
Make an Olympic game just so you could get recognition.
And you know what? I decided he needed a brother. You know what I did? Extended him, made him a different color. Better than your life's work.
Yeah, but, I based an entire multi-billion-dollar franchise on the frolics I got up to in the woods when I was a kid. You are garbage.
So he comes I imagine he comes around every day, like that, and he just does
you know what,
and then one person just stands up, slaps his hands on the table, and goes, "Fucking Star Fox Zero," and then just turns and walks out in shame.
What's amazing about Star Fox Zero is that it's still better than anything to come out of Sega in a very long time. That's damning it with faint praise, but still.
Why are they letting Miyamoto into Sega offices anyway? That's what I want to know.
They can't stop him. Would you like if you saw him coming towards you?
They just bend over and just present themselves to him when he arrives. They can't help it.
It's like an apex predator.
Yeah, it's just ingrained into them.
He's Randy Orton.
You know, it's like if you go to Scotland, they just drop to their knees and pay you tax money, right?
He had a bruise on his cheek, and I heard security trying to fight someone behind me. Probably the man. My boss.
I like the way he says fight and not restrain. It's like a fucking throwdown in Mortal Kombat style.
What I really like is he had a bruise on his cheek, nothing major. You know, his skull could probably jaw could probably be fractured or something. Nah, it's just a bruised cheek.
It's fine. My boss said that they had no use of a small single Wii.
So his boss said it was no use.
No. So they gave it to me to bring home. I was excited, of course, you know. The rival game company giving you... It's like a PlayStation. It's only giving you a bloody Xbox. It's just... Yeah, anyway.
Also, the fact that, like, he's just been assaulted with this console. I don't know about, you know... I'm not a policeman. My brother is, but I'm not. But doesn't that class as evidence?
Also, this is set in 2013. Nintendo Wii U was already out. Like, why is he like... Oh man, Nintendo's previous console. So exciting.
My next income was in 1 week. I was saving up to buy a Wii of my own, but now I got one for free. And a week sooner too.
Again, he works at Sega. He's presumably fairly well paid.
Well, he said his next income. What the hell?
So next time he gets paid, because he clearly doesn't have a credit card.
And he's buying a fucking console that is...
What, like 60 quid?
7 years old at this time.
I'm pretty sure there's more Sega games on Xbox than Wii.
The day was long and boring, and as soon as I was told, I ran out of the door and I went to buy The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword for my brand new Wii.
Oh, you poor motherfucker.
And then he got home and then he realised he needed a Wii Motion Plus to play it.
He got home, realised he played it for 10 minutes, realised it was garbage.
Went out and bought Twilight Princess.
Yes, traded it in and got Twilight Princess instead and enjoyed himself.
When I came home, I was too excited and dropped it onto the ground.
Drop trowel.
I panicked, spelled completely wrong.
Well, if it's still functioning after someone's been lobbed at someone's face.
Then plugged it in to see if it still worked. Sure enough, it did. There was a game.
It just only had blood splatters on it.
There was a game already in the Wii when I turned it on. Super Smash Bros. Melee was in it. Okay.
Fair enough. I mean, not even a Wii game, but that's
no,
fine.
that's fine.
The Wii is backwards compatible with GameCube, so...
I weighed my options and decided to test out Super Mario Bros. First. Don't blame it. Super Smash Bros.
Weighing options, you're automatically going to have a better time with Super Smash Bros.
Obviously.
I mean, to be fair, you're going to have a better time trying to shove a latte spoon up your urethra than playing Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, so...
It's just a shielded health bar.
Voice of experience there, boys and girls.
Yeah. When I turned it on, I heard a sound which sounded like a laugh from Bowser, but a bit longer in length.
This is Bowser here.
And the voice was a little deeper in tone. The game skipped...
There we go. As long as it's not Kafka laughing.
I'm trying to do the one from 64.
Yeah.
The game skipped the intro and went into the title screen. It was dim and brown. I pressed start to hear a crying Mario falling off a cliff. Please explain to me, what does a crying Mario sound like?
That's it, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how it is.
I like the way...
I was trying to do like the noise he makes when he falls in the lava. Which really creeps me out because in the fucking DS version of Super Mario 64, they use that sound of him burning in lava as his laughing sound on the mini games. So when his mouth flaps like he's laughing, and I hear the sound, I'm like, I know that's him in terrible pain. Like it's just
screaming.
It just fucking freaks me out because I'm like, that's really because I associate that sound with him falling in lava and burning his bum.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no.
The sound of him screaming for the pain to end.
From the original Mario 64, but a bit more desperate. The game lagged intensely. I tried to ignore it, but it was so slow that it took me 2 minutes to go into a versus mode. The characters consisted of Dr. Mario and a pink Pikachu. I laughed and gagged for whatever reason, thinking this was a joke disc.
So like
And then suddenly playing this game made me want to deep throat my Wii remote.
What I want to know though is the important question here is what was he playing it with, a GameCube remote or a?
He didn't become. Like I assume because it's a GameCube game.
Oh yeah, obviously it's GameCube. Yeah.
Playing it with the
Hang on.
controller.
When did he get a GameCube controller?
The reason why it lagged so much is he was trying to play it on a Sega controller.
There we go. This game is false. This story is false.
So where did he get a GameCube controller from? Because presumably the Wii didn't come with a GameCube controller.
Nope.
It doesn't mention that it did. He probably didn't have a GameCube, else he would already own Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Or at least he wouldn't be excited about playing a GameCube game if he already had one.
I don't know, I'm always excited to play Smash Bros, but still.
No, but you know what I mean? Like, he's just got a new console. So he'd be like, oh, GameCube. If you already had a GameCube in the house, I don't know.
Yeah.
The holes are starting to appear in this otherwise airtight story.
Yeah, I know. With a tear in my eye, I chose Pikachu.
Why do you have a tear in your eye?
I just like the way Toby says Pikachu.
Just Burver. There was only one.
Burver, never forget.
Oh my god, this is brilliant. There was only one stage 2. What looked like the original wallpaper of Windows XP. Dun, 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 dun. The music was just a series of clicks.
Toby, that just sounds.
That's how like
you fucking ninjaed me, man. No, I was just gonna go in with like Toby. Don't mock a perfectly valid African language.
The game stopped lagging, and I used Thundershock as Pikachu. Normal animation happened, but it did exactly 743% of damage to Dr.
Toby,
Mario.
I know it's weird, but I love the way you say Pikachu like there's a C in it.
There is a C in it.
No, like before the K.
Oh, Pikachu.
Pikachu.
It's such a kick out of that.
Oh.
Sounds like Pikachu.
Mario cried, and I laughed even more until I seen Dr. Mario crying and coughing. I stopped and stared, and Pikachu ran off the screen, and a loud Pika happened. Not distorted or anything, just normal. Dr. Mario was still coughing and then collapsed. I was a bit worried. All of a sudden, I had a power outage. I waited, then 10 minutes later, my lights went back on. Not the Wii though. I decided to pack up and go to bed.
Craps Bork, if you want to read the rest.
Of this next paragraph.
2:12:13 5 a.m.
What's happening? I can't hear any of you.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to read.
Listening to you read, mate.
Oh, I thought someone else was going to read.
Oh!
I was waiting to see how long we keep the silence up for.
No, we said Krembles, can you read? Your Krembles.
Okay.
Just give people random
thanks
names.
for including me in on the secret name without telling me.
Isn't that right, Barry?
8-ball, Q-ball, T-ball, and Jacob, you'll be 8-ball. You're an idiot.
Can we just, when we're talking about names, Creeps, you're from the States. Why can't Americans say the name Craig?
Craig?
Craig, like C-R-E-G-G. What? What? It's not Craig.
Oh my god, it's Greg.
I didn't realise that was supposed to be the same name. I thought they were two different names entirely.
No, like, because I thought they were as well. Until I'll tell you what, I was watching Shitty Watch Mojo, and they mentioned Daniel Craig, and they said Daniel Craig, and I was like,
who the fuck's Daniel Craig?
And I was like, and that's when it clicked that they're saying Craig.
That's when it cracked.
And they're in.
It is Craig. There's an I in it.
Yeah. They're in South Park. Craig is actually named Craig.
Craig. Shut up,
It's
Craig.
Tweak and Craig. Well, no, to be fair, but I've noticed a lot of Americans say Craig. In fact, I used to date an American lady who didn't have much of an accent, but she still said Craig a little bit.
What, she dabbled in the Craig, did
she dabbled a little bit of Craig, like she experimented with Craig.
So, is that why, like, we never heard of...
Like Dylan.
2:12:13 5 a.m. I decided to take the day off to play on the Wii some more. It's not like, his job was really demanding him to be there in the first place. I was anxious last night.
Shouldn't you be working on a thing all the progress you lost the other day?
Isn't he massively behind on his work? I have to take a personal day to play video games. What did he call in sick? Like what?
He's like, hey boss, remember that Wii that you got hit in the face with? Yeah, I'm gonna play that all day tomorrow.
That sounds fine. There won't be any disciplinary action about this. That's fine. Has the author of this ever actually had a job
or interacted with a human being?
Well, I don't think he has, Jacob, considering the first job this guy got was Department of Sega headquarters. Guy,
designing character designs.
Player man.
I was anxious last night in my sleep, wanting to play again to figure out why the characters were like that. I put the game back in and tried to start the Wii again. It took a bit, but started to work. I played Super Smash Bros. I mean, I guess it's good he's not playing Skyward Sword. Again, and this time, Wolf Link was unlocked. Who's Wolf Link?
So Link in Twilight Princess can turn into a wolf.
Reasons.
Sounds abs. So that's where they stole Sonic Unleashed from.
Yeah, I mean, at least it wasn't like based around just flailing your arms randomly to do combos.
I was gonna say, at least it wasn't on 2 feet and he was legitimately a wolf, not a werehog.
What? From Twilight Princess? I was confused, but excited to try it out.
Also, like, didn't he say at the very beginning that he loved games so much? Shouldn't he know this if he's such a big game enthusiast?
Since Dr. Mario was a bit depressing to watch last time. Oh yeah, you know, just a cry. You didn't even control him, so...
To be fair, like, when you said Dr. Because I wasn't really paying attention because his story is AIDS, but like, when you were just like, Dr. Mario was a bit depressing, I was picturing like, all those falling colours, man, but... You never win. It's just...
you can fight the cancer with red and blue pills, but it's gonna win in the end.
Yeah, I tell you what, when you break it down, Dr. Mario is really depressing.
The match started, but Wolflink didn't move. Pikachu was jumping in place, then the game froze. Dr. Mario appeared on the screen, and the game unfroze.
Exciting. Truly terrifying stuff.
Really
if this is a ghost messing with this game system, what is it doing?
I don't. Go on and hopefully you won't find the answers.
Let's just get through this thing at this point.
He coughed up a green liquid and threw a pill at Wolflink, and I was thrown off screen. Pikachu attacked, but before making contact was set on fire. The game froze and went back to the character select screen. Zelda was unlocked. I played as her this time, and then everything happened the same way again.
Why is he playing a game like... It's clearly broken because, you know, it's going to be thrown at someone's head and he dropped it on the floor. So clearly the Wii's fucked.
Well, yeah.
I mean, the thing I hate the most about these gaming stories, it's like, this happened, and then this happened, but then this happened.
Yeah, there's not really structure to it, is it? It's kind of like a kid just talking. You know when like a kid tries to tell you about a movie they saw? They're just like, and then this bit happened, and then they just sort of do it out of order, and they just say about events.
It's like a kid trying to one-up himself by like, dude, like this crazy thing happened, and then this happened. It's like, whoa, dude,
radical.
Yeah, it's like how Michael Bay writes a script.
Radical
like,
Randy.
Then an 18-wheeler tips over, but then 2 helicopters show up.
I should read this in the rest of my Radical Randy voice, just so what fans of mine watch you will have a fun time. The next characters unlocked were Roy, Mewtwo, Pichu, Luigi, Peach, Bowser, Sonic? Sonic appeared, and when I chose him, the game screen went black and more evil Bowser laugh filled the room.
Okay, are we finally getting a fucking link to the fact that he works at Sega now? Is there some kind of relevance to that coming up at last? Fucking last.
I'm loving the voice. You know, that voice actually reminds me of Joey from fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that his name? Joey?
Yeah, the one... We had somebody made us plush dolls. Like someone sent us to our forwarding address some plush dolls of all 3 of us, and the one of Toby just looks like Joey Wheeler.
Yeah, it's quite funny.
Steph, put it up on the screen.
Yeah, I was legitimately scared from there. The next thing the screen shown was brutal Dr. Mario coughing vigorously. Peach laying face first in a pool of water. Unmoving. I didn't know Super Smash Bros. Had drowning mechanics.
Yeah, it's one of those environmental things they try. You know, Nintendo likes to try new things in every game. One of them is drowning your opponent in a puddle. They took it out in later installments, but you know, if you know where to look.
It's the most recent patch. Pichu swinging from a windmill, unmoving. Luigi with a knife sticking out of his side. What kind of Nintendo game is this? And then Bowser with Mario looking at everyone, laughing. They had a text box appear saying, "We are twisted, you too?"
Hello, hello! Oh wait, no, not you two. You two.
You have to fight Bono. Bono's an optional character.
And then Bono appeared.
Bono
and then he drowned. And I was like, this is the best game ever. I'm going to keep it forever.
So the scariest part of this this story is that it made me think about U2 for more than 5 seconds.
I turned my Wii off and quickly switched the games. I sat on the SSB game. Indigestion, that's fun. And sat in front of my TV trying to comprehend what I saw. I mean, you just perfectly comprehended what you saw. You just dictated it to us. Oh my god. I shook my head and started Skyward Sword. No intro, dim title screen. Already there was a file named Hirogami. What? I selected and showed a link. I selected it and it showed a link with the Skyward Sword appear in his arms falling through the sky. It lasted a minute, then crashed. Screen went black and appeared as a bloody splattered Link. I screamed and reached for the
Why would you scream? Ah! It's finally over! What a bad game! I'm so glad it finished this early. That's the only reason why I think you'd scream.
I mean, I would probably scream if I was playing Link 2, but that's just me. Then text appeared on screen. We are twisted. Join us. I screamed again. Just the text appears on screen. Ah! Text! I never learned how to read.
Character moves. Ah!
I screamed again and unplugged it, and heard a screaming Link quickly before, just like me.
Toby, you sounded like Red Brown when you screamed there.
No, I've never seen Red Brown and Toby in the same room.
I decided to put the games on my counter and went to bed.
Oh.
Oh boy.
2, 12, 13, 4 p.m. I visited my friend, you have no friends, to borrow money to go buy more games.
Right, so we don't even need to say anything about that. I went to go visit my friends to borrow money to buy more games. You cunt.
Okay, so what? It's like, I need to borrow money. Oh shit, are you late with the rent? Nah, I just need more video games. Fuck off my property. Also, you work for... Now, I know that Sega's kind of not in the best place financially right now, but how much do they pay their employees? What is he getting, like, less than minimum wage?
I know
he's not been turning up for work, but...
But once again, apparently he's come out of college. This guy's come out of college, so presumably he's got, understands some basic, how the world works. Does he have a credit card at all? Can he not put, I need to borrow money off my friends because I'm too stupid to work out how a credit card works?
He goes over to his friends. Hey, I know, I work at Sega, right? Yeah, I need money. What?
Yeah, basically.
Wait, what for? Are you behind the rent? You're alimony. Oh, sorry, I couldn't get that said that straight face.
Well, actually, I wouldn't be friends with him in the first place if he worked for Sega. So
it's true.
Yeah, literally, there's no networking opportunity there, is there? So often, you befriend someone that you think is a bit of a prick if they're involved in an industry that is potentially beneficial to you as a creative person. But there is no networking opportunity. I work at Sega of America. I'm like, all right.
Oh, so it's a dead end job.
Yeah.
His friend can't even go over to his other friends. It's like, hey guys, my friend works for Sega. I mean, that's pretty much the same. Hey guys, my friend has cancer.
I joined up for Sega.
So it's like, I work for Sega. I'm like, cool. What is that, like a temporary summer job while you're a student?
I got these ideas to share with free.
I brought from a nearby Walmart 3 games: Sonic Unleashed on the Wii. Oh.
Again, we all know how that turns out.
Yep, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and the game I highly anticipated waiting for, Mario Party 8. Did we all anticipate that? I mean, I remember Mario Party's being great.
I like Mario Party fine. They're...
Yeah, it's not the thing oh boy, I'm buying, when a console comes out, there's certain games that I'm buying this for this game and anything else is but I'm going to buy a Wii for Mario Party.
Nobody goes to E3 and it's like, man, I just can't wait for that next Mario Party game. It's gonna really just take down the whole show. E3 will just belong to Nintendo.
I sold a copy of Mario Party 8 to someone on eBay who left me negative feedback because it didn't contain the instruction manual. And I'm like, I couldn't figure out what to do. I'm like, mate, it's Mario Party. The game literally tells you how. I don't think when I bought it, because I only played it twice before I sold it, when I bought it, it didn't have a fucking instruction manual, because it's fucking Mario Party and the instructions come on when you play it.
Very true.
Someone left a review on your thing. Yeah, I work for Sega and I played Mario Party 8 and it wasn't really glitchy. Bad review.
When I came home, I put in Sonic Unleashed. Another dim title screen appeared. Yep, we all know that one.
Has he ever thought of just adjusting the brightness on his TV?
It's true. I mean, maybe he's got a problem with his... That's it. The whole issue is just with his TV. He's thinking he's seen all this stuff.
There it
is.
He
needs to whack up the brightness a bit, you twat.
I just saw your message.
Yeah, the AVI cables aren't connected properly, so it's glitching out.
I started thinking that I shouldn't start playing this without a friend over, but decided against it. Alright. Why even say that?
What was the use of that sentence? Oh, I think I should have a friend. Nah.
It's what happens when you're late on an essay and there's a word limit, so you want to add just an incoherent paragraph that's just in there on the hopes of the teacher not actually analysing that sentence.
Quickly, filler!
Yeah, basically. Oh yeah, the screen quickly flashed a picture of Sonic being stabbed with a drill. I'm glad you could establish that from a quick flash.
I think that'd be quite inefficient. Isn't the point of a drill that it drills into something? I think if you just grabbed it and tried to like...
Now, what sort of drill, though, are we talking?
Yeah, is it like a power drill or like...
Big Daddy drill?
Yeah, Big Daddy drill.
Or they got hand drills used to have in wood
they're going
shop.
to drill it, like, because, you have to... It's easy to train the drillers to be astronauts. Alright, this Sonic's going to crash into the Earth, so they send Ben Affleck there to drill into him.
Does anybody remember those fucking things from woodshop? The little drills that you had to operate with your hand?
Yeah, those shit.
Oh.
Like, what a load of rubbish! Like, you could do nothing with it. You always ended up going to the teacher who had the proper drill that was like the actual industrial one that they put it. I'm like, Teach, can you fucking drill a hole in this? Because I'm going to be here all bastard day.
Can we use mankind has spent fucking millennia improving its tools and stuff. So can we use the electric shit, please?
Yeah, it's like, it's a bit dangerous. That kid has got his hand under the cold tap because he burned himself on a goddamn soldering iron. You're gonna tell me a drill is too fucking dangerous?
Yeah.
Are there some repressed memories you're bringing up right now?
Sorry, it just really annoyed me.
After that, the last level of the game started. Fantastic! We're getting through these games in record time. I'll tell you what, we should be speedrunners. No cutscenes, no file select, just the last level. Sonic was the werehog and holding a bloodied drill. And Tails was lying on the ground, just normally. No blood or gore there. You know what? I'm glad for that, because I'm glad it's not being oversaturated, which makes a change, I guess, for once. He was breathing.
Still shit.
He was breathing too. Wow, it's like he's acting surprised that a character's alive. I'm
really glad they made breathing animation for him.
I know. I walked into the next room where Sonic all of a sudden screamed and started stabbing himself with a drill. He turned normal and was laying on the ground while a random force lifted him into the air and he was set on fire and thrown into the wall. I had a tear in my eye. Why would you have a tear in your eye over bulky hedgehog? Text appeared on screen again. We are twisted. Stop trying to resist. A new song was up. I tried out Super Mario... SSBB have they put here. All of the characters were turned into zombies in a match. And then Taboo was standing over them and shot them with a beam and they were all bleeding. Sorry, who the hell is Taboo?
I'm guessing it's just one of the bosses or something, because it doesn't sound like any character. So
I don't remember any sort of Taboo or any sort of character like that from any of the Smash Bros. Game.
I don't know what we're about, to be honest, mate.
There's apparently a guy called Taboo standing over them.
Okay.
With his dick out.
I thought it was Naboo.
Yeah, it's
the
planet
from
Naboo.
Star Wars.
They're getting attacked by Jar Jar Binks. Okay, Jar Jar Binks shot a beam at them.
Right, there we go. That's who.
Jar Jar is the key to Wallace.
And text appeared. We are twisted. Twisted. Next was Mario Party 8. There was only one board, oddly enough. Oh, what do you mean oddly enough? By now you should surely think that it's actually the Wii that's screwing up and not the games. Windows XP place, Pink Pikachu, and Dr. Mario are in the background, alternatively. All the characters on screen were crying, and every time they moved, Bowser laughed and was struck with lightning and cried more. Eventually, Yoshi died.
Oh no, not Yoshi!
Not again.
He was my favourite character in this entire story.
He always died.
He died. Mario dropped him down a hole so he
Exactly.
could make it to the other side.
Then Peach. Then Mario. Then everyone died. And a text appeared
They're all
saying,
dead.
We are
Dave.
twisted. Game over. I screamed again, man. What are you made of? What
Pure
the hell?
Plutonium.
I
Yeah, that's another reason he couldn't get a job at Nintendo. There was like a manliness test he couldn't pass.
So, open this jar of pickles. Sorry, Sega, for you.
This is really mean because I actually really like him as an actor, but in this scene of him like trying to open a pickle jar and then being sent to Sega, I'm just for some reason I don't know why I'm just picturing Neil Patrick Harris.
No, what it is in Nintendo, he applied there, and then they put him in a room with a Wii and made it glitchy, and he kept crying, so he couldn't work for Nintendo.
I screamed and then quietly escaped my house.
Did he dive through a window?
He didn't say quietly either, he said quickly. What the fuck? I took the games to throw them away, then decided to show my best friend so he is an eyewitness. I was on my way to share my tale to him, and I believe me when I say that it probably is a tale, because 90% of this, in fact 100% of this, apart from the names that you've made for the characters like Sega and everything, has been made up.
Also, like, he was about to throw these games away, the ones he just bought with his friend's money. What a dick.
Has he ever stopped to think that maybe a Wii thrown at his boss's head was damaged, and just buy another Wii? But like, hey boss, I need to ask you if I can buy another Wii, because I think the one that, your head got bludgeoned with is broken.
And cursed.
Just hang on a sec, mate. Didn't I just give you some money for some Wii games? Yeah, but, I kind of broke it. You broke it? What the fuck do you mean? I ain't giving you money for a new Wii, you bust. That's how the conversation would go down. Jacob, your turn to read.
Sorry, I was just bored. I was seeing if I am blocked by Francesca Ramsey. I was just curious. I wanted to see if I was.
Why?
It was just a thing I was reading on Facebook. It was like, hey guys, post if you're blocked by Francesca Ramsey, a person I've never had an interaction with. I am. Kind of makes you feel important. It's like, gives you a sense of pride. Right, Toby, I haven't got the story open.
Take his phone.
Pass me your phone, please. 2-12-13 456. We played, and I was scared.
Spook and dust.
That could be the whole story, and we save ourselves a lot of time. Somehow the games played as any other normal game did. I was very confused, but somewhat relieved. We played until 7. Then I went home. When I opened the door, a raccoon ran out. This is written by Joey Tribbiani. And my Wii was knocked over, and a new game was left there. On the disc, it said Hiragami.
Look at me.
I put the disc in the Wii, and it turned it on, and a light flashed. I instantly fell asleep.
Oh, what the hell is this going to turn into now? Oh god.
He's going to have to fight Freddie Mercury in the dream space.
2-13-13. God, the way Americans do dates is stupid. The screen was still on when I woke up. On the screen was Mario. He screamed, and his hat and hair burned in flames.
Oh my god.
As opposed to getting soaked in flames. He cried and started to cough. Green liquid came out of his mouth. He screamed. Then a man popped up. Then a skeleton popped out. It was a video just like being recorded off a cheap camera. Fucking hell, you write that in a story? It was the man who... Oh, check this out. It was the man who quitted.
He's a
quitted.
No way, we've come
Fuck
full
off.
circle.
He punched a wall and threw a Sonic doll on the ground. He said these words.
Sega, I hope you enjoyed these games.
And then he grabbed a knife and cut his arm badly. I almost threw up. I backed up from the screen and looked at my mirror behind me. I seen in the mirror what looked a little like the man. I started to have the feeling of hating Sega. I had a beard just like the man.
I think we all have the feeling of hating Sega.
It's true. I mean,
it's quite normal, isn't it?
It's especially since they lost the source code for House of the Dead fucking 4.
I had a beard just like the man's starting to grow on my face.
Are you the man?
I picked up my Sonic doll, my hand trembling, and threw it into my sink and turned on the garbage disposal. After that, my power went out, and so did my love for video games.
Okay. It's almost poetic. Alright, epilogue.
I quit my job at Sega, I thought. I decided to take apart my Wii to see if there was anything wrong with it. Just a jumble of wires. I put it into my closet and will not look further into it. I am now studying to be a lawyer. Goodbye gaming forever.
Fuck me, mate. Alright.
I'm just a lawyer all of a sudden.
Shall we have a look at the comments real quick, see if there's anything...
Yeah, let's look at the comments.
Okay, so Vanessa Owl 1 asks, is it real?
Yeah.
No!
Googlistar CZ says, I don't have that scary Wii, just awesome.
And then he replies to himself, now, strange things happen to my Wii. System menu is corrupted and lags more than that before. Help me, I use Dolphin.
Oh, you've hacked your Wii.
Fandom user with pitifully low standards says, "Nice. At least the guy doesn't die in Is One."
I wish my creepypasta wasn't removed. Hero FTW. So his was removed, but not this one.
Says, "This reminds me of when I had a SSBB nightmare 2 weeks ago. It was when I decided to play my game and the title had distorted music, sounded a bit white noised." There's no pause, but I gotta breathe. "And the screen was eerie and light brown with it looking regular, except the character S had regular sad faces, and when I got on the character screen on All-Star mode, it showed everyone in black outfits and Mario in only gore and gut with dark..." I can't read the rest of that.
Why did you
I think
sound
you're doing
like,
yourself a favour
Why
there,
did
mate.
you sound like a Nigerian prince saying that?
Just because the way it was written, it was like there was no full stops in it, or commas, or anything, or capital letters. It was just a wall of text.
Oh. I have to say that the ending, right? It says, oh, you know, it's just like, at least he didn't die. He went to be a lawyer, so he may as well die.
Well, he doesn't have a soul anymore.
It's true. It's okay, your soul doesn't matter.
Alright, okay, thoughts then, Matt.
It was it was some sort of rambling 12-year-old's attempt at writing a scary story for some shitty class.
I just thought it was really, bad. It wasn't bad in the terms of being offensive. It was poor, is really what I mean. It was poorly thought out, poorly researched, poorly planned. It seemed like they made it up as they went along, really. They had an idea of the beginning and end, and everything else they just made up, on the day. Really bad, and even if it was written by a 12-year-old, and there's no actual indication that it was, but even if it was, I don't think there's any excuse for this, because I could write better than that when I was 12. I don't think there's really any excuse.
Do you know, I think the way this pasta was actually created is what he did. He was sitting at home, he was looking at his Wii and his 5 games, which happened to be the exact same games that he's got in the pasta. And he thought, it'd be really cool if I worked for Sega, because I'm their biggest fan. Oh my god, this is the makings of a creepypasta. I'm going to write all this down. It's going to be amazing. It's actually pretty bad. I mean,
what was the shit at the end that he's turning into? Who was the guy who threw the Wii at him?
He was
Why
turning
would they fight
into
him? And then he turned into him, and then
hang on, he was
destroyed a plushie and then became a lawyer.
Hang on, he became him. What? No, that's what I don't understand. What was the whole bit about him bumping into someone which was actually him or something like that?
It's honestly not worth worrying about.
But then he got the Wii from himself. But then where did the original Wii come from? Oh god, no! My brain!
You're trying to put logic behind it when there clearly is none.
I would like the final thoughts.
If you ask any lawyer how they became a lawyer, will they answer you? Okay, so I worked at Sega, then I got a Wii, played a bunch of games. They were all corrupted. Shredded a doll, and then I feel like being a lawyer.
So it's years later when he's part of the Supreme Court or something like that. He's the chief judge or what the fuck they're called. So how did you get inspired to reach the heights of you? Well, when I was younger, I've always been a big fan of computer games.
Yeah, that's actually this is an extract from a speech from Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
It's autobiography.
I'm just picturing this book now with some there's really cheesy pictures of American judges, and they're always holding the gavel.
Yeah, standing there proud.
And that's the front cover of a fucking book. Just you open it up, just I'm a big fan of Sonic, much like everyone else.
So the first 3 chapters of this guy's 70-year-old autobiography, and the first it's just this rambling story about ghosts and games.
The lawyer's in court and he's about to make his first defense for his client, and he goes, "I might be a small town lawyer, but the thing is, back when I was a kid, I had a Wii and it was corrupted, and I was playing video games, and now I don't like video games anymore, so now I'm a lawyer." And the judge is like, "What does this have to do with anything? I just wanted you to know where my comeuppance were. You're fired."
Is it his version of the Chewbacca defense? He just tells him that when I was a lad, he's got.
It just bamboozled the jury with nonsense. Is this story written by Johnny Cochran?
I was going to say, did the guy look like Dub Dimmadome from fucking Fairly Odd Parents? The white suit and the white massive hat and everything. I'm
kind of hoping he looks like the giant chicken from Futurama.
Oh yeah.
Did I not mention I'm a giant sentient space chicken?
Yes.
Okay, Cruisework. Then you can have the final words on the story. What do you take away from it?
The knife is getting closer to my wrist every second.
Keep it away! Keep it away! That's what we don't want!
Give it away now.
Alright, guys, thanks for...
Crawling in my skin!
Welcome back to Rugged Randy's Saucepan Shack. Toby can't be here today because he failed his anal circumference check and needs to take a week off.
Well, that's the official excuse. The real reason he's not here is because he's at a Chacket convention.
Well, that cat's out of the bag now, isn't it? Right, so...
well, it's the cat's in the bag you need to worry about.
This story is called Silent Sonya, and it was requested by Evil Cat 23. Thank you for the request. We had to delve into the darkness of deviant art to find this particular
I mean, on the one
treasure.
hand, you know, it's not Wattpad. On the other hand, it comes with pictures.
Yeah. In fact, on the screen right now is the picture that comes with the story. That's Silent Sonya right there. Thank you, Creepy Nightcore Demon, for your jewelry. Right. Silent Sonya by Creepy Nightcore Demon. Sonya Worthy crouched over... I think that's for us to decide, isn't it? Crouched over her 7-year-old brother, Jacob. I immediately hate the story. And kept cradling him. Knowing her father would do though he's still arguing with her mother in another room. Means nothing.
Right, so scene missing.
Yeah. Jacob! She started to cry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to push you down the stairs. Fucking hell! Like, so your parents are arguing, like, they haven't even heard you push a child down the stairs. It was an accident. Her father grabbed Sonya by the arm and threw her around like a rag doll. This is what you get for pushing your brother down the stairs! Rising up, his back scratcher.
Wait. What?
Well, it's one of those. I assume it's one of those like wooden poles with the like a hand on it. You scratch your back with.
Look, from the sentence, I just imagine her like using her as the back scratcher. This is your punishment.
Just your back is so hairy, father. Sonya got down on her knees. Daddy, please. I said I was sorry. It was an accident. Please, Daddy. Every swish from the back scratcher was getting harder to even look at her father's face. Excuse me? The face she dreads to even think of. I mean, we're off to a fabulous fucking start, aren't we? This just in, a news reporter announced.
Holcomb Laboratory.
Ryan Worthy is arrested for child abuse. His wife, Michelle Worthy, said she witnessed her husband beating up her 7-year-old daughter, Sonya, with a back scratcher, after Sonya accidentally pushed her 2-year-old brother downstairs of their home.
I don't think the news would report that.
No. After the incident, Michelle rushed her 2 children to the hospital. Ryan is facing up to 11 years in prison with a $10,000 bond. And the 2 children are expected to make a full recovery. I mean, obviously I want to live in a world where beating your kids lands you 11 years in prison, but it's a little bit unrealistic, isn't it? I think maybe some of the other parents in these creepypastas we've read would get 11 years, but... Sonya jolted awake, scared to death. She jolted awake and then immediately died. There was a...
It's how you wake up dead.
There was a puddle of drool on her desk. She had been sleeping in class, ... Again, ... Sonya! Her teacher called out.
Who was apparently Sonic.
Are you alright? No, I can't do the Sonic voice. It's too cheap to keep going to the bag of tricks, you know?
That's not like us at all, is it?
Sonya! Her teacher called out. Are you alright? It's the same.
The honey monster.
Yeah, basically, fuck it, the honey monster. Everyone in class.
The teacher's just the honey monster. Just walking one day, there's a giant hairy yellow man thing.
Mrs. Eldridge is away, so I am covering.
Wait. Mrs. Eldridge.
I'm just making it up.
Oh, I hope that's Miss Eldridge. It's really hard to look at what she's doing because, you know, the insanity.
Alright, her teacher called out.
Are you alright?
Everyone in the class looks at her, present tense. Sonya shook her head, terrified, past tense. It's not hard, alright? It's fucking next sentence. Just stick to a single tense.
You want me to take you to the concealing office?
Her teacher asked.
The concealing office?
Yeah, I don't even know what that actually is.
What, do you hide that? What?
Is it okay if I take my stuff? Sonya asked. You know, in case the bell rings?
The teacher nods and writes down a hall pass. Sonya got her stuff, grabbed the hall pass and walked out the door. This tense thing's going to be a fucking recurring problem, isn't it? It has been 10 years since the incident. A little while after Sonya was released from the hospital, she had been getting more anxious than usual. Her doctor diagnosed her with separation anxiety a while later. I missed this paragraph last time. Since then, it was hard trying to make friends with her. Everyone made fun of her voice when she sings.
Well, if you keep doing it in the voice you're doing, I can understand why.
Also, come on, you can't even maintain a tense during a sentence. That's fucking atrocious.
Doesn't know how to pluralise words.
It was so good, her classmates would get jealous. Oh, get lost.
Was she really good at playing the harp as well?
So good, her classmates would get jealous and started calling her Sinya Sonya. What? Singing was Sonya's passion. But with her thinking about her past, her mother shutting her out, and her 15-year-old brother always telling her to stop, she couldn't keep doing...
Stop what?
Singing,
In the name of love?
What she loves the most. She failed several grades from blacking out so much and not paying attention. Instead of going to the concealing office... So Sonya decided to skip the rest of school. So the teacher doesn't send you to an office, you just choose whether or not to go. What kind of fucking liberal, wishy-washy, commie, pinko school is this kid going to? This is what's wrong with America.
No, Dad should have gone to jail.
No, Dad should have...
Bit of discipline! Yeah. 50s style!
I mean, if they're not, if their dad's not hitting her, who's gonna? The teachers obviously
they're
aren't.
They're not going to hit themselves, are they?
No, God, no.
A child all day.
No, hell, the kid's not even going to the fucking concealing office. She certainly is.
Wait, I feel like why she can't find it. Because it's concealed, you see.
Okay, and walk to the edge of the strange, creepy forest. Instead of skipping school and walk to the edge of the creepy forest, maybe you should stay in school and learn how to construct a proper sentence and stay in a single tense. How about that? She usually goes there when her past got a whole... Jesus fucking Christ. Same short sentence. She usually goes, present, there, right? When her past got a hold of her. She usually goes there when her past gets a hold of her. Okay? There you are. Or she usually went there when her past got a hold of her. It's fucking English language 101.
Well, if it was, well written, it wouldn't be on DeviantArt, would it?
No.
Where can I put my writing? I know, the place for pictures. They won't mind.
They said a tall, strange creature, though you had better fucking not, lived in the forest.
Left notes and liked to eat children and would go away if you gave him $20.
This might actually be worse than Squidward Suicide for this. Check this out. They said a tall, strange creature lived, right, in the forest she goes into at times. It's another one. I think this has probably got more tense stops than Squidward Suicide.
Are we going to have a counter?
Yeah, we're probably going to have to get another counter on this one. They said a tall, strange creature in the forest she goes into at times, okay? It didn't, past tense, matter to her. She never touched the nose to the posted on the trees or anything. She goes, present, there and just... sings her tears away. She started, past, to sing her life song she always loved since childhood.
Which time machines do you think is going to be in the corner? It's going to be the DeLorean.
I think it should be the phone box from Bill and Ted to continue continue the phone box based time machine theme. She sat down against a tree and rested her head on her knees. Once again, Sonya started to cry. She wanted freedom, someone or something that made feel like she was the woman she wanted to be. She didn't know how long she was sitting there, but the next thing she knows, she gets tackled by her brother.
"You're home early, Sonya,"
Jacob said with a smile.
"Decided to skip school again?"
Alright, just so you know, Jacob's definitely not smiling.
Sonya sighed in stress. Part of it. I don't know who's speaking here because new speaker, new line, you idiot. So, this is Jacob here, and I only know this because of context clues later on. Do you know how to... Do you even English? Just new line when a new person is speaking in a conversation.
I think you should do an entirely different voice.
Fuck it, let's just make up any voice at this point.
Part of it. My memories were getting to me.
Jacob hugged Sonya. I see, that does make sense. Everything's going to be okay. But Sonya never felt okay. Some time passed, and by the way, that sometime should be 2 words there. Some time passed. And also past. Okay. Right, it's the first 2 words of this paragraph, and I've already got problems with it. Okay.
I don't think we're going to make it.
Sometime, alright? You've put them as in sometimes as one word, but it's not. It's some time past. And you put past as in the past instead of past as in the past tense of the verb to pass. So it should be P-A-S-S-E-D. Oh, come on!
English lessons today.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Did you attend school at all? Or did you just go to the creepy forest? And Sonya woke up feeling like she was being watched. She kept looking around in the house as quiet as possible. There was nothing in the house. Everything was in their place. What? She got back into her room. I think she means everything was in its place. And looked out of her window that looked out beyond the forest. Staring out for a while now, Sonya noticed something outside the forest. For a while she thought it was just a tree. But staring at it for a while... God, this is so repetitive. It turned what looked like a head to Sonya. It was not a tree. It looked like a really tall man. It had no face.
I'm so glad Toby's not here.
Yeah, there'd be so much rage. But it kept staring at Sonya. Sonya rubbed her eyes for a second, looked back, and the thing was gone. This is great. Are we actually going to stay in the past tense for a while now?
No, we're going to travel to the future sometime soon.
Sonya woke up on the windowsill. It was morning. Sonya shrugged. You can go she, it's fine.
Yeah.
Sonya shrugged.
I mean, we haven't run to very many other women.
You know what? I was completely, I haven't read ahead. That was entirely sincere. The fucking next sentence. Sonya shrugged and gets. There's one word in between it. Just the word and. You've got one connecting fucking word and you change tense. Are you serious? You just have to look back one previous word to see what tense you were in. Sonya shrugged and gets. You cannot be serious. Sonya shrugged and gets ready for school. Once she got to school, Jesus Christ.
This kid's gonna keep changing.
It's just every fucking sentence. Everyone kept laughing at her per usual. She got to her locker and she noticed a note on her locker from her acquaintance Diana, spelt really strangely. She read it.
Sonya, my friends are doing truth or dare after school. We got one more space just for you. If you can come if you like. You don't look busy today. Diana.
Sonya crumbled the note and threw it out. It was
made
of biscuit. Just like, fuck's sake, that could be a typo, to be fair. But proofread.
Right, just when you said biscuits, it reminded me your digestives.
God, yeah, digestives. That was actually better than this. After school, she sat down with Diana and her friends. Most of the game, the girls kept saying truth, so Sonya decided dare when it was her turn. Tune. Sonya decided dare when it was her turn. Everyone thought for a while, then one of Diana's friends told her, it could be Diana to be fair, but I'm just going to say Diana because that's how it... Diana, I don't know.
It looks like how you would spell it if you're in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, pretty much. I dare you to do the fire challenge when no one is around. Sonya's sapphire blue eyes widened. Sapphire blue eyes!
Suck a dick!
Widened in fear.
Face it, Sonya.
Diana smirked.
You're unattractive, you suck with music, and you're just a street rat in the school. No one likes you. You were born alone, you'll die alone, and only your fleas will mourn you.
No, what it says is,
and no one will mourn for you on your funeral day. They'll just laugh in your lifeless face and be glad they don't have you existing in the world anymore.
Right, so this is an acquaintance, is it?
Nobody would say that.
And no one would say that.
There's like fucking Stephen King ass school bullies with knives reading this, going, "Oh, whoa, calm down."
Tone it down a bit. Also, I still don't get a reason why people mock her.
Yeah,
everyone laughed at her as usual. For what?
It's never made clear, is it, in any of these? So far, it's like they laugh at her because she's good at singing, but not very good looking, but apparently has beautiful eyes. I don't understand this
Well,
at all.
because it's someone's like once again.
It's a self-insert, isn't it? Someone who gets picked on at school who
like,
probably
simply.
lacks the self-awareness to see why anyone doesn't like them. So they're just like, and probably isn't even picked on that badly. Probably has friends, but there's some people that are mean to them at school. Lacks the self-awareness to realise why somebody wouldn't like them, and has sort of projected it onto this fucking Mary Sue.
I want to be a wooby.
Tears rushed down Sonia's face. She got up, got her stuff, and ran away from the building as fast as possible. She ran into the forest and sat down on the base of the tree.
All right, but
she was last time.
Before you hear like the whole thing was like truthful, like so you know you're playing Truth or Dare, and then goes like, all right, I pick truth. All right, do the was it the fire ritual, the fire dance, or something like that? And then immediately it's like, you're a worthless piece of shit, and everyone hates you, and when you die, the world will be a better place for it. Like, I don't know, like escalating quickly again.
That seemed to come out of nowhere, didn't it?
Like, also, what the fuck's the fire? Like, was it the fire, the river dance? Like, what was it? Also, like you had to do it while no one was around. So, it's like, imagine.
Maybe they meant kill yourself. Maybe like the fire dance is like set yourself on fire, and that's why it was a huge insult. Like truth or dare, jump off a cliff. That's your dare.
Well, that would have been, I know, easier and less, you know, less obtuse.
It's fucking cryptic, yeah.
Also, like, say if it was, you know, written by someone who understands, you know, how human beings work, and it wasn't like, I've invented this person around just to insult them, this, like, you know, play a game for 20 minutes so then I can insult them. And it's like, go do this thing while no one's alone, well, no one's around. I'm like, alright, next day, I totally did it.
Yeah. She kept crying and crying. Diana was right. No one was there for her. Not even Jacob was coming to see if she was okay. Yes, her brother, who apparently has a psychic connection to her and knows when someone was mean to her after school. Not knowing how long she was there, Sonya felt a hand on her shoulder. Sonya looked up, seeing the faceless man from last night. Oh god, no, it's only going to get worse. It wiped her tears away as if it was a father to her. I am so glad Toby is not here. Even though it didn't have a face, it started to speak.
I'm going to ring Toby. I'm making him suffer for this as well. Put it on a speaker.
We'll meet again, I see.
Hooty hooty ho.
Calming down, trying not to freaking out. Jesus Christ. Just proofread! Sonya started talking to it. What happened to your face? Shouldn't you kill me since I'm in your home? The thing shook its head. No, Sonya. You have more in life than just tears and fear. Than just tears for fear CDs. I can tell you are about to have enough. Sonya nodded. Everyone hates me. Dad gets back from prison tomorrow night. I just want to fade away.
Wait. Is that like...
I've just given her like a Ugandan fucking warlord voice now.
I keep butchering African children to get the blood diamonds, but it never makes me popular at school.
It does not complete me. I am unhappy.
No matter how many child soldiers I raise. All jokes aside, Africa is a hellhole. Do something about it,
yeah,
internet.
God, for God's sake. Yeah, Africa, can you get your shit together? If we're not all too busy sucking each other's dicks,
Toby.
Can we do something about Africa? Fuck's sake. Bob Geldof, can you get on that? Weren't you supposed to fix that before? That's what the 80s were all about, right? Bob Geldof fixing Africa?
I think so. I was like, I don't know, 4 at the time, maybe?
Alright, so let's return to the Mac.
And that was The Return of the Mac by that guy who sung Return of the Mac.
I now this image of Matt is like a really, like, as a radio DJ who's in loads of trouble because he's lost all his records.
Here we have Cher's latest song. That was shit.
I just want to
break free.
Where the fuck even were we? Alright.
Slenderman.
The creature caressed Sonya's face as he wiped his tears from her face. The creature looked scary like. Or was this written by someone from fucking Newcastle?
But so scary like, mate.
But Sonya didn't even cared.
Doesn't know how to...
Sonya, Jacob called out. You there? Mum's getting worried about you, and I've forgotten what voice the other Jacob's assigned to me. The creature got up and disappeared right before Sonya's eyes. Jacob runs to Sonya a few minutes later. He helped Sonya up, and they ran their way home. Sonya sat down in her room, wondering what that creature was she was talking to. Looking at the calendar, Sonya noticed Jacob's 17th birthday was in several weeks.
Wasn't he 15 a minute ago? I'm trying to work out the ages of these, because wasn't she, like, she was 7 and he was 2. Then it was 10 years later, and Jacob was 15, now he's 17. And then she was 17, and now she, like...
Yeah, I don't really get it. It's like...
Does this author know how time works?
Also, if she's the older sibling, and... He's 17. How is she still in school?
Also, she's supposed to be like, so she's like 5 years older than him, and
even if she stayed on to do like extra years, she'd still have to leave at 18. I don't
think this story's real.
Yeah, I get the feeling this is fiction. How on earth could she be forgetting her younger brother's birthday at a time like this? There was enough time to go out and get a small gift for him, so Sonya made for Jacob just a simple card. Once it was done, Sonya walked down the stairs to come get Jacob. Come and get Jacob. She was only halfway down the stairs when Sonya heard strange muffling noises. Should I check or should I not? Sonya thought. It is just full-blown African warlord voice now. Just like, I just picturing the kind of person who walks around in like a weird fucking military uniform at all times.
Oh no, I like my one version. It's just like, so you know, keep going past African warlord to actually like someone from Zulu, normal white family, and their daughter, like a 6'4" African tribal fighter from
it's like a huge like a huge like wooden mask and fucking spear, just walking around school. Why does no one like me? Just like we're just uncomfortable around you. We don't know. Is it okay to joke about this? Is it racist?
I was born with a serious skin condition that turned me into an African warrior from 100 years ago.
Could it be Mum or Jacob in danger? Did Dad come home early? Was it the creature she saw that afternoon? Slowly, steady, and unsurely.
Hold on a second. I'm not sure how you know, like if someone was sent to prison for 11 years for child abuse, if they're allowed back into the house with their children.
Yeah, I don't think it works like that, right? It's like, well, he's done his time. He's I guess he's completely rehabilitated. Go and live with your wife and kids whose lives you made hell.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it works that way. Slowly, steady, and unsurely. You mean steadily. Again, just proofread. Sonya crept through the house. Nothing in the den, nothing in Mum's office, nothing in the living room. Sonya shrugged. Must all be in my head, she said to herself. When she got on the stairs, the noise became louder. It was coming from the kitchen. Sonya peeked through the doorway to the kitchen.
It's going to be Slender Man making a sandwich.
The first thing she sees,
right now,
again another 10 swap, is Jacob and Mum. Her sapphire blue widened, not believing what she's seeing. Jesus fucking Christ! Jacob was getting some... What? Jacob was getting some with Mum.
Right, so I hope there's something missing, and this is.
Wait, no, we're not reading this wrong. Listen to this. Mum, Jacob! She yelled, getting out from her hiding spot. What the hell? Mum jolted, covering herself.
What the fuck is going?
As Jacob jerked around in embarrassment. Sonya, her mum tried to explain. Don't think the wrong idea. Wrong idea! Sonya interrupted her. Wrong idea, your shirts are off. Why on earth got you the idea of that? I mean, I understand that's barely a sentence, but you're so shocked. Dad's going... Wait, this is their concern. Dad's going to be home and this is what he's going to see when he gets home. Is that why you shut me out? Like, what's going... I mean, I know this is a cliche expression to use... But that went from 0 to 100 real fucking quick.
Once again, a picture of that that escalated quickly. I know we use it a lot, but what the fuck? Like, so suddenly, incest.
I guess that's where we're going with this. I mean,
you
know the old phrase, "Incest is wincest." Perhaps they thought they'd get good points.
Like, so
on
suddenly,
the story. Both Jacob and their mother stood in shock. Sonya never stood up like that before. Sonya ran to the bathroom, almost throwing up in process. She had no choice. Sonya got into the bathtub, rubbed alcohol on herself.
Where'd she get the alcohol from? Was it anything of bleach on the...
Lit up a match and accepted Diana and her friend's dare. Even though it was starting to hurt all over herself, Sonya kept standing there. No one was there to stop her now. Oh, I guess the fire challenges you. Yeah, you burn the alcohol and you don't put it out until the alcohol's burned up. Because that wouldn't actually... Potentially, if you did it right, wouldn't actually cause you any permanent harm, but it would hurt a lot.
And burn up all your hair and shit like that.
Yeah. I get... Well, obviously you wouldn't want it to catch... Yeah, I guess...
It might dye it.
If you actually did it all over your body, that probably would damage you quite a lot. But I'm saying if you did it to your arm or something, it would just hurt a lot, but your arm would be fine. You just lose all your little hairs. If you're a woman, you probably wouldn't have... Especially a teenage girl, you probably wouldn't have loads of little hairs on your arm. No one was there to stop her now. Before she knew it, the water turned on and the flames distinguished quickly.
Distinguish? Okay, do you know what's great as well? It's not even distinguished. It's the wrong word in a hilarious context, and it's a tense swap. The flames distinguish quickly.
So I want to picture some flames with little medals on them.
Little bow ties. It's like, I'm a very distinguished fire, sir. I attended Juilliard. Recently received an Olivier Award for my portrayal as a fire in Backdraft. Sonya passed out. Okay, that's another fucking tense swap. I need to be caught in someone's arms. Whoa there, Sonya, I think was his voice. Jacob's voice called out, "You are not passing out on me easily at a time like this." Sonya's eye jolted open when she heard the voice. For sure enough, there was Jacob helping her up to her feet. "What gave you the idea of setting yourself on fire?" after tossing her a towel. Diana. Okay, so are we just going to fucking drop that he was railing his mum in the kitchen? Are you not going to go, well, I was actually trying to kill myself because my family is a fucking disaster?
Well, let's see. Dad's been in prison for 10 years after beating me. I've got no life because I'm apparently too perfect and everyone hates me. And I've just come home to find you banging mum in the in the kitchen, which, unhygienic for a start.
Jacob was surprised at her response, but his blunt personality came back quickly. As he placed a hand over his forehead, he started swearing to himself. God damn it, Diana! What gave you the right to do that to my sister?
How does he... Wait, did you...
She said Diana.
Alright.
Yeah. Yes, she's annoying to you, but that doesn't fucking mean to try to make her commit suicide behind my back. I mean, in front of me would have been fine.
It would have been hot while getting a hammer from my fucking mum.
Oh, Jacob. Sonya slowly approached him. Are you okay? He's not okay. He's been shagging his mum. Presumably from when... who knows how long it's been going on? Maybe he was underage when it started. Maybe his own mother has been grooming him. I'm thinking maybe the mum should have gone to prison too.
Is it going to wind back? It all started when he threw me down the stairs. And wasn't that when you were 2? No, I was at least 16 at the time or stuff like that.
You threw me down the stairs and I got permanent brain damage. Brain damage enough to think it was okay to have sex with my mother! Jacob hit his face with a small but inconvenient smile. Yeah, just pissed off of what you said. It's nothing too severe. Yeah, it's not like he's having sex with his mother. So the only idea.
Once again, it's that curse that Diana. You're the thing that set her off. I know, I'm pretty sure the thing that set her off was you railing your mum once again.
But yeah, Jacob continued. What mum has done was why she shut you out. Sonya's face flushed with a serious look. Obviously, I hate it also. That's Dad's job, not mine. I can't believe what I'm reading. I cannot believe. I'm so appalled. I know I sound like I'm laughing, but inside the light inside me is dying.
Yeah. We made jokes about Toby not being once again. I'm so glad he's not here. He would be throwing such a wobbly.
I think I might actually, as much as I make fun of this, I might actually have to put a fucking trigger warning on this video because there's fucking incest in it. Oh my god. One time I actually tried to call... I don't even want to do a silly voice. One time I actually tried to call the police about it, but she was pleaded not guilty because she had to take care of us.
That's not how that works!
I don't know why they even try. I told Dad what happened, and the good news is that he'll talk some sense into Mum. Do you mean beat some sense into Mum, the kind of guy he is? And it won't
he just spent 12 years in prison.
As severe as he did with you. He wasn't talking sense into your sister when he was wailing on her with a fucking back scratcher. Sonya dried off and kept the towel around her for him. Dad will be home soon. Go out and change, Jacob said, leaving the bathroom. Sonya got out and changed herself. Mom, she called out several minutes later. I mean, probably followed by "I never want to see you again."
Mum, wash out your fucking mouth. Get brother out your teeth.
Oh. Her mum turned around. She screamed, seeing the sight of her own firstborn, white skin. Bits of her chocolate brown hair burned to a singed black. Why, Sonya asked, why did you shut me out for so long? I had no right. Her mum was too shocked to answer.
Do we need to explain why?
Her mum was too shocked to answer.
Do we need to explain
Let's
why?
Just get through this, mate.
Yeah, white skin.
Sonya approached her mum, grabbing a knife beyond her reach. Finally, mum spoke in fright. Sonya, stop! What are you doing? Stop it! Sonya's mum grabbed a little bottle of rum and smashed it against Sonya's head. Okay, yeah, definitely the mum was the one who should have gone to jail. Was this some kind of was this written by some fucking angry men's rights activist? It was just like, look, men hit their kids sometimes, but it's the mums that are raping them and smashing bottles on their heads. Sonya stood there, not believing what her own mum and done. Just for protection. Just proofread your story, come on!
Just don't write a fucking story, you're bad at it.
Several streams of blood dripped. Well, speaking of protection, I hope she's using it when she's fucking her own son, because God knows what kind of unholy demon spawn would be growing in her womb.
It'll have 10 fingers, just not on the same hand. Stay with me here. All the tent swapping means time travel's involved.
Right.
The mum fucked the son, had a baby, it was a freaky mutant with no face, and it went back in time.
And that's why Slender Man didn't kill her, because it's the incest baby
from the future past. Come back in time to help Time Cop.
I'd rather be watching Time Cop right now.
wait, don't say things you can't take back.
Seriously, at least that would be fun to make fun of. This is a fucking chore.
Maybe when you said this was a short one.
Yeah, it is a short one, but we just have been shouting so much. Several streams of blood drip down Sonya's face. Sonya ignores her and stabbed her right on the spot. Screams of terror and pain screeched out of her mum. Sonya's mum covered her mouth to prevent her from screaming of Right, am I missing some words here? I'm just going to move this.
Who stabbed who?
Screaming of regret. Sonya placed a few fingers on her head and licked the blood off her fingers. The taste of blood mixed with rum tingled her taste buds. Oh my god, her mum stuttered. Sonya ran up and grabbed her by her shirt collar. Sonya's mum screamed for help, but Sonya sliced open her mum's stomach. She took out every organ. I'm just gonna
skip that.
Yeah.
Because of good taste and it saves us time.
Yeah. Not having time to put on a shirt, Sonya just put it on. Is this even real? Is this a troll? Into this.
Are we even reading this? Are you just coming back home from the dentist?
So, yeah, Sonya not having time to put on a shirt, Sonya just putted on a black leather jacket and sneaked out a window and into the forest. She didn't even gotten a step. She didn't even gotten a step into the forest. When Sonya heard the angry voice she dreaded to hear, Louis Worthy! Sonya's father had come. I sure it's supposed to be Louise, but they've spelled it incorrectly. Sonya's father had come home from prison early and is chasing after Sonya. Sonya kept running as fast as her painful legs could let her.
His dad came home early. I don't. Like I said, I don't know how prisons work. The only time I've ever seen it in films is they just piss off out this and you have to take a taxi. He came home from prison early. It's not his work.
Yeah, it's just well.
Oh well, you're released at 3, but you've been such goodies the past 4 years. Well, let you go home at 1. Mr. Warden, I've finished all my work. Can I go home early today?
Not knowing how far she is in the forest, she realised herself tripping over a tree root. A can of gasoline nearby tipped over, spilling all over Sonya in the process. Sonya got up, but a foot pushed her back down. Her father had caught up with her. You dare? It's like anime dialogue. You dare kill your own mother? Huh? She's like, you released Mao? You asshole!
Best line!
Her father yelled.
Sonya's manga entertainment dub.
Sonya looked at her hand.
If this is justice, then I'm a banana.
That was stained with blood. She shook her hands in fear. She blacked out so much and killed her mum.
Dad, please, Sonya begged, getting up. I didn't mean to. I just wanted blood diamonds. I didn't know what I was thinking. Sonya tried to smile innocently. I beg you, Dad, take me home and everything will be the way it was before.
Apart from your dead mother.
Apart from Mum will now be dead.
And you know...
We also need to talk about the incest. Yeah. Everyone will be happy the way it is now. Just please, don't hurt me any... Before Sonya could finish what she was saying, her dad lit up a lighter and set Sonya on fire. So this man has been released from prison and sent home to his family, and the
first thing he's done
is burn his daughter alive.
Also, like, I want, like, say this story ends right here, but it continues with the story of his dad. I want them to explain, like, so he goes home, he's got a dead wife, like, he's been released from prison with a history of violence. His wife is dead, and his daughter has been burnt alive. He's got. At least they won't be missing me in cell block G. Wait, was it? Maybe it's like that one guy in Shawshank Redemption who can't adjust to the outside, so he just commits another crime to get back in.
Sonya screamed in pain. Her dad standing there watching Sonya burn in flames. Her father finally turned away, only to feel as if he stopped.
So you want me dead all this time, ... do you, Dad?
What? Sonya's voice was said almost demonically, missing the A. Again, proofread. Ryan turned around. So his name's Ryan. Thanks for sharing that.
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan turned...
It's Brockapole.
Ryan turned around, seeing his daughter engulfed in flames, barely alive, but her eyes widened to the point where her eyes could easily fall out, but her eyes were completely black. Sonya finally finished what she was going to say. Her smirk widened. Then you're going down with me. Flames engulfed Sonya's father, even though he wasn't soaked in the gasoline that spilled. Her father struggling to get out of Sonya's grip. Soon enough, Sonya's father burned up into flames. The only thing Sonya remembered was her passing out and rain falling hard to the ground. The creature helped Sonya up to her feet several hours later. Sonya looked down, seeing a charred body lying on the ground.
How on earth is that possible?
Sonya thought, looking at her reflection of a puddle. Looking at her reflection of a puddle. Her sapphire blue eyes had become pools of ink with a sapphire jewel in the middle. Her skin was pure white. What remained was her chocolate hair that flares out at the bottom.
Wait, her chocolate. It's not like chocolate coloured hair. Yeah. It's like she's just got like a Kinder Egg for a head.
Her teeth had become razor sharp. Get stuck to a fucking singletons. What have Sonya's father done to her? Sonya's father is plural, apparently. She was forced.
What have science done?
Into a life unknown to her in the future. The creature started its way back into the forest. Not knowing what to do, Sonya follows it. Just come on! The newspaper, the next 2 years, published. Slow news, 2 years. This what?
News today, everything is alright.
Killing spree outrage. 15 people dead in 1 week. Crime scene in forest where 17-year-old Sonya Worthy, who went missing after illegally murdering her...
As opposed to legally murdering.
Her own mother and father. Most believe Sonya is dead by now, but it makes the officer wonder what really happened to her. More on the story on page 13.
Hey Jaden!
Darian called out.
They believe that Sonya girl is not dead.
Jaden started to laugh. You mean the girl who had the voice of a siren?
That's the one!
Both Jaden
Who would say that?
Darian laughed after drinking at a bar.
What?
This is just written so badly. Hey, what do you say we try to track her down and bring her to the police? That way we can make some money out of her. It's made unclear who's speaking. Sure, better than working my ass off tomorrow morning. I'm not doing the voices because I don't know which of them is speaking.
Also, like, I don't. They didn't say anything about putting a bounty on her, and you two want to track down someone who's killed 2 people already and possibly 15 more.
Both Darian and Jaden got their flashlights on and went out into the forest. They walked to where the charred
Did Jaden
body
bring his dual deck with him?
Of Sonya Worthy was starting to rot. Ugh, Jaden said in disgust. Even her body in the aftermath is disgusting. Just then, both Darian and... Is Darian even a name?
Right, so...
And Jaden heard what it sounded like banging.
Hold on a second. So, they found her body. No one cleared up her body. It was in the newspaper and it said 2 years later.
You hear that, Jay?
Darian asked. Jaden nodded. You're not imagining this time.
Get your game on!
They walked some more and noticed a ghastly white girl and 3 boys. One of the boys had a white mask with black feminine features covering his face.
Please don't do this.
He wore an orange jacket, blue jeans and black Converses.
No.
Another boy had a black mask with red features of a frowny face. He wore a yellow hoodie, black jeans and Converses. The third boy had a brown hoodie on, blue jeans and black Converses. The girl had on a black bra under a black leather jacket, dark grey shorts and black knee-high boots. The girl turned around as both Darian and Jaden's eyes widen in disbelief. The girl was Sonya Worthy. Sonya spotted the 2 boys with her black eyes with a sapphire blue in the centre. "Change of plans, guys," she said to the 3 boys as she pointed to Darian and Jaden. "Get them!" Both Darian and Jaden ran off into the forest as Sonya and the 3 boys chase after them.
Just a bit back before this. They found her body, but she might not be dead.
Alright, I think maybe she's like a ghost but with a physical body. Because I thought when Slender Man picked her up and she looked down at her child body, she was looking down at her dad. But maybe she was looking down at her own body.
I thought that's what it was supposed to be.
No,
that's why she looks in a puddle herself.
This is fucking dumb. Right, Darian's foot suddenly it gets caught in a hunter's trap. Darian yelps in pain. "Jaden, help!" Jaden ran back to help Darian get out of the trap and fast. But before he can even get close to Darian, Jaden receives a hatchet to the head and falls flat on the ground. Sonya and the 3 boys had caught up to them. "No, please," Darian begged. "Sonya, I beg you, mercy! I won't come to this place ever again." The boy in the white mask looked at Sonya with concern. "You know him, Sonya?" Sonya didn't say anything and finally answered, "Yes, he used to hurt me." Sonya turned away. "Show him no mercy. It was very nice of him, but you know me, I don't do mercy, just as Dad." Then all went black for Darian as scream of terror and pain rush across the night sky. The faceless creature spawns in hearing the screams. "I thought I told you not to randomly kill others." "Relax, Slender Man," Sonya exclaimed, wiping the blood splatter off herself. "They were on the list for ages now." She fucking Arya Stark. She turns to the 3 boys. "Be off and continue work. I'll catch up." The boys ran off into the forest, into the darkness. I know you need to talk to me. Make it quick." Slenderman nodded. "I do need to have a word with you. I bring you to an official role of my proxy, though I do have some conditions." Sonya looks at him in a bit of disbelief. Slenderman gives Sonya a black trench coat, a black turtleneck, grey jeans and a grey mask with a blue flame over the right eye. "I do have a dress code," he says, giving her a link of chains for her primary weapon. Sonya takes the items and looks at them. "Because I gave you a new chance of life, it comes with a price. Because you were bullied to the name of Sonya, you can lose control and become awakened. So to be safe, I'm giving you a new name to be called." "Then what name will that be?" "From now on you are Silent Sonya, roll credits. The reason why is that others kept you quiet for so long. Now it's your turn to silent those who put you to silence." Jesus Christ! Sonya looked at what Slenderman has given her. Not only has he gave her his way of life, a permanent job to work on, but he also gave her a name to be safe. Sonya slipped on the jacket, changed to her jeans and wrapped a blue scarf she once had from her old life as a human around her neck. She finally got to her grey mask and slipped it on. She glares out from the sun rising amongst the trees.
Come on! Over yet, fuck's sake!
I thought there's nothing else to say. There's no more story left to tell.
And there's still 4 paragraphs.
This just in, a news reporter announced the next day. Jaden White and Darian Jackson was murdered last night in the Slender Forest. The Slender Forest! Investigators ran towards the scene after a 911 call said that a woman heard screaming from a room. Not from the forest, then. They immediately noticed almost every organ in both bodies were chopped and diced and spread all over the crime scene. Very similar to the death of Michelle Worthy's death. The death of the death. So MichaelLeroi can never die.
They killed the concept of death in the woman, so she's super immortal now.
The only suspect they believe would be Michelle's daughter, Sonya Worthy, whom others believe that she survived from being lit on fire by her father after coming home from prison. How did they not find her body when they found the bodies of the two boys? Or is the body like a supernatural thing that you can only see if you're about to die? Like the white horse in Twin Peaks.
How did they know that her dad was the one who set her on fire?
Actually, I'm thinking wrong about the white horse. I'm thinking about Bob. Laura's mother sees the white horse and is fine. Spoilers! Diana saw the news and snickered in disbelief. There's no way that bitch would have survived. She has no right to be living anyway. She deserves to die. Diana got up, grabbed her camera from her nature club and went out to the door. Her assignment was to look for some rare plants.
In the Slenderwoods.
Her first to go was the forest, where the deaths kept going on. Okay, Diana, she said to herself, just for 30 minutes and it's all done for. Diana took a deep breath and walked into the forest. It was 9 in the evening.
So, what school? Because, we have an assignment. We want you to go into the forest where 15 people have been confirmed killed recently. So, I haven't actually bothered to learn any of your names this year, so if you die, no skin off my nose.
It was 9 in the evening. She turned her flash on her camera and started to take some pictures. 5th, and then new word, teen. So they've written 5th as in the 5th something. 5th scene, 15 minutes passed when Diana was about to take a picture when she noticed something in the picture.
Why are you taking pictures in the dark for a start?
She zoomed in, seeing a woman staring back at her. The woman wore a black trench coat, a black turtleneck, grey jeans, a blue scarf and a grey mask with a blue flame over the right eye. The mouth of the mask looked like it was sewed up. The woman had flared out choppy hair as dark as milk chocolate that fell to her shoulders and eyes like pools of ink with demon-like sapphire jewel in the centre. Obviously, when I think of sapphires, I think of demons. Hey, miss, Diana called out. You need some help or something?
Right, so someone's just rolled up, dressed in as fucking trenchcoat mafia, and with a flaming blue eye.
Just you need some help. Not, I'm totally a demonic murderer.
She's gonna have a bad time.
Instead of an answer, the woman charged at Diana, giving her a chase. Diana dropped her camera and broke into a scream. She tripped into a hole in the dirt and fell to the ground. The woman caught up and Diana screamed for mercy. Okay, what do you want? Just don't hurt me. The woman got close to Diana's face and spoke. Oh, I am very surprised you don't recognize me, Diana. It's not like I'm wearing a mask. The woman pulled off her mask, showing her fierce face, her black eyes screaming death all over. Diana's eyes widened. Sonya? But you're supposed to be dead. How did you... Diana's mouth was covered by Sonya's hand. I know. You thought of that like everyone else.
You thought I was the real Sonya?
Sonya pulled out her chain and wrapped it around Diana's neck. Diana screamed and struggled to get out of Sonya's grip, but it was too late for her. Sonya stomped on Diana's stomach, blah, 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 violence. That is nice of you, Diana, but I don't do mercy. And just like that, Sonya pulled both ends of her chains, making her suffocate. Aye, Diana, she gestured as she placed a finger on Diana's lips. Just settle down.
Go to sleep.
Just settle down, girl. And girl is written G-U-R-L.
Right. Where's it?
Like, girl! Everything's going to be alright. You'll see. Diana tried to scream, but the only words she heard before dying was just ... be ... silent ... That's the end. Jesus fucking God.
Sweet Christ on a pogo stick. Let me guess, since it's DeviantArt and we haven't covered it yet, everyone's kissing its ass.
Okay, there's a bit of a mixed bag actually, but Dreamguarder says, this OC is a good OC. I've seen worse, but overall, this is a pretty good OC. I think the ending was my least favourite part, where Sonya killed the bullies. Maybe make Diana get away. Maybe she could tell the police that Sonya wasn't dead. That would be a little more interesting, and maybe Diana gets group to trap Sonya. I don't know. I love and hate the catchphrase "just be silent." It's not go to sleep, but it's almost like that. If I'm wrong with something, could you reply? Maybe we could chat about each other's OCs. I'm not going to read the chain of them sucking each other's dicks. Mr. Horrifica says, your OC has a lot of potential to become a very good character, but there's a few things that bother me. I would tell you what bothers me, but it seems you have been told about it quite a bit. Their appearance doesn't look very scary, to be honest, but that's probably because of the way she's drawn. Not hating on the art style.
I am.
Other than that, your OC seems very nice. Jay Sarcastic simply says, separation anxiety is only found in babies and dogs. Okay, here's a more honest comment. Eli Cherry. I don't want to be rude. It's okay, that's our job.
Please be rude.
That's alright, we'll take care of that. Yeah. But I don't think ... Well ... You're not actually talking, you don't have to put these bits in.
Yeah.
It's not really ... Separation anxiety doesn't do that. I think multi-personality disorder suits the story better, so Slenderman and the others are her other identities. Bullying and child abuse doesn't really cause separation anxiety, only depression and plain anxiety and autism. That was the only problem with the story, I think, was that she got separation anxiety.
That was the one problem with the story. It's got 3 pages worth, which won't be.
I quite like this, like the fact that the author replies to this comment. Edgy Pastreel says, the girl had on a black bra under a black leather jacket, dark grey shorts and black knee-high boots. She sounds like a hooker, to be honest. And the author just replies, she's not. I mean, she isn't real. Like, oh god. And Tiki Tob, whose opinion counts for a lot, says, this was cool, actually. Very good. Now, Matt, in sort of sort of contradiction perhaps to what the denizens of DeviantArt have to say, the critically minded people over at DeviantArt have to say, what did you think of Silent Sonya?
A disconjointed lump of shit.
Horrendous.
Like, well, if you get past the spelling mistakes and the tense swapping, it's still just this random mishmash of like poorly thought out ideas, like hodgepodgely simple. Like, what was the point in like her brother nailing his mum? What was that there for? Like, oh, we needed a reason to stab her. Well, there wasn't a reason to stab her in the first place. It seemed like was this like, I would say, left over from another draft, but clearly you didn't draft shit.
Yeah, this is horrendous. Yeah, I mean, before I even get onto the story, there are a few things. One, I think this probably has the most amount of raping of the concept of tenses I think I've ever seen in a story. Just like from a grammar point of view, the tenses are worse than Squidward Suicide. A video where we basically put a fucking TARDIS in the corner to count up all the times that time travel appeared through bad grammar. Second of all, the lack of proofreading. There are so many sentences that don't make sense, so many words that are used incorrectly, so many horrendous like typos and spelling mistakes. Just go back and look at it, or have a friend look at it. But then, even if you corrected all of that, you've still got trash. You've still got what is honestly, and this is not hyperbole, this is not me trying to be funny or trying to be edgy, what is honestly one of the worst ones we've done in the fucking, over 3.5 years we've been doing this show. This is one of the worst ones.
I'm not even counting the excessive violent. Like, we've read more violent ones. Yeah. We've read more like sexually disturbing ones.
Yeah,
this is still up there with.
I'm not talking about like the level of degeneracy or whatever. Who fucking cares at this point? But
as a story itself is an insult to literature.
Yeah, it's bad. Like, it's really bad. It's cringy. Its attempt to be kind of cool and edgy with the like character designs and things, and like the Converses. By the way, they're not called Converses. All right, you don't need to pluralize Converse. All right, you get Converse trainers perhaps, but you don't pluralize Converses. All right, or Converse All Stars. But the thing is, with the sort of character designs and everything, and the sort of and the burning alive, like, it tries so hard to be like an edgy Jeff the Killer kind of story, and it's really
edgy Jeff the Killer.
Yeah, and it's really cringe. Like, it's really cringy.
It's like, this story's so bad. It's making me look, once again, fondly back on Jeff the Killer.
Absolutely. This is much worse than Jeff the Killer.
That's a terrible thing to do.
Yeah. Honestly, this is really fucking bad. Now, this is one of the. Let's put it this way: if you don't believe us, look at the comment section. This is on DeviantArt of all places, right? DeviantArt, which is basically like just one huge circle jerk. People just constantly congratulate each other and backslap for staggering mediocrity. Well done. It didn't make me want to vomit.
Stamped.
Yeah, I guess that's my stamp of approval. Yeah, and still there are people in the comment section on DeviantArt saying, "Don't hate me, but this wasn't very good." On DeviantArt.
Yeah, best way to describe DeviantArt is imagine a bunch of people standing around in a swamp jacking each other off.
Bunch of furries standing around in the swamp jacking each other off. Horrendous. Okay, so big fucking thank you to EvilCat23 for suggesting this to us. Good God.
On the bright side, it's over.
Yeah, it's done. Fuck. Alright.
And
thanks very much for tuning in to Bad Creepypasta. Come along to the next episode that probably won't be as bad as this one.
Hopefully. You never know.
Yeah, you
Despair
never
springs
know.
eternal, you know.
Subscribe if you want. And check us out. Support us on Patreon, Twitter, all those funny places where you can buy hats. Thank you.